2 of DLC in Brazil. With me, as always, is my very best friend, Katie from the Lord Keepers Inn, and Garrick as well, my 2 best friends in the building. After an incredible day, after an incredible day of DLC day 1, we're back at it again with day number 2. And ladies and gentlemen, thoughts on the evening? How are you feeling? What are we looking forward to today? Oh, he active. It's early.
I mean, I will say that there are very few people and things that if my alarm is going off at 5 a.m. on a Sunday, after going off on 5 a.m. on a Saturday, that I want to get out of bed. But it was easy. I snoozed and I didn't even get through the snooze. I said, nah, I'm going to get out of bed. And I came over 6 feet away to my desk. But I'm very excited because yesterday was one of the more unique days at Disney Lorcana, and it was for a lot of reasons, right? It's the first DLC in Brazil. It's an interesting mix of the end of a meta plus a new area. So I had a ton of fun, and the plot thickens. There's very exciting stories ahead. Garrick, what about you?
Yeah, I had a ton of fun yesterday. Got to see some of my favorite players playing on stream at a DLC. Always feels good being in the booth with you two, casting the games all day. What more could I ask for? I'm really excited for this day number 2. I think we'll probably see a lot of IDs from most of those top players as they are really close to just getting into that top 32 cut. But we're going to see a lot of people fighting for those 20 remaining spaces or so. And it's going to be really interesting to see what people are bringing and see if they can go ahead and crack into that top 32. I'm excited to see who makes it in, and then, of course, we have a ton of great players at the top tables all day.
Oh,
I didn't
for
mean
sure.
to gas, Garrick, but as you were talking, IDs are happening. So
Oof.
JD,
Yeah.
I mean, so you can predict that you think of people ID because
I think there might be a ton of, and you guys alluded to it. I think it's because of this format. So what we got in store for you guys today, there is going to be 3 more rounds of Swiss. We have 12 rounds of Swiss total, so 3 more rounds of Swiss will be played today, followed by a top 32 cut. We had 466 Illuminaries coalesce in this event this weekend, so that is a lot of rounds of Swiss and a very generous top 32, which is going to give some of the top tables a little bit of leeway to continue to draw and still maintain their momentum to get into the top 32, because that is the ultimate goal. You get to the top 32, it becomes a single elimination, and at that point the top 8, I believe, or excuse me, the top 4 will receive those golden Mickeys. And I still believe the top 32 still gets the Simbas. I would have to look at the prize structure and how it goes, but there's still going to be people scrapping trying to get into that. But if you're at the front, if you're at the top tables, you have a very comfortable cruising position to get on into that top 32. And I'm kind of on both sides of the fence on this format. I think I'd rather have it be more difficult, I guess, and not, you should have to play all your rounds. You should not be able to draw from so far out, but at least that's what I think about. What do you guys think about this format in general?
Draw like one round maybe at the end to be like, all right. And that's how it is in like the 2,000 player DLCs, isn't it? Like if you got to get to 10 wins or whatever to get into the top 32, like guaranteed. So if you get to that point, you can just draw after that. So you're playing the majority of the day. You're playing all of your games out with so many rounds and so few players compared to like the North American or European DLCs. I think the math doesn't quite line up a little bit. So I'm wondering maybe in the future if we should have like scaling rounds, for instance. I know it's harder to plan around something like that, but like still do the 2 days, have fewer rounds. We still would have had a bunch of rounds yesterday. And then you just do the cut to the top 32, and it would be, I think, a little bit better for everybody and the viewing experience, and everybody wouldn't be sitting around at the DLC, right? We're going to have all of these top players literally sitting around doing nothing for like the first 4 hours of today. And that's not what you want. You want them battling to try and make it in the top 32, to try to have the highest seed. So maybe in the future we could have scaling rounds, be like, this is going to be the max amount of rounds, 12 for a 2,000 player tournament, but we have to hit certain thresholds to add those additional rounds instead of just having it be like carte blanche, the same across the board. Because Taipei and Australia, did they have the same?
Uh,
Number of rounds?
They had very similar rounds. No, it had a less amount of rounds. I think if you go to the normal round calculator, that's how much they played. So I think it was maybe 8 rounds of Swiss, and then they worked that into a top 32 cut. So it kind of seemed like
Interesting.
that early round of top 32 just kind of felt like another round of that Swiss, and it really was a top 16. But I also understand on the other side of it, you want your tournament to be a little bit more generous. There are people who are traveling from all over the region, all over the
That's
world to
fair.
come to that region to play in this tournament. So you want to make sure that they have the most opportunity to get the best bang for their buck to ensure that
But
maybe they
also,
come back
sorry,
again. No,
not
you're
to
good.
interrupt you, but like a lot of players just got eliminated yesterday and don't get to even play today,
Very
right?
true. Yeah.
So I mean, the additional rounds, I'm not sure that they're helping, everybody else play, right? In because most of the people got eliminated for day two. If we just quote unquote eliminate the day two, just have day one Swiss for these smaller tournaments and a top cut on day two, that probably makes more sense overall. And everybody still gets to play the same amount of Swiss rounds. The top 32, just we cut out those last few Swiss rounds where players were going to get eliminated anyway. But I guess there's like a small percentage of the people that made it to day two that still have a chance. So maybe like they have the benefit of playing more rounds. But I think overall, just fewer rounds for a smaller tournament makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most symptomatic, if you're diagnosing what the problem is, I mean, the fact that there's at least one player in the room that after round 6 they have not played any Disney Lorcana, and it's nothing like there. I want to like mention that IDs is not a morality discussion to me personally, and probably not to you guys either. It truly is a discussion of what makes sense to a player in a tournament that
I
matters, with the
agree.
prize that matters. Because it's easy, people will be like, well, I would never, and it's like, listen, this is an activity where this is a discussion they have to have. But all that to say, there were at the top tables lots of not lots,
Yeah.
but a pretty suspiciously high amount. There was a bulk of 3 tables. The featured match ID'd, and then after that 3 tables ID'd, and then after that 2 tables ID'd, and they were just kind of in the middle. These weren't the top 3 tables. They weren't near the bottom. They just and they all were at the math where they truly were trying to make day two. Day two happened. It was very hard to explain this to people at home, but basically in the olden days, there was day one, then everybody went home and they said, hey, if you're under this points on day two, don't worry about it.
You're good.
But
Yeah.
they kind of changed the plot a bit and said, we're going to do the cut that happens overnight at round 8, which is still the same place, but still everybody's in the room. So they did the day two cut on day one. All of that to say, it changed just how people played, how people thought about it. Because I mean, I don't know. I mean, in DLCs, I feel like, and I do actually, I track for brackets and things like that. That's one of the things I tracked with the past DLCs. It's just not something you normally see, and that's why. And the reason is because of the size of the tournament. All that to be said, when you have less than 400 people in 12 rounds, and you just need to hit certain marks, 18 points, and then after that 25, it's truly going to change how people behave.
Yeah. And that's another fair point, Katie. We understand that these players, especially some of these pro players, we use the term pro players all the time. These people are in the position that they're in is because they have high intelligence levels, and if you give them another parameter, they're going to figure out a way to exploit that parameter to their best benefit. And I think that is just something that, as a TO, you have to understand that they're playing a game and they're trying to win a game, and the format that you present them is another another
Layered.
thing that they can play, that another
Mhm.
echelon that can be played upon. And I think that some of these players have figured out that this is something that can be manipulated for my benefit. And maybe manipulate is a bad word, because I'm not trying to say it's a negative thing, because this is definitely something you should be doing as a player. If you are
Yeah.
there, you need to figure out every aspect of what you can do to control your controllables to put yourself in the position that you want to be in. The goal is to get to top 32, and then let your skill hopefully set you apart from everyone around you. And I can't blame them for that.
No,
Yeah.
definitely can't.
And I think it's interesting because I had a chance to, I talked to Sky last night, and like, I think it's fascinating that these players, every question we have of like, does it make sense? Should I? The players in the room have. I think there's some people who've thought about it a bit more, but I
Hmm.
mean, when I asked, I said, hey, are you going to ID? He said, I'm going to talk to Justice. So all that to say,
Shout out Justice.
all these people who are IDing are people, and Justice is a big data guy, but it's just all these people who are IDing, they're not all on the same team. So sometimes you're like, oh, I bet it's because they're all on the same team and they did the math. I mean, it was spread across all these different walks of life. But I think we see a familiar face coming up on the stream. We ended the day with a little Frankie K. And we might be starting with the little Frankie K here. Is that what we call him? What about Frank the Tank?
Frank the Tank, I think might be quite clean. I think this is
Frank
top
the
30.
Tank Carson?
This is still round number 10. So do you guys want to take this, or am I on this? I think I'll let you guys take this round number 1 to start us off, and I will gracefully sit back and do some administrative duties, if that's okay. Are you guys up for it?
Yeah, yeah, we can
Sure.
we can take it, and then we'll take the ship and say what she can do.
All right, and I'll be back in round number 11. So we'll see you guys there. Thank you guys. This is the DLC round number 10 coming up. You guys are active.
Active we are, and I think it's very interesting because Frank Carson, he is playing the deck he's known for. It's Amber. No, it's not Amber Steel. It's Amethyst Steel. Wait. No, Garrick. What is Frank Carson on right now?
Frank
The
Karsten
dogs.
is letting the dogs out, and he is ready and able to get these things questing as we see the go-go hit the inkwell, and starting off with one of the best plays that you possibly can in this position, the Bobby Zimmerowski pitching the Lilo Escape Artist.
Now, I have heard from on the ground reporting that Amethyst Steel was a huge choice in the room, especially favored by people locally. And it makes sense because I mentioned yesterday, if I'm going into a room and I don't know what's going on, this is a great deck to bring because it just drives a nice, fair line. Like if it's like, how there's up and down, this one's just a straight line towards questing and drawing cards. And Christopher Robin is a great way to make up for the difference. Christopher Robin has that underdog ability that we saw introduced in Winter Spell. And now Frank is doing something also. He's like, I learned about this in Winterspell. It's Grandmother Willow. Frank is doing a class on this is how you do the first 2 turns in dogs right now.
Yeah, this is what you want to do. Get a 1-drop on turn 2, play a Willow plus another 1-drop. And on the opposite side, we just have little Christopher Robin here, might be trying to go on a little bit of a race as we are going to start questing this Glimmer. It's not great at challenging, but it really is great at questing and has that underdog ability. So you could say that we have a dog in the fight here on the side of Amethyst Steel as well.
Yeah, and Christopher should maybe possibly think about being a little bit more afraid of dogs. And the reason we say that is because one of the most beautiful synergies in this Amethyst Steel deck is retaining your first 3 characters to have a powerful Strength of a Raging Fire on turn 4. And anytime you turn anything sideways, you are asking for a little invitation to have a challenge. However, I think that it's kind of calling that out in the sense that Frank has the same plan, but for different reasons. He wants to retain his characters for that powerful tramp play. So it'll be interesting to see if he takes the bait here or if he lets Christopher Robin ready for another quest.
Here we have the Nani come down. We are going to find another lady to put into our hand to just keep that healthy and keep our options coming. Amethyst Steel traditionally struggles a lot with very wide boards. We would love to see an Angel come down on turn number 4 for the Amethyst Steel player. That way you can start cleaning things up. But if Frank Karsten is able to find that Emerald Chromacon and get that down before the Angel is able to hit the board, then we will have a lot of trouble for our Amethyst and Steel player, as we are going to get that Lady Decisive Dog down onto the board.
And that's such a good point you said about this like wide board. And because someone asked me last night about matchups, they're like, how good is dogs into this, how good is dogs into this? And then the answer is dogs has better and worse matchup, but it has this very powerful combo where it feels like no matter what's going on, you are in a bad position. And that combo is getting that tramp, shifting the lady, and basically having the ability to sing Under the Sea early. So I think that Black Heron was an excellent choice because it helps you keep a bird in that fight. This is a bird, I guess, not a dog in the fight.
Yeah.
But it keeps you have a little bit of chance. Christopher Robin was, by the way, free and clear because he said, I'm going to quest. What are you going to do? Come at me with your little guys. You know more than I do. And he was correct. So this is definitely a player who's tangled with this dogs deck before. But now, does he have a 3 cost? He probably does. The answer is it time for the Cheshire Cat? Which direction are we going? And he does go with the Cheshire Cat, Inexplicable, which can be very, very effective in this matchup. We know we talked about Angel. This is something that's a little slower. You do have to pay 2 to boost it. So it's something where you really can't start firing off till later. But it is a great thing because it's going to be hard to send that cat under the sea.
Yeah, most definitely. You need to combo with a Rhino or a Lullaby to get that Cheshire Cat off the board, unless, of course, you are able to get that Chromacon down and bounce it back to hand. But if there are cards boosted underneath it, that is something that Frank needs to consider. And he's considering right now, am I going to play this Lilo Escape Artist for 1, thanks to the Grandmother Willow, from my discard pile and start questing with these glimmers? This is something that Frank really takes a lot of time to consider. We saw that yesterday, and it's something that you should be doing as well. How much is this Lilo going to help me in the board position right now? Will this start helping him activate his Cheshire Cat? Will I be able to put more pressure on? How does this card look on the board exerted compared to what's in my hand or what I could potentially draw? All of these things Frank is considering at this time and is looking like he is favoring putting this Lilo onto the board with that discount.
Yeah, and I mean, it's funny because sometimes you can say, "Hey, there's articles about when you should play something and when you shouldn't." Guess what? That article is written by Frank Carson.
Mhm.
Frank Carson is a very, very storied person in the TCG community because he is the king of trying to evaluate cards and their value. When it's good to play it, when it's bad, when you wanna, when you can commit to the board. It's funny because like I played this game and I'm pretty good. I know things, and like reading his articles, I'm like, Frank, you're on another level, because I mean he truly is doing the math at all times, evaluating. Think basically it's a sliding. It's like a stock market of value as far as when things are
Mm.
good, when things are bad, and it's got to be kind of maddening on the other side. It looks like we're having a brief restream. Just so you guys know, the internet will go up and down throughout the day on the official stream. It's back. So, but all that to say, it's a stock market as far as when things are good or bad. And he just made the calculation saying, well, strength might be coming, so let me get rid of that Christopher Robin, which honestly, very bold to quest in the face, especially before the strength turn.
And we're seeing here, I think, why Frank decided to bring that Lilo back at this time, because he did have that Emerald Chromacon in hand. And with the discount with the Grandmother Willow, he could ink, play the Chromacon. So now an exerted Lilo doesn't look too half bad. And now we've got the Chromacon down before that Angel was able to come on to the board. And this is exactly what I said he needed to get done. So Frank coming in with that Emerald Chromacon is going to make things really difficult for the Amethyst in Steel player, because once you start removing things, your own characters are going to be removed. And if an Angel came down right now and threw a snowball, I can guarantee you that this Cheshire Cat is going to be bounced back to hand and not going to be able to be redeployed and use that boost ability.
But the good news, boost is a curse and a blessing, because sometimes we've seen players kind of take advantage of the fact that that boost is engaged, and they can, if they have that boost, then if they do get it returned to hand, it's like a little cheeky card draw, a kind of expensive card draw in the sense you're paying 2, you're getting it back later, you're losing your cat, but it is a way to kind of maintain resources in a longer game. I will say that Chromacon, like you mentioned, tilt scales very heavily towards Frank, and it's something that I don't know if viewers at home find fascinating. I don't know if you find fascinating, but the metagame within the deck is something that is fascinating to me. Because Chromacon's not an auto include. We've seen it come in, we've seen it go out. But Frank has elected to keep it in just for this reason, because it makes it where he's like, you wouldn't come over here. And the answer is no, he wouldn't. Gualherme says, I will go ahead and just, I think, yeah, he just quested out here, and it makes sense. He says, I don't want to tangle with what you've got over there.
Frank looking to race here, and we find the tramp that is going to help quite a bit, and we can start boosting those ladies up and get them questing for even more if we find more characters to put onto the board. Frank taking a look at all the cards that he was able to draw off this tramp, and he has to discard the same number of cards. So let's see what he decides to do. He does find another tramp street smart dog. That is typically a great line to go with. You find the tramp off the tramp, and then you find another tramp off that tramp, and you just keep the chain going. That way you get these big characters onto the board that are really hard for Steel to remove because they have that 6 willpower. Frank agrees. He finds another tramp. We're going to go for it, and we're going to start this cycle right over again.
I can still hear you saying, you must never break the chain.
Yes,
Uh,
exactly.
and so, yeah, this chain, it can be something that feels in card gaming, you'll hear things feels fair, feels unfair. And the reason that Tramp can feel unfair is because what a powerhouse of a card. Not only is he just a well statted card, but he is doing the effect of a famous card called Vision of the Future, but it can be even more visiony because vision lets you go through 5. Tramp is saying, how many cards do you have on the board? In this case, he had a total of 7. So you're drawing 7 cards and going towards whatever you want. Now, it's depending on your hand size. You don't get to keep everything. And then he's a great singer. So it feels like, oh, and then the discount. So he's pretty much an all-star card where there's very few cards in Disney Lorcana where you're getting that much value off a single card. And here we see board wipe with just some old-fashioned challenging, and the genie stands alone, and he cannot win the game on his own. What a turn from Frank Karsten.
Yeah, that is exactly what you want to see if you are on the side of Frank Karsten, just using his characters to the best of their ability and still having a ton on his side to quest with, and a really resilient board. Like I mentioned, it's not easy for steel decks and amethyst decks to get rid of these tramps consistently, as we are just going to try and race here as we put down the Pocahontas. Olaf hits the board as well as the Black Heron, so it is a race to 20 right now. The Amethyst Steel player says, I am not going to be challenging into this Chromacon. I am going to get to 20 lore before you do, as Ursula Deceiver comes down and shows a dock in hand. So this plan seems like it could work pretty well, but Frank has now put the clock on his opponent. He has to deal with the board now, or Frank is just going to win the game next turn.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the race, and if I'm betting, it's very funny, and that's why this dogs deck can be so diabolical, is because it can say, I'm not an aggro deck. It's a control deck that can transition to an aggro deck. And we see Guillermo say, let's just go to game 2, because Frank, he did everything he needed to do to put on extreme pressure, and it just was not a wave he could break. So congrats to Frank on winning for game 1, but it's not over. We have to go on into a game 2, round 10. We are still in Swiss for everybody at home. It is technically day 2 of a deal. It's not technically, it is day 2. It's firmly day 2. But there's more to this party. Both these players have to keep playing because of that cutoff yesterday. It is all about making the top 32. 57 players started after round 9. Ugh, that's a good transition, Jade. Or Garrick. What's your response?
And here we see the players again doing a little pile shuffle here. We mentioned this yesterday. It's just a great habit to get into, especially when you have the time. And that was a quick game number 1. Make sure all your cards are in your deck. Make sure that there aren't any identifying marks on any of your cards that could be an issue. You want to make sure that you re-sleeve those up, and just counting and making sure that your deck is all there is a good habit to be in. So take it from the top players in the game. It's okay to do a little pile shuffle as long as you get a little riffle shuffle and randomize that deck with a little bit of a mass shuffle on top of it, as we see Frank Karsten doing here, and really taking his time to shuffle up his deck, as they are going to take each other's decks and now shuffle them. I think this is an interesting point to bring up while we're here. I think a lot of people have a little bit of anxiety about doing this, but it's perfectly fine. Pick up your opponent's deck, shuffle it, give it a mass shuffle, and cut it after you're done. A simple cut is fine, but I think it is the best strategy to ensure that nothing nefarious is going on. It's also a sign of respect to your opponent. Like, let's shuffle these decks up, make sure everything is good and randomized, and let's get into this game. So if you're feeling nervous about that, you see your opponent shuffle your deck, it's perfectly fine. Pick up their deck and give it a shuffle as well.
I feel like shots fired here. Who would get nervous in this guy? I would never be so nervous. I'm just kidding. No, I mean, that's such a good point. I mean, especially for somebody like me who's a newer player to the game, I don't want to be like, well, I don't want to be rude. And the answer is it's kind of like we talked about earlier with like intentional drawing. This is just part of the game, right? Like, it's just, this is it. That's it. You can't have one without the other. And shuffling is a very, very important part of the game. And honestly, if anyone's ever drawn 3 docks in their altar, you want to just keep shuffling. You don't want that. So we are now doing the altering phase here, where this is very important for, I mean, both of them, right? Frank is looking very, very deeply for that kind of start he had last time. Bobby Zimmerowski, Lilo was a great line, but also that Grandmother Willow is super powerful in his deck, able to get that tramp in just a little faster. Meanwhile, Garhame is looking for trying to get that perfect 1, 2, 3. Well, I say 1, 2, 3 strength on 3. We have not seen strength on 4. We haven't seen that in this DLC. We have not seen a single strength of Raging Fire, except I think Habibi. Habibi sang 1, but we haven't seen 1 sing in Amethyst Steel. So it's something that we typically think is normal, but not all the time. And especially in the face of this Chromacon, But one last point, another thing we haven't seen is a lot of Benja, and that's something we saw a lot in earlier DLCs is what we call item hate, where people say, I hate items, so I put this in my deck. Do you think there's any shot that there is any Benja in this deck? We have not seen him. To the people of Brazil, have they told them about the item problems that can happen?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we did see a Donald Duck
Oh, yeah,
along for
we
the ride in
did.
a deck,
We
which is a
did.
character that it's a 5 cost. When you play this character, you may banish chosen item. Typically, people like to go with Benja, who's a 3 cost that does that a little bit earlier, but that is an option available to Guilherme here if he would like to go for it. That could be a little bit of tech in there. But yeah, I think packing a couple Benjas never hurt anybody, or at the very least, you can pack a Pete and potentially stop a big under the sea combo coming from the Dogs deck, as we are going to get a Palace Guard onto the board, which is a character that can pretty safely quest for a couple turns in the face of Dogs, as we see the Dapper Rascal, the big character yesterday that has been added to seemingly every single Dogs deck from every top player that's playing it.
Yeah, it's very. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but that Dapper Rascal, it makes a lot of sense because he's basically saying, "Listen, the Chromacon is saying if you banish my things, I'll be mad." But this is kind of like well, I don't have Chromacon, but if you banish one of my characters, I get cards. So it's kind of taking advantage of the fact that people like to banish dogs in a dog's deck, and either way, Frank is trying to get value out of that. However, this is a future thing. He's now in the Inkwell, but it is very notable that this was not a card we saw at the beginning of the set.
Yeah, most definitely. Here we see the Black Heron and the Strength of Raging Fire, as you
Into the
mentioned,
Inkwell.
going into the Inkwell there. Now, I think this is not a bad play. Frank is on the draw here, and he knows that Ursula is in the deck. That is a common turn. Number two
Oh.
is Frank says, I'm going to ink Ursula, play Ursula. Do you have another one? If he does have another one, that's a hit. But see, Guilherme played around it. You ink the Strength of Raging Fire. That way, the Ursula does not take anything from your hand, and you still get the ink. So you were going to lose that regardless. Might as well put it into the inkwell and get use out of it and keep the rest of your cards in hand. So very well thought out there by Guilherme.
Yeah, and I think it's something where if I could talk to Frank, I'd say, listen, Frank, this is a strength. People don't need the strength down here. As far as we've seen it inked, we've seen it tucked away. But in this case, we are now switching to a little bit more of an aggressive lane. This Genie, resourceful researcher, he has that boost ability. And so he is going to be a card that every time you boost him, you're able to then make it where he can quest for one more every time. So this is going to be interesting because he can still sing strength if we fall back into one. But other than that, he can just go ahead and quest and say, Frank, you might want to deal with this because every turn it'll become more and more pressure for you.
Yeah, it is a troublesome conundrum though to be up against this this Emerald and Amber Dogs deck, because they have that Tramp Enterprising Dog, which can always come in, boost something up, and trade into one of your characters. Like, Frank would have no problem giving this Ursula some additional strength to challenge into a Genie that has been quested, but Guilherme here needs to get over the finish line before Frank does. We saw it and we mentioned it yesterday, going really wide against the Dogs deck and sort of trying to answer everything that they have as it comes down, and playing around that Chromacon is sort of the way to do it. And Guilherme was trying to play around that Chromacon by racing last turn, but he was on the draw, wasn't quite able to get there with the powerful double tramp turn that Frank was able to do. But right now, with this 1 cost, with this 2 cost, and now the Genie on the board, I think he has a much higher percentage chance of getting over the finish line in a race against the Dogs.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, it does come into being a race because we noted last time that Chromacon makes it where it stops being a challenging issue and just starts being a catch me if you can. These well statted cards, and by well, I mean anything above that 2 amount, 2 strength, is anything that's going to protect you from that under the sea. That being said, we just saw Della's Moon Lullaby. We saw a Rhino go into the Inkwell. So Frank does have tools in his arsenal to allow him to lower the strength. So Frank or Guilherme just needs to make sure he is mindful of the fact that nothing is truly safe in the face of the under the sea. And anything you turn sideways, we also have another tramp. It's a tramps all the way, a trample, if you will. That 2 cost enterprising dog that can basically make it where whatever the strength is, you can go ahead and challenge through it. So it's just it's a battle. He's only at 3. I'm very interested to see what he deploys and if he decides to be more aggressive or hold back. But inking the giant cobra and then electing here to play his Calhoun, which can be a little hard if he since it's uninkable, boosting. This might just be the only thing he's able to do this turn. And then yeah, quest for 2 and keeping that researcher up.
Yeah, does not want to get the magical researcher exerted right now. Wants to boost it up a little bit more and play around that tramp enterprising dog. But we do see Calhoun coming down onto the board. I was curious if these Amethyst Steel players were still packing Calhouns, because this is one of the best cards against the dog's deck, even when there is a Chromacon out. So many times you can challenge into one of their characters, banish it, gain 2 lore. So while you're not able to quest, you're still able to deal with their side of the board and gain lore at the same time. 2 Calhouns early in the game can really just stop the dog's deck dead in its tracks, and the Chromacon really doesn't do much against Calhoun because she only costs 2 and she's so resilient. So even if you keep bouncing her back, she's going to keep returning to the board and keep challenging into your characters over and over. And like I mentioned, she's going to gain lore while doing so. So really love to see Calhoun in the deck still. I think this is going to be huge for Guilherme in this match. And right now, I think what Frank needs to do is try to get to a big, powerful Under the Sea and combo that with a Delamoon's Lullaby as well as a Rhino to try and sweep away some of these characters, because right now Guilherme's board is looking extremely impressive, and a Chromacon I don't think it's going to get Frank out of this situation right now. But Frank, 2-time DLC winner, world championship competitor, one of the greatest players in Disney Lorcana history. I'm sure he's thinking all the permutations through right now. How do I get out of this, and how do I get ahead?
Exactly. I mean, we see a rhino in his hand, a lady Miss Park Avenue, a couple other things. It's tricky because I mean, you're like, all he needs to do is these 3 cards. So it can be very hard because I mean, that's why we talk about filtering where you're drawing and getting rid of a card. That's why it's so important in this deck specifically, is because you are trying to get to that perfect combination of 2 or 3 cards. So he has one of them, and so now it's just what's more important, trying to filter more, trying to get my board wider to respond. We do like we have that shift for the lady, but there's only one thing in the discard he could get from it. So in this case, he's just gonna do a challenge with the Bobby Zimmerowski into the Black Heron, maybe. Interesting. So he's doing a little board control.
Wants to get that into the discard so he can shift the lady and bring it
Oh,
back.
there we go. And that's the advanced gaming here, is making sure. Because, like I just said, you have to have 2, or it feels good to get 2 things back. And that was the only way forward for that to happen.
Yep, and you put a damage on that Black Heron with no Cheshire Cat out right now. It is a decent way to just get some damage on so challenges feel a little bit better later. So we're going to draw 2 cards or bring 2 cards back from the discard there. We can also just challenge into this Palace Guard if we'd like to, but Calhoun can come back in on the opposite side, which would leave the runway free and clear for Frank Karsten to get for the magical researcher to start questing.
Yeah, I mean, now we're going to go ahead and, like we mentioned, there's that more filtering, getting a Lilo, so we can go ahead and discard that Lilo and play it later from the secret hand, which is the discard, where nothing's really gone. It's just over there for a while. And now we have that lady who has definitely increased in her stature since the last time we saw her. She is a 4/4 and able to do a little bit more maneuvering, especially she could come across that Palace Guard. But that Calhoun changes the math a bit. It makes it where suddenly that deck feels a little bit scarier. So he turns nothing sideways because of that Calhoun you mentioned. And now he just goes ahead and passes and waits for the tipping point, because both of them have this tipping point where they can say, okay, I can breathe easy, I can start questing. And neither of them feel like they're at that point right now.
Would be getting to Elsa the Fifth Spirit here. I feel like if Guilherme had it, he'd be slamming it right now, but maybe needs to think about ink considerations. And then also we're getting really close to that Demona Scourge of the Wyvern clan turn. And if that is able to come down, Frank may lose his entire board and the game could be over on the spot. But Guilherme, thinking about everything, it does look like he has an Elsa the Fifth Spirit, but potentially could have some ink considerations to think of, or just thinking about the board before he wants to show the Elsa in the hand.
Yeah, and he also has an angel, so he might be thinking of the second plot line where if you play the angel, you need to have keep some things in your hand, but that you'd also have to draw one more inkle thing if you want to go ahead and do that Elspeth spirit line next turn. So it's definitely that angel is very cool because it does turn every card into a fire the cannon, but it's an expensive card in the sense that it's you have to have cards in hand you're willing to discard, and he doesn't know if he'll get more cards in the future. He hasn't reached any card draw yet in this deck. So it is just a calculation of do I want to go plan A, ink, and play Elsa Fifth Spirit, plan B, and then he does go with that Fifth Spirit that you mentioned is very powerful, starting to break the stalemate between these two decks.
Yeah, this is going to be really important, I think, because we are getting into potential under the sea territory right now. You could sing it. Interesting. We're going to choose the lady here. Now we're going to have to challenge in with the Elsa and the Calhoun. So our Calhoun is going to go here, but we will gain 2 lore on the way out unless we want to go with the Black Heron and keep the Calhoun around foregoing the 2 lore. And that is the decision that Guilherme goes with, getting rid of that card. And now we're going to start questing with this magical researcher and going up significantly in lore. And now the race is well and truly on.
Yeah, the magical researcher I think of as a kind of catch up tool because it's something where it just exponentially gets better at catching up the more you boost him. So it's something that you will see either in the mid or late game just to make sure that once you get to the point that you're like not as afraid of what your opponent's up to, you have a little bit more time to quest for 2, then 3, then 4. Right now, we do see a Lady Miss Park Avenue come down with no value. And by no value, she's still a character, and that's still quite nice. But unfortunately, she's not getting anything back from the discard. She's just a 4/4 that quests for 2, but she doesn't feel as expensive as she did last time, and she's feeling a little bit rough. And now we go back to Guilherme. So he has that one card in hand, or 2, another Elsa Fifth Spirit. Poor lady. Second lady didn't deserve this, but unfortunately, she's
Yeah.
probably going to be challenged here. So the excellent show of resources by Graham here.
Yeah, absolutely. But Frank was able to grab a couple cards off of that
Oh,
lady.
he did. Okay.
The lady that was shifted on, as well as a Lilo. So did get a little bit of value on there. But seeing another Elsa come down is not what Frank wants to see here. He wants to have that 8 cost worth of singers on the board to potentially sing in Under the Sea, which would be so nice right now, but just can never get to it because the Elsas are constantly coming down and making things difficult for Frank. Let's see if he's able to stick some characters onto the board as he finds an Emerald Chromacon, and he did have the Rhino in hand. So if that lady went unaccosted this turn, he would have been able to put the Rhino down, sing Under the Sea, and he says, I don't got it. That was my only way out. Let's go in to game number 3, and that's exactly how you draw it up. If you're Guilherme there, you want to get those early characters, find that curve, and that Genie Magical Research, just too much pressure onto the DLC champion, Frank Carson.
And this is exactly what I want to see in a game of Disney Lorcana. Both players said, hey, you want to see why I brought this deck? We've seen Frank Carson have an explosive line of play where we're shifting. We're able to go ahead and grab the cards we need. We're able to play cards for free. But then we got to see Amethyst Steel come in and say, but this is why my deck is good. And it was able to play a card each turn, take advantage of the fact that we have boost, be able to really both quest and challenge and keep pressure on the board. So both players have shown why their decks are good. But I do think it's going to be pretty scary in game 2 because of any deck in the world, Frank Karsten, I think, can make this deck seem absolutely menacing. So I don't know. I'm a little. What do you? Are there any thoughts about this next game? Is there anything on the draw that if you would be looking out for Guilherme?
Well, I think that Christopher Robin is not a bad one drop to start off with, but if you're able to get into something like a Captain Hook instead, it's much more menacing and it makes the ability to quest for the Dogs deck a little more difficult, especially early on in the game. You're not too afraid of a Christopher Robin challenging into your characters. Also, finding a Calhoun on turn 2 is so good. I've mentioned and sung the praises of that card in this matchup, and we saw it in the last last game, how impactful it was. Black Heron is also a great option, but you want to get the biggest strength you can onto the board consistently throughout the game. That way it makes the proposition of an Under the Sea a lot worse and makes Frank have to have more combo pieces to get your characters off the board. So if you're able to go like Captain Hook into Calhoun, into Cheshire Cat, into Angel on turn 4, none of those characters, except for the Captain Hook, are going to get hit by the Under the Sea. They all challenge really well, and they're all hard to challenge into other than the Captain Hook. So you're going to take favorable trades if Frank is forced to challenge into you, and you can gain a lot of lore along the way. So I think that is what Guilherme is going to be looking for here, and Frank knows exactly what he's looking for. He wants to start off with what he did in game number 1. 1 drop, Willow, 1 drop, and then we just get into our tramp shenanigans and make this board just unstoppable for a steel deck to deal with.
And I think that is an excellent point. Of being unstoppable means that you have to have like this extreme swell of activity, which makes me say that sometimes that turn to Ursula, while it can be very, very good if you get 1 Strength Raging Fire, to me, it is one of those things where, like, well, if you're going super wide, do you fear a single Strength of a Raging Fire? Because you tend to lose so much momentum by doing that Ursula turn 2. And we saw it in game 2, where basically he a turn where you could play a Willow and a Lady and then have that Lady out there for shifting. You lose that ability if you play that Ursula. So I'll be interested to see if he favors that in this game or if he does what he did in game 1, which was just go as fast as possible.
Yeah, the Ursula play is not bad if you're able to hit that Strength of Raging Fire, but we did see Guilherme try to play around that and went ahead and inked it.
Yep.
We'll see what Frank is able to come up with here on the play, but like you mentioned, there are a lot of different lines that either player could go for here, and the altar is going to be very important, as it looks like Frank is sending back 5, Guilherme sending back 4, so a hefty altar for each player, but they liked a couple cards in their hand, which is always a pretty good sign.
Now, I will say, when we talk about altar, you all in the chat had an alternate thing you could be doing right now, which is sleeping, but you're not. You're hanging out with us. So, to the people in the JDZ Quest World Twitch and to the Podcana fanas, thank you so much for hanging out with us. In an egregiously early time in the day, it is no place I'd rather be than in the booth with Garrick talking to you all. So, thank you for hanging out with us.
Absolutely. Shout out to everybody over there watching live on Podcana. 80 viewers right now. If you could give us
Crazy.
a like on the stream, that really does help us out a lot. Let's bump those numbers up if you
I'm
don't
doing
mind.
it. I did my part.
Let's go. We got 7 likes on it right now. There's 80 people watching. Let's get it to at least 75. And then everybody watching over on the Twitch side, if you have not given JDZ Quest a follow yet, he is streaming tournaments like this all the time, so you should definitely give him a like. Got a bunch of amazing CCQs and other high-level tournaments coming to you soon on both the Podcana and the JDZ Quest channel. And if you're on YouTube, might as well give Katie a like, subscribe, and follow as well on the Lore Keepers In. As we are getting started here, Frank is going to ink play Bobby Zimmerowski, a familiar line. No Lilo this time. We're going to put a lady into the discard pile.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, if you're 1 or 2 cost, don't worry. The discard pile, you're just hanging out there for a while. But unfortunately, this is things that are shocking. He inked a Demona and played nothing, which for all worlds of this deck, that is not good.
Yeah, that is a pretty good card in this matchup if you're able to get up to 6. And look at this. Frank has the Grandmother Willow. Do we have a follow-up free 1-drop? It looks like we do, and an Under the Sea in hand. Need to keep our eyes peeled for that. We could go Lady here. We could go Bobby here. Could potentially have another character we're thinking about. Bobby, really good at hand fixing. And by hand fixing, I mean he draws a card and you discard a card. So if there's something stuck in your hand that you can't use or that isn't useful in a matchup, you can get rid of it. Like if it's a clunky uninkable, for instance, or something that is just not as good as the other cards in your hand, you can go ahead and get rid of that, as we're going to put another uninkable Lady into the discard pile. And like you said, we can always get those back later with that decisive dog. Guilherme needs to find a 2-drop here, a Black Heron or a Calhoun, desperately.
Yeah, and I mean, while he inked the Demona, that is bad. But I think the biggest part that was like, was the not playing something on 1, because we talk about having 1 puts the pressure on. Also, it counts for strength raging fire. Black of a Heron. Black Heron is good because it does have that 3/3. It adds pressure. But I think missing a one cost just feels miserable in this scenario because look at how many characters Frank has. He has 3. Look how many Kwame has. He has 1. And it's just going to get wider and wider with this Willow. So I think like when we talk about matching momentum, he's already fallen behind and it's super hard to catch up. He doesn't have tricks like Grandmother Willow that he can rely on. He just has to play things the old fashioned way. And I'm nervous if I am in his shoes right now. Nani will go ahead and keep the pressure on because she is allowed to go ahead and look for something 1 or 2 costs and then put that in your hand. She does get another Bobby's and Maruski, which will be able to, like you said, fix that hand and make it even more perfect. He's done it 3 times, so I hope he has the most perfect hand in the world right now, and it looks like he has a pretty good one.
Yeah, he's got Emerald, Chromacon, plus a Rhino in hand right now. And with a board this wide and a 3/3 out on the board right now, the Under the Sea doesn't seem as good as an Emerald Chromacon would be in this spot. So next turn, play free Rhino, play Emerald Chromacon. Now you can start questing and really put the pressure on Guilherme. I will mention that all of those ladies are in the discard pile, so we're not going to be questing for a whole lot right now. All these Bobbies quest for 1, as does the Grandmother Willow and the Nani. But they are going to be protected by that Chromacon, and there is the Cheshire Cat. If we wanted to keep that Under the Sea, we could sing it, I believe, on the next turn. Yes, we have exactly 8, so we could have played Rhino, sung Under the Sea, but that would have only got rid of 1 single character on the opposite side of the board. Frank valuing that Chromacon over the Under the Sea in this spot right now.
Now, if you are asking me with Cheshire Cat, you can boost and you can pay 2 to put a card under it. And you might say, well, where do I put the card? You put it under Cheshire. Did you like that?
I
was-
actually did like that a lot.
Thank you. But unfortunately, it's so hard because one of the things I think that's so easy in Disney Lorcana is you kind of like cross your eyes right now. You're not looking at the cards and say, who's doing better right now? Frank has so much on the board. The mathematics of it all is okay. Well, there's 6 characters on one side, there's 2 on the other. The Chromacon makes it where the math is untenable. So unless Graham can go wide, which generally this deck does not keep lower cost characters in your hand because you're trying to get to a 4 cost on turn 4. This is a extremely hard thing to do because even if we stay in this game, we play 1 character at a time and we get to a Demona, Frank is not going to be playing 1 character at a time. He will keep trying to play more and more. So if I am in Guilherme's shoes, I'm doing the math and I'm saying, I don't like the numbers. I keep crunching them and they're too crunchy.
Yeah, this is the spot where that 1-drop would be so good and why it's so devastating to lose it, because a way to play around Chromacon is to constantly redeploy the characters and eventually whittle away the characters on the opposite side of the board. We saw Frank quest for 4 there, but he did it with 4 glimmers. Nothing was questing for more than 1. So genuinely, not too much pressure was being put on Guilherme, and if he had that 1 cost, he could right now challenge in with that Cheshire Cat, redeploy the Cheshire Cat and his 1 cost character like a Captain Hook or whatever he would have played on turn 1. But missing that is so devastating in this spot because you need to constantly play at least 2 characters down onto the board after you challenge in and the Chromacon starts bouncing things. You always need to keep refilling the board. You can't just be like, okay, I'm going to play a Genie here. Genie does not help in this position at all. Are we going to bounce the Heron or are we going to bounce the Cat? We do go for the Heron.
Yeah, and this is exactly why we mentioned this item removal. We saw it in round 2. DKP was playing a Wasabi, and it's a card. There's cards that people have been including that feel kind of clunky. For example, that Donald. While Donald is your favorite character, he's certainly not a meta maven where everybody's like, you gotta have Donald in there. But the difference of that card is it has the ability to come into play. We're talking about Donald Duck along for the ride, Benja. Both those cards come in and destroy an item, and we see why people value it is because this Chromacon is the star of the show. So much so that Graham Hayes just stopped thinking about challenging. He's like, I can't. I'm just gonna get Pocahontas out here because Pocahontas is not super good at the challenging. Rather, that's not her number 1 show-stopping ability. So I just think this Chromacon is the reason that item removal was so popular in the middle of this meta.
Yeah, and we just saw Frank, I believe, drew a Lady Miss Park Avenue into his hand, has the ability to shift right now if he would like and grab 2 ladies or the Grandmother Willow back from the discard pile. He can challenge into the Cheshire Cat if he would like. Remove that from the board. It can be a pesky problem to deal with. We have the 2 Pocahontases on the side of Guilherme. That's what you wanted to do. Like I mentioned, you want to play as many characters as possible against the Chromacon every single turn, and was able to do that. There is the shift. What are we going to go for? It looks like Double Lady might be the choice, considering all options here for Frank Karsten. Can get the Willow back to help discount things, but the ladies are going to be really great questers to put onto the board, so it is a tough decision. Frank knows what's in his hand. I believe it is a single Rhino at this moment, so he can ink right now and play one of these ladies if he would like to. It looks like we're going to go Nani into the Cheshire Cat here, and we could see every other Glimmer on the board start questing, and that's what we do. Get that Cheshire Cat off the board. It is such a troublesome card to deal with for so many decks, and we do see the Rhino go into the Inkwell, and Lady hits the board. The Elegant Spaniel.
Yeah, it's Lady, Bobby is the board in a nutshell right now. And it's funny because Bobby Zamoruski is what I would not consider a mid-game powerhouse. He generally is not around this long. But in this case, Grahame hasn't had a chance to breathe. He's actually been chased by Frank Carson and having kind of feeling the pressure on his side. Frank has been able to control his board. He's been able to get up to 10 lore with a nice sizable 6 on the other side. 7, 6. Yeah, 6 total on the other side. And that, if I'm in his position, I'm breathing pretty easy because there's truly nothing that so we talk about wide access to removal. The only thing that he has access to his deck is on turn 6. If he has 6 ink, he can do Demona, but he needs to have a lot of characters to take advantage of that Demona. So the getting rid of that Cheshire Cat was such a good move because even if you get to that point, it will be extremely hard to take advantage of it.
Absolutely. Guilherme has a tough mountain to climb here to get past this Emerald Chromacon. Like I mentioned, last turn was really great. Was able to get both of those Pocahontas down onto the board. Can quest with both of them right now. If he would like to quest for 6, he can do that. But again, you're so far behind in the race right now. You probably are not going to be able to keep up as we're going to challenge into the lady. The Pocahontas is going to no, we're targeting for a quest, so we are going to race. Okay, Frank thought there was a challenge. I thought there was a challenge. That's not what we're going to do. We're going to quest for 3, targeting the Miss Park Avenue there and taking 2 lore from her.
Yeah, and that it's a little bit. It's chipping away at what Frank possibly. Or rather, no, he's taking advantage of that lore. Yeah, this is tricky. I wouldn't want to be in Grahome's spot right now because it's pretty much like, I don't think I can beat you in a battle of challenges. I don't think I can beat you in a battle of resources. I don't think I can beat you in questing. And he only has 5 ink. He only has 4, moving on to 5. This is a very, very not good equation for him to take advantage of here. He has a full clutch of cards, so I guess he is winning the cards in hand game. Electing to play a Christopher Robin. So he is truly racing. He says, I won't challenge you. The Chromacon worked. I am going to do the best I can to keep this genie boosted and try to win the war of questing.
Yeah, this is exactly what we saw in game number 1. Just trying to go as fast as possible and showing your entire hand. This is what I've got, Frank. How are you going to deal with it? Because we see the Genie Magical Researcher, but Frank is just drawing off the top of the deck so well here. Found the Lady Miss Park Avenue last turn. Finds the Tramp Street Smart Dog this turn. And this was the turning point of that game number 1 where we tried to race, but the free Tramps were just too much, and we were able to get over the finish line. And with Tramp now on the board, the Elegant Spaniel will be able to quest for 2 at this point. So the race is on, and things are going to be really, really close here to try and get over the finish line for each player. I'll be curious to see if Frank is going to challenge into these Pocahontas at all, or if we are just going to race, because on the next turn, we can quest for 2 with Genie. We can quest for 2 with Christopher Robin. That's 4 plus an additional 6 with the Pocahontas. That is going to be 10, taking Guilherme up up to 16. But if Frank full sends right now, he can just get this thing over and done with. I guess there is some hypothetical land where Guilherme could have double Cobra, double discard, but I don't think he has the cards in hand to get that done.
Yeah, and that is many times in my life as a Lorcana player, people standing around me as I play said, "Just do the math, take a break and do the math," and that is exactly what Frank is doing here. Because, like you said, it's 3 calculations: how fast can Guilherme win, how fast can he win, and does any single challenge change that? Because all you need is just that one turn to win. Guilherme can have a great turn, but Frank needs to make sure he has 2 great turns before we get to that point. So he is looking through the cards here that he was able to draw off of the tramp, picking his favorite of the lot, which seems to be a single. Ooh, that's kind of interesting. Well, no, okay. I thought he was keeping the tramp, but he went ahead and kept the 1 cost lady here. But that lady is kind of helping that race a little bit. If he can get that lady out, she quests for 2 since that tramp is in play. Oh, but that's
Yeah,
it.
and we
I get it.
just
I get
get the
it.
question. He's like, yeah, I'm not going to be able to get this done. Very well played by the 2-time DLC champion, Frank Carson. He's going for 3, which would make him the first DLC champion to win 3 of these things. So we are going for history in this tournament, as is Zan Syed, who I believe is still up and active as well. So we've got a ton of DLC champions on the tables here and trying to make history yet again. And we've got a bunch of players that have never won a DLC that are trying to stamp their names into the history books, as well as we are joined by JDZ Quest back in the booth. What did you think? Frank Karsten on the 1s and 2s.
Man, Frank is one of the GOATs, okay? It's very clear. I love how precise he plays. I love how, with the confidence that he plays. And both of those players, take another away from Guilherme. I'm sorry, I can't, I
know, I tried. I said it so fast.
It's
Every time
hard.
I said it, I was like, I said,
I believe it is Guilherme.
Guilherme. Okay, Guilherme. Okay,
name.
I think I do apologize if I'm saying that incorrectly, but I was watching and I was just like, both of these players are playing very phenomenal, but Frank is just on another level. I mean, he's very in tune with that strategy. So seeing Frank playing a deck like the Amber and Emerald Dogs deck, a lot of people tout that as the most difficult deck to play in the entire game of Disney Lorcana, and he's playing it to the utmost of its capability. But I almost forgot I had to come back to the booth because I was actually rocking and rolling with the chat and listening to your guys' call, and it was just a phenomenal match all around. A great way to start this show off, as round number 10 is now in the books, and Frank is still very much alive and well. So again, very early start. I'm on the West Coast. It is just past 5 a.m. out here where I am, and I want to thank you guys all for being here, and thank you, Garrick and Katie, for going back to back, bringing this DLC to life here on the restream. I couldn't think of a better place I'd rather be than with Ohana.
Absolutely.
Under
and
sorry,
you know, no, you're good. I'm a little miffed at you guys.
What's that?
Because I thought I made an amazing pun, and I just got no response, and maybe it was too good.
Okay. Wait, we'll pretend. Okay, so let's go back.
Fire it. I think I missed it.
I said, I asked JD, how'd you feel about Frank on the 1s and 2s? Because he's playing dogs. There's a lot of 1 and 2 drops in that deck.
Oh, that's a rough.
That's a tough one. That's a deep cut.
Come on.
It's 5 a.m.
Is it? Am I doing too much?
This is back to the items that could be places. That's a very items could be places.
No, I think it is a great pun.
You
Chat, let me know.
Do you think Frank was a good boy? No, that's weird. But dogs, I mean,
Frank on the 1s and 2s. Frank's he's playing 1s and 2 drops.
Frank really took him for a walk or something like that. Big dog stay on the porch. That was too deep for 5 a.m. Garrick. I think maybe
on the 1s and 2s.
If it had been like noon.
I'd love for you guys to lock in a little bit, but that's all right.
I'm doing this is my patent pending Katie math. I'm doing, there we go. Wait, no, this way. You can see this is hand drawn. I'm following the bracket. But then also I got my Taco Bell order, and I'm going to hit send about the moment I think you guys are going to be going live. So that's what I'm going with is my Taco Bell order. I should probably just order it now. In worst case scenario, I'll just like do a little hee hee hee, like cover my mouth while I eating.
And that's totally okay. That's totally okay too. But while you're working on the bracket, while Garrick is doing his thing, let's bring up the bingo card again to see if we got any new hits. As that round, I don't think we did get anything done on that one. They played very quickly. There was no Hades to be seen. There was no Cobras deployed at all. We did see that Frank did have Go-Go in the deck. So maybe if that continues to, as the rounds continue to go on, maybe there might be an opportunity to deploy a Go-Go here. Raging Storm. I don't think we've seen any deck that is even capable of affording to play the cost of Raging Storm in their deck this entire tournament. So that's obviously not going to be there either. Incredibly enough, people have been playing ridiculously fast in this tournament. I don't think we've had any round even come close to going to time yet either. So the bingo card still seems to be like it's going to be a pipe dream, but it still could potentially happen.
We just need to get these strengths. I think that's our only hope.
No, we will not. Like, I will say, I didn't want to say, Frank, don't worry. It is like, it's nothing. It's just truly like, I think as a caster, I watch so much Disney Lorcana, and I'm just like, oh, there's certain truths that we hold to be inalienable. Like, it's going to happen no matter what. And it's just a situation. And it kind of makes sense against dogs, right? Like, what is the value of one strength in a world of 500 cards? But we just haven't seen strength sung in Amethyst Steel in the total of these 10 rounds, which is something I can't say I've said in any other tournament.
Yeah, it just hasn't happened.
Certainly not 4 times.
It's
four
bizarre.
Times? No.
It doesn't have to be 4 times for one person. It can be 4 times total from both sides. Like, so one person does it 3 times, one person does it once.
In one game or
in one game? Yeah, in one game.
Now, could it have happened in Habibi's game then? Because
it is. I wasn't keeping track of that during the game, like the bingo stuff, but I feel like if it happened, it happened there. Yeah. But I'm sure we're going to get another Amber Steel match onto the stream here. There are so many in the top cut right now that we're almost guaranteed to get this thing down.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. What are you looking at? Do you have some more information? Like, is there something that you can extrapolate on of the Amber Steel? Well, because your prediction is looking great. My prediction is looking good. Okay. Your Amber Steel call, I think, was a mark of genius because it has converted quite well and that deck is performing. But what do you know? Any inside information you have about what's happening on the ground with Amber Steel?
Yesterday we saw the top 8 players, right? I believe that were already like Giga locked in, and 5, maybe 6 of them. I think it was 5 were on Amber Steel. So I think we're just going to be able to see that
I think it was
appear on stream.
3 dogs. 4
was it 3? Okay, 4 Amber Steel, 1 Blurple.
Well, I mean, JD could help us. He's the only one with a screen.
Oh, I did. I'm sleeping. I'm sorry, gang. I'm sleepwalking.
No, I think you're trying to see how good our memory was.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, was it
we
3
have
dogs?
this here.
Yeah, 3 dogs, 4, and then a
okay,
Blurple.
4 Amber Steel. There you go. I thought it was 5 Amber Steel, but we are on 4. So surely one of these players is going to make it here in the top 32 and be shown on screen. So any one of these players on stream, I guarantee you we're going to get 3 Strength or Raging Fires.
Good luck getting them on stream though right now because
true.
They're eating Brazilian cheese bread, having a good time.
They're probably going to be drawing eternal draws for the rest of their lives and probably not play until the top 32. And I'm okay with that. So if that's the way it's got to be, then that's the way that it is. But again, thank you guys all for being here. I'm looking on the Twitch side. We are also on Podcana on YouTube as well. But on the Twitch side, I'm one follower away from 4K. Okay, whoa. If anybody wants to be that 4,000th follower, I would appreciate you so much. I'm telling you right now, you'll tune into the stream. I do a lot of tournaments. You will enjoy your time here. Your follow will not be in vain. So if you're interested, please be number 4,000. If not, just keep rocking with the program either way. Yeah, that's cool.
It's your life, but I think your life could be pretty fun if you're following JD.
I agree. And over on Podcana side, we're 620 people away from our next milestone. So subscribe right now.
Let's do it.
Everybody follow, everybody like, everybody subscribe, everybody check out Katie at the Lore Keepers Inn on both Twitch and on YouTube. And did we get it done, JD? Who was it?
We got it done. It was Florian's Jade. Florian's Jade, you have been the 4,000th follower. So thank you for coming in. No alerts are on, but I have to manually this alert because that is a major milestone. And it was a goal. It was a goal
Congrats.
for this year was to get to 4,000 followers on Twitch, and I'm glad that that has now happened. So thank you guys all for being here, and it is with you and your support and your commitment to the program and rocking with us and joining us here is why we were able to do all these types of things. So if not for you, there would be no me. So thank you, and continue to do that, and we'll continue to grow and elevate. This thing has been an incredible year this past run, and everything we're trying to do at the Quest World Productions. We're doing a lot of tournaments, we do a lot of coverage, we also stream a lot, and it's been a great it's been a really fun time. So
We're in
And we got-
manual alert mode. Manual alert.
there it is.
Congrats,
Yeah,
you.
Thank
are
you.
you gonna
Thank
do
you.
a little? Are you gonna do a little giveaway stream where you like open cards and give them to people? That's my favorite. when
We
you
will. We do that. That will happen. As a matter of fact, let's do a quick little giveaway right now for the 4,000.
Woo!
Since I have that here.
We're doing a 5:30 a.m. giveaway.
A 5:30 for the real ones, the real ones
Yeah.
giveaway. Okay.
Yeah.
On my
These are
desk, I have
you
this
deserve
pack of the rare and indigenous Ursula sleeves. Okay, you can't get these anymore. Okay, and they're just sitting on my desk, and I'm going to give these away right now. So give me a sec. Let me set this up. I got the new bot. Shout out to one of my other sponsors, the Lore Bot. Okay, Bobby has been hooking up the Lore Bot, and we have a actual giveaway bot that we can use to make this a little bit easier. So if you're here and you're locked in and you're an absolute real one, then you can participate. You have to do nothing. All you have to do, give me 1 second to set this up, and
I call him
it'll.
Bobby Bodarewski.
I think that's what we call him. I think that's his maiden
Bobby
name, actually. Yeah.
Body Bodarewski. His name isn't Body.
Edit.
Body, yada, yada.
Body. Botty. No.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you. All right. I would never objectify Bobby Bodarewski or Bobby McCoo. Thank you. I am handwriting every person who's doing well, and it's not scary. This is normal. Oh my goodness. How fun is it? Like, okay, I think the math of like basically yesterday when they did that cut to 18 points, we talked about the range from the people who are at 18 points to like the best of the best. It was 24 to 18 points, which means there's just a 6-point difference. So people are playing it out. And it's fascinating watching who is just kind of stuck at 18 or 21 points. And other people are like, I'm good. Like, for example, Sadler sitting just very comfy at 28 points. He's like, I'm not playing any more Disney Lorcana until top 32. See you guys later. Catch me if you can. And they can't.
They cannot get it done because he is on another level right now. Elevate.
I know. And it's funny because, like, I love when there's a mysterious player because this is an undefeated player. There's one undefeated person who played a lot of Disney Lorcana and lost not a lot of Disney Lorcana. And we don't know what he's up to, where he's at, because we've not seen him this entire tournament. I hope we get to, because I just want to know what this mad lad of Sao Paulo is. But giveaway, you look like you locked in.
All right. Got that. Did the Birdman hand rub, which means the giveaway is now ready. Okay, if you're locked in on the Twitch side, we can probably do a YouTube giveaway. I don't have the YouTube bot set up, but on the Twitch side, this is
a Twitch celebration.
This is a Twitch celebration. If you want these sleeves, these are the Ursula sleeves. Okay, I don't know how much they're worth or whatever they got. I'll also throw in a JDZ Quest official pin as well. Okay, I have those pins over there and whatever else you want. Okay, so we'll toss those in. If you want to participate in the giveaway, it is free. It's going on literally right now. You have to use the code exclamation point 4, the number 4, and the letter capital K. Okay, 4K, exclamation 4K to join the giveaway. It is open right now if you want to do it. So just chat it, exclamation point 4, the number 4, and the letter K. Please go for it. It's open.
Please. Please.
Is it working?
Please.
Is it happening?
You're getting a lot of first-time chats in there.
I would say
Hold on.
it's working very well.
It's not. It's hold on, because I'm not seeing it on my end. It's not coming in. Hold on. Give me a sec.
Everyone's typing it.
Hold on. Give me a sec. It's because it's not popping up.
They will not.
Hold. It's not working. Give me a sec. Monday.
Whoa! You want to know something I just saw? They posted round 11. And all the players went from dark blue to light blue. They're like, nope, I'm not playing. It is good luck finding a featured match because tables 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 have already ID'd. I am going
and
to
4.
guess. Oh, 4 just did?
Yep, Zan versus
Okay.
DKP. They did the handshake. So yeah, like you said, 1 through 9. But that table number 10 looks pretty juicy. That'd be a nice match
Yeah,
to get up
let
on
me
the
see
feature.
what they're at. Moxie's is at 24 points. What is Lamb Chop at? 24. So everybody who ID'd was at 25 or everyone's at 25 or 24 points except for Sadler, who says I got 28. Sorry guys. When they made me, they broke the mold. So yeah, as far as like where the fall off is, Dankster and Habibi are in a special bubble. Dankster and Habibi are the only people at 22 points. Can you, if they've already played each other, will the system make it so you're not allowed to play them again for the rest of Swiss?
I believe so.
Even if you have the same record?
I believe so.
Yeah, so Dankster, well, let me check. I can see if they were paired against it. Why am I acting like no one could know?
They're not paired
Um,
against each other right now,
okay.
no.
So Habibi got paired against Robert, who famously did not play a lot of Disney Lorcana yesterday, but did very well when he was. So Robert has 21 points. Habibi has 22. Dankster got paired against, or Donkser, Quincy. Donkser versus Quincy. These are fun things to say. Donkser versus Quincy. How's it going over there,
I'm gonna
JD?
try. I'm gonna try this one more time because it did not work last time. Oh, so now it is now officially open again. Let's try this one more time and see if the entries flow in. If they don't flow in, I'm gonna have to hit up Bobby again. Can I get someone test it out? Exclamation point 4K. There it is. Okay, now it's working. You see it's coming in now. All right, so load it up.
4K.
Exclamation point 4K. We're giving away the Ursula sleeves, and I'm also giving away. It's going to throw in a JDZ Quest pin in there as a thank you for being here and rocking with the program and getting us up to 4K. There'll also be another giveaway when Wilds Unknown releases. We'll do a more deliberate giveaway, how we typically do on the channel. But this is just a quick DLC giveaway, please. And we're not going to spin it all. We're not going to do the full-on spin, but you can do a one-off spin and see who can win this thing. So
we're gonna spin down. Yeah. Sorry guys, there's a round going on, but this is a little bit more important right now.
Yeah.
I want to see how far this bubble go or the. Okay, so it doesn't look like table 10 is IDing. It does look against Lamb Chop and Moxie's built diff. Woo! Look at that. They took it out of the bag. They just.
They unboxed it for us or
the
unbagged it.
Cover.
I would like to say, people watching on the YouTube side, the exclamation 4K is not going to enter you into this giveaway. It's a Twitch giveaway, but you know what? I have like 10, 20, 25 playmats from the conventions. I'll give away one later for the Podcana podcast viewers, so you guys don't feel left out. If we hit 100 likes on the YouTube stream, I will give away one of those playmats.
Get loose, get active, get motivated, and like. Is that a good fundraising song?
That was good. That was good. Katie, I can see you going back into your cheerleader bag a little bit. That seemed
listen, cheering is my passion. If you guys don't know that.
BEATTRESS. What am I spelling? Hold up. B aggressive.
Yeah.
B aggressive. BEAGGRESSIVE.
Be aggressive. West. Be aggressive. Yeah. Be
I think
aggressive.
I crushed it.
Yeah. To be fair, JDZ and KDZ are two of the best cheerers. You can hire us for your local party or event for only a boosty pack.
A couple booster packs.
Yeah, we'll show up. But yeah, I'm excited because this couldn't work out better. The next round is about to start. They're probably walking around saying, "Is anyone playing Disney Lorcana?"
I believe, guys, if you want to get entered, it has to be a capital K, or does it matter?
I think it might have to be a capital K.
Well, am I in there? Because I did lowercase. So if you see,
you did lowercase. Let's see if I can find Katie from the Lore Keepers In. Katie from the Lore Keepers In is in.
Yeah, and I did lowercase. I was like, I'm not capitalizing it. No way.
Right.
You can't make me capitalize
We're
my
good.
own
We're
letters.
good.
All right, we're gonna keep it going. We're gonna keep this going for a little bit longer.
My
Let's
Taco Bell's
see.
3 minutes away. It couldn't work out better. They literally posted the round, and the Taco Bell like left the building. I was like, how did you guys do that? Like everybody worked together. Brazil, Taco Bell, the players. Thank you, everyone.
All right.
People are still slamming it in. Wow.
We're slamming?
We have over 200 people up and active on a Sunday morning.
I love it,
YouTube.
man.
Or not on YouTube. On YouTube, we have 81. Well, wake up. Listen, YouTube. Wake up. But on Twitch. And the thing is like, there's a lot of Disney. If you go to the Twitch category or Lorcana category of Twitch, we got a lot of Disney Lorcana in the neighborhood right now. So if you're hanging out with us, you're my favorite deputy.
And also, there is a French CCQ that's currently in ongoing. I think they're in their finals right now too. So Like
Yeah,
I said,
that's what I was
Katie, the
watching.
momentum is there, the energy is there, the love is there. This game is going to a place that I have always thought that it could be. I think the energy around this community is just so vibrant right now with the new set coming out, Pixar being added, Toy Story coming in, and all the new unique things that are happening. This season is kind of coming to a close as we're getting to the tail end of it, going into the national tournaments and the world tournaments. And then going into next season, my optimism and my anticipation, I don't think could possibly be higher on what the future of this game holds. So I'm excited for it. Let's do this giveaway really quick because the game is about to start, and I think we are getting kind of we're running out of time. So we're going to end it here, and we're going to leave this up so everyone can see. All right, so I'm going to spin to win. We're going to put it on a wheel, and then we're going to spin it and win it. So usually we do spin to lose, where we spin it until everyone's eliminated. We don't have time for that today, so we're going to bring up the wheel. And everyone's name is on this wheel. It's kind of hard to see.
Pretty.
I like
but
it.
it's there.
It feels like I'm being sucked into the wheel of potential.
The Genjutsu
Looks like
wheel.
the worm from Dune.
Oh,
Actually.
You have to write it
Try
on
hello.
Atreides.
I'm doing the Dune walk right now.
All right, I'm gonna zoom it
gonna-
up a little bit so we can get closer, and like it'll hypnotise us a bit there. All right, so
Some
there
people
is the
did
wheel.
point out that it's not 5 a.m. everywhere in the world, and that's such a valid point. But
Hey, it's 5 in the morning.
Tsukiyomi is about to get locked in.
Here
all
we
right,
go.
I'm staring in the center. Go.
Spin it. I'm hoping Garrick and Katie don't
It
win
takes
because
two to make a
people gonna
thing
think this
go
is biased.
right. They take two
All
to
right,
make
and
it
it is the
right.
winner is Oogie Boogie.
Ooh.
Boogie Boogie.
Oogie
That's a
Boogie.
villain.
Oogie
Boogie
Boogie.
man.
Come on
Whoa.
down. You win these Ursula sleeves. Okay, these things are hard to get. I still have them. And you also get a JDZ Quest pin. So make sure you just reach out to me on Twitch in the Whispers or hit me up on Instagram and we can get that to you. I just need a little bit of your information. Oogie Boogie in the chat. Fire, says
The
Oogie Boogie.
Oogie Boogie
So,
man.
nice. Well done.
Whoa, whoa. I just gotta say,
Congratulations. Congratulations.
yeah, congrats. But if you're on YouTube, smash that like button, and then you can get a playmat that Garrick used his time for. You can win
I
Garrick's
did.
time.
You can, and exclusive convention playmat from 2025 as we
Oh,
have
no, she's
Mr.
cooler.
Smee.
Yeah.
So she
Oh,
is
she's crushing,
bounding.
dude. Oh, she's
that is
mogging.
very cool.
Katie, you're done, dude. I'm
Ah.
sorry.
It's not fair. Honestly, I don't speak Portuguese, and that already. I bet she speaks English too, because everybody speaks 2 languages outside of America. But she's
Yeah.
literally like, she's like, no, look at my fit, look, and I am. All right, I'm out. Taco Bell time. You got it.
Hold
Killers.
on a second. This isn't Moxie's and Jonathan Lamb.
No, this is. I think this is
I'm
another
kidding,
Pimp,
I'm kidding.
Pimp My Ink team, because I think, or Pimp My Deck team.
Yeah, they're
Moxie's not getting
everywhere.
on stream. We gotta get Moxie's on stream, man. We gotta get MVR's finest on the stream. He went down there from Canada down here to this event, and he's doing quite well. And they're not letting the 3-time get in there. The 3-time can't get in. Fun fact
No, sir.
about Moxie's. Okay, let me tell you something. This is a fun little story that I have for you guys. Moxie's literally taught me how to play this game. All right, and that is a 100% real, true life fact of life. Okay, I would not even. He taught me the rules of this game. And he's not getting on stream. Shout out to him, man. He's a real one. If not for him, I would not be playing this game. So there you go. Thank Moxie's. He's a GOAT. 3-time format library champion. The real one's real recognized real. All right, here we go.
Absolutely. Can I get a couple extra teraflops on the viewfinder here?
Yeah. Give me
As we do have a Stitch going into the inkwell, Alonwi hitting the board. I can't quite tell what that other color is in the hand, but we could get to a Raging Storm here. I think it is Amber Sapphire. Forget Jonathan Lamb. Forget Moxie's. We need to get this Raging Storm bingo card locked and loaded as we are going up against the Dogs. So we're going to have to ink up to that 8 threshold to get this thing off. But we put a Cusco into the inkwell as we are looking to sail the Azurite Sea here and ramp a little bit on turn number 2 as the Raging Storm is in hand. JDZ, it could happen.
Garrick, we are closer than we've ever been, and I can feel the anticipation is mounting. But if you're looking on the other side of the board, you see that there is that Grandmother Willow. Maybe Romulo Rocha can get underneath this very, very controlly Sapphire and Amber strategy. We're calling it Blamber. We're calling it Amfire. We haven't really nailed down the deck name yet, but it is a powerful strategy. When it gets rolling, it is obnoxious. They have the Black Cauldron. They can go really late and tall, as you like to say, Garrett.
Yeah, I'm calling it Samber, Sapphire and Amber. That's what I like to
I like that,
to
actually. That feels
let it
good.
rip. But
Yeah.
this is an Amber and Steel deck. Like I said, there was a ton of this deck in the top cut, as the Mowgli is going to hit the Inkwell. Interesting, because you're going up against Amber Sapphire. Typically, you want to keep that Mowgli. I've played so much Amber Steel into Amber Sapphire, and the way that you win this game is just take that Raging Storm on turn 7 before they can play it on turn number 8. But Romulo says, I need to get this into my Inkwell right now because the cards in my hand are a little bit more valuable.
Yeah, and I hope that your line doesn't come to fruition, because our bingo card will never be able to recover if that Mowgli man cub comes in and rids the world of that Raging Storm. But Renan is looking nice with this Nakoma here. This strategy can also play Ohana Means Family, and that Nakoma wears 6 in the willpower category and can challenge quite effectively. So you have to be careful with exerting, and I know a lot of your characters are going to want to sing these songs to get some value from this aerial ethereal voice. So Nakoma will be able to just run over whatever character becomes exerted, and then you can potentially heal that character and draw some cards to extend yourself and or propel yourself into that late game. Another strength in Inkwell for the 90th time this tournament, Garrick.
I'm getting sick and tired of it, JDZ. But right now, we do have an uninkable issue. Romulo thinking over this. He can take it back if he'd like to. Considering potentially playing this card or no? We are just going to use it to boost up our aerial instead of paying the 4 for the Stitch, because I believe we played this Mulan this turn and already used the Grandmother Willow discount.
Yeah, this is a interesting chain of events. I'd like to see maybe that strength be retained a little bit, because you are going to get to the point where if this Samber deck, if this Amfire deck, if this Blelo deck, if this what do we call it? We call it Bluey deck. A lot of people are calling it Bluey.
No,
no, that's not the thing. That's not
no,
it.
we the colors in this game, I hate to break it to everybody in chat, are Amber and Sapphire. We ain't calling it Blelo. Okay, I'm sorry.
Blelo's
it's not happening.
Okay.
Blelo is out.
Gotcha. Lock it in. Blelo, take it to someone else's
Samber.
bank.
We're calling it Samber.
Samber's in. Too easy. I support that message as, but still, they're going to outvalue you if you give them an opportunity to do so. Mm-hmm. And I think you're going to need those songs just to try to keep up with removing characters from the board while also drawing with your aerial ethereal voice. So I hate inking songs in this scenario, but maybe Romulo, they are 21 points. They are trying to make it to this top 32. Maybe they're more in tune with what this strategy is trying to do than I am. But Renan now just trying to cook and trying to set themselves up for that late game. You have that Raging Storm. You can't do too much with it, but you have this Surfer Stitch is going to be in hand. It's going to get you some more resources on that following turn and set up for your Raging Storm in the event that you need it. But right now your board looks quite robust, and you don't need to deploy a Raging Storm in this scenario.
Yeah, I agree with you on all points. We're ramping up extremely quickly. This is an issue that sometimes Amber Sapphire decks can get into, is like they get to the Raging Storm turn and then they don't have any follow-up with it. Like after a Raging Storm, if your hand is empty, that's not super great, as we are going to sing He Hurled His Thunderbolt onto Nakoma and challenge in with the Mulan and draw a card off of that aerial ethereal voice. We're going to use the discount with the Grandmother Willow, get that Stitch Carefree Snowboarder onto the board. And right now, I like where Romulo's position is at.
For sure, but he is committing a lot of resources to this board, and you are getting to that deep terrain, that late game scenario. If Renan can continue to find inkability off the top of the deck, and you can play one and put this Stitch down, that Stitch can kind of do some early questing, maybe secure some more resources from your opponent, because you're gonna have to commit a lot of energy into taking this Stitch off the board, but you don't find the ink, you get bricked. The Cinderella is the last thing you need to see in this Dreams Come True, so that really throws your sacred timeline off a bit, Garrick. It kind of stings a bit.
Yeah, it does, absolutely. But you're not under a ton of pressure, but you would love to get these characters off the board that are drawing your opponent cards. So for Henan, we need to find some cards that are going to go into our Inkwell. Cinderella will help us do that, but we need to, again, make sure that we find a follow-up for that Raging Storm when it does eventually come down. We already saw a Mowgli get sent into the Inkwell for Romulo, so right now, we are pretty free and clear to get this Raging Storm off if we need to.
I believe Romulo, or excuse me, Renan on the Samber side is going to bypass the Raging Storm line and go to this Surfer Stitch line just to maybe gain some more resources. Maybe you could draw another one and just clear your hand from that uninkable using that Cinderella Dreams Come True ability. So it all comes down to just one slight missed timing, man. If you could have found some ink there and played that Surfer Stitch and then found some more ink and then set yourself up, you would have been in a much more comfortable position. But you just lost a little bit of time there, and that's time you're never going to get back as Romulo is firing on all cylinders. Snowboarder Stitch is able to just quest now, gain 2, and draw a card. What a phenomenal card coming in from Winterspell.
Yeah, I love this Carefree Snowboarder, and I love that the Epic has an alternate art treatment. Would love to see more of that from
Oh,
Disney
yeah.
Lorcana when we get into those Epics. I think that's a super special card to pull and makes it um, even more fun to open packs as we have another Mulan coming down and we're getting extremely wide here. And the
Oh,
Pete Games referee
look
comes
at your
down and says,
boy.
Mowgli who? Pete is stopping the shenanigans from the opposite side of the board, at least for one more turn.
And I'm trying to tell you right now, this guy Pete, he used to be him. He was the main addition. You can't play
Mhm.
still without playing Pete, and he fell way off of a cliff. And now he is making his triumphant and glorious return. And I personally am here for that as well. As another Cinderella Dreams Come True comes on through, playing Pete at a timely manner, very reminiscent to how Pete was deployed in those Be Prepared days. Knowing that Raging Storm could be imminent, now you don't have to worry about that, and you can maintain your board. Island Wee gets a trade in with the Lilo, but that still is going to be a slow neg one as Lilo can return.
Yeah, we'll see what Henan has on his next turn after the Pete Games referee ability is turned off. And we'll see if Homulo here is able to do something to prevent this Raging Storm that he knows is going to come down eventually from happening for at least one more turn. This is a good start. Sing with the Pete. Draw 2, 1 off the Akud, 1 off of the Aerial Ethereal Voice. We can also quest with the Stitch here. Draw an additional one. So despite the fact that your board is going to be wiped, if he doesn't have an answer here, he's got so many resources in his hand and enough ink to start redeploying after that board wipe comes down. So Henan's going to have to come up with a strategy for post Raging Storm.
And I think you are absolutely correct. And we talked about that a bit earlier. Just how do you manage those resources? How do you out resource this Samber deck? And you're doing a phenomenal job with this Stitch Carefree Surfer, with this Aerial Theory of Voice, with the Kudeta Moody. You can cheat ink with the Willow. You bring back you're just doing so many discounts all around. But I believe Renan had to use that Cinderella Dreams Come True to send the known Raging Storm to the Inkwell. So he may not even have the out of Raging Storm in the hand right now unless they drew another one. So I believe the hand is Rockstar Stitch, or it might be Raging Storm, and he sent the Rockstar Stitch. There is a very good possibility of that. But Garrick, even if he does hit the Raging Storm, you got all these Lilos coming back the next turn, and that's going to keep that pressure super high.
Yeah, and I would like to just mention we are on Strength of Raging Fire Watch. There is one coming from Homulo's side. So keep track of that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if Henna does have the Raging Storm and can clear this board, but take a look at what's on the board. 2 Lilo Escape Artists, which are going to recur over and over and over and over again, as he does have the Raging Storm, and the Bingo card has another dot there. But like I mentioned multiple times in this game, we have to make sure that we have some sort of follow-up for this, and you typically like to slam down a Hades Infernal Schemer after a Raging Storm on your next turn. That way you can start really taking control of the game. 2 cards in hand. One of them is going to be that Pete that these Amber and Sapphire decks have been utilizing quite frequently, as we are going to bring both of those Lilos back with no hesitation.
Yeah, now those Lilos could be a very decisive Lilo in here. It's going to take so much to constantly remove these escape artists as they escape from the discard pile over and over and over again. Very good counterplay to the Raging Storm methodology. Without the Let It Goes, you might need to find your Let It Goes, your Hades the Infernal Schemer, just to break up this loop, or maybe you can get a high-statted, high will-powered character to continue to challenge these Lilos and maybe set up your Akud Edamudi your Ohaname's family over a multitude of turns, as Pete enters the play, and the Cauldron does call. The Cauldron calls. We're bringing back another challenging character, so that's not the worst play either as a rebuttal from Renan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love this piece so much, and it can gain so much value throughout the game as it goes along. As we're just trying to get wide here, Amulo wants to continue questing and staying as wide as possible. Those Lilos are going to be a big reason why this matchup ends up not being too terribly bad for the Amber Steel, which is why Henan needs to, on his side, find characters or cards such as Let It Go and Hades the Infernal Schemer to put these Lilos into the Inkwell so they can't keep coming back over and over and over and
or
over
this
again.
one,
And
Garrick.
Spooky Sight is a way to do it as well.
That's the one. Or that one. That is a phenomenal rip from Renan off the tizzy. We might have to put a bingo slot for that one off the tizzy with the Spooky Sight. What are we doing? Goodness.
Henan, that's exactly what he needed there. And the Pete is going to start putting cards into hand. We can start activating the Cauldron here and putting more and more cards into that Cauldron and continually recur them. You said you had Leto Escape Artist. How about Cinderella Escape Artist and Nakoma Escape Artist coming out of the Cauldron as we are going to develop our brain? And now everything is coming together with Henan. And is that the Mufasa I see that just went into his hand? This game could have just flipped on its head with that Spooky Sight off the top of the deck. Wow.
And let me tell you, Garrick, I remember when Spooky Sight was revealed and a lot of people were like, oh, this card's not going to be good enough. I can't see it happening. And I'm telling you, in this Amber deck, that Spooky Sight really gets a huge buff. I think it's a staple at this point. Maybe one, maybe two copies of that card. And it absolutely has just completely set Romulo back. Romulo only top decking this Mulan, and that's probably not the top deck you want. No, excuse me, he has cards in hand. He still has materials, and you can cycle here, but how do you rebuild? You are now, you've lost a lot of your momentum and your energy. I don't know what lines you could find to get out of this very cumbersome scenario, but I guess you got to keep trying to play it through. You are at 7 lore. Maybe you can still drag here, but that's so far away, Garrett.
Yeah, that is an eternity away, especially when the Cauldron is up and active. You have the Pete here, which you're not going to be able to remove very easily. You could snowball challenge into this Pete, but it is something you have to get off the board because as this Pete, Ghost of Christmas Future, continues to get cards under him, the deeper Henan can dig into his deck and find the answers that he needs. But we could be seeing that big body Mufasa coming down onto the board this turn. One of the coolest cards in the game, that Ruler of Pride Rock and Amber Sapphire, is the deck that finally can utilize this amazing legendary from Shimmering Skies. And we'll see if Henan decides to go with that line on this turn, as we are going to look at the top two and put a Hades Infernal Schemer into our hand.
And I'm trying to tell you, we do agree that Mufasa is the #1 best looking enchanted card that we've ever had. He might get some challenges coming in from this Wilds Unknown set. He might have to get usurped as best enchanted card, but the card is absolutely phenomenal. There has never been another card like this. It seems very iconic in his own regal way. The card is remarkable. Quest for 4. Whenever he's played, you can send 2 ink back to your hand, so there is some advantage there as well, especially in these Sapphire decks that can ramp quite heavily. And whenever he quests, you can ready all your ink again. And he quests for 4. Oh, by the way, that's just a little comfortable 4/9 willpower. Yeah. So he's just hanging out with an absolute dump truck there. So against Steel is going to be hard to deal with, especially in these low resource game states as well.
Yeah, this is incredible to see from Henan's side. It looked like Hamulo had taken complete control of this game. The board was wide. The Pete Games referee stopped Raging Storm in its tracks, but he was not able to build up, and the Spooky Sight off the top just got Henan into this position where he is right now as we take a look at the hand, and it is a whiff from the Nani stage manager. She is pulling her Aerial Spectacular Singer. Whenever I play Amber Steel, that's what usually happened to me. We just whiff on songs, but seeing Nani miss is a difficult proposition, as we do just have to challenge into that Pete. It's just going to gain too much value throughout the game.
And you can see how excited Renan is. He's like, I get to trigger this Mufasa. Oh my goodness, you're shaking with anticipation when we get a chance to get a Mufasa trigger off, as Hades the Infernal Schemer is going to be scheming and dreaming. We're going to scoop it right on up here, as Romulo has seen enough. Is not going to sit here and let the Ruler Pride Rock do his thing. I think you got to delay that scoop a little bit and let that bad boy pop off a little while, because those things don't get to happen as often as I would like to do. But man, oh man, what an absolute game, showcasing a never give up, never surrender attitude, and pushing this thing to the absolute limit and getting it done. Quick turnaround, comeback mechanic. Who thought it? Who needs it? Who needs it?
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing against this Amber and Sapphire strategy, you have to have the ability to not just stop the Raging Storm, but get rid of it entirely as an option. That's why I favor the Mowgli over the Pete in the Amber Steel. I'm packing 4 Mowglis in my deck right now. If I go up against a deck that has a board wipe, I need to get rid of it. I need to take it out of their hand, whether it's Under the Sea, Malicious, Mean, and Scary, or Raging Storm. It's got to go. Pete at this moment is not, I don't think, good enough to stall things out. He's great in an Amber Steel mirror, but when you're going up against a control deck, this Amber Steel deck isn't as quick as you would think. Lilo is the best way to do that, but delaying by 1 turn often isn't going to be enough with Pete. So you want to grab that out of their hand with Mowgli. I think that's what Hamulo should try and take a look at as we get into game number 2 here. Keep the Mowglis over the Petes if you can.
Yeah, I think that might be the way to go. Or maybe you just want to keep prioritizing Mowgli in general, because there's more. You have a lot of options to hit. You can hit the Cauldron. I think if the Cauldron gets established and you don't have an answer for the Cauldron, I think it will beat you as this game continues to go on. Also, I think you can hit the develops, you can hit the visions, you can hit the let it goes. There's so many targets for Mowgli to hit. I think his conversion rate is going to be extremely high. It's going to be very difficult for the Samber player to play around that. So I think that is a good strategy to have. So depending on how many Mowglis are in the Amber Steel deck, maybe prioritizing hanging on to those is a nice play choice.
Yeah, did Henan keep his entire hand there going all in here? It looked like he had Ramp. It looked like he had Cinderella. It looked like he also had Spooky Sight in the opener, so that could be really powerful going up against Hamulo's Amber Steel deck. We did see the power of the Spooky Sight just be so impactful with all those singers, all those low-cost characters such as Troubadour, such as Mulan, such as the Lilos and the Grandmother Willows, which is looking like what is in hand for Hamulo right now. But this looks like a pretty stock standard start, and a pretty powerful one at that. Getting rid of the Singer too, though, in favor of the Mulan. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. You love to have the Troubadour out onto the board, but you can always go Grandmother Willow and go turn 3 onto the Ariel if you would like, as another Troubadour is going to hit the Inkwell, and we are gonna get on a quest here with Mulan.
Yeah, maybe that's what Hamula's trying to do. Maybe you're just trying to bypass these Troubadours. Maybe you feel that they might not have the most value in this early game. You understand that this Samber player, they're setting up for the late game, so maybe you're trying to set up for the late game and feels that these 2 cards have a better served in the Inkwell instead of trying to play onto the board. So I don't hate that approach at all. You really don't want to be singing on T-pose too much unless you're able to sing there, and you might be struggling with a little bit of inkability issues as the Grandmother Willow gets the free quest. Passing back on over to the Samber player now, who's going to be on the approach. A lot of cards in hand. What about that curve? I can't see it.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we're for sure going to see a Cinderella come down on this turn number 4 and get ourselves continually ramped up, get as much. Oh, no, we're going with the Nakoma instead. That way we can challenge into the board here if this Ariel ever gets exerted. Nakoma is a great way to stop that, but correct me if I'm wrong, Henan did keep his entire hand.
He did. I believe that was a full keep coming in from the Samber side of life, and I don't Let's see. I'm trying to get us. I'm literally leaning over. I do see the indication that there is another spooky sight in hand. We saw how effective that action was on the previous round. It completely flipped this game 180 immediately. So now Homulo has to understand that that is a threat that you have to kind of hedge against and play around. You are favoring this Pete here. It looks like you want to potentially establish this game's referee as another strength of raging fire goes down to the inkwell. I just can't believe it. It's been so many times that this has happened in this tournament.
Yeah, I would like to mention that Hamulo going with a little bit of a different line here that I was mentioning earlier, like the Troubadour could have potentially sang a Cood and then you could have got Stitch out. This turn, you could be questing with the Stitch, but also you have to think about, oh, Tipo and Nakoma can come into my Stitch, so why don't I get Ariel down right now? I can get Stitch out after. So Hamulo thinking ahead, thinking 2-3 turns ahead, and Nakoma coming down onto the board, I think, proves that he was making the right decisions as we are going to exert 5 here. Could we see a Let It Go come down and remove the Stitch before he gets the chance to quest and start drawing cards for Hamulo?
And that's exactly what goes down, as I think that is a very important play, as keeping this board as narrow, keeping those resources, because this Samber deck, it is like a constrictor. It is not trying to win right away. It's trying to play that long game. And we saw how Hamulo was able to set up all of these different discounts and draw advantage engines. You need to just stop all that before it can get out of hand. And Stitch, the carefree snowboarder, is definitely one of those characters that is on high alert. So taking a turn off to send a Let It Go to advance your opponent the ink, it doesn't feel good to do that, but I think it is one of those things that must be done to slow your opponent down.
Yeah, it is one of those things that is going to prevent so much card draw, but here we have some card draw. We're going to draw from a Cood. We're going to draw off of the Aerial Ethereal Voice. However, we had to pay full retail value for that, but the Grandmother Willow and the Akud makes things a little less bad, as we only need to pay 1 to get another Aerial out. We can ink here and put a card underneath. I do spot a Mowgli in the hand, so that's something that we need to prioritize and try to keep in our hand as long as possible. And the other 2 cards, are they uninkable? So he is saying, I've got to keep this Mowgli. I cannot afford to ink it and boost right now. I'll boost next turn. It's all good.
I like that. These small micro decisions. I loved seeing how these players weigh the risk versus reward. That is a huge skill that takes a long time to define and to get exactly right. Like, is a bird in the hand, twice in the bush, all those types of things. Do I do it now, or do I try to set myself up for the next turn? You're always thinking a few turns ahead. You're thinking about the future. You're thinking about what could happen and what best benefits you. So I like those types of things, and a lot of players make those mistakes very often, and they're like, oh, I'm getting sacked, or oh, this game is bad, or oh, my opponent always has it. But you kind of set yourself up, because there's no counterplay in this game. You have to kind of think about what your opponent could potentially do, what their outs are, and how can you stop them from doing their thing. How can you disrupt them? And I think that's a very, very cool thing that Hamulo was able to do there.
Yeah, and by counterplay, you mean there's no cards that you can play on your opponent's
Correct.
turn
That's
to
what I
stop
mean.
them
Yeah.
from doing something. Yeah. Yeah, Pete's game referee is the biggest way I think that we can do that pretty consistently. But you can't play Pete on your opponent's turn, but you can play He Hurls Thunderbolt on your own turn and draw 2 here. Again, not ever exerting these aerials, which means that we're not able to make the most of our ink every single turn. The benefit of playing song cards as Mowgli is going to come down and hit either Ohana Means Family or the Spooky Site. But as I was saying, the big benefit of playing these songs is singing them. So you get to play them for free and use your ink to play more characters. But 2 turns in a row, Hamulo has had to pay ink to play these songs because the Nakoma would come in. I'm wondering if at this point it might have just been worth it to sing with these aerials, let the Nakoma come in, and then get a song onto this Nakoma to remove it later in the game, because you need to start questing. Eventually, Hennon's going to get to 8, and Hamulo agrees. I got to get some lore onto the board.
I don't hate that at all, especially when you see the hand, you see your opponent is kind of in a little bit of a feeble spot. You have that spooky sight, which was so effective in the previous round, is not looking as strong here. You are also able to snatch this Ohanamin's family, and they're gonna have to beat you off the top of the deck again. You have this Surfer Stitch in hand, and he's not at his maximum capability either because you can't really deploy it, and you're not gonna be able to draw any cards, and you are going to brick on your ink again for a second time. That's another Cinderella dreams come true. So you're not even able to ink and deploy this Stitch right now. So you're just going to take a turn off. And oh, that's Hades. Never mind. That's not even Cinderella. My vision is not of the future. What a turn from Henin instead.
Yeah, Hamulo seeing that Henin got rid of the Ohana Means family, so able to play around that value. Nakoma otherwise would have been able to challenge in, would have been able to draw 3 off of that, but kind of punished because the Hades Infernal Schemer showed up here on the back end. Now, if we play a bunch of characters that are in our hand, we have 2 Lilos, we have an Angel, and we have a Pete. If we go double Lilo and Angel, those are going to get hit with a spooky sight. So Pete can stop that from happening for 1 turn. If we go double Lilo, we go Pete, we can quest for quite a bit, preventing that spooky sight from coming out. And that might be the only avenue Hamulo has here to get over the finish line. Is we're going to start off with Angel.
Yeah, Angels. Oh man,
I would love to go double Lilo Pete here and just try to quest it out.
But you can't because you know your opponent has that spooky sight in hand. The Pete will be able to save you for a turn, but you're losing it all if you after that. As soon as that Pete's ability wears off, depending on how many Petes you have in your deck, maybe you can chain them together and play a couple Petes, and that could win you the game. But that spooky sight, holding on to that spooky sight, I was thinking maybe you get more value out of that Ohana Means family, and maybe you ditch the spooky sight with the Mowgli. But now it's being like with that draw of that Hades, and now you see these double Lilos. I think the spooky sight heat was actually correct now, it seems.
Yeah, I'd also love to get this Willow active at this point. She's done her job. Look how much ink you have thanks to the Hades hitting the aerial that was boosted. I think it's time Grandmother Willow got to questing as well so we can try and get over this finish line, especially if your play next turn is to go double Lilo into Pete. We need to get over this finish line. I think Henin is going to hold onto the spooky sight as long as possible and get as much value as possible, as we are going to take a vision into the future and see what we can find here.
Yeah.
A lot of Sapphire cards, 5 of them to be exact.
No, those are the best ones. I mean, that Let It Go is looking tempting. Another Develop Your Brain isn't the worst card either, but I believe we're going to snatch up. Was that the Cinderella? I can't tell. He snatched it quite quickly, and my vision, again, is quite poor. So he snatched it super fast. I can't tell exactly what that card was, but it did look like a Cinderella Dreams Come True. Maybe just trying to continue to cycle and set up more bodies, as in Nakoma is just doing exactly what you pay this Glimmer to do. Put her in your deck, wear a ton of damage, and just be a very menacing threat. This thing has taken out multiple characters so far and is still hanging around, wearing 4 damage, Ohana off the top, and you are super duper way up and you're propelled right where you need to be.
Here is Nani, who doesn't miss this time. We do hit the Grandmother Willow. We do have to reveal that to our opponent just to make sure there's no shenanigans going on. But Vision of the Future, you don't have to reveal because you can grab any card that you would like. This has a condition, so you need to show your opponent that you met said condition. We'll see what Hamulo goes with here. If he makes this board too wide without slamming the Pete alongside these Lilos, it might just be too tempting, and Henin could just let this spooky sight rip. So we are on a wire's edge right now with the decision making. We cannot ink the Grandmother Willow, so we couldn't ink double Lilo Pete, which might be a really, really explosive play here. See what Hamulo goes with. We are going to challenge into the Nakoma, removing that body and the potential for the Ohana Means family to get a ton of value.
Yeah, I think as painful as that felt, I know you're at a position right now where every single incremental lore just has a tremendous abundant amount of value. But I think the idea of getting hit by an Ohana in this situation would just be so devastating to you. You can't risk it. So now we're gonna go all in again. We're not completely committing. We're just gonna bring down another Grandmother Willow, and I think you might be onto something, Garrick. It's time to quest. We did miss a lore the last time with one of those Grandmother Willows. He's like, it's done now. I got enough ink, and I feel that the spooky sight is imminent. But Henan has to understand that Romulo understands, and the spooky side is there. So they're playing this really cool little game, like a game of chicken. Like, I'm not going to do too much. I need you to use the spooky side. And Henan is like, I don't think I want to use the spooky site because I know you think I'm going to use the spooky site. And I think he's going to use the spooky site. And there it is.
So, both of the willows getting sent to the inkwell there, as well as the Nani. Henan said, there's enough value for me to just go ahead and let this thing rip. And now Romulo is able to get those Lilos out, and we know that they are going to be recurred turn after turn after turn after turn. That's something Henan is going to have to deal with over and over and over, and that's exactly what Romulo wanted to happen as Willow comes down, Lilo comes down, Lilo comes down. Why? Might as well hit him with the Pete as well. You are not going to spooky sight me. You are not going to hit me with a raging storm. And that is representing 6 lore next turn for Romulo. And these Lilos are going to keep coming back.
Check raise all in. The hand is Sail, Cindy, and Let It Go. So you cannot sell the Azurite Sea because Pete's Games referee is in play. So really quick, Romulo's like, I know we ain't seen Pete in a while, but guess what? My bad boy, I love that. He was super quick. I'm like, no. Stop. Take it back. All right, so you realize that your opponent does have actions, and one of those, that was a little bit of an information slip coming in from the December player, because now you know one of those cards is not the Raging Storm. The other card was clearly not Raging Storm either because it's Cinderella. So they will get a chance to cycle one here, and you need to find some action. These Lilos looking quite dynamic in this low resource spot. As we said in the last game, maybe you can find another spooky site off the top, and that will just be an insane chain of events.
Yeah, most definitely. Another spooky sight off the top would be crazy in back-to-back games, as we're going to shrink the Hades here just to cycle, draw an additional card. We get the Angel onto the board, and now it's time to full send, and Romulo agrees. Let's get questing up to a mighty 16, 4 to go. Can we stop the pressure? Can we release the pressure valve on Henan's side? Let's see what we get off the top. We know the Let It Go is in hand. We know that there is a Sail in hand, and it looks like he found a Horseman Strikes off the top.
That's not going to be enough. This deck has no evasive characters at all, so the best you could do is cycle a card. You can activate this card without an evasive character in play, and you still will be able to draw a card. That is Ohaname's
family. Okay, we can draw 3 off of our Hades if we would like to crash into this Pete here. Yeah. But again, we need to start dealing with these Lilos that are questing for 2. Both of them have to go
to even keep a game, and Hades can't even clear this Pete Games referee right now because he's still under the effects of the Della's Moon Lullaby. So it does feel quite bad. I guess you can heal this Cindy for 1, and this is a tough spot. I mean, you can keep. I guess you can slam into the Pete, just get 3 cards and put 1 damage onto the Pete Game referee.
Interesting. So we are going to go there with the Ohaname's family just to draw 1. It is Raging Storm in hand. We are going to let it go, the other Lilo. And now maybe we could potentially stabilize here for Henan. He does have the Raging Storm, but the Lilo is going to continue to come back. We need to find another Hades, another Let It Go, another spooky site to make sure that thing gets put into the inkwell. As Akud is going to come down, we're going to draw a card and put a Mowgli down at the perfect moment.
Oh my goodness. What a ride. Both of these Luminaries are playing off the top of the deck super well, because you top into the Akud, into the Mowgli, into the Rip the Raging Storm, and what are you even going to do about it? And no sign of tilt coming in from Henan. I would have been flipped into the Spider-Verse right there as soon as that happened to me. But man, what a wild ride this match has been in round number 11 as we're going into game number 3. Again, no distraction from the bottom of your screen. If you guys look on the actual stream, they're using a 3-game format for each side, just to represent who won game number 1, who won game number 2. This is still going to be a best of 3, possibly going to a best of 5 when we get to the final round. So this is not a best of 5. This is only a best of 3. But Garrick, what an incredible match! Everything you said, just like you drew it up. You need to hit that Mowgli at the right time to get that Raging Storm, and you can absolutely walk away with victory there. So I love the way both of these Luminers put that match together.
Yeah, incredible there off the top, getting the Mowgli. And for Henan, that's so unfortunate, seeing that his next card was Let It Go, meaning the Raging Storm would have come down. We would have hit the Let It Go onto the final Lilo, and then you could have stabilized and come back into this game. But the Mowgli said, not today. No Raging Storm is happening in my jungle.
That is so such a painful experience, man. This has been a great match. This matchup is a matchup I have not seen too often, as both of these strategies. Amber Steel is being very popular towards the end of the set. Samber was quite popular at the beginning of the set, and it kind of had some spikes, and then it kind of dropped back to that maybe 5-6% of the field would load this strategy into a major tournament. But seeing Hidden is now here, just a few points away from making it into that top 32 cut. After doing all the mathematics and arithmetic, a lot of Illuminators around the community have put their math professor caps on to try to figure out exactly how many points you need to acquire to make it to that top 32. And the consensus is you need approximately 25 points to make it to that next echelon. So Henan is still very much alive and well. If you are able to win this round and then win the next round, you can potentially make it to that top 32. Same goes with Romulo. If you're able to win this round, you'll be at that 24, and you might be somewhere ready to bubble this thing. So these Illuminators are truly playing for their entire DLC Brazil experience now.
Yeah, absolutely. The fist bump goes out, and we are taking a look at the hand. Look at that.
Ooh.
Double Raging Storm is not necessarily what you want in the opener, but let's develop our brains, see if we can't fix this thing a little bit, as a Hades, the Infernal Schemer, is going to be sent to the bottom. We'll see if Hamulo is able to start with something a little bit more explosive. Does have the Underdog Angel, which we are going to deploy on our turn number 1. The Akud in hand, looking really nice. We can get a 4-drop onto the board next turn.
And I don't think we have a ramping card on that turn 2, as we have to take the super slow vision. So that feels bad for the Sapphire player. No Tipo, no Cell. You see the vision here, and you're able to find that Cell that's right C. If you elect to take it now, you still won't be off your sacred timeline as much, but you love to go 2, 4, 6. Maybe get that Nakoma down on 4, or excuse me, on your 4 ink turn after ramping. So it does kind of make your curve a little bit more junky, but you got to find it. And I think it still is important to maybe accelerate, and I think Henan may disagree, as we are going to just miss the ramp and just keep it absolutely pushing.
Interesting there. Went with a 1. He put a 1-drop into his hand and then decided no.
We also could be struggling with ink ability too. That could be what we're thinking about the Sailor Resurrect. You're trying to make sure you have enough ink to survive to get to that point. And yeah, we're taking the Eilon way. It's going to be added from the Vision of the Future. Interesting indeed. I wonder what the process is there.
Yeah, I think that going for the sale there would have been nice. As we're going to take a look at the hand, we can get rid of one of these Raging Storms out of it, but we take the Elanui instead. I mean, on the next turn, you could, like you mentioned, go for that sale, but maybe he's thinking, turn 4, I'm going to play Nakoma regardless, so I don't necessarily need to sail. I'd rather just go for a Vision of the Future here, plus Elanui on this turn. So we'll see what he opts to go with right now. Things aren't looking too terrible at the moment. Hamulo decided to keep that Akud into the hand and went for an early Mowgli, which is interesting. But yeah, I think that Hennen is not necessarily out of this. Hamulo's hand is not very explosive or a hand that is going to put on a ton of pressure.
Yeah, and these visions as well, they haven't really been providing you with those natural cards that you could just quickly take. So these are the ones you have to kind of really think about. You can also even go with this Tipo and kind of fix your hand a little bit more and just continue to accelerate because you got to get deep terrain fast. You don't really have a plussing engine established yet or a way to draw some cards. You got to find a way to include more power to the board as the Ilanwi is going to find her way to the field of play. Now you have that Nakoma set up, but I think we might see our first. Never mind. I was going to say Strength of Raging Fire finally banishes a character off of a song, and it just has not happened this entire tournament. But this is a problem as the Angel on Angel sing Aku play Angel, Ink Angel. Never seen that line before in my life. Here we are now.
Yeah, that is a angel turn for sure. Maybe we should have put that on the bingo card because that was absolutely explosive. But again, it is not a board that is putting on a ton of pressure right now. You put the Nakoma down, you feel like you're in a pretty good position, but I do see that Chief Powhatan in hand for Hamulo right now, which is going to prevent this Nakoma from removing any of his glimmers on the next turn as we draw into another one. I would love to go and put this chief down onto the board and start questing, because once that Raging Storm comes down, you'd like to be at a good amount of lore and be in a position to get over the finish line, especially if your plan is to Pete instead of Mowgli, like we saw in game number 1. That didn't work out for Hamulo. It stalled for a turn, but the Raging Storm came down nonetheless and got Hennen over the finish line as the chief is going to hit the board, and we are just going to snowball the Nakoma here. So she wants to challenge.
I love this snowball
banished
here. Because if you were going to go for that Ohaname's family play, I mean, drawing 5 cards would have just been devastating with this chief sitting up.
Yep.
But now, if you want to send this Nakoma in, it's going to cost you your Nakoma. You're not going to be able to heal, or you could just heal for 2. And I accept that, as then Angel can come back with the crackback and remove this Nakoma. So good heads up maneuver coming in from Hamulo. As Cinderella dreams come true, is going to come on through down tempo Cinderella. So you are playing behind your curve after missing that ramp, and then so you're all. This is not where you want to be as a Sapphire player. You do not want to be all tied up in ink and losing the battle of the width of this board. So struggling spot as Hennen is trying to figure out a way to get out of this conundrum of which you have found yourself. You have that spooky sight that is going to get a lot of these characters into the inkwell, but the Chief and Angel will stick around. Angel can clear this board in time.
Yeah, with enough resources in hand and a strong draw engine, Angel can just keep throwing those snowballs consistently and removing threats on the opposite side of the board, and giving herself that resist +2 while the hand is empty becomes relevant a lot of the time, especially when you're challenging in. But Hamulo knows he's got Doc in hand. So right now we can either throw a snowball, or even better, we can sing He Hurled His Thunderbolt, get this Nakoma off the board, drop the Doc, draw 2, and just keep pushing this board as wide as we can possibly go. And we are so far off of that Raging Storm at the moment, and we opt to go for the Cinderella there, which is not bad if he has another Cindy that will enable him to start double inking, or Alanwi also will trigger that Cindy. But here is Strength of a Raging Fire off the dock, and that is super strong.
For the first time in forever, it seems that Strength of Raging Fire being sang by a character. We are on Strength Watch all day, every day. So we see 4 Strength of Raging Fires be played. That will trigger another bingo, as we are going to be forced to deploy this spooky sight sending. And that spooky sight does feel way less impactful than the previous spooky sight, as you have now included so much ink to the inkwell. You didn't add any ink to your own inkwell. Those characters do not go into the inkwell because of their cost. Now, that one does feel a little bit worse, I would say, just based on how those things shook out. Chief and Angel continue to quest.
Yeah, but Hamulo, no cards in hand right now. We know that Raging Storm is imminent. The timer is ticking slowly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. We are just 1 turn away from this happening, but We don't
We
ink.
can't. I'm inking the Pete. I think you might have to slam that. Wait, you can't. I guess you need somebody to fight. And no, the Mufasa.
Not like this.
The brick Mufasa. We gave him all of his praises in game number 1, and now he is the card that sinks your battleship. Was there ever a universe where you ink this Pete and hope for better days? I don't know.
think that's what I would have done. Just ink the Pete, because at this point you need to get to 8. You need to draw some ink off the top of your deck, and we're challenging into the Chief. That's not what you want to do. And we also missed the boost on the last turn for the Pete, which is definitely something you need to keep in mind. So right now, what you need off the top of the deck is to find a Raging Storm, but we already got rid of 2 thanks to the Mowglis. I'm not sure how many are left in the deck, and I think you may have sent one to the bottom off of a Vision. So the odds that you're going to get to one here are pretty low. Henan right now needs a miracle. Cinderella is not going to get it done, and that is the game. And Hamulo, from a crazy position, finds 2 Mowglis off the top of the deck to hit the Raging Storm at the exact right moment in back-to-back games and gets it done. What'd you think about that match, JDZ?
Oh my goodness. What an absolute knockdown, drag out, slobber knocker. These Lumineers were getting loose, getting busy, really demonstrating what their strats are trying to do. I do kind of feel bad for him, and he did not get a chance to. That game number 3, there was some inkability issues, there were some breaking issues. You did miss some ramp, but again, you have to kind of manage that tilt, control what you can control. I think I would have liked to go for that sail play to really try to go somewhere, because it seems like you grab the island Wii, and then the angel comes in and just clears the island Wii, and it felt like you just really didn't get any, like you lost so many turns and you weren't able to really accelerate your ink well, and you were kind of bricked. So I'm not trying to say you would have won that game had you have gone a different route, but I've liked to see you really plan that thing to go somewhere. You kind of went backwards instead of forward, and that's just how it goes sometimes. But still, taking nothing away from him, I think he played incredibly well. I think that might be the end of that run there, unfortunately for them, but still, it was a phenomenal game, and I learned a lot.
That was the key moment of the match, I think. If you take the sail there, you get up to the 8 ink, and you can Raging Storm before he top decks the Mowgli, and the entire game is flipped on its head. Then you're playing Mufasa on the next turn, and the whole texture of the game is completely changed. That one single decision. That's how these decisions can snowball from, something that might seem like it's not a huge decision or a close call to something that just completely topples the empire that you're trying to build.
Yeah, very fair point. But more importantly, though, Katie, how was that taco bezel? Please share with us.
So good. It was real good. I am Baja blasting off. And guys, not only did we get Raging Storm, that was a Mickey Mouse. Spooky Sights Mickey Mouse.
Does that count?
I think so. Mickey Mouse.
It can't count. That can't count.
Mickey Mouse is on the freaking card, but sure, it's not Mickey Mouse.
100% we got Raging Storm and we got off the top there for both players. Like Mowgli off the top twice, plus Spooky Sight off the top in game number 1.
Okay, fine. We can't have Mickey Mouse 2 and get a blackout. But I will say that's the closest we're getting to Mickey Mouse, guys. All right, that's maybe there's a Dog's deck running Amber Champion. We don't know.
It's a possibility.
That was fun. I was eating my Taco Bell. I did a little TikTok dance with my Baja Blast. I was having fun over here.
Nice.
No breaks here. Ooh, I don't know. That was very fun. And now I've been watching. It's gonna be fun. I think finding the next match, the next featured match, because what happens for everybody at home? What we get the pairings, well, not we, but the pairings come out, and then you just walk around trying to find something that's interesting and that people are playing. Yeah. And it's going to be very, very interesting. I can update you. Moxie's versus Lamb Chops. Lamb chopped him up. Moxie's. Yeah, Moxie's. Now, that being said, Moxie's is sitting at, where is he at? Where is this guy at? He's at 24 points. So he can ID in the next round and possibly get in and or just play and win. I mean, knowing that it's 1 point in, 1 point out, I would probably play. But then the Lamb Chop, I mean, he got 27 points with me, and he'll probably be the 2nd seed now. So Lamb Chop, not messing around here. But yeah, other than that, I mean, tables 1 through 9 ID'd, and then everybody on tables 11 and down, they are taking their time, which makes sense, right? Like, this is not a time where you want to rush through things. Wow.
I definitely don't want to be doing that.
This is a Disney Lorcana. I'm looking through here. This is exciting. I'm looking at, Americans. I'm sorry. I have a little bias. I'm from USA. I cheer for the USA in the Olympics. I was looking at some other people that traveled that are still playing from North America. We have J-Bomb, who is a member of World Class Cards. He is still playing. J-Bomb needs to go ahead and win this, I believe, to stay in. Same with Zenulus. Zenulus was on the kind of you need to win. They're at table 27 and 25. The lowest table is 28. Zenulus won his game. So
let's go. Shout out Zenulus. Shout out J-Bomb.
Zenulus, and he's still in this. Let me see how many points Zenulus is at. He is at 18 points. So that brought him up to 21. Oh, wait. Is there a chance? I don't know how that math works. So it goes to 21, so he can get to 24. But he still might bubble in. 25 is not
25
the
is
cutoff.
in.
That's just guaranteed.
Yeah. 25 is in.
So
Some 24s will also get in as well. There will be some bubbled in.
So he's still very much in this. So both him and J-Bomb keep playing.
Keep pushing. And shout out to everybody that is watching in the chat. Over 300 people on the Twitch side, over 100 people on the Podcana side on YouTube. And I would like to remind everybody that as soon as we get to 100 likes on the YouTube side, I will be giving away 2025 Disney Lorcana playmat. And look,
you know what, Garrick?
Still sealed. So go over there, hit me with a like, and I'd really appreciate you.
Let me tell you something, Garrick. You're gonna hate me again.
Yeah.
Didn't like the stream until you said that. I fired up the stream today. The stream. I'm dual watching.
Yeah.
I have them both open. Okay, and
Legends, as do I.
And I just now hit the like button, dude. Do you see it go up? That's me. Okay, so let's get on the like button. Let's get active, man, and let's do this thing. It costs you nothing, and this is what I there's to be frank, there's not a lot that a lot of people get. I just really love this game. I love hanging out I love doing broadcasts. I love doing commentary, but this is kind of why we do it as well. So thank you guys for the support. We couldn't do it without you. You're the most important part of this entire experience, and enjoying spending time with you on a very, very early. It is 6:30 a.m. on a Sunday for me, and this is where I choose to be, and I would not rather be any other place. Maybe Disney World or something like that, but I still will take this over that probably.
Absolute
the big goal is to cast in that place. I mean, honestly, I'll cast in I do joke that when we cast, I am being placed in small little closets all across the United States, and I love it. I keep doing it because my favorite thing to do is to just talk to the internet with my friends in a small space. But we're across the nation right now. We are spread out so strategically. We got East, Middle Coast, West Coast, worldwide. Nationwide. We're not worldwide.
We're strategically placed so everyone around the world can
feel it.
Join hands.
Yeah. I really do think about that sometimes when I'm when I get in my introspective bag sometimes, and I think about the universe, and I think about like what does it all mean and humanity. I get it. I think about this game, and it's gonna sound super cheesy. It's way too early to be having these types of conversations in the stream. We are going into round number 11 for crying out loud. But I think like you have these people. They're in Brazil. I'll probably never meet them. I'll never know them. We'll probably never speak the same language. We'll probably had such different life experiences. Like I know you. I've met you. I've met Katie. We didn't know each other before this, and before Lorcana, we probably never would have met each other or had this experience that we've shared. But we all are now in this cosmic pot together in this realm of this thing because of this game and this community. And I think that is just, I don't know. I always think that's such a powerful thing, like how humanity can work in the good of life. And you kind of forget because everything can be so cooked sometimes in the world at large. But seeing these types of things happen in these events, and there's a reason why we're all kind of in this pool together. It's so kind of harmonic that way.
I mean, Disney Lorcana has added color to my life I didn't know existed because I thought the internet was a place that like, oh, it's just a bunch of strangers. And it turns out, no, it's filled with friends I haven't met yet. So it's cheesy, but it's so freaking true.
It is cheesy, like Bobby Zimmerowski, but yeah. Love doing this. Love hanging out with everybody in the chat. And love what I do.
Bobby Zaborowski gave me the you took the air out of my lungs.
Oh, my fault. You know what? The puns and the jokes are not hitting for me today.
Shoot though,
put them on the shelf, dude.
Yeah, shoot or shoot.
I gotta
keep
get
shooting.
my numbers up. You're right. I gotta keep getting my numbers up.
You gotta keep
appreciate it.
If you're ever in a slump, you got to shoot your way out. You can't like just get cold.
I still think Frank on the ones and twos was so underappreciated. It it's gonna age like a fine wine, and you two are gonna look like fools 10 years from now.
I'm still thinking about it, Garrick, and you're my guy, man. I gotta be honest with you, it just didn't hit, man, like I thought it would.
Fine.
I'm gonna keep it a full buck nasty bean 3 million with you, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna say it hit when it didn't hit. I mean, we got Katie sitting here. Katie just is like batting an 8 out of 10, and you coming in with Franks on the 1s and 2s. It's not gonna like. I don't know.
It's called you gotta crawl before you can ball,
Yeah.
and I'm allowed to be a part of it. And I will say in the chat, people are saying, "What's going on? What's happening? Help!" As far as what round they aren't saying that intensely, but that was the end of round 11. So a little orientation. This tournament had 12 rounds of Swiss. We just finished round 11. There was a day 2 cutoff during day 1 at round 8, where anybody with less than 18 points, they say, "Get out of here!" And then anybody with 18 points could stay. And they started playing yesterday at round 9. But now we are at round 11. So people are saying, okay, well, who's in, who's out kind of thing. So if you have 25 points or more, you're feeling pretty good. You're pretty much guaranteed in. But if you don't have 25 points, you're not out. So, for example, we talked about J-Bomb and Zen. Those are 2 people who are very much still in this. Even though they are at 21 points and they're going to get to 24 if they win their next round, that still could be, you don't need to be, as long as you're in the 32nd seed, that could be a DLC champion right there. So that's kind of where we're at. Did I miss anything?
No, you actually nailed it. We got to get like I got to get like the news. I got to get the news reporter music going. And coming at you live with these standings, we have Katie.
Hey. Hey.
And Garrick with the news.
I like Garrick. Garrick reading the top. Like I learned a lot because I like to read from the bracket, but Garrick is like, and we got blah 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 blah. Like I'm learning lots of like sports inflection from you guys.
Yeah.
Like,
Watch a lot
from
of
the
sports.
top rope, and like I gotta get that. Like I can't pop off. Like you guys are talking about like popping off, and I need to do that. Oh, we got.
Katie, we are live.
I gotta work on my popping off. Like let me try. Oh, we got Raging Storm.
Let's set the stage. Okay, we're gonna set the stage. We're gonna set the stage. Top deck,
Okay,
top deck Raging Storm to win the game. Okay, Katie's about to pop off. All right, so he's gonna pass.
Wait. Yeah, you got to set it up a little bit. Where I'm.
Right, Garrick is setting me up. You're reading what's happening.
Well,
okay.
I'll be talking about player number 1 in this scenario. Let's just imagine it's Hamulo and Hennen that we just saw. Okay. Hamulo goes up to 19. He's got a very wide board here. There's only one thing and one thing only that can prevent him from losing this game, and it is a Raging Storm off the top of the deck. We're going to pass it over to Hennen. Does he find it?
Oh my gosh. Gag! Gag! That's it! Is that good?
Yeah. That was no.
We might need to take 2. Look, Katie, the call can't be, quote, Garrick.
Here's the thing. I need you to know my entire life has been spent not popping off. As a young woman with ADHD, it was don't pop off, sis. And that was the whole thing. So, like, to get into a space where, like, you guys can pop off, and I'm like, I can pop a little. I can do a light popping. And so that's my goal. Is by the end of this DLC season, I got to get to the like I can. DKP is doing it.
That's better. That's getting better.
That was great. Yeah, DKP just wins the world championship. DKP has done it for the 2nd year in a row. That's how you gotta go.
I gotta get a growl.
Yeah. Well, the growl does go crazy. If you can throw a little growl in there. You know who's great at the growl? Bessie is amazing at the growl.
He is, and
He's a great growler.
You guys are giving up trade secrets right now, and I need you to stop. We're gonna get put out of our jobs here. And the Raging Storm off the top.
It's like, you're the character from Star. I'm a freaking what's a Jar Jar Binks people?
A Gungan.
Oh gosh.
Exactly. That Taco Bell got you turned up, Jay.
Blast. Bro, the next final, when we get to the final, Garrick! That's
Garrick's not here, Katie.
You gotta dude, what you gotta do is just make up a phrase that someone has never heard
That's a
before. Like,
meatball!
there you go, like that. Someone put a snake in my boots. He just won the DLC. You know, something like that.
Yeah,
you know,
you gotta have some things in your bag that are also like Disney, Lorcana, related. If I'm on the final, and if Frank Karsten is in the final and wins it, or Zan Syed wins it, or DKP wins it, for those 3 specific players, I have something that I have prepared and ready to say, and I think it goes crazy.
Let's hear it.
I maybe can tell it to you. No, I can't say it
You
now.
can't say it now.
It's like a wish. It's like when you make a wish, you can't tell anybody or it won't come true.
You can't be holding calls, man. You can't be keeping secret calls.
Dude,
Okay, never mind.
you have to do that though, man.
You're
Like
right.
you're gonna be put in the spot. You're gonna be
Look how that went.
Well, okay, you're gonna be put in a spot where you're announcing something that is gonna be listened to and watched over and over and over. It's the finals of a DLC, right? That's why I think like when Katie and Brent were on the call, they were going so well, passing it back and forth to each other during that Richmond tournament. And then when the moment came, Brent was ready to take us home, and he doesn't have it. He can't take it off the board. That is what he said. And that will forever be ingrained in my mind. And he can't take it off the board. That is going to live in infamy forever. And you got to have something prepped and ready to go.
You can't take it off the board. It's kind of like what was happening, though.
I know, but it's still like
you
a
need
a, and we're coming home early for dinner. Something like that. Like, do you believe in miracles? It's like crazy. Remember that one? Do you believe in miracles? It's insane, dude.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He's going to Disney World.
Exactly.
I'm just gonna start yelling puns. I'll just like being like, that dog is barking and he's going to the Super Bowl.
I like that. I like that. That's actually kind of strong.
Sometimes you can just get into a flow state, but sometimes there are some of the greatest broadcasters in sports history have a go-to move that they can go to time and time again that's just going to get it done. Yeah. One of my favorite, especially like you think about, let's get into some of the nuts and bolts of this, because it's very similar to sports broadcasting, what we're doing. We're doing play-by-play analysis. We're trying to also keep everybody entertained, and all of that fun stuff comes together and coalesces. But like one of my favorite broadcasters for basketball, Mike Breen. Whenever somebody makes a huge 3, he hits them with a bang, right?
Bang!
And then another. Kevin Harlan, he can't use bang because that's Mike Breen's. So what does he say? He says good. So you got to come up with these sort of things that people
was that Stuart? Was that Stuart Scott? Hit him with a boom shakalaka. Was that a boom? Who dropped the boom shakalaka on him?
I believe that was Stuart Scott. Yeah.
R.I.P. Stuart Scott, absolute legend.
I love that we were like, listen, we vibe it, and Garrick's like, let me tell you about freaking sports history right now. Let me tell you.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
how about you take this serious, you clowns? And,
all right, you're right, Kate. We got to lock back in.
I'm so sorry.
This is not. If you guys are interested in the inner workings of broadcasting, please join the broadcast Twitch. That's going to be happening here soon. I don't know if people are interested in that kind of stuff. I love the idea of commentary and broadcasting.
Twitch?
Maybe, I don't know. I love this. I love the art of broadcasting and commentary.
I've learned that Garrick is out here. He scripted this whole everything Garrick has said. He's looked down a few times. He's reading us.
I'm reading from my script that I wrote meticulously last night. I'm like, oh, this is Amber Steele versus Samber. Let me
You're my bits.
Lock in. Yeah, let me pull out all my notes. No, I don't know. I just think it's super important. Be prepared to come in and have some phrases and some things that you know that you can go into and pull out that are yours. JD's got a million of them, and I'm trying not to steal them all because they're all so good. But like I feel like every broadcaster needs a couple, 2 or 3 that they can reach into in the bag and pull out when an exciting moment happens. And then also you need to be able to think on your feet and give the moment what it deserves and say what's happening, right?
Do I have any bits yet? I've been casting for a year and I don't think I have a single thing. Now I feel like
you got bits. You got bits, Katie. You got that. You hit him with the scratch. All right, listen. You hit him with the whether you notice or not. You hit him with the okay. Listen, and you drop it. You drop it. That's a Katie. I think Katie's the knowledge. Katie's hit him with the okay. Listen all the time, and that
you might wonder how I got here.
That clears. I think okay, listen hits hard. No one's okay, listen.
Gather. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what's going on this Disney Lorcana right now.
You said when you hit him with the okay, listen. I listen.
You're turning the chair around and you're sitting down.
Yeah. Hey guys, I'm a youth counselor. Hey guys.
Turn the hat back.
You might not know this, this ain't the dogs we saw 3 months ago. This is new dogs. So I need you guys to.
We're playing Dapper Rascal now.
Yeah. And I need you guys to listen up and
Hey!
pipe down.
Listen. No. Hey.
Hey, listen. Hey.
Oh, good times. Good times. How do we get here?
Yeah.
Where are we at right now? What's happening
Because
here?
what happened is I was practicing popping off.
Okay.
And now we're talking broadcast theory. But
Yeah.
People don't understand.
Now-
You got to work just as hard as the players do sometimes to be a broadcaster,
true.
man. You put in the
It's
work,
true.
man, and it's a very I enjoy it a lot. I love watching
it.
commentary. I watch certain games just to watch commentary. Like I watch golf a lot just to listen to golf commentary because I think they're the best. Followed by chess. I think chess commentary is the best because their game is so
It can
boring.
get kind of boring. Yeah.
but
No,
that's amazing.
the game is inherently boring, but they have to be
Yeah.
able to, give you what's going on and keep you engaged without popping off at all. Like you cannot pop off in a chess tournament, as a broadcaster, but they keep you enthused with just their ism alone. And I think that's a very cool thing. You learn a lot from seeing what chess broadcasters can do.
The pro gaming is to have a British accent. That's like pro 4000 gaming. Because anything anyone says with a British accent, I'm like, hey, so true. So true, King.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like every time I watch the European stream and they have like a British or UK or Irish caster, I go, yeah. I mean, I just trust them. They could say, "Oh yeah, you always want to be inking the strength." Okay, they don't have. Oh, you always want to be inking the strength of rage and fire.
That's pretty good.
Well, and I go, "I'll always." That's how we got into the situation. And somebody said in a British accent, "You always ink the strength of rage and fire." And
That's pretty good. That sounds.
You're
is that
so far
Scottish?
away from British you are.
Hey. I'm just a boat captain.
Yeah.
That's me popping off. I'm gonna pop off.
I do feel as if the English do have a significant advantage when it comes
so
to
good.
It's unfair. Like it is actually unfair.
But I feel like they sometimes feel like we have an advantage with our American.
There is
No
person
chance.
in any way. I've never heard a British person said, "I wish I talked like you." Like
yeah,
that's never in my life.
Never in 1,000
Do you
years.
think Baker envies our flat tone? Do you think he wakes up and goes, "I wish I could deliver every word in a flat, sad way"?
Yeah. This is our Lorcana. Even Lorcana
Yeah.
sounds better than
Lorcana.
Lorcana.
Even when he
Lorcana.
says my name when he goes Katie.
Katie.
Yeah,
Katie from the Lore Keepers. Lore just
Like,
sounds better than
Katie.
lore. Lore.
Lore keepers in
The-
already ups.
And he gains an amazing amount of lore.
JDZ.
Lore,
They call
dude,
him
lore
JDZ.
hits so hard than lore. Lore sounds so bad compared to lore. Look at the amazing amount of
Yeah.
lore on that
Lore.
glimmer. Glimmer sounds way stronger than glimmer. Are you kidding me? What are we talking about? This is not even a conversation, Garrick.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a big Australian fan. I love the Australian.
Well, yeah,
accent.
I mean, that's
They-
just
they crush.
that's like fun British. Like
Yeah.
I feel like British.
That's
is
fun,
academic.
Uncle British. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're like,
Agreed.
oh yeah, we have it at Disney Lorcana, and I'm like, oh, I want to play Disney Lorcana. Like shout out to JD because I have a very very hard time with echolalia, which is where you feel the need to repeat things and you might start repeating it without knowing it.
Yes.
And if I was in a booth with an Australian gentleman, Greg was his name, right? Or no?
Yes,
Was it
Greg. Greg's go.
Yeah,
Shout out
Greg.
Greg. Yeah.
Yeah, Greg. I'd be like, Greg. And he'd be like,
Greg?
It's just Greg. I'd be like, all right, Greg. And he'd probably not appreciate that. But like, I love it. I want to eat your accent. Let me absorb it like Kirby.
And honestly, when I was in Australia, before I went there, that was one of my biggest fears because I do that as well. And I don't want to offend anyone that is
Right?
there. I don't want to be
200.
offensive, but ironically enough, at least in Melbourne where I was, they got the biggest kick out of me doing the Australian accent. They thought it was not offensive at all. They enjoyed it. It played very well, and everyone
man.
was super kind. So there was a nice environment there for you. So you don't have to worry about it and it's almost like once you're there, you naturally just start doing an Australian accent, even if you don't want to. It just becomes like inherent there at a point. So shout out to Australia. Shout out to England. I'm going to start practicing my English accent. And then one of these days I'm just going to show up and start speaking with an English accent and no one's going to know what happened. I think I'm just going to become English JDZ. It works.
Yeah.
JDZ.
JDZ.
Yeah, thank you.
We're back.
There is no JDZ where you're going. You're JDZ gaming.
It happens.
Yeah.
Shout out to them
So
showing these 4 cards. You think they're saying like these are 4 important cards? So strength.
these are 4 cards that we're actually announcing bans right now.
That's so funny. They're just casually like, and it's banned.
Tramp, Strength of Raging Fire, Hades,
For the
Infernal
rest of the
Schemer,
tournament.
and Cheshire Cat. Yeah, those are the banned cards. Everybody, lock it in. Actually, I have no clue. Do not repeat that. That's not true. I am making stuff up. But again, super happy to see everybody in the chat hanging out in between rounds as we're just chopping it up, waiting for the final round of Swiss to get started here for Disney Lorcana Challenge Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we had 2
Brazil.
really awesome Brazilian players playing in the last round, which you absolutely love to see. The local players out there in that community trying to help make the game flourish. And on the big tables, on the big screen, is absolutely awesome to see.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that was I very much appreciate it. I didn't mean to cut you off, JD, but
No, you're good, Katie.
I can't stop talking now because I started and I pointed it out. But I like that they put the countries today. The fact that they put Frank Karsten. First they put EU and they're like, nah, the EU's not a country. And then they put Denmark, Finland, wherever
the Netherlands
is from. Netherlands.
They put Ned because a lot of people thought his name was actually. I think I saw a comment that someone posted like, I didn't know Frank Carson's name was Ned. I didn't either. You mean it's
also known as Ned?
Frank's my dad. Call me Ned. But no, I appreciate that they put that because I think that adds in round. Never mind, cutting you off, cutting everyone off because round 12 pairings are up, and the question of the day: how far will it go? I see all the way down to table 17. We have IDs for those playing at home. 32 divided by 2 is 16. So interesting that the IDs are going all the way down to 17.
Oh, somebody's gonna be sad. I think this is just too much drawing. But coming in from the chat, I want to thank you guys all for being here. Color says the time we were in Ink when the girl walked up and asked Baker to say her name, and he responded very uncomfortably. I think that is I wish that whole experience of that inking event that we went to that time where Baker showed up. I wish I would have had a camera, literally just following Baker around the Baltimore area as he was engaging with American culture. He has never been in that area before, but it was absolutely hilarious. Yeah. Baker is obviously who he is on screen, so he's a very bombastic individual, and he talks with the volume of his voice is so loud, and people are like, why is this tall Englishman in Kohl's right now? It was just such a fascinating thing. I thought it was super funny, and how they would engage with the diners and the different things. It was just a really, really super hilarious time seeing the English invade. Never mind, I'm not going to just end that joke right there.
He'll hit people with a love, like he'll do a absolutely love, and like he's got charm. I do like that his mind was blown in half by room temperature dairy creamer. Apparently that's a thing. He's like room temperature creamer, and I'm like, okay, in England, I don't want to just search up like having Chinese food in England. Like, so it's not like in England everything's fresh and fancy, but the table creamer is sent him into overdrive. And fair, it is weird, but listen, we're doing it weird over here. We gotta have shelf stable foods. You don't know what kind of temperatures we're gonna have.
Yeah.
Ooh, Dankster versus Jaesung is gonna play at 8-2-1 because I think Dankster got paired down because that is a big thing. Is if you are on a certain amount of points, sometimes you will get paired into somebody that has to play or they won't make it in. So we're seeing how far that goes. I mean, we know for a fact Zenulus and J-Bomb must play 205%.
Yeah, and that's a great point. I think there was a couple of factors in there because one, a lot of people are going to be trying to draw. 2, there are going to be people who cannot draw even if they wanted to. 3, there are going to be people that can draw but elect not to. And that's another factor. There's some chaos agents out there that's like, hey, I'm going to play for seed. I'm not drawing. We're going to play it out. And that's going to really throw this thing off. So literally anything can happen here on the DLC in Brazil with this very peculiar format. Personally, I'm going to say it here on the record. I hope that this format does not proceed. I hope that someone steps in. I don't know if it's Coop. I don't know if it's the different TOs or whatever the gaming body is or the gaming authority. I hope a format like this just doesn't go on because I think the cons outweigh the pros in this exact scenario. I understand what they were going for and what they were trying to do. I just don't think we hit that on the level, and it just adds mass hysteria, mass confusion on the back end. And I say we just keep it above board and let's just play the format as prescribed. I think.
Yes.
Agreed.
Heard Chef. And because I mean the fact that we've seen behaviors in this tournament we've never seen before. People were mid meta gaming, where it's just if you're at that point where you're in round 7, and you're like, if I don't play round 7, then I just win round 11. And it's like that's too much gaming if we're at that point. But to your point about seed, I mean, a great example is Lamb Chops and another player. Who was Lamb Chops playing against? Oh, Moxies.
Moxies, yeah.
They played. They were both at 24 points, so they did not have to play. Everybody else at 24 points last round, they chose to ID, but they didn't. And Lamb Chops won, which takes him to 27 points, which puts him at the 2nd seed. And that matters because when you're in that top 32, whoever has a higher seed goes first. So if you're in the top half, you're going 1st, you're going 1st, you're going 1st. So it really, really matters. So it's one of those things that if the gamble is, I get in the top and I get the higher seed, or I get in the top and I have a lower seed, as long as you're guaranteed in the top, it makes sense why you would have played that round, because a higher seed, it sticks with you. It benefits you the entire top seed.
Right. And just like we said yesterday, and we also said it today, like getting to the top 32 is the goal. I mean, that is what you're trying to do. That is the initial starting point. Can I at least continue my tournament run? That's the first priority. Everything, even if you're the 32nd seed and you got to play on the draw all day, it is what it is. At least you gave yourself an opportunity to go on, because certainly you have the skills, you have the gameplay, you can figure out how to win on the draw, whatever. But making it there, I think, is of the utmost importance. I think that's where they're trying to go, and you got to game it. They're gaming it.
Garrick and Mr. Zed, Mr. Quest.
Yes.
Do you know? So there has been an extreme amount between 60 people in round 1 being in basically a bye, meaning that their opponent didn't show up, they got paired into a bye, and then there's lots of IDs. How do those work on your breakers? Is it generally considered favorable or not favorable? Because I mean, there's a truly profound amount of people with either an ID, a bye in this tournament.
A bye is just a straight win.
It's a straight win.
Bad. It's bad for because you played somebody that just ended up getting no wins the rest of the day.
Okay.
But sometimes, like, a tiebreaker can just be, or sorry, a bye in the traditional sense can just be like, oh, this is a free win, and it doesn't really affect your breakers at all when it's a true bye. But like the person that beat JDZ, their tiebreakers are going to get cooked because JDZ is going to go into the next 2 rounds and lose them both because he's not there and they didn't drop him from the tournament.
But DKP was their other breaker, okay? So JDZ was their second break.
That's true, but playing against somebody that didn't show up is really not great for you. Yeah.
Okay. So the breakers is basically a true bye is good. ID, I don't know how that factors because there's so many IDs. I mean, there's some people who have ID'd like about 40% of their games in this tournament.
Yeah.
Because Zan, he ID'd round 5, 6, 7, or no, 6, 7, 8, and then he ID'd for the past 4 rounds. So he only played 6 rounds. Or he only played 6 rounds? That can't be right. I have to look this up. But
it might be.
I mean, I'm just wondering how this works into it.
Yeah. A real bye is good. A fake bye, i.e. your opponent didn't show up, is bad.
Yeah.
Zan will end the day at 7-5. So basically, he won 7 rounds and he ID'd 5 rounds.
I personally, that's another thing I want to see change, because again, I know this is the DLC and it is what it is. We're here and we're in it. But I remember in the previous season 1 of the DLCs, there was a procedure that you do. You sit down at the table, you know, in alphabetical order, everyone would ensure that everyone was there. And then before that first round starts, anyone who's not there is immediately just removed from the tournament immediately. And you don't have to have these types of things because they missed that initial roll call. Like round 0 is what they call it. You set everybody down, you do your rules and instructions, and then you drop everyone who's not there. And then you pair that first round to kind of get all of this out of here, because there was a tremendous amount of people who didn't even make it, to myself included. And I know I'm a part of the problem, because I could have easily have just said, let me just drop myself and make this a little bit easier on me.
And controls in place. The deck check is another one. Like the fact that you had to submit your deck list. So by 8 a.m. that day, there were people who had their deck list in there, and there were people who weren't, and people were allowed to play in round 1 who never submitted a deck list, is something that they should look into. Because even if you didn't have that players meeting, JD didn't submit a deck list. There's no way he did.
I didn't.
Oh, I thought you were.
Can you imagine? No, I know.
Like,
can you imagine? No, I didn't. I did not. Can you imagine if I put a deck list in? That'd be insane. I'm like.
Another thing I will note is I did look as far as like IDs. and this is, I feel like I'm calling out Zay and I'm not. It's just he will have 5 IDs going into the top 32. And if I look at the top 57, which is how many people we had after the cut to 18 points, I mean, that will be by far the most IDs. Certainly, I mean, if we look at the top 8 right now, I mean, there's only 2 is the most. So, I mean, he not pro games, because that sounds bad. Gaming a system sounds bad. But he pro math? I don't know how we want to word it, but he was on another level as far as understanding. And he took a gamble, right? Because if he ID'd when he did and then just lost for the rest of the tournament, it wouldn't have worked out the way it did.
Yeah.
So it was a gamble, and I want to hear him talk about it because, I mean, I've never seen a record like that make it into the top. It is not normal to go 705 into the top cut.
Yeah. And I am seeing a lot of reports that Katie is coming in a bit quiet, and I promise you, like, she is maxed out as loud as I could possibly make Katie's microphone. I have it completely juiced to the top echelon of microphone capability, and it just seems to not be working. But I think I might have to unplug my stuff here in just a second and re-engage. I'm having some kind of me on my end.
Oh, I was like, you're gonna unplug her. Just unplug her. Get her banned. Get her banned. We don't do that here.
We don't do that. We don't do that here. Man.
We don't. Get them banned. Get them banned. Let me try this. I'm gonna go to voice isolation.
There. Whoa, what'd you do?
Whoa.
Better?
That.
One more time?
Did I do something? 1 2 for the 1 2? Is this better?
I
You're
gotta
way
turn you
louder
down
now.
now. You're a super duper louder now.
You guys do my pop off. That's my pop off. That's my signature pop off. But we're about to pop off Garrick because we're about to go into our last round. So Garrick, you get to go take a walk around the block with Kara. Not yet. It's just a lone man with an iPad right now. But there we go. I mean, I am excited to see who they get to play this because, I mean, it could be not anyone. I mean, by anyone, it could be a series of about 10 people.
They could just be up there just pack rushing against each other right now. Like, this is literally the only people in the whole venue playing right now. So
No one is playing.
Kind of show.
Oh,
all right.
Is that
It's
Robert?
again. Robert is back at it again on stream. He's playing a super cool Amber and Emerald Dog Circle of Dog deck. And I think that is a really cool thing, trying to punch his ticket to the top cut. I'm not sure who the opponent is, but I'm certain it's going to be another incredible matchup.
That's Gab. It says Gab Soares, but Gab, G-A-B, is what is in the Play Hub. And it's very interesting because we talked about this intentional drawing metagame that we have seen. And Robert was a pioneer. He was the first one to start IDing. He ID'd on stream with Zan. They played, they each went 1-1, and then they shook each other's hands and they agreed to play a third game. But if you look in the record, they went ahead and took it as an intentional draw. And so his record is 6-2-3. He's sitting at 21 points, so he absolutely needs to win this. No ties allowed.
Yeah, and speaking about those IDs again, that's one of those power positions you could have when you have a good winning record and you can start drawing. You can kind of look at your opponent, because at this point, people may have scouting out. They might know what your opponent's playing. They might know some of their tech cards. You can kind of look at the matchup and say, if it's a mirror, if it's very volatile, if it's something that I may not have the most control over, or if I'm unfavored, maybe I can get this draw and then continue to play. And then maybe I can deny the draw against a matchup that I am more suited to have a victory against. So again, I'm not a huge fan of this format because I think it just adds a lot of different angles and a lot of different gaming of the system. Again, I'm not saying it's a negative thing. Just like you said,
gaming,
Katie.
yeah, gaming sounds negative, but it's just.
But these are
level.
gamers. Gamers will game. You give them a parameter, and they will try to get around the parameter. That should happen. That's what you should do as a top player. If you're not playing all assets that are available to you, you are selling yourself short. So I'm not trying to besmirch any of these players for doing this. I'm saying you have to remove the ability to do this just to keep everything above board is what I would like to see. So I'm again not faulting them for drawing. I'm glad they're doing it. Hopefully they achieve whatever goals they are, because these are the rules that are presented to you. They're playing well within the rules. They're not doing anything wrong. I just personally think that it should not exist because it's not conducive to other DLCs that we've had throughout the season. And I believe there is some inequability, some inequability there. Equitable, not equitable.
Judge,
whatever.
Inequitable, right?
Inequitable. There we go.
There we go. But I will say we have, speaking of pro gamers, we got a pro gamer in the chat, Ed.
Hmm.
of world class cards in there talking about the difference. People are saying, what's an ID? And yeah, basically you can draw because you go to time. But you can also draw because you look at each other and say, want to get out of here. In the case of Robert, we saw him on stream say, we're going to draw, but still play. But basically the difference is you say, I will draw, and it has to be consensual. You can't pressure your opponent into doing it, but these gamers are happy to do it most of the time because
Hmm.
it means that they have a better shot at making it to whatever their goal is. And that is either just making it to the top 32 or making it into that day 2 mark. It's been very interesting seeing that game in a game.
Oh, for sure, and I'm not. I'm always going to also be pro TO. I mean, TOs,
Yes.
they're under a lot of pressure, and you want to kind of do creative things. You want to think of your player base, so you want to try to design tournaments that it's beneficial to you, and also your venues, time allocations, and all these different factors that may acquire you to do certain things for your specific tournament. So I'm not trying to talk
Yeah.
be disrespectful on it to anyone on any. I'm just saying what I would want personally. If they're going to do this, I would like way more rounds of Swiss and then a smaller top cut to force people to play intentional games more, to cut less drawing. I think it's just better for everyone, and it will make people play more, and that's a better way to determine a victor. But we can talk about that more, Katie, because we are in, and it looks like we have Blurple, Sapphire, and Amethyst versus the Dogs. But this is not a normal dog deck. This is dog with a twist, as we lead with that Lady Decisive Dog is going to be on the board. No, excuse me, that is the Elegant Spaniel.
Now, you might not know what kind of dogs this deck is, but it's a circle of dogs.
That's
And
pretty
it
good.
has Carefree Surfer in it. That's the only one we've seen so far, because the minute you see circle of dogs, you say, okay, well, what's the big thing you're trying to get into that circle of life? And the answer is we've only seen Carefree Surfer. We got to see him on stream. On Gabriel's side, we have seen him get that elusive ramp onto, saying, I'm gonna bet on myself in the future because Robert's probably gonna go pretty wide here, and wide indeed. We have that Grandmother Willow putting in a Finnick, which is kind of a cheeky include here. Not everybody is putting Finnick in their deck these days.
And we did see that Circle of Life get down to the inkwell, Katie. But I need one favor from you, Katie. As this
Be
match starts
quieter.
to no, 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 no. You're good. Your volume is
Oh, okay, okay,
literally
okay, okay.
perfect. But as this match is starting to come to a conclusion, no matter who's the victor or who is going to admit defeat, I need you to pop off if that's at all possible. If we can make that
Okay,
happen, just to
we'll have a game 2 or 3 pop off, but I'm about to pop off here because Tigger coming down and bouncing that Grandmother Willow, taking the momentum away. But Robert comes back and says, "I will play 2 more." Also, Robert of EU. I don't think that's true. Is
I don't
Robert
think
not from
so.
us?
Robert
He
is,
just
in
got
fact,
deported to
unless maybe things have changed. I mean, there is trying times, and maybe he has now
left.
switched and become a European. But I believe that Illuminaire is from North America, in the Milwaukee region, from what I understand. There will be a CCQ there as well, and I believe I am going. I think you might be going as well, Katie, at the World Class Cards in Lambeau Stadium, if we can get that one set up. So more information to be followed on that tournament. It will be taking place sometime in June, I want to say, is the timeline of that. As another copy of Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan gets down into the inkwell. Slow start for Gabriel, who is trying. Oh, I'm sorry, you had a pretty decent start as you got the Genie and the Tigger in play.
Yeah, I think he missed his 1 drop, which is, I mean, you want to keep the pressure on. So sometimes you'll see a Rafiki, Royal Guard, something Basil. In this case, he didn't do it, but that Tigger does a lot of lifting because it just stops. It's a little bit of a momentum stopper. That being said, it stopped momentum in absolutely 0 ways because he's able to get so much value. We have 2 Grandmother Willows, and then, of course, we have that Tramp, street smart dog. And smart he is because he's able to do so much. In this case, he is able to just take advantage of a lot of resources here, and we can shift this lady.
The Lady Elegant Spaniel being shifted and being able to get some maximum resources back as well. This board is getting wide, and it's time to get under. It looks like no, we're questing. The glimmers are exerting, and you're just going to start piling on some lore. No Chromacon yet, but we also have a nice Circle of Life target into the discard pile in the form of Stitch, Carefree Surfer. Tigger and Genie aren't going to be able to do enough heavy lifting to get across this very, very wide board. So Gabrielle really needs to find a very powerful turn. Maybe a rush character could be the answer that you are looking for in form of Elsa Fitzspirit.
Now, I would like to point out that we normally say that Sapphire decks have an advantage because they can ramp, they can do so much with so little, but Robert is looking like a magician over here. Those 2 Willows and the discount from the Tramp made it where he was able to play a 7 cost and a 5 cost in one turn with 4 ink. That scientifically shouldn't be possible, but it is possible with the magic of dogs.
If you believe in magic, you can get it done. As Gabriel is gearing up to do some trading, and taking out that 5 cost character is not the worst idea I've heard of. As Genie now, wish fulfilled, might have to engage in fisticuffs as well. Maybe you can get it loose and get to this Finnick. No, we'll go after the Tramp to pile some damage here, and we'll offer up some boost to take down that to finish off that Tramp. So nice turn coming in from Gabriel, as you did narrow up the board a little bit. Still got a lot of utility there from Robert's side, and you have the option to sing an Under the Sea as well as a Delamoon's Lullaby. I think if you can find that powerful play, or a Rhino Under the Sea, feels problematic for Gabriel. He hates to see it as Lilo is back for free.
Yeah, Gabriel just has this very, very terrible math equation where, generally speaking, his deck does 1 or 2 things per turn. And that one thing is play a character. The second thing is maybe sing a song. But it's so hard to do a lot of things per turn. But on the other side, he against Robert, who says, I'm going to do lots of things every turn nonstop. In this case, he's going to exert 5 and just play Lady for the full retail value, getting 2 cards back. So it's just for one action on one side, Gabriel is absorbing a Mandu about 20, and he is now questing up to a nice, clean, I believe, 12 at this point. A very, very, very daunting lead at this part in the game.
Yeah, that's a nice 2 steps forward and 2 steps back. You have this dynamic turn, and Lady Elegant Spaniel actually the Miss Park Avenue really is such a powerful card. She might be kind of messed up. Being Floodborn, you can shift this and get some pluses back from your discard pile. Like you say all the time, Katie, having your discard become like that second resource pool that you can get from with these Lilos, with those ladies. You can kind of set it up with the Tramp. They work so nicely together. This very thematic strategy. And Robert is built it in a slightly different way. So you are now in a position where you have to start challenging with your characters. And that's and kind of absorbing more of your tempo by using this Cheshire Cat to hopefully clear some of these problematic characters off the board.
The good news is none of the damage counts because they're using the Rain of Jafar dice, which are very hard to read. But just kidding. It does count to have that. But we're able to move that damage around. So that is a very important thing, those damage dice, because that Cheshire Cat is one of the more powerful tools against this dog's deck because you're able to recur that effect over and over again. We saw pretty much Bell accomplishments that could be erased from the world due to the power of this cat. And this is another powerhouse in the mid game, that Elsa Spirit coming in. She can challenge that little, but like you said, she's down, but she's not out. You're probably going to see her later. And he elects to start that. He says, you're going to see her right now.
Yeah, just keep on bringing back with that Grandmother Willow being able to bring one back for free, and then you get the other one for a little discount, double check, bringing back the second Lilo for full value. It feels like such another advantage situation, as we are thinking we got Lilos coming back, and we'll start to draw for turn. But Katie, I do have a nice little tier list of which dice perform better on stream, and can you guess which dice are the best?
Believe you said Fabled, but that would make sense because it's contrast, right?
No. Fabled has the rainbow color. Whispers are OP, and Arcasia's Island with the white and green, they do very well on stream.
I love that. I love that you have a tier list of that, and it makes sense. You're doing tier lists like nobody else is doing it in the business. But man, so Robert is now at 12. Now, I will say Gabriel is now at a very good spot in the sense that he has 4 characters on the board, and he could play Demona. And at a certain point, we talk about board wipes. He has the ability to do board wipe with like a little asterisk next to it. That being said, did I miss 2 Tramps being played in a row for free? Is that
I know there's one. I know there's one for sure, unless there's one at the southern hemisphere of the board. But we are circling it up as the the Surfer Stitch is going to make his triumphant return after that Circle of Life. Robert's deck is also maxed out. I believe he is oh no, not the Mowgli on the Let It Go as well. I know he owns and operates a card store at World Class Cards, so I'm sure his deck is going to be blinged. And this deck is super, super cool. Look at this board, Katie. How did we get out of this? How did we get here?
I blinked. I'll be honest. We were talking about the dice, and I looked at the board and I said, "Oh, it's not that bad." And then I looked, and there was a clump of 4 cards at the bottom that my mind had blinked out. That is worth a total of 8 lore. And Gabriel says, "I didn't ignore it. I have to go to game 2."
Yeah.
So that is when we talk about the definition of high roll. High roll is everything going good for you in a row, and I think that was a beautiful demonstration of why the dog deck is feared by many. Because when it fires off, it feels like you're playing a different game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's just, and I was just looking at Gabriel's face or Gabriel's face, and it was just like, what is happening? Come on, man, not like this, not on stream. We got the Sapphire Amethyst deck, which has naturally does have a pretty, I would say, poor matchup. You do have lines, you can beat the aggressive dogs deck, but it will require a lot of things to go your way. We are seeing that you have Tigger in your deck. He is a great card for this matchup. You still obviously going to be having Elsie, you have the Let It Go, you have the Hades. You have to stop the early game. You have to figure out a way to break up that Willow, Grandmother Willow. Either they need to miss it or you need to stop them from using it. You need to find a way to apply a tremendous amount of pressure and get to the Cheshire Cat early. I think Cheshire Cat is going to be your path to victory while forcing your opponent into some exertion. So hopefully Gabriel can find that to force game number 3. I do love Robert, but I need to see more Lorcana, and I need to avoid having this long breaks with only one feature match, Katie.
That's such a valid point because it is heartbreaking. I mean, it's good when there's a long match, especially when your Taco Bell order comes. But if you want to watch a lot of Lorcana, it is not good how fast some of these games go. I do want to give you guys a little orientation because right now
Please.
we are watching one game. Did you know right now there was IDs, but then something happened. All the players at the top tables looked at their score and said, wait. I have 25 points right now. A lot of them have 26. And they said, we got to play this out. So right now, table 2, which is Justice versus Diego Saz. Table 4, which is Sky versus DKP. Habibi is playing it out. Dankster is playing out because I think a lot of people are saying, yeah, I made it, but I want to make it to the top of the bracket with a really good seed. So I would love to see those games, but we can't see them all. We're seeing this one, which is also a very exciting game because this is very, very important. One of these players can make it in, and the other player will have to head out for the day.
Yeah, this is I call these the bubble blasters. Okay, one of the Lumineers has a possibility of getting in. One of the Lumineers will be going home. So Gabriel's in a spot where he's like, why did this bubble blaster match have to be my worst possible matchup? You are now on the play. Robert has to be feeling quite comfortable in this scenario as you stare down your opposition. Looking at the hand, we see the Ursula there. We see the Bobby Zimmerowski. Also, we have the Nani, so the curve seems quite good. I don't see some of your boss monsters or boss characters. We're not saying that tramp. We are going to keep a little bit of the curve, and maybe we can dig a little bit deeper to the deck to find the rest of those pieces.
I just put a cinnamon in my mouth right as you finished talking.
Oh,
I don't know why I did
well,
it. I don't know why I did it. No, I don't know why I did it, but I will say that to your point, that tramp Street Smart Dog is so important. But we did see Robert do pretty stunning things in this first game. We said, oh, you need tramp, and he shifted a lady and sang Under the Sea on turn 3 in the last game. So it's kind of maddening to be up against this dog's deck because there's like play lines that are devastating, and then there's about 13 other devastating play lines as well. As we saw that Mowgli, that was insult to injury. He didn't need to play that Mowgli to get that Let It Go, but he did. And that's the power of the deck. Now, it sometimes can look silly. And what I mean by that is if you don't have Grandmother Willow and you don't have that tramp or you can't find Under the Sea, then Gabriel can have a much better game. And I think he's hoping that game 2 comes his way.
Yeah, and I would say this. I'm so glad you did this broadcast with me, you and Garrick. We have a lot of tournaments that are coming up where we're going to be sharing this booth together, and this is great practice because usually in the booth I can see what you're doing, and if I see you eat a burrito right there mid conversation, I probably wouldn't pass the ball there.
That was a crazy thing for me to do. I don't know why I did it in your defense.
But I can't see you right now. Like when we're in the booth, I'm only looking at the game. I can't see what you're doing, so it makes it a lot more difficult. So now I can kind of feel. We have to feel what's going on. Yeah,
yeah. Is that a boost Ursula going down into the inkwell? That is fascinating to me because I call her Boostula, but it is one of the new Ursulas from Whispers in the Night where you can have that evasive ability. Very, very interesting. But it's not going to be played because it isn't
she can quest super hard too. And maybe that's a play. Since you have those types of tools in your deck, maybe that's a world you can get to a Boostula or that Ursula Whisper of Vanessa. You can quest. That thing quests for 3 as well. And it's very resistant to the Under the Sea Delamoon stuff with that 5 strength. So I think that might be a card that
Yeah.
Gabriel can possibly lean on, especially if you can get to that mid to late game, as the Elegant Spaniel is going to be on to the field of play in favor of the Decisive Dog, who goes down to the Inkwell.
Yeah, and I think the more ladies, the better, as I always say. And the reason, though, is because of, like I said, he has that shift ability for a lady. He has that Miss Park Avenue, and we've seen him play it just purely for the singing power in the past. But it also has that beauty to synergize with a tramp should he decide to start going wide, doing things with Wills and Tramp. I do see a lady Miss Park Avenue in the hand right now. So it's time to see how he wants to play this. The Rafiki is questing. Now that Rafiki has Challenger 3, so he can do a lot, but right now he can't take a lot of damage. But this lady isn't known for challenging. But there we go. There's
That's
that wide
dangerous.
line.
Yeah. Sorry, Kate. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I mean, yeah,
But
it's dangerous for that punish right there.
And it happened. I know questioning Rafikis, especially in this Sapphire Amethyst versus this match, you need those Rafikis to be upright, because that Challenger 3 is going to do so well for you on the following turn when Robert elects to exert. But you play into this tramp, you get punished, and it's going to be hard to rebuttal for that as the Cheshire Cat and another Rafiki. Your board would be much better had you had two of those Rafikis in play right now, but Shift Under the Sea would have still kind of hit you with a RKO out of nowhere.
Yeah, we have an interesting turn 4 here. Just putting out one more Rafiki, because that Rafiki, like you mentioned, is valuable. I mean, challenging for 3 takes care of pretty much everything that could be on the other side of the board, but having no punish for challenging into it feels miserable. However, we have a Cheshire Cat coming in, which we know can be very, very good, but there we go. The wider the board gets, the less powerful Cheshire Cat becomes, because the Cheshire Cat activation costs 2 to boost and can only be done once per turn. So every single card that Robert plays is another problem for Gabriel.
Yeah, and with the Cheshire Cat, you still would have to force some exertion. You have to get something, you have to pile the damage onto your characters. And if Robert is just going to keep his characters ready and maybe set up for a Delamoon Under the Sea, there's that exertion that we were looking for in the form of Elsa, the Fifth Spirit. But still, maybe even going after this Nani or whoever the highest cost character is, or maybe some of these ladies, try to peel those things off before we can shift. I don't know. I guess you got to do what must be done. But one damage on this Elsa still might not be that damage moving capability you need from this Cheshire Cat. You need more exertion every turn. Maybe Isis, or maybe even a Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan could be a nice, timely. And we got the Shift Tramp. Dasper Rascal has hit the board for the first time today.
And I love this Dapper Rascal, because we talked about it a few times. We're like, that wasn't there before. There must be something there that wasn't there before. And that Tramp Dapper Rascal is taking advantage of what you just said, that there might be some challenging, some banishing going on next turn. And Tramp says, I'm not worried about it. Go ahead, challenge into any of this if you want, because I get to draw a card. You can challenge all 3, really, because then I get 3 cards and I can just fill the board again next turn. So it just makes the math so frustrating, but you have activated it and fed Robert's hand. I don't like this choice. If not that he challenged, but that you have to make this choice. It's just a not favorable decision. Control the board or control the hand.
And that 8 willpower is actually quite tremendous in this exact scenario, as we are taking down these ladies, which I feel you almost have to do, Katie, just to break up that shift line. But there's just so much resource coming back, and now we can ink and just naturally play the lady and get all that stuff right back, and you're just going to lose this value. I've never seen a deck, the dog deck, or quote unquote the aggro deck, just outvalue the Sapphire Amethyst deck. I mean, they have so many drawing cards and so much tempo, or so many things, and here we go. The lady is played, and 2 ladies that you just sent to the discard pile are now back in hand. Robert has to have 7 cards in hand, Katie, 8 cards in hand. I've never seen this before.
You haven't, because normally dogs is pretty resource barren. I mean, you will be against dog players and they have 1 or 2 cards in hand and they are just on the margins, but not here. He has made his deck in a way where he says, I'm going to keep this hand nice and full. I can get cards back from my discard. I can draw cards off my tramp. And Gabriel just has it's a not tenable math situation, because like you mentioned, that tramp stat is 2/6. The only thing that could truly clearly answer it is a let it go or into the unknown, but then you give him more ink and that feels miserable because he has so many cards. So you're basically just, no matter what, you are going to get punished by how you handle Robert's board.
And I believe Gabriel is holding on to 2 cards in hand, both of which I believe to be Hades the Infernal Schemer, both uninkable. So you're forced to ink that Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan there. And now you're hoping that you can get to another ink to get to that 7 ink threshold, as Robert is committing everything to the board and beginning to quest aggressively now. That's 4. I believe this is game on board. If you can't come up with a breakdown here, you need ink.
Yeah, I mean it's I he has that Junior Woodchuck guidebook, which is too slow for the task ahead of him. At this point, with those Lilos, two very giant characters on the board, two characters, that lady and the tramp are the math is not favorable. I think we have a Hades, but that's just one. They can only get rid of one thing. Now it's a big thing, but we know in his hand he can just refill the board next turn. I'm not jealous of having to do this math. And that's the face of an Illuminator that says, I don't think I'm going to get to play a game 3.
Yeah, that's right now he's presenting 2, 4, 6 right now. If we play a tramp, that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That'll get you up to 19. Maybe there's a go-go Tomago that is hanging out by Robert as well. So you have to be super careful of that as well, that reality. So one card in hand. We are, uh-oh. Oh, we're just trying to make sure that everything is on the up and up, keeping your ink separate from your hand. It happens sometimes. The Junior Woodchuck Guidebook was inked. The challenging is about to commence. Now, you will have to lose some resources here. Unfortunately, your Cheshire Cat and your Elsa will be banished in this exchange. No, Elsa stays. Cheshire goes.
He has to throw 2 cards at just one there, losing a Cheshire Cat and a Scuttle in the fray. And now he took off a little bit there. I mean, that's 2 very important lore, and he got rid of the tramp. But oh my gosh, this just this is him in a nutshell. This is carefree Robert because he has not a care in the world because he has infinite ink, infinite cards, and he is able to draw 2 cards off this carefree surfer.
Yeah, I honestly don't know how Gabriel's supposed to win this matchup. This seems very difficult. It seems like Robert has designed his deck specifically to target some of these Amethyst strategies. You don't even play that. You're not even really playing the aggro gameplay. You're playing more of a mid-range, almost pseudo control type strategy with some aggro tendencies to it. Because you got the tramp, you got the stitches, you have this under the sea, and you have the circle of life. This deck seems like it is moving and grooving as Gabriel is back against the wall now. Sapphire and Amethyst looks like you just don't have a chance, and we're gonna see what happens here.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of cards in the game that can deal with this many cards on the other side. I mean, in his deck, he has things like Hades with the Storm Rage on. He has Demona. Demona can exert everything, but the thing is you need friends with Demona. There's the Hades, which can get rid of the biggest bad on the board. The other Hades and Elsa can challenge in, but we need to get rid of, I think he can go ahead and take 1 turn off because he gets rid of this Lilo. Then we still only have 3, assuming no Go-Go or Tramp is deployed on the next turn, which is assuming a lot.
Yeah, you just need to you got to fade a tramp here, and I think we might be getting close to the end of this one. If we get to a tramp, we have some Lilos if you want to bring those things back. But here it is. This could be for all the marbles right now.
He didn't even ready his ladies. He's just so excited. Or did he have some kind of not ready in effect on that Lilo? Oh no, okay.
He played the lady and just brought back double Lilo, and to hand and just played double Lilo readied.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Because and there we go. Every dog has its day, and that day is today for Robert, who now has 24 points, which is exactly what he needs to make it into the top 32. It's not a guaranteed, but it is guaranteed that he is not out. How is that pop off, JD?
W pop off. That was a 10 out of 10. Every dog has his day is pretty good. I like that.
Thank you.
There was
a turn where I was thinking of it and you started talking and I was thinking so hard about what I was going to say if he won that I didn't respond. I was like, oh, I'm trying to think about that. But man, I mean, we talk about the builds of dogs and that, like you said, that's why dogs is such a frustrating thing to talk about. We talk about what should we call dogs, and the answer is I don't know, because there's chroma dogs, sea dogs, all chroma dogs with Chromacon have Under the Sea. Not every Under the Sea dog deck has Chromacon. Not every Circle of Dog deck. It's maddening because there's just so many ways you can make that deck punishing, which means it's very frustrating. I heard that Zan said on his podcast recently, you can tech for dogs, but then you'll lose to every other deck because you've made your deck only titrate towards dogs. And also dogs is just nebulous. So it's just, that's why people bring dogs, is because it just can slide through the meta like that.
Yeah, and it's going to be one of those things when this game is a 20-year-old game, a 15-year-old game, and we look back in the history of Disney Lorcana, we're going to look at this dogs deck, and it's going to be one of those amalgamations of like, how did this even happen? I mean, the deck is so powerful, it's so consistent, it plays on so many different echelons, it has so many powerful tools that it has access used to, but it wasn't the most played deck. It wasn't this deck that shows up to 30, 40, 50% of the field. And I'll never for the life of me understand how that is happening. I understand the deck is very difficult to play. I understand there is a lot of skill expression there, and you have to understand the resource in the mirror is very abysmal. But the deck, I've really got to say, I really love the deck that Robert has constructed. As you're playing this Circle of Life, you kind of got your top end a little bit higher. Your ceiling just kind of got raised a little bit, so you can do all of the broken things that the other Amber and Emerald Dog strategies can do, but you can do a little bit more as well with the Circle of Life and the Surfer Stitch and some of the other characters that he elected to play. And the Big Tramp seemed quite nice.
Yeah, I'm looking right now at the bracket because I mean, there's so many stories going on right now, and this is when being remote can feel like because like there's all sorts of crazy matches. We talked about Sky versus DKP. That match came down 2-0 DKP's side, who was on Blurple. So it's funny because we saw Blurple look silly in that match, but obviously Blurple is not silly because DKP has it, and obviously doing pretty good, saying he's at table 4 and just won. But then we have other matches that Habibi played, and he was on Amber Steel Song and he lost. So Amber Steel Song's having a rough round. It's all on Diego
Habibi goes
now.
down. Sky goes down.
And it's down, but it's like down in like a safe place. But it's still
a safe down. You just set up for the sequel. That's all. You just set up for the like in the movie
Revenge
where
arc.
you fight the villain early on. And then you're like, oh, I need to learn their powers. They learn their ways. They outmatch them, and then at the end, it's a redo.
Exactly. You want to lose the first time, so then later, you're like, you don't know how much I've grown since we've last encountered each other. But Garrick, how much were you able to accomplish in that game? That was a pretty fast Blurple round. Not a lot.
I went and changed into sweatpants and a sweatshirt and laid in bed while you guys got.
You changed your outfit to get comfy and then changed back in?
Yeah, I did. That's what I did. I literally just went and got comfy and cozy and was like, please take longer.
No, they said no. He said, I'm going to do the highest combo of cards we've ever seen. Robert played every card he could in that time. And unfortunately, the Blurple player said, "Oh, I can only play 1 card per turn." And no, you got to play 10 cards per turn against a dog's deck. I am so sorry.
Yeah, you have to keep up, and we're absolutely cruising right now. We're at like 500 combined between YouTube and Twitch. So thank you so much, everybody that has stopped by. I know there's a lot of Disney Lorcana being played out there. There's like 3 CCQs going on right now. So really appreciate you all being here. Again, on the YouTube side, once we hit 100 likes, we are 25 away from that. I will be giving away this 2025 convention playmat that I won at either PAX or Gen Con. I don't remember, but it'll be yours if you win the giveaway.
We're so close. 74 likes right now. People want that playmat.
They do.
I'm gonna join that giveaway. Garrick's always joining the giveaways that I do. I'm in there as soon as I do it.
You have to.
I'm a join. I can't wait.
You should sell it back to him. You should say, "I'll sell it to you."
I don't think I could sell this playmat to Garrick in a million lifetimes. There is no chance in the 1,000 realms Garrick would ever spend any currency on this playmat. It just won't happen.
Yeah.
Man,
that's true.
There's so much good Lorcana going on right now. I think this is so interesting because down in Brazil, I was worried for a while that it was only going to be North American and European players, but as we've seen, there are Brazilian players there that are showing up and showing out. For everybody joining, we are wrapping up round 12. There might be a small gap that me and Garrick and JD will be doing some jazz improv, because usually between
they
the
gotta
time
take their top 32 photos and all
and
that
then deck
stuff.
check. So you'll hear us kind of saying weird stuff or normal stuff. We could be very academic the whole time, but either way, we are in that time where at this point there were 57 players that opened. It's so weird to say 57 people entered day 2 on day 1. And of those 57, 24 will be eliminated and 32 will make it into your top. So and all of them are still playing. Like right now, I mean, we have all the players still saying there's a chance. So I love to see it. What a day. What story do you want to tell? There's some stories to tell about this day. What other things are we observing about the madness of this tournament?
One thing I will point out, and I did hear some field reporting from the Illuminators that are there. One of my predictions is that blue green will be a strategy I thought would pick up a significant amount of steam
What?
because blue green was doing
Oh.
was doing quite well in the previous DLC, but it seems like in this tournament, Blue Green just could not even get moving at all. It seemed like Blue Green was just at a point where it was not even considered a thing that anyone was doing, and I believe it was a lot of aggro strategies that were present at the tournament. So it was just chewing up all the Sapphire and Emerald players, and that is just how it went down. So I'm just.
But what about J-Bomb? J-Bomb's still here. He's still with us. Believe in
Playing
J-Bomb.
Emerald Sapphire?
I think so. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. So yeah, I did confirm. I'm looking at the Copag website that it is top 32 single elimination and then grand final best of 5, baby. So I will be watching with so much excitement. Best of 5s can go very fast, or they can last 2.5 hours, and we won't know until we get there of what kind of varietal it'll be. I will say there are going to be some dogs in the top 32. We know that, unfortunately or fortunately.
Yes, there is a one. There's a 100% confirmed. There will be a significant amount of dogs that will be there. Like I said, I'm really enjoying what I see from Robert's deck. I think he's going to probably make some noise. It's going to be kind of hard to get through that, especially if you're playing some Amethyst in your strategies. Another story that I think jumps off the page, looking at some of the preambles that we've had and some of the predictions we had, I for sure would have been convinced that somebody playing Ruby would have converted with the Boosty Boy strategy, picking up some steam towards the end of this format. And Ruby Amethyst is kind of making a little slight resurgence toward the end throughout this format as well. No Ruby at all on the feature match in any capacity.
Couldn't even convert to the stream. Not even to the top cut. Couldn't even convert to a stream spot, which is crazy. Was there even a single Ruby player out there out of the 441 that we're playing? Who knows? We'll never know.
I do know. There was somebody that was playing Finger Dingers. And somebody got flung dung because I think I heard about a bad beat of somebody who's doing pretty well. I can't remember who it was, so I don't want to speculate. But they said, yeah, and he got beat by Flingerdinger. So congrats to that player for beating somebody that did well. I don't know if they're still doing well, but there was one in the room, so a brave one.
There you go. We're 5 likes away from the giveaway on YouTube. By the way, 5 more likes, and we will give away the 2025 convention exclusive playmat.
Yeah, make sure you guys are going over there and like the YouTube side and get active and get this playmat out of Garrick's hands. I mean, he and full disclosure, he loves this playmat. Okay, it is very cherished to him. He thinks it's the best one, the best playmat ever created. I think that we've had according to our tier list, which I think I have saved somewhere. I can kind of pull that tier list up and we can kind of show that we have some time.
Pull the tier list up, man. We're almost there. A couple more likes and we'll give this bad boy away. Don't pull the tier list up before we do the giveaway. You can pull it up after.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a crazy thing to do.
You're right.
Then after.
This is a 2025 convention exclusive playmat. You had to go in there, be 3-0 to win one of these things, okay? No losses, only dubs. And you might just go in there and play against Ed or DKP at Gen Con. It was kind of crazy. Okay, we did reach the threshold.
All right.
Everybody that would like to enter the giveaway, this is on YouTube. You have to be in the YouTube chat. We already did the Twitch giveaway. Go in there and comment. What should we comment? Just comment Podcana.
That's good.
Leave Podcana. And also, I'm only giving it away to a subscriber, and I can find out if you're subscribed or not. No, I'm kidding.
That's
or
a threat,
am I?
not a... Yeah.
We'll see. No, but we're going to spin the names. So go into the YouTube chat and type Podcana, and we'll leave that for a second. And everybody that enters in, I'll put you in a wheel of names, and we'll get this thing done.
I want to see this wheel of names. I need to see the wheel of names live. I need to see it live. I need to see it. I need to actually see it happen because I think you're going to nerf me, dude. I think you're not going to let me win.
Did you type it in? I'm seeing a bunch of stuff come in right now. I hope everybody that is leaving a comment is subscribed as well. It does really help us out on the channel. Would really appreciate that if you could leave a subscription in there while you are there. I would love you forever. As we are making the push to 7,000 here.
I'm working so hard to find out what the pricing is for this event, and it is a mysterious situation. It's got to be top 4 or Golden Mickeys, right? It's top
I think
4?
so. I think that has to be top 4. Like the world's invite. I believe there will be the Elsa ice maker. You should get that. The Simbas will be a part of this thing as well. Dude, my YouTube comments are not letting me type, so I'm being nerfed. Actually, so
JDZ, get it. What? Fight back.
I'm trying, dude. I've joined the conversation. Oh, there it is. It takes. I had to refresh. Hit him with a refresh. Okay, we're in there.
Are you gonna have to like hand copy and paste this, or do you have a bot that can do this?
Don't worry, we're gonna be locked in. And
you're just typing into an Excel spreadsheet right now. You're like, oh my god.
Please sort, and please everyone stop triple, quadruple entering in. You just have to do it once. You don't have to type more than one time. We'll give it a couple more minutes here as people are still in there typing Podcana. If you are watching over on the YouTube side, go into the chat, type Podcana, and you could win this 2025 convention exclusive playmat from Disney Lorcana.
And keep in mind, this does not work on the Twitch side. It has to be on the YouTube side. So go to YouTube.
I ain't even looking in the Twitch chat. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm still on the Twitch side. So it has to be on the YouTube side if you want to participate in this. So Ed is on the floor. Ed saying no uncut sheets, allegedly, says Ed, who is in the venue reporting. Sailor says, question coming in from the chat, coming in from Sailor, national qualified luminaire, winning the CCQ at the Inc. Open. Ask, will toys save Ruby? I'm thinking no. Unfortunate.
Wait, Sailor's asking us that?
Maybe he's a conversation starter. Okay.
Oh, okay. He's like coming to us, like, please tell us. I'm like, Sailor, you gotta tell me, buddy. Sailor, I don't know if I know it, but you gotta tell me. But Color said yes. So good news is the answer.
I don't know, man. I think Ruby might need a little bit more support. I think they need some broken cards back. And here is Garrick's and mine official tier list now that we've got the giveaway.
Whoa. The giveaway. Wait until the giveaway is actually done.
Oh no, the giveaway's done. It's over. Like this is it.
No, it's not. I haven't spun the wheel.
Well, okay.
Get that off the screen.
You can't unenter. What are they gonna do? Unenter?
Yeah, they can't. What are they gonna do?
They're gonna bail.
I'm gonna
take me off the list.
I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna pull a timer up, and I'm gonna give it. I don't want
to be on this giveaway anymore.
I am going to give it another 60 seconds. If you want to enter in to win this 2025 convention exclusive playmat, go into the YouTube and type in Podcana in the chat. I am starting the timer now, and I'm not giving it to you unless you're subscribed to the channel. 60 seconds on the timer there.
All right. I did it. So
what'd you do?
So at one point Ed Chu said the top 8 gets a booster box, and I was like, haha. No, it does say on the website. I translated it from Portuguese to English, and it says top 8 gets a boosty box. So have we seen that before?
Wait. Hold. Let's run it back. Let's start over. I'm listening.
Yeah, we can start from the bottom.
I'm listening, but I'm not hearing. Katie, I need you to give me the full rundown. Katie, report. Take it away, Katie.
Earlier today, Ed Chu said, someone said, what do we get for winning? And Ed said, top 8 booster box. And I said, ha 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 ha. And then I scrolled away. But I am now on the official website, and I put it into Google Translate Portuguese, Brazilian to English. And it is confirmed the top 8 will be receiving a booster box. Now they get other things. You want to hear what else they get?
Okay.
So participation is a gift from Hercules Pegasus.
Wonderful.
3 match wins, Mulan charging ahead. Top 64. So some of the people that got told to get out of here before, like they still got the Pride Protector, because basically they didn't have a top 64. They just had a cut on day 2. So anyway, top 64 got Pride Protector. Top 32, so everybody makes a top cut, will get the Ice Maker foil promo. Then top 16 gets the playmat. And then after you get the playmat, you get a booster box. Are we excited? Is that better? What's better than a playmat? A boosty box. You get a case.
In the boosty box,
What
a case would be nice. There could be an iconic though.
what is
Yeah, but then
in
after that,
what is the booster box that we are going
I
for
hope
though?
it's
That
the
depends.
Inklings. You get an Inklings boosty box.
If you get an Inklings boosty, then I can't be bothered
I mean,
with.
there's whispers behind them. You can see whispers. That'd be so funny. It's not
If
the
it's
set right
if
now.
it's fabled, we might be cooking though. Fabled is up. Pull that honey wizard and you're so back. Pull iconic Mickey, you're up in a major way.
That's fun. It's kind of like you get a little lottery ticket. But anyway, so that is you make it. So your thing is, I just got a nice L smoker. You win your next round. They're like, and now you have an Elsa Ice Maker card, mat, and a booster box. But then top 4 gets a golden Mickey. Top 2 gets a complete winter spell set. And then champion is a trophy and a spot at the World Championship, including airfare and accommodation.
Oh, that's cool. That's kind of
Yeah.
cool. I mean, this is a TO. This is what I'm never going to besmirch them because this might be this is their first DLC that they've had. So I'm not trying to say you not have all this kind of stuff back up the Brinks truck, but I'm with it, man. And the players are going to. I mean, obviously, if you're going to make this trip, if you're one of these pro level players, you're not showing up to Brazil for the booster box. It ain't it.
Oh,
Okay?
I mean, some people, Ed, he said that was like why he went, is he was hoping to win a free boosty box. He's
Just
like,
a free boosty box of the Inkling. No, it's about
win a box challenge.
It's about, you know what I'm saying? It is about the prestige. It's about the honor. It's about the pride. It's about getting to the world championship. It's
about
about
the Pride Protector.
the Simba Pride Protector.
It's about
It's
the
about
Simba Pride
showing
Protector.
showing your merits, showing your skills, being on the game floor. It says I'm trying to rip. You're gonna rip the.
I gotta rip some boosties.
Imagine you win this thing and they give you a boosty box of Inklings, bro, and you just out here ripping, and then you rip and you pull what's in there? They got the wall in there. Do you pull a wall or something like that? Are you
I would
shambling?
Well,
actually like.
We are locked in and ready to go for this giveaway.
I need
I'm
to-
sharing my screen. The wheel is populated.
All right. If I don't win, I'm calling a judge, dude, or Lord God is maybe. Give me a sec. Don't spin it yet, Garrick. I gotta share the wheel of destiny with the rest of the universe out here as I'm on the wheels of steel, holding it down. Here we go. Watch the stream. All right, and I will pull this into the program right there. That's a lot of names. I don't know how you did that so fast. I guarantee you, ChatGPT had something to do with this, but it's all
I'm
good.
goated with the sauce, dude. I just speed typed it. What do you mean?
Shout out to
Oh,
Have you ever
shout out
seen
ChatGPT.
Have you ever seen Bruce Almighty where he's answering all the emails? That was me. So a simple copy and paste will get it done. All right,
Righteous.
ready?
Ready. We're letting go. So this is for YouTube, right? Shout out to YouTube. Shout out to Podcana. Shout out to Garrick for putting this on the line. Here it is. We're gonna spin this thing one time. That's it, right, Garrick? No
One time.
redos.
Actually, I'm spinning it. However, last person. No, I'm kidding. That would. Well, honestly, it might. We probably have a long time.
We'll be spinning
It's
this
up to you. There's 127 names on
Spin
here,
this thing.
so-
Spin this thing once and let's get out of here, Garrick. There's no way we
Yeah,
can spin
I
this thing
agree,
27 times.
I agree. There's R&B, everybody. Follow his name right here on my mouse. Follow R&B. Is he going to get it done? We're going to spin this thing in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. If you're not subscribed, I'm not giving it to you. Here we go.
I gotta make sure I'm subbed really quick.
Oh, no.
Just kidding. I know I am.
And the winner is Tarzan.
I think that's Tarzan.
Tarzan Sayed. He's in the chat.
Tarzan 777. If you won, shoot me a message on Discord. I'm Garrick. You can easily find me, or you can send me a message on Twitter at ki_Garrick and be like, "I'm Tarzan. Here's the proof." And I am subscribed to your YouTube channel. But congratulations to Tarzan. If they don't get back to me, I will just spin this thing again.
Yeah, you should do it now as
so-
a backup right now. Because like, why would you do it later?
I'm just saying, I mean, we could. Backup
'cause I-
winner if Tarzan doesn't get back to me.
I mean,
No, I
that's
don't
fair
wanna
because
do
I've
that
done
to
that
you
in a
before.
giveaway before where I didn't have a backup, and then I'm like, well, I guess that didn't work. And then,
That's valid.
All right.
I'm trying to see how many people I'm doing my little like death note here, so you guys can just have fun. I'm just gonna type.
No,
in
Katie's in the dojo. This is fine. I'm used to this, Katie. This is where you are. This is where you
Look
are.
at where you are. Look
Oh,
at where we started.
There's another
the
where
fact
you are
that I'm
there.
alive is a miracle. It would be enough.
That was quite
All
good.
right.
Katie can
Thank
low-key sing a
you.
little bit there.
Come a little bit.
I'm supporting. All right, so now that that's been done, we got to pull up this tier list
Tarzan
here.
is in the chat. Congrats.
Tarzan said no backup. We're good.
I'm here, please.
All right,
Send me a message on Discord or Twitter, or you can email podcanapod@gmail with your info.
All right, here is that tier list that we were talking about a bit earlier, and I know Garrick did not want to showcase this to everyone, but I'm glad we did, because I don't want to shed light and make light of the situation. I do love all of these play mats, and they're all special, but on This Is Not a Podcast, we rated all of the mats that you must earn, and here is what we ended up with. And I want to get some thoughts to everyone who maybe hadn't had the opportunity to see this tier list, and tell us what you guys think about it. All right, so at the top we have the Whole New World from Worlds as that S+ tier. We think the artwork is beautiful, and it's obviously super goated with its rareness. Rapunzel and Cinderella make up that top tier, but I really want to draw some attention to this bottom tier here area, this D tier.
Wait, what? You can't go from top to bottom. You just have to immediately go straight. Like, all right, here's the best, and here are the worst.
Yeah, let's go from.
I mean, because I don't want to go through all of them. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory of how we ended up here. How we ended up here. I think that's quite fair with this situation. But I don't know. This is what do you guys think about it? Baymax has to be S+ tier. Says Fumbles. I would disagree.
Baymax almost didn't get out of D tier, if we're being on. Like, barely by the skin of its teeth made it into the C tier.
Just because of its rareness. I think if this same Baymax had been a set championship, it would be probably lower. I think the iconicness of Baymax being national only is what kind of increased this guy up to where he is right now. So I disagree. It's too much space. It's too small, and it is what it is. But
the card itself is better than the playmat, is what we were getting at.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. Stitch Rockstar being up here, this Woody one, and maybe it's just me, I don't know, but I think I'm going hard this set championships. I went kind of tough on this one. I played quite a few, didn't win the Tinkerbell mat, but I'm going crazy on this Woody one, and I think I'm gonna try hard. I'm gonna sweat. I might buy a couple guides, might get some coaching. I'm going crazy on the Woody one because I really want to have this Woody play mat. It seems so cool to me.
Yeah.
All right, so they're still on the couch, and we got Mr. Smee, and we have this gentleman here with the pins on the polo, and we have the gentleman in the middle. And I'm not gonna, I don't know their vibe, but I think this gentleman in the middle has been way too casual this stream. I think you gotta lock in. You have
He
to.
does have jorts on. I mean, those are jorts. Let's call it like we see it.
Even
That's a
yesterday,
Brazilian staple though.
jorts.
Yeah.
Oh, well, then he's wearing right on, I guess.
He's got to wake up. He's got to get active, man. He's got a tee on. I'm not certain. He might have aura. He might just give it up like that. That might be a part of the motif. But I think jorts on the in the host couch area there, I think unacceptable.
Yeah.
Unacceptable.
Well, unacceptable. Cannot accept it. I mean, while we're here,
Reject.
We do love doing a tier list. We could do a tier list.
Do you have one available?
What should we do? We talked about doing all the princes because we were talking about we could do a prince tier list.
Let's throw it up there. Let's do it. Prince tier list. And they have to have the title of prince, okay? I don't want anybody, like all these guys. If you're not a prince, don't at me, dude.
Yeah, like Tarzan, sorry. You're not a prince.
You're not, unfortunately. I guess technically might be, because there's some theory that Tarzan is Elsa and Anna's brother. Is that a fact or cap?
Like how you're like, we're not going to do any technicalities. You're like, but I did hear
as I did. Yeah,
Except
right.
for this one thing that I do think could be true.
I do love that theory, though.
Yeah,
it is fun.
It's quite clean. It lines up quite nicely as well. I think a little bit of fan service. Also, Ariel being related to Hercules by way of I think that one's more legit there. If you do the whole Greek mythology, I think there is a world where Ariel, being the daughter of Triton, who is the son of Poseidon, who is the brother of Zeus, who's the father of Hercules, which will make Ariel Zeus's niece or something like that, or whatever. I don't know. You guys do the math.
Something like that. All right. Yeah. I'm gonna share my screen. I have it up right now.
Let's get it. Boom. Okay. Let me pop you out. Quick pop out. We can make it pop out. Pop out. All right, somebody has to keep an eye on the stream, though, because I will be obscuring the stream. I will not be able to see them. And when they come back, we got to end the tier list post haste.
Immediately. Yeah.
Of course, of course.
All right, so here it is. We have the tier list is up. So right now, we are rating all of the princesses, not princesses, but princes. There it is. As Prince John is going to be there as well. Hans also being a prince. Did we miss somebody? There's got to be some princes that we've missed, Garrick.
You can go through the Disney Lorcana, just type in Prince and see if there's any that I should add. But I thought this was all of them.
That seems right. I trust the process.
I could be wrong. Anyone in chat can be
How
like,
is John
"Here,
Smith
cool."
in there?
Yeah, how do you get in there? Who elevated you to Prince?
He was just in the tier list. I didn't make this tier list. All I did was add Hans to Simba. Everybody else was already in the tier list.
All right, we're gonna leave John Smith there. He's getting automatic D tier though, just for the vibe, because he's not a prince.
Yeah, he's immediately delteated.
Yeah.
Yep.
For sure. I guess we could just start there just to be on the safe side, because this guy, you ain't nobility, bro. You ain't royalty. Get up out of here. Okay. What is the criteria though, as we like to do these tier lists? What are the stakes that we have on this to determine how high they go? I mean, is it going to be their heroism? Is it going to be their songs that they sing?
Yeah,
is it going to be their personality?
It's an amalgamation. Yeah, you gotta have a good personality. You gotta be a hero. You gotta be willing to go out on a limb for your princess. You gotta be able to stop and listen to your princess as well.
Agreed.
There's all of that comes into play here, I think, for sure. You can't just be wandering in the woods and kissing random sleeping women. You can't do that.
That's step number one. So I think that might be.
So for that reason, you're in D tier.
Automatic. And we can talk about it as well. I think that's a fair place to start. We're talking about Prince Charming. I think he was an L of a
prince.
That is the prince. Okay, that's the prince. That is the prince.
Yeah,
You're right. No, that's Prince Charming. That is the prince from Snow White. And there was a scene, and we did just watch Snow White quite recently. And the scene where she's singing by the well, and he's kind of like stalking a little bit. Game's super weak. He's got no game, so he's trying to like make a move, and he just joins in the harmony, which is very weird in itself. She's so startled that she flees. Okay, so at no point there was never any like rebuttal there. There's no indicators that Snow White had any feelings for the prince there at all. I mean, in that whole movie, until she's comatose in the woods and he comes through and lays one on her, and now they get married. I never get that. Super D tier there. D tier level energy for the Prince Charming there. The prince.
Yeah. Giga D tier. All right, next up we have Beast.
How mad would you guys be if I gave you an update on the tournament?
100% not mad at all.
Yeah, not mad. What's up?
What's up? I'm not mad.
What's up? What's going on?
So I'm watching these rounds come in. So I have some updates for those playing around at home, following along at home. So one of the things I was very interested in is the fact that it's been a very ID heavy tournament. But what happened is in this last round, a lot of people decided to play it out. So what I am tracking is there was amount of players that are like, I want to be the top 32. But at this point, there are 17 people who have a certain amount of points, which means there's a person that got 26 points, but will be in the bottom half of the top 32. And then I'm also trying to count how many people are total at 25 points or above, because that means anyone at 24 points might bubble out. You guys can go back to Prince talking, but I just want to let you know that at this point there were a lot of people doing pretty well. A lot of people jumped to 28 points. So people like, for example, like Sky was at 26 points. And so he could have gone to 27 if him and DKP ID'd, but they didn't. They played it out, and then Sky stayed at 26, and then DKP jumped up to 28. So a lot of people have enjoyed quite a higher seed from what they did in the last round. And Zan actually played last round, and he won. So Zan is at 28 points. He's going to have a very high seed with a 8-0-4 record, which is very interesting. It's interesting because you would think he ID'd the last four rounds. No. He ID'd in the middle of the tournament.
and it still worked out. So now you said Zan is forced to play now? Is that correct, Katie?
It wasn't forced. He just wanted to. So basically in that last round, what happened is if you were at 25 points, which a ton of people were at 25 points. Like if you look at the spread of points, first through 24 first through 21st place were all at 25 points. And they all said, we're guaranteed in. So when they got paired against each other, they said, wait a minute. So no matter what, even if I lose, I'm going to be in. Let's play. And then worst case scenario, you are on the lower seed. Best case scenario, you're in the higher seed. So a lot of people who had 25 points before, about half of them still played to get a higher seed. They did not ID because basically they were going to get in no matter what. Now anyone below that mark, people at 24 points and below, some of them ID'd because they said, okay, I'll just get to 25 points. But some of them played. Zan did not have to play, but he chose to, so that he would get a higher seed, and it worked. The gambit paid off because he won his last game, and now he's at 28 points, which means he's probably going to be in the top 8 seed.
Well, hypothetically, had he lost there, would there have been a mega punish, or it was just a lose, and you still can kind of coast through?
Middle of the bracket, probably. Gotcha. So what happened is if at 25 points, you're probably going to be in the bottom half. In fact, you definitely will, because there are more than 16. So there's 32 people that make the top. So there's more than 16 people that have 25 or 26 points, which means nobody with 25 points will have a high seed.
Okay.
So if you are at home and you have 25 points, I'm so sorry, but you're not making the top seed, but you might make the top cut, which I think is the bigger goal. So the math is very, very, very interesting. Shout out. I know we have a Zen friend in the chat, lots of Zen friends. Zen did win his last match at 24. So he's at 24 points, but I'm trying to count right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. I'm counting 26 people are guaranteed in the top. So I think some 24 people will still bubble in. And that's your update with Katie.
Oh, but Katie, you got someone coming in. We got Mog ask, one person at 25 points has bubbled. Is that according to your math as well, or are you seeing something different from the arithmetic you've put together?
I think I don't 100%. Well, that's a good point. There's enough people at 24 points. I've been working so hard on the top half of the bracket. I think
the bottom is just a free for all. Anything goes down there.
I think it'd be very hard to make it in at 24. I think 25. There's enough people at 24 going into round 11 where they just ID'd. So I think, like, for example, Zenulus is ending at 24 points. I'm not saying it's 100% out, but it's looking super unlikely given that I think I counted what? It was 20. How many did I say? 22, 21? Do you remember? People?
It was, I can't recall. It has to be, I thought you said 20. I can't recall. But it's gonna be a mad dash to the finish, as Katie is giving you guys that updated information. Thank you, Katie, for the hard work.
Yeah, 26 people. 26 people. Yeah, sorry.
No.
Well, you and Garrick are driving. You guys, this is what people tune in. People are probably having far more fun listening to you guys talk about princes than me talking about who might make it.
We gotta keep the show on the rail. This is a DLC at the end of the day, but we're just kind of having like a restream kind of vibrational thing, just passing some time. There is a tremendous amount of time between the previous round and this.
Okay, so the bubble, I don't even have to. Why am I doing math? So the person that said one person at 25 bubbled out, they weren't guessing. They just freaking looked at the thing. So yeah, one person. So unfortunately, nobody at 24 points. That means Robert, Zenulus, Quincy, our friends at 24 points. Unfortunately, they do get a promo. They don't get a booster box, so they're out of the running for the booster box. But they did get to walk away. Top 32 or above got Elsa Ice Maker, but they got Pride Protector. But they've had Pride Protector since the top 64. Yeah. So that's kind of a bummer. But it's top 32 or equivalent. So the guy that bubbled out, Carl Go Boom. Don't worry, Carl Go Boom. Carl, go pick up your Elsa Ice Maker foil promo.
And we'll just give him a little bit of one more couple claps for everyone who made it to 24 points. I think that's no sneezing matter. I think everyone played very well, and they tried to get there, but unfortunately, it's a tough cut, man. It's tough, and there's always going to be people that are.
You want to look at the top 32? Would that be interesting to talk about? Yeah. I feel so bad. I feel really bad that I'm like.
Go for it.
No, you're good.
We're just trying to fill time.
If you could share, if you could share your screen, Katie, I'll jump into that one and then we can check that out. Yeah, and you can kind of control it if you can be
my screen, not my screen, man. All right, let me try.
I got crazy stuff up on my screen right now.
You're like, how about you share your screen? How about I? Okay, all right, here we
go.
Mind,
if you know seriously, if you do mind,
it's here. Okay. Is it here? I think it's here. Did I do it?
Let me see.
Who am I sharing it with? Oh, I'm not sharing it in Discord. I'm sharing it in freaking video. I'm stopping that. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Back to
locked in.
Locked in, Garrick. You're looking at which prince is the cutest. All right.
Yeah, that's important.
Yeah. That's very important information as well.
I'm so sorry.
No, I'm not
sorry.
playing on my
Not
phone. I'm taking care of business.
I told you to make that meme the other day. I sent it. And I was like, somebody needs to make that. I'm not playing on my phone. I'm on business. That's anyway. So here is. I can zoom in a little bit. There we go. How is it looking over on your side? Okay. So these are our top 12. So Sadler, like we knew, he's freaking
who is Sadler and what are they
Sadler
on? What's their
Hearthstone.
story?
Sky told me his name is Sadler Hearthstone.
I need pictures of Spider-Man on my desk. Who is this guy?
The people of Brazil don't want this undefeated man to be anywhere near cameras. Then we have Rare Hunter Justice, World Class Cards, Lamb Chops, World Class Cards, DKP, LF Goblin Ledeniville. We have number 6, Zan Syed. We have Jae-Sung at 7, El Orega at 8, Attack for 2.
Hey, let's go.
Sitting at 9. Ace,
Go DMV
103.
represent 2 people in the top 10.
Podcana and Maelstrom's Finest Sky sitting at 11. We have Frank Carson at 12, Daniel Diaz El Silva at 13, Rye Walker at 14, Diego Saz, Bacon Strips CL, Machimes. We have Alphos of England, and he's from New Zealand, I think. Secretly New Zealand, but right now in England. We have Danxer, who's from the great United States. We have ex-Honeyfish, Pimp Romulo Rochara. We've seen him a few times. We have Darian. Moxies did it. Moxies. Federico, Namcap, Wild Zerata, who we saw on Amber's Amethyst. Habibi on Amethyst or Amber Steel. George Cap, Luca Rinaldi, Daniel Q, and our last 2 are O. Vincent and Rebolia.
And just for clarification, making it into the top 32 does not guarantee you any sort of North American or South American or continental qualification at all. You're just going for the first place here to try and get the world.
You want to get, so if you liked Brazil and you had fun there, you want to get in the top 16 so you can come back in September for the nationals. Continentals in Brazil. So the top 16 will qualify for the championship in September. So you got to win one more if you want to come back to Brazil.
That seems like a vibe. I think that might be something that will go well with your booster box if you were able to achieve that great goal. And like I said, this is the tournament. Getting to this point at the top 32, now anything can happen. I see you also have the pairings here, Katie. Any matchups that are jumping off the page at you that you would like to see? I'm looking at level 9,000 versus Alphos. That seems like it's going to be a knockdown, drag-out battle there as well.
Yeah, so if we start from the top, we have, I'm trying to see, it's all of these matter. I'm looking at names we know. So Luca Rinaldi, isn't that a name from Europe that we know? Versus DKP. Zan Syed versus Habibi. Zan Syed and Habibi have already played each other. So let me see how that went. I think it was in round, oh my gosh, I've been looking at this too much. I think round 10. I think
she's locked in on another level.
I know, but it's interesting though, because when you play somebody, like we said, is it a revenge round? Is it not? Was it round 10? No. Don't worry, guys. This is interesting content. There we go. Habibi, they played in round 10 and Zan won. So Zan is on Dogs. Habibi is on Amber Steel, Hybrid Song, Madness. So they've played before and they will be playing again in this top 32. So that is an interesting round to track. Other things. Let's see. Wild Zerata against Jae-Sung, I think will be interesting because that's that Monster Combo no Combo.
Yeah. Dave Attack for 2 versus Federico is going to be another knockdown, drag out brawl. 2 very talented players going at it. And that Ryan Walker, is that the Ryan Walker from the Club Lorcana podcast as well with Zan Syed?
Oh yeah, he's there. I knew he came.
Representing.
That's a very impressive showcase for
those
eliminators as well. I believe he is going to be a little bit lower if you go down to the next. There he is, table 14 versus Dancer.
Oh, they're on the same.
He's also on the show as well, so they got a triple show there. That's going to be a great episode.
I'm getting all wiggly. It's good when I'm like, what? Yeah, all right. But then we got this one's Alphos versus Diego Saz. I want to watch them all. Can we get like a Buffalo Wild Wings type view?
Yeah, exactly. A multi-view, multi-stream.
NFL Red Zone happening. That could be quite nice.
The Disney Lorcana Quest Zone.
Oh, it's Garrick and Katie next. Okay, so JD.
Yeah, I'm out.
I'm out. All right.
I'll be out. Is it time? It's not time yet.
No, it's not time. No, it's not time.
When it happens, I'll be taking a break on this next one.
But anybody, let's see what I can't pull up chat because then it'll break the internet. But like, is anybody asking about anything? Is anybody
Yeah,
saying anything?
checking the chat. No, everyone is. We got some Moxie's supporters in the building. Shout out to Moxie's as well. Again, he's another Illuminator. I think is making some noise this season. He's a good friend of mine. If not for him, I keep saying I would not be playing this game. He literally taught me how to play. He's a phenomenal person, great human being, and he's a super talented player. So I'm glad to see him getting his just desserts now, coming onto this scene, making a journey all the way down to Brazil and getting a result has to be a very great feeling for that Illuminator. So he's getting a lot of love and support coming from the chat. We have some people also celebrating Danksor and Ryan Walker rematch. They played in Swiss as well, Katie. I don't know if you can find out what round that was and see who came out.
I can, but it's not pretty. It's just me. Oh wait, no, it'd be over here. Good news is not a lot of people got Danks as their name. I'm gonna guess 6. No. All right. Who are we looking? Danks are against who?
Danks are against Ryan Walker. Apparently they played earlier. Did he play against Zan too?
Yeah, he's played against. Well, he ID'd against Zan. He played against DKP. He's had quite a tournament. He played against Habibi and lost. Then
what a run, man!
Yeah, he's been having a day. Okay, let's go back from the beginning here. So round 2, he played against Marshall Teach, a real one. Riverborn, Raphael. Man, okay, this is fun.
We got this.
It's gotta be 8.
It's gotta be 9. Habibi, 10. Maybe
11?
They didn't play. Maybe I got some bad information. Maybe this is bad. Maybe somebody gave me some
they
bad
have played
intel.
before. Like they played before.
Maybe like in a different tournament.
Yeah. But
hey, find out who made that comment and have them banned, dude. We don't do that.
Banned. Get him banned. Get him banned. Get him. I like to do the bike. Get him banned. We don't do that here.
The bike lady. I know the one you're talking about. We do not do that here. Get him banned.
Get him banned. But yeah, Dankster's played everybody at the top. So Dankster has the best breakers. Is he like the best at his bracket right now? Like, let's see. Dankster.
You know what the ultimate get him banned moment is? You go into the Lorcana Loungers Discord server and you recommend that somebody try playing an Infinity deck that doesn't have Emerald in it. They will hit you with the get him banned immediately.
Get him banned. We do not do that here. Get him banned. I need to add that drop to the soundboard now, dude.
Get
him banned. Get him banned.
100%. They're gonna get you up out of that server quicker than you can say. How about we try playing? You're done before you even finish the sentence.
You're done. But I will say that, yeah, I mean, I was going to say Dankster has the best breakers. He does, but there's only 2 people in his peer category of 22 points. It is just Habibi and Dankster at 22 points. And dang it, his breakers beat Habibi. So, woo! You did it. Breakers are fascinating to me.
We don't do that
for
here.
example, if you look, there's a man in class of his own.
Find out who that is, get him banned. We don't do that.
Oh, sorry, Katie. I was playing the Get 'em Banned song over here.
No, oh yeah, get it in the.
I'll post it on the thing, just really quick.
Okay, but Dankster was the best of the 25 points.
All right, we're gonna.
Here we go. I'm ready.
This is what, for everyone who doesn't know, this is what we're talking about with the Get It Banned mean. Here it is. I'll play it really quick.
Get him banned. Get him banned. We don't do that here. Oh, now I'm pissed. Find out who that is, get him banned. We don't do that.
Here's what I know it was.
I ain't the one, baby.
I ain't the one, baby. All right, we're not the one, bit.
Get him banned. Get him banned. You got to do the puddling, otherwise you don't know what you're referring to, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm in the Twitchception. But yeah, so as far as breaker goes, I did check. So sorry, that was round 12 when I was looking at it. Dankster is at 25 points, and he has the best of the 25 points because he had to play DKP Zan. Mm-hmm. This poor man was getting absolutely fighting for his life out there in the streets. Mm-hmm. But as far as the best, I'm trying to see, at 28 points, Lamb Chops was the leader of the 28-point pack. Attack for 2 is the leader of the 2-man pack for 27 points. Sky's leader of the 26-man pack. And then the 25 pack was Dankster. And as we know, 25 was the cutoff. 1 man was the bubble boy. Carl, go boom. Sorry, but you do still get the LCI makes for promo. You just can't play anymore. Yeah. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Yeah, well, he was 7-1-4. I think maybe we did a little too much drawing. Big dog. I think maybe play some more.
Wow. Oh yeah, Carl did. I mean, of all the people in the tournament, I think he drew the most. Him and Zan are the only 2 that drew that most. So I think, he got lost in the drawing sauce. And that was the gamble, right? When you draw that much, you need to also match it with wins. I don't Unfortunately, you
Yeah,
couldn't
what,
have
what
any
was what was the
losses.
ultimate record for Carl Go Boom?
Car-
7-1-4.
yeah. So this one,
Oh,
he needed to trim one.
congratulations. You played yourself, big dog.
Yeah. I mean,
I hate to
yeah,
say
Fabian
it.
Bonafonte, Math, all these people,
Deserved.
like these three people, they played it. I mean, all these people played a very dangerous game,
Uh-huh.
unfortunately. Wait, no, these are losses. Sorry, they didn't play. They lost. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
the
Rob,
middle's
we
a
see
loss.
we see Robert there with the 3
Oh, that's unfortunate.
draws in the middle as well.
Yeah.
He
I
only
think-
has 2, right?
Four
Or no, 3. Yeah.
4 draws is
And
crazy.
he played a very dangerous game. These 2 people played a pioneering game, and
Yeah.
unfortunately, they played the
Which
Game of Thrones.
for Robert though was actually quite sad too, because had he just said no draw to Zan and actually played that out, he'd have this
Yeah,
A
he got
here
it,
in the win
would've got the
column,
dub- the
one less
Blinsky, yeah.
draw, and he would be in the he would be way up there on the chart, man. So again, we talked about this earlier. This is a double-edged sword. This pendulum swings both ways, and if you aren't careful, are we glitching out? Or that's Katie
Oh, we're
glitching
back.
me out.
Are we
Are we-
playing? We're playing Lorcana. We're missing it.
Oh, good God. Are you kidding me?
Good
I'm
God,
out of here.
man.
I'm out of here.
Good ad. So here we have Italy versus Brazil. So this is Victor versus Danielle. We haven't missed much because we have a Blurple start with a Basil practice detective here. And into that, we have a second Basil sailing the Azurite Sea, putting the pressure on and knowing that Victor is going to try to go wide. If this is the old-fashioned Amethyst deal, then we would expect that there is going to be a curve here. But we can't expect anything with Amethyst Steel. Garrick, thoughts?
Yeah,
Oh,
this
it's
is a
not a-
classic.
Yeah.
This
Sorry,
is
I
a
don't know.
classic matchup here, the Amethyst Steel versus the Blurple. It's something that we've seen ever since the rotation, just on every single table, it seems, almost, as we are going to get a quest in here with the Captain Hook. If the Basil would like to trade into that, I think you would take that all day, every day. The Calhoun out onto the board will be a nice character that will prevent these Basils from getting exerted here. I'd be really interested to see what we are going to go for here in the hand. It looks like we do have the Dumbo option, but running out of cards because we did decide to play 2 1-drops to the board, which is a really interesting option here going up against the Amethyst Steel, which typically likes to get super wide.
Very, very good point. I think it's something where you only do that if you're confident you can draw cards later, because as we know, ramping is a magic that comes at a price. Now we do have a Hades looking for a deal, so there will be some deal making probably next turn. We're gonna go ahead and make the trade here, which helps because we know one of the big power moves is Strength of Raging Fire, getting rid of that Captain Hook, knowing that it cannot be played until maybe next turn, the turn after. If he sings it, it makes it a lot less powerful. So that Dumbo will probably at very least get 1 card at this point. So he's feeling a little comfortable with that Dumbo Flying Elephant.
Yeah, here on turn number 3, would love to absolutely get a big character down onto the board, such as a Cheshire Cat, maybe even a Lexington that can combat this Dumbo in the evasive realm. We put the Genie into the Inkwell, and there is the Cheshire Cat coming down onto the board. We'll see if Daniele has the Elsa, which they love to play on turn number 5. With that Elsa, you can exert this Cheshire Cat, use your Basil, boost up the Elsa's strength, and challenge in. But no, we're going to look for a deal. You want to go to the bottom of the deck, or would you like me to draw a couple cards as the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook goes into the discard? What would you do in this position, Katie? I think I might just bottom this Cheshire Cat.
What would you do if your Cheshire Cat was there and you want to draw cards, but you don't have them, so you draw them? And he does go ahead and take that deal, let him draw 2, and then he can also go ahead and draw a card off. Or did he draw? Or no, did he draw off that Dumbo, I assume? Or no, he couldn't because he didn't have any ink. So he just went and quested, which is fair because it has evasive. Now, I will note, if people are joining, they're like, who are we looking at here? This is the #1 seed. All day we've been talking about who is Sadler HS, who is Sadler HS. This is Sadler HS. This is the undefeated player. He had played an entire day of Disney Lorcana going 9-0-3, and now he is playing for his spot in the top 16. We go ahead and we see a snowball being flung in the cost of a Yzma at that Basil practice detective, which is good because if an Elsa comes in, that is just going to cause some challenges. So the board is being cleaned up, but the momentum is could be everyone's game, and I think it's going to depend on who has the first Elsa Fifth Spirit or possibly a Demona.
Yeah, Daniele here drawing cards, so we do not have the Demona on our turn number 6, our ink turn number 6, I should say, turn number 5, because we did add additional ink to the inkwell thanks to Sail the Azurite Sea. So next turn, we could break this stalemate somewhat with an Elsa the Fifth Spirit on the side of Vitor. But right now, Daniele, thinking through all the plays, undefeated so far in this tournament, and just one win away from that qualification. We'll see if they're able to get it done. This is where you need to really lock in.
Yeah, this is a I mean, Amethyst decks, I think, are just the most intense starting at turn 4, because that's when you really see if their plan is gelling. Both of them need to make sure they keep their hand full, and I think Daniele has done a very good job at that. Victor operates on the margin. His deck is all about just getting to the bottom and hitting that dock, hitting a Yzma and letting it stick. And Daniele just needs to be the control deck, and it's going to be hard because the momentum slowly starts to slide to Daniele's favor the longer the game goes on.
Here is that Elsa the Fifth Spirit. We're going to get that Angel exerted and challenged into. If you had left that Angel onto the board, then your Genie could have, or sorry, your Dumbo could have been removed thanks to an Elsa plus a discard from the Angel to throw a snowball at that Dumbo. So keeping your board safe here is Daniele, and also has a beautiful Let It Go in the hand there.
Yeah, I name a card with more versions than Let It Go. It's hard. But I will say the top 128, I think, is who got the Let It Goes last season. And either way, we do have that Calhoun doing what she does best, which is challenging and getting a little bit of lore in the process. And there is that Yzma. Now, this Yzma is super, super important to Victor because she needs to hang around one turn. No Hades, no Elsa's, nothing can happen this turn, because if the whole plan is for that Yzma to draw 3 cards, and Daniele's going to do everything he can to make sure that Yzma does not exert to draw any cards for Victor.
Yeah, that is true. We'll see if the Let It Go is sung here as we go double Cheshire Cat. We exert the Elsa, and we do sing the Let It Go, putting the Yzma into the inkwell and turning off that draw engine that Vitor needs so desperately. He says, you got 1 cat? How about 2 cats? This is a full, what is a group of cats called?
I would call it a pride. Isn't that the lions? I think in Lion King, they call it a pride of lions. So this is Pride Rock. And now it's fascinating because something happened in the last few turns where everything fell away except Amethyst, which kind of shows that both these decks, they use Steel and Sapphire to propel the deck forward. But the magic, I would say, happens with the Amethyst cards. That's where we're forcing the interaction, we're moving damage, we're going ahead and drawing cards. So a lot of the heavy hitters will be Amethyst, except there's some notable differences, things like Hades and then that dock. So they're both operating on 2 different margins. And here is a Hades of a different breed. Cheshire Cat, do you take the deal? And here comes the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire music.
Yeah, I love this Hades looking for a deal. We'll see if the Ursula Deal Maker coming up here in the Winter Spell, or sorry, into the Wilds Unknown set, is able to see as much play as this Deal Maker, but very smoothly done by Daniele, challenging into the exerted Elsa and moving the 2 damage from his Elsa onto the opposing one to remove it from the board. And just a lone Christopher Robin staring down 4 characters on the opposite side, make it 5, and we are questing out here. Daniele has taken the board, and Vitor needs something off the top. A dock would be beautiful. Nope, that's a Strength of a Raging Fire. Let's go into game number 2.
I am so sorry, JD, if you're listening. If you were thinking about eating a meal, you're not, because Daniele says, I play fast. And it is remarkable to see because this is a control deck, and this is a very important match. There's no reason to play fast. There's no clock on the board, but these players know what they're doing. They're playing decisively because they are 2 decks. They're not new. These are 2 decks that have been around for several sets. So I'm going to guess that they've had several reps in it, and you can see it in the tenacity of both of these players.
Yeah, you definitely can, and things came together for Daniele there, but I think it was very expertly piloted by him, knowing that Vitor is putting out draw engines that need to be answered immediately, so I'm going to hold back my removal for those key cards that I know I need to remove. I'm not just going to let this Let It Go rip onto a Calhoun. No, I need to save it for something like Yzma or a Cheshire Cat, and that Hades looking for a deal was his draw engine throughout the majority majority of that game. Of course, Dumbo drew a couple cards as well, but you put your opponent in a really tough position when that Hades comes down onto the board. They are truly stuck in between a rock and a hard place, and it is not ever a super easy decision.
Yeah, and that's why when we saw Hades looking for a deal come out in Whispers in the Well, it was fascinating because people would do it and they'd really think. And now I feel like people have pre-made that decision. And I do think it begs the begs people to pause, or me to say, you can pause and think about that deal because it's a very on flavor card for Hades because there are
Yeah.
downsides. These are two decks that I never, ever, in any situation, ever want to give an Amethyst Sapphire player cards because it only feels like they get heater after heater. While I wish they would draw their one drops, they don't. It's Let It Go, it's Hades, it's Elsa Fifth Spirit all day. And Victor is usually the one that's feeling a little bit more anemic and desperate for cards. But in this case, he was trying to do a control roll in that last game. And I think he wants to have a more aggro type approach. But he does get a chance to do that here in game 2, where he is now going first. He was a lower seed, so he had to let Daniela go first, but now it's his time to shine.
Yeah, Vitor needs to get off to that quicker start, like you mentioned, and we did see the cards in the deck that have the ability to do that. We have the Genie Magical Researcher. I would assume that we also have Pocahontas in the deck. We saw Christopher Robin. There are cards in the deck that can go really quickly and get underneath this Blurple strategy because that is the control deck most of the time in this matchup, even though I think most people would probably classify Blurple as a mid-range deck with just a Hades at the top end. It's just getting to that mid-range stuff a lot quicker than Amethyst Steel does. Like, what's the unfair thing that Blurple is able to do? You ramp up and you get to that Demona before your opponent can, while Amethyst Steel is trying to get to that Strength of a Raging Fire turn and really turn this game on its axis as we start off with a Palace Guard on turn number 1.
Yeah, and that is a card that when we talk about advantages versus disadvantages, this card, like you mentioned, I think a few games ago, he'll stay around. He's got that 1/4 stat line. The only fear he has is that Vanish ability. But Danielle is probably going to use all his resources on himself. He's just trying to get the most value as he can. I will note, you can tell Danielle has been playing cards a long time because that is the hand shuffle of a man who's been in this TCG world. But then we have that Pocahontas coming down. As you mentioned, that is that aggressive nature he will need because she can borrow the lore of another exerted character. So this will be important to catch up, but she's not going to be able to borrow the lore of any of Danielle's characters for a while because he is in foundation mode. And will he hit ramp on 2?
Yeah, that's important. That is a key part of the strategy, like I just mentioned. Thinking about inking a Demona here, and we will. We find the Tipo, and I believe that was a Hades Infernal Schemer being put into the Inkwell just there. So we don't need that card right at this moment. We have many, many turns to go before we get to that ink number 4, and there is the Magical Researcher, and we are going to start questing. We are not worried about this Tipo crashing in and taking out this Pocahontas or this Palace Guard right now. We could see a Tigger on this turn, return the Palace Guard to hand, try to slow down this aggressive start of Vitor. But right now, Daniele needs to stay calm, get some characters onto the board, and get to those higher end characters to start stabilizing this board.
I think the big story here will be, he said, hey, Garrick, I love that idea. I will play a Tigger, but instead I'm going to pick Pocahontas. We'll get her back to hand. Palace Guard's inkable, so that is something that's quite nice is he can go ahead and ink that, but Pocahontas, he will have to replay. There's not another option to do with her. So that is going to put him in an interesting place because you do generally play this deck on curve, meaning on turn 4, you pay something that costs 4. So interesting choice for Victor here on when he will redeploy that Pocahontas.
Yeah, the Pocahontas is one of the most aggressive cards that you have, especially paired with that Genie Magical Researcher. And we do see the Tigger come down, returning that to hand. But like you mentioned, there is the uninkability that you have to consider here. And I think Vitor is sort of struggling right now with the uninkable count in the deck as Pocahontas is going to hit the board and a dock with no trigger, which signals that we have another dock. And Genie is going to sing Strength of a Raging Fire, getting that Tigger off of the board. And now things have swung back into Vitor's favor. Daniele needs a response here, and a pretty good one. One would be Elsa the Fifth Spirit. That way you can get this Pocahontas off the board before it quests for too much.
Yeah, and that is the name of the game. I mean, he is now the control deck. Earlier in that last game, we were able to see him function as a kind of just, hanging out in quest. And now he is truly the control deck, meaning that he is going to control everything that Victor tries to do. His board state, his card draw capabilities, anything he wants to do. No, thank you. In this case, he's able to get that Elspeth Spirit to finally get rid of Pocahontas and try to see what else tempo can he do. But the good news is next turn, we are now in that Demona thing, and he has two characters on board. Unfortunately, that Tipo famously not super good at helping out with the quest or challenging. So we might need something else before we can get to that very powerful Demona turn.
Yeah, we see the Palace Guard hitting the Inkwell there for Vitor. Wants to get that additional lore onto the Genie instead of that additional body, which would represent one lore. But it's making the Genie even more of a threat. And any Pocahontas that you find becomes even more threatening the more cards that are under this Genie. You also have the potential for this card to get returned to hand at some point or inked by Let It Go or a Hades, which will just help you and get you ramped up. That way you can use all of your ink every single turn and keep this board as wide as possible. Against Blurple, they kind of struggle with dealing with wide boards unless they're able to get a wide board themselves. And if they're doing that, then you're probably already losing. So go as wide as possible because they really only play one card per turn unless they're able to play a character and sing something like Let It Go with an Elsa established on board like we saw in the last game.
I think that illustrates the crux of this battle is between the two decks. There's one that is what I call the comeback kit a lot because Amethyst Steel is never out. As long as it still has one card in hand, the game is still in play. Daniele, like you said, he doesn't have that ability. His deck does not go wide in a turn. Like you said, it does one or maybe two, maybe three if we're feeling really fun. But he has to make sure that he does not let Victor get out of control because that is exactly what his deck is designed to do. Go ahead, wipe my board. I can even come back from that. And he's got several problems. I mean, even that dock, in theory, could be returned to hand in certain scenarios. Is he? Oh no, sorry, I'm thinking of Tigger, but I don't think he can bounce back with his own Tigger.
Yeah, we do see the Genie get hit by the Let It Go there. So, like I mentioned, getting a character down and singing a Let It Go is a great way to gain some tempo when you're really only playing one character per turn. We were looking for a deal on the Magical Researcher, but we went ahead and sang the Let It Go onto the Genie Wish Fulfilled. That way, you didn't put two additional ink into the Inkwell for your opponent. Also prevented your Elsa from being challenged, but we have a Strength of a Raging Fire being played for 3, and there is the dock. Will draw 2. It looks like a Christopher Robin and a Calhoun. I think we just boost up the Genie here instead of inking and playing. He agrees, and let's get our quest on for 3, 4, and 5 on this turn.
Yeah, and that is one of the things
No, we're going to challenge.
Wow. And that makes sense because, I mean, ultimately he knows he can go into some Cheshire Cat gaming if he next turn is able to deploy a Cheshire Cat. Also, it's just characters off the board. Like we said, the only thing that Daniela can do is go wide and then use that against Victor. So if Victor can stop the first part of going wide, then he just has to make sure that you can only do 1 or 2 pieces of removal per turn. And as long as he outpaces him by cards on board, he is okay. And he has cards in hand. So I think Victor is just feeling the scales in his favor. Unfortunately, not losing that Genie, but I'm assuming... Yes, here we go. That Cheshire Cat that we referred to is going to come in, move 2 damage, and unfortunately, that is the end of the story for this specific Genie, but we still have 3 other characters on board.
Yes, that is true. And also, with the challenge on the last turn, you're trying to keep your Genie Magical Researcher up and active. We could have had that Tipo and the Hades challenge in, but the Cheshire Cat is good enough. And now you've established that very, very scary character onto the board. It is a must-remove type character. It cannot sit on the board for too long, especially when you are trying to be the aggressor and trying to quest. Because of its utility, it can get rid of 2 things in a single turn and just completely swing the game in the favor of the player who has the cat on board.
Yeah, and I mean, it's very fascinating because, I mean, it's not a cheap card in the sense it costs 3 to play. It costs 2 to boost. We talk about how, like, boost 1 is better than 1 because it's half price. But that 2, I mean, just that effect of being able to put that damage exactly where you want is so invaluable. There is that Yzma again, and as we talked, that is kind of a little bit of, it's a card we didn't see for a while, and the reason is because she's considered what would be a slow card in most people's opinion, because her ability of being able to refill your hand, she needs to stick a full turn. So this is a moment where you say, do you have Hades or Demona or Elsa or anything like that? Because he very much wants those 3 cards to help ensure that he can win. But the question is does he quest or does he wait? A very interesting question. What are your thoughts on holding these 3 cards up or not?
Yeah, it's tough. You really need to think all of the permutations through here, because when you are going to get challenged on the return, the Cheshire Cat is going to be able to take advantage of the damage, and having that damage on the board is a scary proposition. But at the moment, Cheshire Cat can only move 2 damage, meaning that this Yzma and this Christopher Robin will be pretty safe even if there is 2 damage to move. And like you were mentioning, Yzma is a very high risk, high reward card, but if you're able to draw up to 3 with that card, she paid for herself and more, and then probably needed to challenge into that character or use a song from hand to remove it. So really a 4 for 1 if you're able to use that ability.
I was like, do you quest or do you not? We have Dragon Johns, who is a very good Amethyst Steel player and a very decorated player, said quest. And Victor said, okay, yeah, that seems fair. That Elsa Fifth Spirit comes in, and that is one of the reasons you want to quest if you have the chance, because sometimes if you hold back, there's a whole thing with Amethyst, as they say, that was a cool plan. You don't get it. And that is right there. His plan was to keep that Yzma, and Elsa Fifth Spirit says, you shan't keep that Yzma, challenging right into it, no hesitation, and then doing as much cleanup as you can with the resources on hand and leaving only 4 on lore. Just kidding. We only now have 3 lore on board with that Christopher Robin, who survived, but that's still not enough to win unless Giant Cobra, which is something you have to keep in mind. That Giant Cobra is just a floating ambient threat when you're against these decks. You never want to leave them just 2 away from winning.
Absolutely, and we did see a Giant Cobra go into that discard pile. I believe it was underneath the Genie Magical Researcher, so there are only 3 more in the deck at the moment, considering, are we going to challenge here with the Elsa? No, we are not. We're going to pass over to Vitor. Let's see what he is able to get into. Does he have the Cobra? That would be game. We can quest for 3 here up to 18, and then you just put that pressure on your opponent for the rest of the game. Cobra is just going to finish it no matter what, but you need a card to discard. Vitor says, I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to get both of these characters down onto the board. You've got to answer them both, which you can do right now with the Cheshire Cat quite easily. So I'm wondering, maybe do you just hedge your bets and hold on to a card in case you find that Giant Cobra? Because right now, Calhoun or Captain Hook can be removed quite easily.
I think it's like it's Schrodinger's box, where the minute you say, nah, I'm not going to find a Cobra off the top, that is exactly the time that Cobra apparates and said, why didn't you believe in me? When you needed me most, you stopped believing. But it is a interesting situation because Danielle can control a few things with his deck. He can go ahead and make your opponent exert. He can go ahead and do some pretty favorable challenges. He can move damage, but what he can't control is hand size and lore total. He cannot take away anything from Mr. Rabola on the other side. So he's just doing the math. Is there any permutation of this? He has to wipe the board and hope that there is no Cobra shenanigans on the next turn. Did Victor end up getting rid of all his cards? Do we still have one in hand?
No cards in hand
Okay,
right
so
now.
he said,
Had
I don't
one
believe in it.
turn. Yep. He said, I'm putting both of these characters on the board, despite the fact that one of them is almost guaranteed to be removed here. And Daniele just taking his time, thinking about everything. This is a huge game, a huge turn, and he should be taking his time to think through all of the different lines, anything that could happen here. And we are going to do just that. We're going to find some more resources to put into our hand. It's just more answers for the cards that are going to come off the top of the deck for Vitor.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that is a sign of a very skilled Disney Lorcana player is when they put choices in front of their opponent and they make it look like, well, obviously you would do this, right? And the answer is no, it's not obvious. You need to make them do the sequencing. And when I say sequencing, I mean making sure you're inking and playing everything exactly the way you need to get the best advantage here. He has a few things. He has 3 characters that can challenge. He has a Cheshire Cat that can move up to 2 damage. And then he now has 2 ink left to boost. So here we go. We're going to start that party. And now there's 2 damage on the Cheshire Cat. And now I'm assuming, yeah, he's just going to leave that Calhoun standing and say, I really hope you don't. I mean, he can't do, but he'd have to dock.
You cannot leave the Calhoun up because the Calhoun would win the game. So you have to get rid of that. There's the Demona. We're gonna draw 3. That's huge. Strength of Raging Fire, but times 2 plus dock. So we have the ability to find more cards here on our next turn. Again, a Cobra would finish the game, and if you're able to play multiple characters on the same turn, it's gonna be really difficult for your opponent to remove them. Right now, we need a Hades Infernal Schemer, or we need a Let It Go to get rid of this Demona. Those are going to be the easiest ways to do that without providing your opponent additional resources and without wasting resources of your own. Does Daniele have it, or can we find it? We've not yet seen a Hades come onto the board in this game, at least not a Sapphire one.
Not the scheming one, just the deal one. And an interesting thing to note is the reason Cheshire Cat makes people go crazy is that he has that ability to place damage. So basically that Calhoun, it's like, well, but she has resist. Resist doesn't work where the cat's going, which is why people don't love this cat sticking around. But the cat has stuck around for 3 full turns, getting to be boosted 3 times. So that is one of the reasons that people like to hold on to strength, is because how problematic the Cheshire Cat is. But in this case, Victor is just kind of winning the game through just staying on the board. Like you said, he only needs 1 lore, and he has that dock, so I think he's feeling pretty good. But there you go. There's that Hades Infernal Schemer coming right for that easy choice of Demona. But we still have more work to do.
Unfortunately for Vitor, on 3 of those cards from the Demona, 2 of them were Strength of a Raging Fire. You'd much rather just have 2 more characters there, but thankfully we do have the dock. Right now, the dock is not going to be removed by any Cheshire Cat shenanigans. I do see Into the Unknown in the hand for Daniele, so if he's able to find a Demona or an Elsa, we can use that to get rid of any unexerted characters. Definitely have to ink the Strength of Raging Fire here, get as many characters onto the board to try to get to 20. Genie Magical Researcher, that's a good start. Let's get the dock onto the board. Woo! Are we able to find the Cobra? We did find the Cobra for game! And Vitor says we're going into game number 3. That's game off the top for Cobra. Add it to the bingo card, baby!
And that was a mid-game pop-off. And I'm so glad that I say this, and it's so hard because it's like, how many times you need to hear me say it? But I want to see both players' deck work, right? That's the whole point. Yes. These are the top 32. You don't ever want to see someone in the top 32 and they're like, I promise this deck is good. Because both these players are good. While one is the bottom seed and one is the top seed, one has Minato the Hokage on his arm. And that means something in this world, I think. But the other one is undefeated, and that is important too. So I'm excited for this game 3. Garrick, what are your thoughts headed into this game 3? Thoughts on the tattoo?
Yeah, no, love the tattoo. 10 out of 10, best anime of all time. But on Daniele's side, we are on the play. But for Vitor, we have the tools on the draw to get this done. Absolutely. This Blurple deck is going to take some time to ramp up to what it needs to get to. It isn't like an Emerald Sapphire or an Amber Sapphire where they're really just going to take a bunch of turns off. But if for some reason they are missing their 1-cost character, like the Basil or the Royal Guard or the Rafiki, as we like to see them play sometimes, we can get a Christopher Robin, the underdog, out on turn number 1, follow that up with a Pocahontas, follow that up with a Genie Magical Researcher, and all of a sudden you're putting on pressure that maybe the Blurple deck can't really keep up with. You do want them to stumble, though, a little bit while you are on the draw, however, because if they are able to go into that turn 1, ramp on 2, play a 4-cost like a Tigger, then go into Elsa, then go into Demona, you really will not have a chance. We'll see if we're able to get there. We do have a Christopher Robin. I did see a Genie Magical Researcher and another Christopher Robin, so we have a great curve for Vitor. We'll see if it is enough.
And that is such a good point. That curve is so important because in this case, it's kind of 2 different decks. If you want to imagine them as visuals, Danielle is this deck that's going to just charge up, and then it's just these giants hailing down. Or I've heard Liam calls them haymakers, where it's just like, take this, take that. But Victor's like this little scrappy army where he's going to have all these little problems flooding and flooding. And you might think you may be able to stop them because we talked about this perfect curve. And Danielle's putting down some pressure here with that the Basil. But the goal for Victor is to never stop the pressure. You can deal with me once, but can you deal with me every single turn? And like you saw said, that Christopher Robin's going to be vital to start that pressure. But Basil can answer that Christopher Robin pretty well.
Yeah, we need another character for the Basil to support, because right now, if he challenges into the Christopher Robin, he's going to get banished for nothing. Christopher Robin's going to hang around a little while, so you need like another one-cost character here, like a Royal Guard, or another Basil would be great. Thinking about what we're going to ink here, Daniele really thinking through this. It must be a really difficult decision. I see an Iago in the hand right now, which is a pretty solid character to fight for the board and prevent Vitor from questing with things like Genie, Wish Fulfilled, but it is susceptible to a Strength of Raging Fire no matter how many characters are on the board. But if Vitor here on turn number 2 is able to put another Christopher Robin down and follow that up with the Genie Magical Researcher, Daniele is going to be in a really tough position as he's thinking about, do I need to ink this Iago?
And that's a good point. I mean, that is a tiny bit of pressure. I guess I was like, it's pressure. But to your point, yeah, I mean, Basil is best when paired with a friend. He doesn't even like to challenge at all, quite frankly. So it's a situation where it's that rock and a hard place situation where the two ramping options. But I'm not even sure. Does he have Tipo or Sail or both in hand? Because there's benefits to both, but there's a huge downside to not having it at all. He played Sail. Good. I missed that part. So he played Sail. So now he is just deciding that second ink, because the difference between Sail and Tipo is what you ink, and it has to be inkable. So he does have to go with that giant spectral para at 4/6, which would feel very good against the characters that Victor deploys, because he doesn't have a lot of huge guys in his deck. So something like 4/6 would be huge vital in this matchup.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It is a character that can soak up a lot of damage and keep it on there for something like a Cheshire Cat, as we do have another Christopher Robin on the board, and we are getting off to the fast start that I said we needed. We'll see if Vitor is able to ride this momentum through the finish line. Daniele still looking cool, calm, collected, as Tigger is going to come down. And what does Tigger do best? Bounce cards back to the hand, and we are going to slow down this very, very fast Amethyst Steel strategy.
And I think this Tigger card is so interesting because it doesn't seem super good when you read it, because you're like, only 2 costs or less. But so much of these games we talked about, he has to have a good start. He has to give a good start. And that's what Tigger's does best, is bounce. And in this case, bounce your good start away. So we go ahead and ink that Christopher Robin. Your time's over. We don't have time to replay. You're playing on curve. And there's that third card you mentioned is super important, the Genie Practice Researcher, which sets him up for the big runway of taking off to the 20 lore. But he's not, the fast start is over. Now we're just into the mid game, and I think I'd be a little bit nervous if I'm Victor at this point.
Yeah, right now, if Daniele has the ultimate ink number 5 turn, that will swing this game majorly into his favor, and he does have the Elsa the 5th Spirit. Now we can quest with the Basil, give our Elsa an additional 2 strength thanks to the support ability, and cleanly remove this Genie before it is able to quest. And everything started off so right for Vitor and has gone so wrong so quickly. And this is just what Blurple does when it finds the proper curve. The 1-drop, the 2 cost Sail into the Tigger, into the Elsa. It's exactly what Daniele wanted.
Yeah, I mean, everything is coming up Daniele here, and that is, I mean, the one thing is, when you talk about matches like this one ink color is different and the other one is the same, you say, well, what's the big strengths? And Daniele says, I get to do the cool stuff faster. And he has done the cool stuff faster. And that is the pain of it. Now, the good news is the power of steel is coming back. It's clawing back with a little bit of card draw, possibly some removal, but it's all contingent. It's only as good as the rest of your board. And one Christopher Robin feels bad. There's one of the powerhouse of the steel cell, Strength of Raging Fire. But Genie will go ahead and fill back his hand a little bit, but Genie across this player is scary because they have evasives. They have things that can exert your character. So Genie isn't feeling super comfy right now.
Yeah, we'll see what Daniela is able to fight back with. We're going to go to 6 ink on this turn. A Cheshire Cat would be huge. You could start putting some damage on to that Genie if you would like to. Also, Demona can come down here, but too many cards, I think, in hand right now to make that work. We're going to put our own Genie Wish Fulfilled down onto the board, and we're going to start what we like to call the evasive battle, as we have 2 on the side of the purple player who says, you know what? I don't like that. On the opposite side, why don't you just let it go?
Yeah, let it go, pal. He said, "Oh, evasive battle. I don't see a battle." He said, "What battle?" And what battle indeed, because the board has been effectively wiped the old-fashioned way using challenging and songs. And now Victor has the ability, like, the thing is it's a comeback kid for a reason, because he is able to do some pretty cool things. He just got some ink off of that Let It Go. So in theory, he can do play cards, play a dock, chain, have things next turn. But the problem is the power level of Daniela's cards are getting bigger and bigger every turn. Even that Royal Guard can be immense against something like a Demona, because Demona will increase his strength by 1 every card that is drawn, getting up to 5 if Demona comes down on an empty hand.
Here comes the lonesome Cheshire Cat. We're boosting to remove damage off the Elsa to get the Tigger off the board, which isn't the worst, but there's the Demona on the empty hand. It's what you hate to see, especially when your board is what it is right now. Royal Guard and Demona is such a oppressive combination of cards, as the Royal Guard will gain additional strength for every card that you draw that turn. So goes from a 1-2 to a 2-2 when you draw for turn, and then Demona draws 3 cards, taking it all the way up to 5 strength and challenging into that Cheshire Cat at 1 drop for a 3 drop. We'll take that trade all day if you're Daniele.
Yeah, I mean, it is all about having those favorable trades. I mean, I was talking about in limited, the big thing is just make sure your stuff sticks after you try to deal with your opponent's stuff. And that is exactly what Danielle is doing, is making sure whatever trouble we get into, I at least get to survive to tell the tale. A Calhoun coming down, which we saw has value. Unfortunately, she is something that's pretty good in the early game, pretty weak in the mid game, just because, as we've seen, she's not the biggest static character. Cheshire Cat makes short work of her. And Elsa coming in with no challenging. She says, I need some friends. I need some backup before I engage in any challenges on this very, very formidable board ahead of him.
Yeah,
Oh, but
but
the Still My
also,
Day. Yeah,
yeah, that's what
sorry.
I was about to mention. No, all good. We did have 3 cards in the hand for Daniele, so that is a nice little counter there, but we're going to send that into the inkwell. Is there a downside to this right now? Daniele says, no, I will play these Hades all day. I'll give you as much ink as you would like. I'm just keeping the board absolutely clear. That way my glimmers can quest and you are not able to challenge back effectively.
Very, very powerful stuff. I think that Hades Infernal Schemer is fascinating because he's been around since set 1 and he's made his way in and out of the meta. But the good news is he's back in right now because that spot removal, especially if you're getting your opponent to a place where they're only playing 1 or 2 characters at a time, it is a delicious meal. But Victor says, I'm not going to be playing 1 or 2 characters at a time. You've gave me infinite ink and I'm going to do infinite things with it. So he is going to play 2 characters, the Olaf into dock, drawing cards, playing Genie, drawing 2 cards, or sorry, drawing cards, playing the Genie, and then playing the Olaf, and still 1 card in hand. So that was quite the refill after an explosive turn by Daniele. So he did what he needed to do. He made his board go wide, but I don't know if it'll be enough because the stats still don't line up in a good way for Victor.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, the comeback kid here, we go from 1 character all the way up to 5 in a single turn. That is the power of Doc Bold Knight. And man, I'm going to miss that card when he's gone. I'm sure a lot of people don't feel the same as they've seen Doc into Doc, but we have another Let It Go for those genies. That inkwell is filled with more uninkable genies that it ever should be, as Daniele is just time and time again able to find the Hades, able to find the Let It Goes. Here's another Elsa, the 5th spirit, and we're going to challenge in, removing that dock, and we are going to continue questing. We're not worried about the strength on the other side. It's just an Olaf or 2 plus a Calhoun. I need to get to 20 lore, says Daniele.
Whew. It's important to note that, I mean, if you guys are just tuning in, Daniele is undefeated. And he says, I'd like to go undefeated into the top 16. But Victor is not letting it go easy. He says, how do you feel about deals? Pointing there at the, I believe it was the Genie.
Yes.
he says, take 2 cards. I'm not afraid. But in his hand, he does have a Demona. He hasn't inked this turn as far as I know. Unfortunately, like we mentioned, I mean, the stats really do matter on these cards as far as your challenging ability. But the Demona Wars is something that we have seen many times because it is the Demonas don't like each other. They girl fight because basically if your Demona is exerted on the side and you play a Demona, then she either stays down or gets exerted even if she's upright. And then the hand refills no matter what. It's not optional. And now his biggest 5/6 is frozen solid. The issue is that she's not frozen forever. She gets down, but she gets up again.
Yeah, that's true. We're going to challenge in with our Olaf and choose to potentially return something of our own if we would like to. Maybe Hades if we want to look for a deal. But no, we are going to go ahead and pass on that trigger. We just wanted to put some more damage onto it. That way the Calhoun could remove it. And Demona has been turned to stone. She is a gargoyle right now, so she is not going to be able to unexert at the start of Daniele's turn. Very notable. And there's another Hades, just absolutely brutal. Daniele finding everything he needs, and there is the handshake. Undefeated still. Daniele goes into the top 16 and earns his qualification. He'll be back in Brazil in September.
Which I hear is a wonderful time of the year to be in the Brazilian continent. And how fun is it? I mean, a lot of these Lumineers, it's their first time in South America. Daniele's from Italy. He seems to be a pro card gamer. People were saying he's from Yu-Gi-Oh! JD, from the placement of the discard and the speed of play, do you think that checks out, that this is the hallmarks of a player of your beloved Yu-Gi-Oh! Game?
I muted myself, but I can't
he's
get out.
muted. The Discord's on the screen. He is in shambles. His hat's half on. He did not think it would go this fast. We'll get him back, folks. Don't worry. All right, there we go. All right. I like it. This is what somebody's saying.
I forgot I was sharing your screen. I couldn't find the Discord, but I am back. And yes, I must say that Illuminator was indicating signs of Yu-Gi-Oh-ness. I mean, it was the fast play, the decisiveness, the stoicism in their facial expressions. I don't know if you saw, there was very little smiling, there was very little talking, there's very little communication. Yu-Gi-Oh players do not talk, they do not smile. It is a straight up locked in. I mean, if things are going bad, there's no tilt. So it was great gamesmanship from both of those Illuminators. I watched most of that game. I was eating and kind of walking around a little bit, but Stella gameplay.
I like that. Is that a laugh or crying?
I mean, his name was Stella. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right.
That's why I gave a. But
I went for it.
It is important to note that after he took his headset off, he was like, anyway. So it is so fascinating. And I've noticed, I mean, we've watched so many players play where it is fascinating that the minute the game's over, they're like, well, anyway, I'm back to being a human. And I've noticed that myself. Until I played Lorcana, I was like, oh, this is my friend. And then you sit down and you're like, what changed? They're like, oh, no, I'm just playing. And that's what you got to do to lock in. And there are lots of players locking in. The results are trickling in. There's some heartbreaks out there, JD.
Please, Katie, can you give us the update while I get the bingo card prepared? If you can just kind of run down some of those things that are transpiring in the tournament.
So what's at stake right now is we are in the top 32 single elimination, meaning if you lose, you are done. Now, you have secured several prizes, but what you haven't secured is your invite back to Brazil in September. So when I say these people have lost, they have lost the opportunity to keep playing, and the people who won are going to Brazil again if they can afford the ticket. So we have Justice versus O Vincent. Unfortunately, Justice, this is a debut as a rare hunter, did drop in the top 32, which is sad.
Another, you gotta keep your head held high for that one still.
Oh yeah, I mean, Justice is one of those players that he's consistently at the top of almost every tournament I see him at. So he is somebody that I have bet on. I put him in my bracket because I said, listen, Justice knows what's up. He's paws up for dogs. I don't know if he was paws up for dogs this time. Either way, we had DKP versus Luca Rinaldi. DKP took it down 2-1.
Oh, wow. Okay. DKP going strong.
Now we had Zan Syed versus Habibi, which is good old-fashioned dogs versus Amber Steel. Do you want to guess who won in that matchup based on just the players and the deck type?
Revenge plot is always something I'm interested in, so I got to say Habibi took it down.
He went down 2-0 Zan, unfortunately. So and that is hard to hear. Because I would say Dogs is not favored in that matchup, but Zan won 2 in a row. I will say that BB's deck is a little bit of a hybrid between some Amber Steel methods, so I'm sure he will talk about it at length because he's somebody that generally will post guides and things like that. But unfortunately, he did get bit up by them dogs. Other
RIP.
matches that have come in is we have El Aruga versus Namcap. Namcap did take that down 2-0.
Shout out Namcap.
And Moxies. I said that sad, so I already know. Moxies versus 103. I know. Moxies, we were hoping to see him on stream, but unfortunately, Moxies was taken down by the Ace 103.
Oh, not
Ace
the
103
Ace.
had a great run, so I think Ace 103 had that restedness. He ID'd 3 rounds, so I think he was just like, I feel good. Moxies was fighting in the streets for the past 4 rounds.
Yeah.
So that is how that round went down. We have Attack for 2 against Federico. Federico took it down 2-0.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's a tough one. That was a good match. I wish we could have got that one on on feature.
I know.
as
I wish we
well.
could see ollies. Like I said, I
Yeah.
wish we could just go boop 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 and just keep
NFL
swishing
red zone
between
style
all
just bounces all around the thing.
Now we have Alphos versus level 9001. That's Diego Saz. Alphos, the intercontinental man, the man who is qualified for the most continent. Well, I guess Zan. Both him and Zan are both like the international men's of mystery. They are both now qualified. Alphos took that down in a 2-0.
Oh my goodness.
Alphos. I can't remember what Alphos is on. Probably dogs.
It
He's
might
been
be
running
blue,
a lot
green,
of
or dogs. I would say. I would probably assume dogs at this point. But Alphos is completely having a stellar season. He's climbing
He's
up
everywhere.
the leaderboard as well. He's moving up as one of the top players in the game. So I'm glad to see he's there and having continued success. What a tournament! Who else we got there, Katie?
Well, as far as who else we got, we have Bacon Strips versus Machimes, and Bacon Strips went 2-1. So everybody else is still playing, but like we said, I mean, winning this game. It was funny because we talked about how like, this round doesn't really matter for a long time because it just kind of felt like for the past like 5 rounds, it's been like they're playing, they're not, it's whatever. Every single one of these results matter. The last one I have is Goblin de Nevieux versus George Cap, and Goblin de Nevieux 2. The second, he won. But outstanding matches is we have Lamb Chops versus Daniel Q, Jason versus Wild Zurida, which I know the Texans are very excited about. We have Sky versus Darian, which is Sky is on Amber Steel, and his opponent I think is on Dogs.
Okay.
Good luck. We have Ryan Walker against Dancer still going on. Daniel De Silva versus Honeyfish, and the last one is Frank Carson. You know him, you love him, against Romulo Rocha.
Wow. So it's real. Things are heating up, like they say on was that Smash Brothers? They would say that. No, that's Pokemon Stadium. They'd say that.
Yeah, things are heating up.
Oh,
Nice
man.
move, trainer.
Critical
Is this your
hit.
first day?
That's what's happening there. Things are really getting tight as we get down to the wire, the nitty gritty, as we call it. Top 16 is going to be underway here in a few short moments. So keep it locked. You guys are not missing anything. We're not going to take any breaks. We're going to push this thing right on through, and we're going to do what it do. As we just finished the interview there with our winner and number 1 seed, still undefeated, Daniele Stella, who is making a name for himself, coming all the way from Italy, I believe, is a prominent player there. I believe that Eliminator is already qualified to the European Continental Championship as well, really trying to push that thing over the top and get directly to the Disney Lorcana World Championship happening soon. But we got Bingo coming in from Garrick, who's in the chat and not here, had to dip. He's out of here. You love to see it, but you
He
hate
said
to
his
see it.
food got here, I think.
Right on.
But shout out to that table. That table, I like the angle there. It was very like studio or like those like art house films. I was like, yeah.
Oh, it's like at a little angle.
It
like
is
to
a
the-
little jaunty
little-
angle.
a little ramp. But here is our bingo card. Okay,
Oh, Cobra.
we did
Didn't we
get
Cobra for
some.
game?
We did. We got Cobra for game, which I will go ahead and place onto the chart. You guys can see
But
that.
still no bingo. How have we not got bingo? I think if Spooky Side counted, we'd be so good, but whatever.
Oh,
Whatever.
Spooky Sight would count as what? As Hades on Hades?
As a Mickey. No, as Mickey, but it doesn't count as Mickey.
Oh,
Spooky
it
Side
doesn't.
ain't Mickey.
And
It
I'm
doesn't.
sorry.
You're like, it doesn't, and I made the card, so it's kind of...
Unfortunate. It just doesn't. Wait, what? Do we have another one? We almost got the strength, but he had to put that down into the inkwell. Unfortunate. But here's where we are right now on the bingo card. If anyone's interested in playing at home, we still have a possible strength of Raging Fire. I think that is our line of victory. I know there's some Illuminators still playing Go-Go, Tomago. Maybe if we can get a Hades on Hades, which I for sure thought would have happened by now. now. Honestly, we have not seen a single sapphire mirror yet of any capacity. No blurple mirror, no sapphire blurple versus emerald and sapphire, no sapphire amber versus blurple. None of that has happened all day. So the Hades on Hades is just something that we may not get to. We did see a couple go-go's today, but having a go-go potentially win the game is just something we have not come close to yet either. We were very close to a 4-time Strength of Raging Fire, and that would have completed us on the diagonal axis. But here's the bingo card. We've got a lot of these solved, and of course, if you had to, this is the Ruby probably shouldn't be on there. It's just an impossibility at this point.
It wasn't, though. That was actually on the TO, or the person in charge of picking featured matches. That was not an impossibility. It's actually very easy the first few rounds to find a Ruby person. It's not easy, because I will admit I have been around, and I'm like, I'll go to the judge and be like, is anyone running Ruby in here? Please just give me a Ruby. And the answer, so it is hard, but it wasn't impossible. It is impossible now, though. We've reached the point of impossibility. How crazy is it, though, that you somehow built a bingo card where we have gotten like 75% no bingo?
I actually put a fun fact. I put a lot of thought into this bingo. I actually I wanted to make it to where each axis had something that I thought would be difficult to achieve, and some have a lot of easier ones, like the shift. Like shift is obviously going to happen. The Under the Sea and the Prince Philip, I feel, are pretty much guaranteed to happen. Song Snipe and American One on Stream, I felt very confident about those. 4-time Strength, Mickey Mouse. I thought Time would for sure happen as well. I had that one as like almost a guarantee. 19 Lore, that one's a tough one, but it happens very often where someone gets to 19 and someone's at 20, and that happens. But it just had to happen. I don't know. But I did put a lot of brain power into the bingo card to make sure that it can be something that would last all day, so it wouldn't be too easy, but also somewhat attainable is the goal that I want for the bingo.
I just looked at the clock and I was like, what is it, 2, 3? It is only 11 o'clock where I am. It's only 9 a.m. where you are. But you wouldn't know it because I feel up, active, alert. But we have over 375 people hanging out with us on Twitch. We on YouTube have other people, the Podcaniacs, I call them, the Podcaniac Nation, 244. So I want to thank every single one of you by name. So thank you, Eric. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Michelle.
Right on. Double shout out to Michelle. But no, seriously, and that it does mean a lot, Katie. Like you that is very valid. Anyone could be doing anything else, but when Lorcana calls, we try to answer that call and be here and support their people doing this, and it's happening all over the internet. And the DLC is a great way to showcase this event as we are winding down the clock on the Disney Lorcana channel, or on the Winter Spell season, and also this format and this set. We got another set coming out, and then it's going to be a semi-condensed set, and then we get into the rotation, and the game, I think, is poised for an explosion here in popularity and growth. So until that moment comes, we have to just cherish the time that we have, and this time of Winter Spell was a highlight of my life and my new career, quote unquote, and what I'm doing. So it's been a magical moment for me, and I'm glad that I'm able to have the freedom to share this time with all of you that are here on Podcana, on JDZ Quest on Twitch, with Katie at the Lore Keepers Inn, and everyone around the world. So thank you guys for joining us here. You could be anywhere, but you like to be here with us, and I truly, truly appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. Okay, my cold and frozen heart.
From the bottom of my broken heart, there's
Katie can
just a
low-key sing.
thing or two I like you to know. Do you know who sang that? You were my first love. I never knew love till there was you. From the bottom of my broken heart. Chat, if you know who that is, I'll mail you a sticker. You probably, the overlap of people who know that song.
Jessica Simpson.
Sticker. Close. So close.
Many more.
Very close. It's in
Jewel.
that echelon. No, we're getting further.
We're further away. Let's go. Man.
Britney Spears. Quest Production.
Was it?
Quest Production. She came in. There's just a thing that I like you to know. You were my first love. I never knew love.
Dude, Production is a huge Britney Spears fan, by the way, just so you know.
The bottom of my broken heart.
And I got a fun story about Production as well, who is actively sitting here. She is literally.
Oh, good. I'm glad
now.
she pulled up. She's like,
she's listening to the stream, and she has been watching.
Oh, good. Okay.
Rock and rolling with the program, and she was laying in bed and had the stream on, just kind of because when I take breaks, we go kick it and everything. And she said that during your pop off, your Katie Popoff. She said she was kind of going to sleep and you scared her awake. So I had to share that with you.
That's what I try to do. When I cast, I think about somebody who's just about, I mean, that's actually a real thing. People will talk about how I say some unhinged things. I say that's the real thing is you want to be serious, but in something that makes people go, what? Like every once in a while. Because you don't want people to tune you out. So you want every once in a while to be like, I ate my mama or something. I ate my mama. That's not even a quote. We'll go, I ate my mama. Oh, I ate my grandma is from. Well, people are listening, probably. You got to get the people talking. All right. Because I say a lot of boring stuff. I will.
Just a randomly, I hate my grandma.
I hate my. No, it's Tamatoa. She goes, I'm looking for, or my grandma sent me. He goes, oh, I hate my grandma.
Oh, that's what
so that's a Disney quote. What was Katie saying? I tuned out for a bit. See, it works. You want people to put their phone down. They're like eating their Hot Pockets. And then they say, are we singing Britney Spears right now? I sang Under Pressure. I can't remember what song I sang in the last one. Oh, I said, what would you do if your Chester Cat was home? Not home. It was a good one. Because he's hungry and his daddy wouldn't feed him because he moves to my mom for a little bit of money and his daddy's gone somewhere on the lockdown, living on a job now. I ain't got a job now. Just for you, it's just a good time. But for me, this is my whole life.
YouTube might be cooked. I think that was so pitch perfect
Was
and
that
accurate
no.
that they might DCA him there. So shout out to Podcana. You guys are getting nothing for this. I do apologize. Thanks, Katie. Twitch.
You know, that good. I don't think I sang the whatever that song was, by the way. I don't know. Because the thing is, that song came out when I was in 5th grade, and there ain't no way I needed to memorize the lyrics of that song. Like, that's not relatable. Hashtag relatable. If I get Podcana taken down,
you're done. You'll never work in this town again. You're finished.
Guy will be like, what did you do? I'll be like, well, I really wanted to prove I knew all 70% of the words to what would you do? I wanted to really pop off. It's hard to stop. You're gonna put it back.
And the only way to feed him is to put a little bit of money because his dad is gone.
See, tell me how you can stop.
Now in and out of lockdown. I ain't got a job
I ain't got a job now. So for you, this is just a good time.
But for me,
and the thing is,
come on.
Why do we both had very different lives, but somewhere across the world, both of us heard that song and said, I'm not gonna know my loved one's phone numbers. I don't know my mom's cell phone number, but I know that.
We're keeping this one. We're locking that one right into the brain bank, into the thought vault. I'm gonna look at this this lounge they got set up here. We got Nick Wilde with the Peter Pan shirt on, drip very complete coming in from that right Illuminator. I'm sorry again. I learned the names, but I don't remember their names off the top of my head, and I have to apologize for that. So we're rocking and rolling here. I'm trying to see what else they got. We saw the SME as well. The SME is kind of clean.
They must be working together. SME and the the Neverland Boys? No, Lost Boys. They're called the Lost Boys.
The Lost Boys, yeah. I think I'm having some issues with my camera. I'm getting like some glitching over here. I think it might be on my end. So sorry about that. That's on me. I got to figure something out what's happening in the riggings below. But we'll work that out here in just a moment. As we have a little bit of time, you guys are not missing any action. There are still a ton of matches that are outstanding as we are waiting on them to complete before we push on into the top 16. The top 16 will earn that Elsa Ice Maker playmat, and then they all will secure their tickets to the Brazil National Tournament, which will be happening. The dates are out. I can't remember them off the top of my head, but all the Illuminators will have to either come back to that tournament then or make their way back to Brazil to participate in that tournament to hopefully secure the invitation to the Disney Lorcana Challenge World Championship. The winner of this event will bypass all of the national events and secure the invitation directly to the Disney Lorcana Challenge World Championship happening TBD in the future. The date should be coming out, and hopefully that one is going to be an absolute vibe like it was last year. In the meantime, in between time, there still is some opportunities to play the Disney Lorcana Challenge taking place in Indianapolis in June. I believe that one might be sold out as well as the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Dortmund.
Keep your eyes on it.
You can keep watching, and maybe you can get one. Potentially, you can make one happen. So those are your opportunities that you can get out and play. Those events will be Infinity format. With this DLC that you're currently seeing right now, I firmly feel that there might be a stark transition from Core Constructed to Infinity in preparation for those exclusive event or those nice events that we have coming up. So maybe people might be interested in seeing how that shakes out. I might have to unplug this camera because I am glitching like crazy. I'm over here tweaking out, but I think that's where it is going to be. So thank you guys again for being here and coming into the chat. We have Chaos X, Chaosic X coming in with the Prime. I do appreciate it. First time in the chat coming through with the Prime Dog Supreme. I do appreciate it. The alerts are off. Everyone who's come through with the subs and with the primes, with the follows on the Twitch side, I truly appreciate it. I'm certain Garrick also appreciates the likes and subscribes on the YouTube side of it as well. It does go a long way pushing this game out, because this is my goal, and I'm pretty sure it's Katie's goal and everyone's goal. Is I love this game so much, and I really would like this game to continue to grow and ensure that more people can find out about this game, and maybe it can make them as happy as it makes me. So if you share the stream, if you like the stream, if you talk about the stream, maybe that will introduce more people to this game, and then they can learn how to play, and they will have more Illuminaires throughout the world. So again, thank you guys all for doing that and being a part of the program. It means a tremendous amount to me, and I can't thank you enough for all of your efforts and love.
Are we doing apologies too? Because I have one. I'd like to apologize to Garrick and the citizens of Podcana, because I had a little bit, you might have seen me wipe my eyes a little bit, because I realized that like I'm used to streaming on JD's channel, and on JD's channel when we're between rounds I get a little silly. Podcana, they're a serious group, and so to Podcana listeners, I'm sorry I sang a little bit. I'm sorry I hooted and hollered. I did give you guys bracket math. I gave you so much bracket math, and that I care, but I do to the Podcaniacs.
All right.
I did hoot and I did holler, and I did maybe get your channel taken down.
That's okay. I do have some breaking news.
Music?
If I could get the sound effect.
Okay, is it good?
I don't have the drop, but let me get it. Hold up.
All right,
Wait. Halt, Garrick. I need you to
Please, Garrick.
pause.
He only gets to use a soundboard so few times in his life.
I don't even have the right one. I don't even have the right music.
It's from him.
All right, I don't even have the right music lined up, but we're gonna get this thing done. So I need you to hold on. One more second. Just hold for 1 second, Gary. I got you.
The news is gonna be cold soon.
I need it to happen. Okay, here we go. Oh crap, man. One more.
I'm the crap man.
Right, here we go. Here it is. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right, go ahead. You can't hear it, but go ahead, Garrett.
Okay. Breaking news. This just in. World champion DKP will be next up on stream for top 16 match against Amethyst and Steel.
The top 16 is done? How do you know this?
Bro,
on play.
Could you hear that? Could you hear the sound I was making on the stream? You timed that perfectly. Like the music was going, and then you said it, and the music stopped right as you made the drop.
Let's go. He said it in the Podcana chat. For all the real ones, DKP hangs out in there. The world
DKP!
champ.
And
It's in
okay,
the
so I've been
YouTube
singing
chat.
to DKP.
Yeah, you have. And he said he's playing next on stream against
Do you think
Amethyst
I'm helping? Do you
On
think
the
that
play.
helped? Do you think like when I sang that song, he's like, what would you do if your deck was at home?
Well, I do. I actually had a question for you guys. I just finished eating my Taco Bell, which is great. I crushed it really quickly, so hopefully that doesn't have any repercussions later on.
Yeah.
But I ate it so fast. So fast, and I went for some cheese melts. But I do have a question for you guys.
That's it.
What would you do if your someone's at home crying all alone on
Come
the
on!
bedroom floor? 'Cause
Cause
he's
he's
Like how
home
all
Someone
three
else.
cousins.
the only way to feed him is to
Sleep with a man, boy, little money, got his daddy gone.
Daddy's gone.
Somewhere
We should
from
play
the
together
rocks now, in and out of lockdown. I ain't got a job now.
Bring it home, Garrick. So for you, you'd have to finish it.
Oh, sorry, were you talking to me?
Yeah, you got to finish it. So for you,
This is just a good time.
But for me, come on!
This is what I call life.
There it is.
and shout out, cousins, no matter where you are, that song by that person. Who sings that?
I don't even know. I thought it was the Black Eyed Peas for just the briefest moments, and it's clearly not.
Fergie Ferg, gonna love you long time. Yeah, no. Shout out to Fergie.
Have I told you the story of me and my humps? Have I shared that with you before?
I'm so ready. I think it's time because we have a while.
We have a long time, and this is where we are as a program. Speaking about Black Eyed Peas and Fergie, back in the day, I had I think it was in 2005, I want to say, I had a PSP, or 2006, whenever this thing came out, and I bought this PSP from a friend. And on the PSP, you could download MP3s. That was the thing of the day. And I had, when I got this MP3, I got this PSP from him, and he's like, yeah, you can put songs in there. I was like, I don't even know what the hell an MP3 is. Like, how am I going to do this? I don't have a computer. I just have this PSP. But on this PSP, he had the song My Humps was a song that was on there. And I was just like, use this PSP to listen to My Hump. That was the only song I had. And I listened to My Humps probably 70 like so many times. I think I still to this day know every lyric to the song My Humps by Black Eyed.
It should be really nice. I just think
Dude,
I listen to that
Garrick-
album a lot. I love the Monkey Business and Elefunk from the Black Eyed Peas. Absolutely amazing albums. After that, they fell off so hard. Never listened to anything that they released after that. It's a big Maroon 5 energy. Like they giggle locked in
it
for the
peaked
first two
so
albums
hard.
and said, "What if we sold out and made moves like Jagger?" And I was like, "I will stop listening to you, but get that bag, brother."
Yeah.
I sent my favorite Fergie clip to you, JD, and if I had a soundboard, I would play this on my soundboard every day. Have you seen this clip?
Let me get in there. Let me get active back into the Discord.
This is Fergie performing live on Good Morning America,
Oh,
and this is
God.
why Fergie do it different than the others.
My
mean-
favorite Fergie clip is when she sang the national anthem at the NBA All-Star game.
This is
Can I-
close to that energy.
Can I play this without getting? I got to think about YouTube. Is there music in here?
Don't get me fried.
It's
Don't
not
get me
really.
fried.
It's not really music. It's more sounds. You can watch it privately, and then
Okay. I'll but they can still hear it.
yeah. Oh, no matter what, you cannot use your computer sounds.
Yo, this is awesome.
Yeah.
Yo, this is awesome.
You know this is here?
How is she
I
doing
swear.
that?
Going no.
And she's
Now,
just
here's the
doing
thing.
one-handed
I-
cartwheels, screaming no, 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 no. That's insane.
Now I
from
want you to
Fergie.
guess what song she's singing because I don't think you will guess, and that's why I don't think it's gonna get DMCA'd.
Can it be My Humps?
No.
Okay. No. You mean you could have hit me with a no there, and I would have been full circled.
Big Girls Don't Cry.
No. It's not her song.
Oh,
Is it
So, Garrick, did you watch the clip?
what?
Yeah. Did you watch? Okay, so what song?
I don't. What song could that
You won't
possibly
guess
be?
this. It's the song Barracuda. She just was singing the song Barracuda and then decided to go. And so,
Barracuda. That one?
yeah, so that is
Barracuda.
her in the middle of the song Barracuda. Could you imagine being in the band and then your lead singer just starts doing that and you're like, all right,
Can you
I guess
imagine
I'll-
being in Times Square at the Good Morning America, wherever they were, and Fergie just starts doing one-handed cartwheels, singing no, 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 no. That's sticking
I mean,
to
it's
you for the rest
very
of your life.
impressive. Like, I mean, it's not something where it's like, you know how people say, like, I can't hate that. I mean, that is truly something on a different level, but also inexplicable. That's Fergie inexplicable.
But I do have a question for you guys, though.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What you gonna do with all that junk? All that junk inside the trunk?
I'm gonna get
Completely different question.
Oh, my bad.
the 4 players we're waiting on, they're taking their time. The players, so there's 4 tables playing right now, and that's fair because you're not timed. And why the heck would you hurry when your trip back to Brazil and you've had such a fun time is on the line? Ryan Walker versus Dancer, Danielle versus Honeyfish, Frank Carson versus Romulo, and Sky versus Darian. They are all in a heated 4-person match. Now they are going to there, which makes me believe this happens sometimes where it looks like they're not done, but they are done, but they didn't tell us they're done. And she's holding a deck list. Now you can hold deck lists. I will say next tournament, I'm going to say you got to give me a printout because the past few tournaments I've been at, they give me the names of the
Back
card.
in the paper.
And that is hard to look at a card name in alphabetical order. It's easier
Yeah.
when they're in number order and it's
Yeah.
a picture because your brain.
Yeah, you recognize the visual of it, like you see the card come down on the
Like-
board. You're like, I know that one.
I know
I think that
and-
that might need to be added to the contract or something. Like, hey, when we get the print off
Yeah.
deck list, I need it to be in card form.
because it's nice. It's nice.
Especially when you're playing against dogs or something. They're like, oh, lady, okay,
Yeah.
cool,
And you're like,
yeah.
that's the spaniel, the elegant, or
Right
the
on.
other one.
thanks, pal.
Yeah.
Cool.
There are a lot of ladies and tramps, and they change all the time. Tramp Dapper Rascal said, I am showing up a little bit late to this meta, but I am notably here. And he is.
And you will learn my sub name. And you will.
But
And you'll respect it.
But just based on what we see from Smee and Nick Wild here, is that we have a Sapphire Amethyst versus Amethyst and Steel
it's just
again,
happening.
and there
did we
it is.
miss? Okay, so I guess I'm out, but like, how did they just we're gonna. I like how DKP. Maybe the round's not over. DKP's like, let's stop playing. I'm tired.
It's not play.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go take my little
Time to
break.
play the game, and
No, it's not over
maybe
yet.
not.
Never mind. All right, I'll keep refreshing because I am absolutely. I'm calling my manager. I'm calling Mr. Mouse himself and saying, 11 through 14 is not reported. How did you get the bracket up? Please advise. Please advise.
Does
I'm
not
upset.
compute. Does not compute.
There is a chance though. Knowing DKP, there is like a chance. He's like, we're playing. Let's sit down. Because
they already paired up.
Literally, the only match that is not done is Skies.
How is that?
Or not
Because when I
reported?
refresh, there's still 4 matches on reported.
No, it's just Sky for me. But we are
Maybe-
getting into the round here, so we're
Okay,
gonna have
well,
to
I'll
find
head out
out
and-
later.
When I'm older, maybe I'll know what happened. So
Okay.
anyway,
I'm sure,
good luck,
I'm sure we'll
guys.
get it. Well, I'm sure we'll get it. But Garrick, we are in the top 16. These Illuminaries are playing for it all as DKP will not be denied. Is trying to go back to the World Championship by winning another DLC. He sees you out there, Edmund Chu. He sees you out there, Zan Syed. He sees you out there, Frank Carson, and he wants to be the 2-time DLC champion as well. And that would be an incredible feat if he can pull it off. But Daniel Diaz is trying to block that from happening.
This is a matchup that we just saw, and it is a classic. DKP, one of the best Blurple players in the world, one of the best players, period, as he is going to put that Hades, the Infernal Schemer, into the Inkwell, thanks to the ability of Tipo. And shout out to DKP. He knows that we're all watching, and he is very generous with the overhead cam and will show us what his cards are at all times, which really appreciate that from the world champ. Everybody else should take some notes and give us a little bit of a hand flash there.
Very true. I believe that very much. And you and I, we both host a lot of tournaments. We do a lot of production, and getting those hand cams right is very difficult. So much so that a lot of people have just elected to just get rid of the hand cams completely. DKP is like, I got you, fam. No worries. I'll show you a little something, give you a sneak peek. As the Palace Guard is going to take a little sneak peek at that quick lore strength in Inkwell again. And Captain Hook, it's going to be that slower, lower tempo, turn 2, but still viable. You got something.
Yeah, DKP taking his time here and doing what he wants to, showing us the hand. He's got the curve. He's got the Elsa into the Demona, and that's what you want to see if you are the Blurple player going up against the Amethyst Steel. We'll see if Iago makes it, but he does not. Strength of Raging Fire comes down, but we paid 3 for it, so we lost a significant amount of tempo, and this Elsa is going to take even more from us as this Captain Hook will be removed quite quickly.
Yeah, for sure. Not being able to sing, and also getting rid of your card in hand and not being able to establish anything in your board sets you back. But I think that's a play you had to make, because if this Iago can just get out of pocket, it can run over you. That Vanish illusion keyword, or that Vanish keyword coming up huge there for Daniel. You are kind of low resource now, or you are the 3rd strength being added to the hand, sit down to the Inkwell. You are getting to a position where you're going to start falling behind. You like to probably set up a genie at least to potentially put some type of energy on the board this 4th turn, and there he is.
There is that genie wish fulfilled, the classic turn 4, and now we can sing the Let It Go with the Elsa, pop the Demona onto the board, and draw 3. Meanwhile, our opponent will draw none. That's exactly how you want to draw it up. If you're a Blurple player, we get the double Tipo in hand, and the Elsa, commiserations to Sky seeing the double Tipo in the hand there.
Yeah, you got a full value Demona, but you really would like to see maybe some of those Hades, the Infernal Schemer. You keep building up that curve, but now you kind of go back in time a little bit, seeing these 2 growing sons. You want to see this guy on turn 2 and probably never again, if at all possible, but at least you have some high quality ink you want, or you can just start playing these Tipos and maybe just get your board quite wide. They do still quest for 1, like you alluded to earlier, as they have won a DLC in their own right, as Cobra now is going to come through and discard the Cheshire Cat in order to gain some lore. So Daniel probably just going to try to just get racing, and maybe that's the win condition now from the Amethyst Steel. You got to pivot.
Yeah, we've seen that from the Amethyst Steel before. Got off to a little bit of a slower start here, but Cheshire Cat is a pretty nice card to try and stave things off. But we had the Elsa the Fifth Spirit in hand, and now we can take out that Cheshire Cat with our Demona and remove that Palace Guard with both of our Elsas. Now we have the ability to challenge in to this Demona with our Cobra, but the Cobra will go down for its troubles as we see a Tipo hit the Inkwell and a Tipo hit the board, and we pass on that triggered ability.
Yeah, so this board now is completely lost from Daniel. So I guess you're going to have to completely stick to this race plan, even though that is slowly starting to fall apart with this Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan there, questing for 2 as well. You'll just take the opportunity to trade to get this character off the board before a Cheshire Cat can come through and really start to apply some pressure. Daniel staring down the world champ, trying to slow down a little bit as DKP is playing with so much confidence. All these top players, they play so swiftly and so deliberate. It's always going to be very impressive when these things happen.
And he shows us the Wasabi. Shout out TKP again. Really do appreciate that from him. Wasabi, not super useful in this matchup. We know that he has multiple in the deck for the Chromacons, and we saw him earlier on stream yesterday use that Wasabi to great effect. He'd love to find something off the top here that has a ton of impact on to the board, as we'll see if this Yzma is able to take advantage of her ability, or if we need to start challenging as DKP is questing ferociously here and very quickly.
I mean, I'm looking at the hand. I think at this point, Daniel's going to have to get one of those patent pending Amethyst Steel explosive maneuvers. We see the turns where they can play a ton of docks. Maybe you can chain a few together. Maybe get some Christopher Robins and just start questing. But it's just going to be Demona of your own. Scourge of the Wyvern Clan is hitting the board now, exerting the entire board, but it was already exerted anyway. And I believe you were able to draw a few cards. However, unfortunately for you, DKP was able to grab some cards in the process as well. Now you just have to also hope a little bit. You have to play to your outs and hope. And if Hades is going to start to flow now, I think you can pretty much wrap this one up.
DKP did get a Hades into the hand, but it is the Amethyst one. He will be looking for a deal on the next turn, but we're going to quest with the Yzma. Not worried about card draw right now. Daniel has another Demona in hand as we quickly unexert and get that Hades onto the board. I figured that was what was going to happen, and DKP wants to take a look at some more cards. We're singing something. It's Let It Go. Get that Demona off of the board and into the Inkwell. We'll see if he's able to pare down his hand even further in case another Demona comes down, and he is. One card in hand. It's still the Wasabi. So if Daniel plays this Demona on his next turn, DKP is going to draw 2, and this is why the world champ is the world champ. Look at him go.
Yeah, I've seen a couple double rows. I've seen a single row obviously, but I've never seen a triple row of cards that you had 3 rows established and your Inkwell is kept to the patent pending DKP one side Inkwell. I don't hate that. It does keep it clean. It does keep everything kind of organized in a nice manner. So I enjoy how he handles that ink, but having it will limit your game space a little bit, forcing you to go down to that triple row. We'll clean it up a little bit, get it back to 2, but still 2 rows of characters is something that Daniel does not want to see, as we are forced to include another copy of Demona Scourge of Wyvern Clan into the board. We're drawing 3, and he has some ink. Maybe we can keep flooding the board and hope that's going to be enough to get you out of this.
Cheshire Cat's a good start. I do like to see that Donald Duck along for the ride going into the Inkwell there. DKP pointed that out as a nice little tech option. That's the second time we've seen this card in an Amethyst Steel deck, so it looks like they're favoring that bigger character over Benja these days to get rid of those Chromacons. But he hits the Inkwell this time, as both players had a character in hand that removes items that are not necessarily needed in this matchup. But did I see a Hades Infernal Schemer? I did. These Demonas are never questing, as we are finding Let It Goes. We're finding the Hades at the perfect time, and DKP flooding the board and questing out with, like I said, ferocity.
And this is going to be a scoop here from Daniel, as we got a little quick concession. These Illuminators are playing with speed and vigor. And to your point, Garrick, these item removals being in these decks, could that be a reason why both of these Illuminators are sitting here at the top 16? Maybe that Donald came through and helped cinch up a couple of Chromacon matchups. Maybe you were able to come in and pop a couple Snow Forts here or there, or hit a Lonely Grave or something in the earlier rounds of Swiss. So I love to see a little bit of dedicated deck building slots and taking these risks and having them pay off, and now putting you in a situation. And if it doesn't work, just like he's saying, he was able to put that card right into the inkwell. But blistering speed, the world champ getting to his spot, setting up, and knocking down a quick victory over Daniel. What do we got to do, Garrick? How do we get out of this, man? I didn't see a lot of the aggressive options that we've seen all day with the other Amethyst Steel strategies.
Yeah, definitely want to get wider more quickly if you are Daniel going up against the world champion here. But the problem with trying to do that is now on turn number 4, these Blurple decks are playing Tigger, which is a great card. Like, Genie is falling out of favor a little bit because Tigger just gives them so much tempo swung into their favor. And that's the whole game that Blurple wants to play. It's a tempo game. If you go Basil into ramp, into Tigger, into Elsa, into Demona, how do you beat that? So you kind of need the Blurple deck to stumble a little bit, but when you're on the play, they're going to be on the back foot just that little bit. The ramp will help them even things up, but it's better than them ramping on the play for sure. So let's try and get wide and, overtax the single target removal that Blurple typically has.
Very fair. Good, great analysis as always. Garrick getting loose, busy, and active. And a lot of times we've seen on this stream where you make that analysis and the players do it, and it kind of works out. But again, if you're down, you're going to have to come out. You have to play flawlessly. We're talking in your altars. We're talking in what you put into your inkwell. We're talking into how you build your curve. Everything has to be near perfection because your opponent on the opposite end of the table of you is going to be doing that. He's going to be playing at a very high level. He's going to make very few mistakes, and he's going to capitalize on even the smallest mistake that you make. So you're going to be walking the tightrope the entire time. You are, for all intents and purposes, the underdog of this matchup. It can be done. He can take him down. You can't be discouraged, but you have to play to the best of your capability here and now if you want to keep this thing alive and well in this event.
Yeah, I think a good place to start is seeing DKP alter 6 there, potentially just kept the ramp option in the form of either Tipo or Sail the Azurite Sea. That is the most important card that you're going to want to see in your opening hand for Blurple. If you miss that turn 2 ramp, things become a lot more difficult for you because you're not able to do all of those amazing curves and mid-range strategies that we discussed at the right times.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a great point. Having if DKP can falter, I mean, this Sapphire Amethyst deck, if you just don't get it, like the curve kind of builds itself, like looking at that top left corner, playing the card on the right timeline is a great path to victory. But sometimes things can, sorry, the hand wiggle kind of made me chuckle there a little bit. Sometimes things can fall apart if you don't get the right cards. As we are checking the hand, DKP is doing our jobs for us there, as the curve does look quite nice.
Yeah, absolutely. We got the Tipo into the Tigger, into the Elsa, into the Hades, into the Let It Go. It's drawn up just how you love to see it. You find a Demona, and we're doing exactly what we want to do, exactly what we did last game, as Pocahontas is going to come down here on turn number 2. This Pocahontas following the wind is a great card to get you off to a more aggressive start, and DKP knows exactly what he's doing. He just counted it out for us, so there's not really any need to sit and ponder because he knows what he's going to do.
And that's what it is, man. Playing ahead, understanding where you're trying to go, and knowing what your opponent does. And I think Daniel's going to have to find a way to disrupt. You got to find a way to break this thing up somehow. I don't even know if it's impossible to do that. Maybe even Strength of Raging Fire might be too late. Fire to Cannons might be too late because the Tipo's already gotten the value. The Palace Guard, the Royal Guard has already kind of did his thing just by existing in the realm right now and stopping your Pocahontas from getting an early quest in. So how do you even disrupt this curve? Because it seems like DKP is going to just be able to isolate, do exactly what it wants to do, and continue to assault the board as the Tigger is back at it again.
Yeah, I mean, you asked the question, what do we do to disrupt this? And what Amethyst Steel does is sing Strength of a Raging Fire on turn number 4. But this is 2 games in a row where we haven't been able to establish a 3-cost singer and sing one of the most powerful cards in the game. The reason why your deck is played is that powerful Strength of a Raging Fire on turn number 4. We've not been able to get to that. If we are able to get to that, then we can disrupt this Tigger a little bit. We can remove it from the board. We can slow down our opponent as we accidentally show that there is a dock in hand, as Yzma the Conniving Chemist is going to hit the board for the 2nd game in a row.
And Captain Hook just takes a pretty favorable challenge. You will give up this Captain Hook, but I guess you had to get some value out of this thing before a potential Elsa can come on through. However, this Yzma Conniving Chemist is a very viable target for an exertion here, because you want to keep your opponent's resources as low as possible. Even though they did accidentally give up that dock information, taking this trade with this Tigger does feel nice. And it looks like DKP agrees, as we'll go ahead and take that trade and clear the Captain Hook. 1 damage being placed on the Elsa with a quick pass.
Yeah, DKP knows I can't let this Amethyst Steel board get too wide. I got to take out the characters when I have the opportunity to. So let's get that Yzma off the board. But imagine you had Strength of a Raging Fire right there. It would be a lot more difficult to cleanly get rid of the cards on your side of the board. You would have had to invest that Elsa and that Royal Guard into the Conniving Chemist there, which would have helped you out tremendously. But we get a Genie Wish Fulfilled down onto the board. This is a good character that is going to help us win that evasive battle. It also replaces himself by drawing a card, a classic character that we have seen ever since Shimmering Skies, and he draws the Demona off the top, and he did it 2 games in a row.
Actually insane, because I was just going to say that playing Tipo on the draw feels kind of bad, but and he didn't have any access to any more card drawing. He's going to run out of steam, but that Demona off the tizzy has to feel great from the world champion. Sometimes it's good. It's great to be good, but you got to be a little bit lucky, and that was a nice run out for the DLC champ and the world champ. Daniel there has to kind of manage that tilt, because the Scourge of the Wyvern clan is on you now, as Ink the Strength feels like something you must do. Oh man, what a turn.
Yeah, amazing turn here. Now we're doing what we need to do. We're getting this board a lot wider, but we did have to get rid of that Strength of Raging Fire, so it's going to be difficult for us to get rid of this Demona cleanly. And we know that DKP is going to follow this up with a classic 7 ink turn, and that is most likely going to be a Hades Infernal Schemer, unless he sees something more powerful in his hand, which he does not. Down comes the Hades. Is there a downside to getting rid of your character? I don't think so.
But now we're having this conundrum here. You have this exerted Olaf, and there is a world where you're thinking about sending some challenges into this Olaf just to keep that board a little bit narrow, or you might be thinking about questing. But if you do send that Olaf, you will have to deal with another dock, as Olaf dock is a great little 1-2 punch, bouncing that dock back to hand just to keep the party train rolling, and we will elect to do so, getting another use of 2 more cards. You have a ton of inkwell to work from. Maybe there's a world you can kind of flood this board one more time, get one more strength going, and clear some of these high willpower characters, and maybe turn the tides a little bit. Daniel has a ton of cards in hand, so this thing is far from over.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest issue, though, for Daniel is still we cannot establish a 3-cost singer. DKP has taken those off the board every single time, and he's like, I can't use the Strength of a Raging Fire because I have no one to sing it. I have to get this board as wide as possible, and he may just be going for the Demona here to draw an additional single card. We will turn the Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern clan, on the opposite side to stone, at least for 1 turn, so you don't have to worry too much about her. But DKP, with an Into the Unknown in his hand, if he's able to exert the Demona on the opposite side, we can get rid of that really easily.
Yeah, that's an interesting term. Maybe there's a world where we could have. Did we have any other characters in hand that we could have potentially played, or we're just trying to save that dock for the back end once you run out of resources again, just to get some more value from this Demona? And I guess keeping DKP's Demona exerted has some inherent value of its own, but you still were not able to quest with this Pocahontas Fall in the Wind simply because that Hades is going to be a viable crackback. DKP also hasn't shown Cheshire Cat just yet either, so that is another looming threat. You have Into the Unknown, looming threat, Elsa, looming threat. There is nothing but heavy hitting characters and cards left in the World Champs deck as the Demona is exerted. You're frozen in time now.
Yep, exactly as we called it out. There is the Stone by Day ability. She is exerted thanks to the Elsa, but we say, hey, I don't need to get rid of that right now. I'm just going to start questing and get a Cheshire Cat onto my board. He could have sang that Into the Unknown, and I think a lot of players would have saw that and taken that right to the bank, but he knows that this Demona is not going to ready on his opponent's turn, so there's no urgency in using that Into the Unknown. I'd rather get some characters onto the board like the Cheshire Cat.
Very true. Solid point. So DKP, and he's giving you guys a lesson here live on stream. So if you're playing Sapphire Amethyst, which let's all be frank, I'm being completely clear. You guys know I'm transparent with my Sapphire Amethyst bias. I think this deck is something that I hope just goes away into the following set. But if you're into it, he's literally putting on a clinic showing exactly some of these lines and play patterns. And if you're new to Disney Lorcana, you want to learn how to play a deck, maybe you have some late set championships you can go to, or some tournaments in your local region. This is how you do it, okay? Because he's literally showcasing the power and the consistency of this strategy and why people play it, because he's playing at an all-time high level. Pocahontas is going to get that 3 here, though.
With all this ink, Daniel able to put down a couple big characters here, the Angel and the Elsa coming down on to the board. DKP drawing for his turn, does have a Dumbo in hand, so can go ahead and draw with his Elsas if he would like. There is also an Elsa with 3 damage on the opposite side, so challenging into that with the unexerted Elsa that he still has. Seems like a pretty decent challenge there for the world champion, but we'll see what he has in his hand at the moment. Might want to sing something, but no, we are going to go for that challenge.
Yeah, we'll just take a Elsa on Elsa takedown. Pocahontas following the win, still exerted. Maybe that might be worth a challenge as well. Angel will require another card, but it looks like this Hades the Infernal Schemer might be gearing up to sing, electing to go Demona Sing instead. Interesting on how that decision is made. I would like to know more. I'm sure there's a reason why you want to sing with one versus the other. Maybe the strength of Demona is more valued, and keeping Hades ready could be a play.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know what DKP has in his hand and what is giving him a little bit of trouble here. But I mean, if you take a look at the board right now, Angel and Pocahontas can challenge into his characters. Does he want to give up the Hades or does he want to give up the Demona is potentially the question that he's asking himself. And I think he'd rather give up the Demona, because we're going to challenge in to the Pocahontas right now, and the Angel can challenge back. So which character did you want the 3 damage on, the Hades or the Demona?
I think that is I think that's correct. I guess you want to challenge it to the Demona. I think there also is a world where Demona can take back more hits, because the Angel probably could hit this Hades as well and still be able to resist his wily ways if you were to have that 3 damage on that. So maybe that has something to do with it too. We have this magical researcher now who is coming through getting boosted. So Daniel is playing, he's doing everything that he can, and he's not, giving up. So there is still a path to victory that you can find, but as this game goes along, that window of opportunity is getting more and more narrow as DKP is doing the finger tap. The finger tap there, showing like, hey, let's do this. I already know what I'm about to do 4 turns from now.
He does like to take a vision into the future and see what he is going to do. He's planning his turns in centuries, and it is just a privilege to watch the world champ operate at the highest level. But Daniel is doing his best here. The docs have been timely. We've got the magical researcher out. We've got the Cobra out. We can try and get questing here. DKP running low on hand resources. So if you're able to clear up this board a little bit, maybe you can squeak over the finish line, as we are just going to pass here. We do not take the option to challenge into that Demona, and you called it. If the Angel was there and you were empty-handed, you can challenge into that Hades with your resist 2 and survive the challenge, but not into a Demona.
And it worked out so nicely again. And we have the ability to go for a Cheshire Cat play if that is a card you have in your hand, or we could sit back. I didn't even realize that there was a dry and active Dumbo 9th Wonder of the Universe hanging out at the bottom of the board as well, who's just sitting up, just gaining lore and more resources to propel DKP into the final stages of this game, as we are getting into the end game now, as the board flood has commenced. Ton of characters in play for the world champ, and the questing campaign continues. A lot of lore being added to the board. Pass back on over to Daniel, who is stuck between a rock and a hard place, trying to find some signs of opportunity to get out of this. And I don't know what that card is. The slow head shake, and you might be throwing a hand out here quite soon.
Yeah, DKP flashing the Junior Woodchuck guidebook, a card that you have revealed, and one of the best cards. And there is the handshake. Daniel says, I don't have anything to deal with this wide. And you know what? Very tall board. We're building buildings over here instead of going really wide. I like the way that DKP stacks it up there, but very well done by the world champion, taking down the Amethyst Steel player in a quick 2-0 fashion. Katie, were you able to take a look at that?
I know. I mean, I like went to the restroom and then I grabbed my dog and I went outside, checked my phone. And I was like, okay, game one's done. That's fine. I have time. I will say somebody texted me. So they said they went to like a paper bracket and they're like, have it taped on the wall. So someone took a picture of the paper bracket and then I printed out the picture of the printout. And now I am tracking it that way. We're
Let's
in
go.
manual mode. We are in
Manual mode.
we took over autopilot. We have the throttle.
If you
It's
have
not
the
March
if you
Madness,
if you
it's
have
April
the
Madness.
if you have the digital version of your copied print, if you send it to me, I can post that into the stream so people can follow along at home as well, Katie. If that's something that you have the capability of doing,
Oh, I meant the digital copy of the one with my hands. So like, take a picture of this.
or that too. I mean, that also works. Or just
Keep going forever. And the thing is like there's some brackets I don't know because everybody has these really cool names, and then I look in Ravensburger Play Hub and I'm like Salad Burger 40. I don't know who that is.
Who is that?
But there are some crazy things going on. I mean, DKP is saying this is DKP's tournament. He just won a booster box. Let's just first off call what we see. Shout out DKP, the first winner of a booster box in this tournament. But
in the history of the DLCs, let's be real. No
Top
one
8
at a
booster
DLC
box?
has ever got a top 8 booster box. What if it's like an actual top 8 booster box when it's like
That'd be
a
so
special
good, like
booster
it's
where
like
every pack
tape.
has an enchanted in it?
Every
that
pack
would,
is
that
like
would
a
turn
god
my
pack.
song around.
That turn
for-
this car around too, maybe.
Turn this car right around, buddy. But to note for people at home, as far as pricing, what we were referring to is if you made a top 32, you got that, I believe, is Mulan. Is it Mulan or Simba? No,
Simba.
Mulan's just for winning 3 wins. So yes, it's top 32 is Simba. Then you get top 64 is Simba. Top 32 is Elsa Ice Maker. Top 32 or equivalent. So even if you bubbled out Carl Go Boom, you did get that Elsa Ice Maker promo. Then top 16 is a playmat. Top 8, Boosty Box. And then we're up to the Golden Mickeys after that. So kind of a weird little break in the excitement of the prizes, but I like it. They need to get pro players to like booster packs more. Pro players treat booster packs like trash. And this is saying it's treasure. It's actually worth $4,000.
I love booster packs, man. Opening them
I would
up,
be
cracking
happy,
them open,
quite
it's
frankly.
so fun. I do want to give again a huge shout out to everybody watching. We just peaked over 900 people live concurrently between Twitch and YouTube, which is amazing. We're around 850 right now, but thank you all so much for showing up, showing out. Give JDZ Quest a follow if you like what you're seeing on Twitch. Okay.
Sorry.
And give Podcana a like
Screenshot.
and a subscribe if you're watching. Over 300 people there on YouTube. Throw a like on there. It really does help us out. I'm not just saying it for no reason, right? Hit us with a like, hit us up with a subscribe if you like what you're seeing. We've got a bunch more tournaments coming for you in May. A bunch of CCQs, some amazing tournaments that will be streamed on Podcana and on JDZ Quest channel. So if you don't want to miss that and you like what you're seeing, please follow, like, subscribe on YouTube, follow on Twitch, and also check out Katie on the Lore Keepers Inn. She's on Twitch and YouTube these days. She's doing big, awesome things, and we'll be doing a really cool series with JDZ Quest very soon.
I'm going to unmute this so we can get a little taste test of this interview. What if DKP is fluent in Portuguese?
I'd love that.
It seems to not be, based on what I'm hearing so far.
All right, here we go.
So first time Brazil, as you said, I never had the chance to travel to Brazil, so I'm really happy about that Lorcana gave me the chance to actually do it. Yeah, and the DLC so far is really nice. Everything is actually really smooth. I enjoy everything. Yeah, no issues so far, I think.
And I want to know, you have already won 5 golden Mickeys. What is your motivation to keep playing?
That's
at
a
this
good
point? Because,
question.
it's
Holy,
about
that's a good
passion,
question.
It's about to training or practice for the next World Championship.
Yeah, so my goal, of course, is to qualify again, try to defend my title, and also just gather as many Mickeys as possible, because the gold Mickey was the reason for me to start Lorcana, because I really wanted the card.
Oh, no.
And I
We
didn't
lost
know
it.
anything about the game, so I started because I just wanted that card.
Or I'm in the future or something.
And also want the words Mickey, so I gave my best to get that. And now so far for golds, I want to win continentals. So it's important for me to
How was my feed so
get as
far?
many invites as possible. So far I have
Yo,
Yeah, this happened to me
cameraman.
3 minutes,
Chinese,
like 30
continental,
seconds ago.
American, and Brazil
I don't know.
out
Maybe
of
we got to
6
get a
goals, so
refresh on the stream there,
I tried to
JD.
get
Get
more.
us.
Yeah, you're in the
What-
past by like 10 seconds.
Thank you so much. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Oh man, well, I
There,
missed the
now
whole.
you're caught up.
No, you didn't miss it. It's just,
I fast forwarded through the interview.
Estamos de volta. Pessoal, vou apertar aqui a tecla SAP, né? Parafraseando,
Classe
claro que eu não
pass.
decorei todas as palavras.
we're gonna learn it.
Mas basicamente, nossa queridíssima Thaís aí.
He said pretty gay.
Começou aqui perguntando
For
pro
DKP?
DKP o que ele achou do Brasil, se ele já
Champion
tinha
to Brazil.
que nunca
I knew
tinha
that.
vindo ao Brasil. Tá muito feliz de estar aqui e inclusive elogiou nosso DLC. Falou que não tem
Estou
nada de errado, que tá indo
all right, I think you got it, guys. I think that was the Rosetta Stone.
quando você tá
DKP's interview was
That's
the
how I
Rosetta
learn
Stone.
languages, man. I try to like. Yeah, we should have. Yeah, we threw on that one. That was checking into the
Yeah.
chat. I'm just,
It was funny 'cause, yeah, I was
I
like,
glanced over and I see the
whoa.
chat. The first thing I see is Mr. Terrace Black telling me you guys absolutely threw. I should have just let the interview play and then refresh. I cooked. I fried the whole thing.
To be fair,
That's all right.
I added some pressure because I did go, why is it? And so I did make a little, I made it. Yeah, surprised DKT didn't drop a 7-1 meme. 7-1 a meme for him? I don't know. Shout out to the co-casters. Meanwhile, main broadcast has 40 viewers. Oh, because it's in Portuguese, I would say. The main one is in Portuguese.
Yeah.
And apparently in Brazil, maybe they're probably out having a nice day in Brazil. They're probably
Very true.
out and they're gonna watch the restream, is what I assume, is that the Brazilian people are like, listen, we're not hanging out indoors.
I mean, we
We're
can go
gonna
over there and make sure guys are there. Like, just double tab it. Let's like you should have multiple tabs open. Okay, you should have this.
I don't.
This
10
stream should be
tabs
open.
right now.
This stream should be open. The Brazilian stream should be open. Podcana should be open, and whatever you got watching on the side, that should also be open. Your YouTube music should also be open. Your credit score should be open. All that, just watching your stocks and bonds and all your different stock markets should be open. Just open, just get some quadruple tab and
Let's
support.
open up.
Just open the tab, man.
So,
What?
here's a story. You guys might want to
Whoa.
know, like, who is in.
Sorry, go ahead. I do have some breaking news when you're done.
No, I mean, I want your breaking news. Mine's just news.
Hold,
Oh, okay.
hold.
I mean, oh, sorry. This is terrible. Like, I can't hear the sound.
Oh, wait. Well,
So you have to kind of like approximate the sound as you do it.
It worked perfectly last time. So whatever you did, Garrick, last time, when I hit you with the action, you start spitting. Okay. Hold up. Hold. Action.
Breaking news in the world of Disney. This might shock and appall many of Toy Story 5 has received a PG rating, the first film in the franchise to achieve such a rating. Every other Toy Story film has previously been rated G. Back to
You nailed it
you.
again. That was like so. It's like literal perfect timing between the news. If you go listen to it, if you go back and hear the recording, maybe play back, scrub back the Podcana YouTube and listen to yourself do that, you'll be impressed. can
I
tell
will
you.
say, don't look at my face because I looked very disappointed at you because I was a little because I was so excited because I'm looking at a picture of a bracket and so I was like, who won? Who won? Tell me right now. And you're like, Toy Story 5. But listen, you're a movie guy. If you guys want to play a game that lasts a while, ask Garrick to talk about a movie and then a character and then to connect them. Your rest of your day, block it off because Garrick knows every movie.
You guys want to get a couple rounds in real quick?
That's
Not
fine.
right now.
I'll fire one. I'll fire one while Katie's in the dojo. I'll fire one. Oh, apparently the news sound was too loud this time. I overcorrected.
Yeah, you blasted the drums of the
You
people.
could not hear anything I was saying.
Voice too low for music.
Can
All
we run
right.
it back one more time? Is that a possibility? We're gonna get this right.
Nah, but I'll
Get
have
all
more
acts
breaking news
excited
later,
about-
I'm
yeah.
sure.
I'm
Yeah,
sad,
there'll be
man.
more breaking news. You could do it like SpongeBob. Breaking news.
I'm sad. About it.
news.
My heart is
Chocolate.
my heart is low key broken, but it is okay.
By
Broken
what?
heart news. But still, we're going into the top 8. Have we had the conclusion? Do we have any notes?
I wanted
of
to talk about it a little bit, but you guys said you want to play the movie game. and
No.
then I feel
If you
silly being
if you have results, we're looking for results.
cares?
Who has won? Who has not? I guess I could just pull the dang play hub up here and look at it. But who
I can
has?
tell you. Oh my God, they're taking a 20-minute break. I love that. That is honestly, they said, "Do you want to play the movie game?" And they said, "Yeah," and they're taking a
fair
little
enough.
movie game break. So
That's-
here's what's I said, hey, why is PlayHub not updating? So I have some reporters on the ground, guys. And the reason is like they got to the point where that's why they have this bracket is they're like, if your game's done, let's just get playing. So what happened is at the end of the last round, there were some few games that I said, it's not done. I'm not ready. And I was kind of, doing the way I do where I'm like a little frenetic. So the 4 outstanding matches were Sky versus Darian, and Sky did win that match. Frank Karsten versus Romulo, and Frank Karsten won. And then Ryan Walker versus Dankser won. And then Daniel Silva versus Honeyfish. I don't know who won because I can't. Oh, no, I think Daniel won. So Daniel won that one. So those are how the pairings in top 16, I think, are very interesting. There's one match I would want to see more than anything, and that is Sky of Podcana versus Zan Syed of Club Lorcana. We have Dogs versus Amber Steel. Here's a little behind the curtain. Sky famously to me and some other people, he won CCS with Amber Steel the same weekend that Zan won DLC Ghent with Dogs. And if you watch Zan's podcast, Zan said Amber Steel's not a deck, basically. And they said, well, didn't it win a CCQ or a CCS? And he said, yeah, but I mean, it was also at the same time everyone was at a DLC. So Zan kind of threw some shade, saying that, like, listen, if he was there, guess what? Sky would have lost. So this match is fascinating to me because I can tell you that Sky seemed a little like, we should play. He even mentioned, he's like, we should do a Podcana versus Club Lorcana feature match. And I said, that'd be probably bad. What if you lose? But the universe said, we are doing it right now. Garrick, how do you feel about this? You're locked in the update. You're looking for more Toy Story breaking news.
I am, and I'm very scared.
Yeah.
I'm a frightened child right now because obviously I am rooting for Sky to get it done here. He is a close friend of mine and my co-host on Podcana. So yeah, would love to see Sky get the massive dub here and take this whole thing home. I want some redemption from what happened in Richmond. We won't talk about that. You're welcome, or those TPOs as I talk about them. But let's get it done in this one and go straight to the World Championship first. He's got to get it done against Zan Syed. So yeah, I'm a little bit of a nervous Purvis right now.
I mean, because it is a favorable matchup for Sky. I mean, generally speaking, Amber Steel can have a pretty good day against Dogs, but man, Zan plays Dogs in a way he's good. This guy's good. I think he won maybe a DLC, one of the largest DLCs in the world. So that match, I would love to be a fly on the wall. Unfortunately, the flies on the walls are on a little break, but there are some other interesting top 8 matches, or top 16, sorry. Well, it's for top 8. There's 8 tables. So we have Lamb Chops, who is a world-class cards player, against Dankser, formerly of Team Luxury. I believe he's down in Atlanta. We have, there we go. This is great. The match that I think is fascinating is we have Clement Foussard versus Frank Carson. Those are 2 notable people. Frank Carson has won 2 DLCs. Clement was down in the Australia DLC in 2024. I'm trying to be professional. And so he's notable. And so I think there are, that is a match. I did not know he was in this tournament until this bracket because his name in Ravensburger PlayHub is, let me see here. Where's Mr. Karsten? Is Gobelin de Niveau 2. Which is French. It makes sense. He is from France. So Frank Karsten is on Dogs. I do not know what Clement Foussard is on. But that is a fascinating one. I mean, these are big names in the top 8 right now, or top 16, playing for that booster box.
Yeah, going for it. I mean, and also, yeah, getting that booster box secured, also pushing yourself a little bit closer to that golden Mickey. And again, now we alluded to earlier, I think the ultimate prize, there really is only one prize. I mean, I don't know if they got the uncut sheets. I don't think anybody cares about
I think the golden Mickey. And then top 4, right?
Yeah, the golden Mickey is great. Okay, people want the golden Mickey, but like DKP, he's got 5 golden Mickeys. You know, Frank's got multiple golden Mickeys. These guys got the golden Mickeys already. We're trying to get to the World Championship. I think that's all the motivation you need is try to see how many times you can win and see how many times you can push yourself to that World Championship. So I think that's what they're going for. It's all in. And just seeing another thing, just to note, just seeing how consistent some of these great players are. They fly all the way into Brazil and they still circumnavigate all the treacherous obstacles to still make their way to that upper echelon of this tournament. Just goes to show it can't be all luck. And there is a significant skill expression in this game still.
Yeah, I mean, these people, sorry, I'm reading chats and people are talking about the top. And I have to say, this is one of the exciting, it's a lot of who's who's, right? Like, I mean, this feels like we're watching a nationals, and it's a good preview for what's coming up at the end of this season. Because, I mean, it's crazy to think that so long ago they announced the DLC schedule, and I said, how are we going to make it through that? Because it felt like there was thousands of years between each DLC. But we are at the point where we are like a month and a half away from back being in DLC season. After that, it is just a nonstop torrential wave of tournaments, and we're eating so good. And I feel like this has my excitement up. There wasn't a lot of surprises in this tournament, but the energy, I've cared the whole time, because it's just been like, okay, what are we doing? Who's on what? What are they playing? What are the matchups? What are the stories? And the stories are getting so good.
And that might be something to that too, because I know we're seeing a lot of Sapphire Amethyst, a lot of Blurple, a lot of Purple Steel. We've seen that matchup multiple times throughout this tournament, and it's kind of gone a variety of different ways. But I do feel that there will be a time where we look back and we may not have an opportunity to see these matchups ever again. I think both of these decks could come and go. Like, there was a time where Ruby and Sapphire versus Sapphire and Steel was a matchup that I just hated to see because it happened so often. Now I give everything to see a Ruby Sapphire and Sapphire Steel face off in a tournament, because it just never happens again. So you have to kind of cherish these moments. We're going into another rotation very soon. More cards are going to keep coming out, and there's going to be a time where you don't get a chance to see a Genie into an Elsa, and you're like, oh, I missed the simpler times. Anyway, let's go ahead and. Oh, okay. I can't take Snow White deck. It's killing me now. I can't handle it, or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want a breaking news for me?
Yes, actually, I would like that very much. Let me redeem myself. I really would like the breaking news thing to be redeemed, and I need that to happen. So let me lock in on the sound really quickly. Let me do a couple test runs to check it out. Don't start yet. This doesn't count. That's very loud. I can see that now. Okay. All right. I think that's got to be right somewhere up in here. All right. So stop and all right.
One second, I look at one more piece of information.
All right. We're going to put it right up in here.
Here we go. Okay. All right.
Let me check the sound quality of the news music really quick. You guys are getting behind the scenes. You're not missing anything. I promise. Here we go. That's got to be good right there. Might not yet. Oh, and
you said here you go to who?
Oh, to myself. Okay, my bad. That was a self. And ready, 2, 3, action.
Breaking news. We just received notification that the undefeated #1 seed has been bested by the 16th seed Bacon Strip CL. That is right. The undefeated first seed is out of contention for the booster box. Back to you, JD.
You guys are kidding. You guys can't hear it for real? You guys can't hear the music?
No. Mm-mm.
It's like almost perfect. Like, the timing is so good.
Thank you. Back to my Mr. Bing Bong mug. You guys like this? It's got his nose is like a little trunk, and on the back it says, "Oh, sugar." But that is crazy. I mean, Danielle was playing like, I was like, okay, don't go against him. That guy's freaking sicko mode, and like he got taken down by bacon strips.
Oh man, and that's unfortunate to go undefeated throughout your entire run, and then you lock in to bacon strips, and he sizzles you up and sends you on the
bacon.
I hate to see
bacon
it.
Strip search.
You don't even get boosties. Unfortunate. You do get qualified, and you will have to come back to Brazil in the future. But man, oh man, got sizzled. I wonder what Bacon Strip says after he wins. Get sizzled, pal. You're going in. We're talking all fat premium pork chop sandwiches. I don't know. I tried.
I was gonna just say crispy. That didn't. I was judging. I should have just let it go, but it wasn't good. But I will say people seem pretty happy. They said better volume. El Becci said no, and then JDB said Baja Blast, Bing Bong Blast, which I like that energy. Bing Bong Blast, Bing Bong.
What?
Do you remember the TikTok trend of like they were interviewing people in New York and they'd go Bing Bong?
Put the whole comment together.
Yeah, he did.
Not on your life. Joe Biden.
Meat, beans, rice, Jesus Christ, and Joe Byron. Who? Byron. Anyway.
Bing bong.
Well, they're on break, which means we're on break. And we will snap right back to reality. Oh, there goes Katie. She will get serious. But I'm a little nervous. This bracket freaking scares me, guys. There's 4 games done, 4 games outstanding. The next person who secured their boosty box is Ace 103, taking down Jason, which is James Cotto. James Cotto was taken down by Ace 103.
You know what would make you feel so much better?
Tell
What's
me.
that?
A movie-to-movie challenge.
I'm with it. Are you cheating, Garrick? Are you cheating? He's been over there
Is he
studying
playing?
something.
Are you playing it right now?
No.
Have you
Okay,
been
that'd be
studying?
crazy.
No.
Okay. What?
But I think he might have been playing it.
Before we do the movie challenge, and I'm all in on it. Is there a way that we can get some field reporters out there from Brazil, if we can at least
That
find
would
out
be awesome.
what
people on the
is
feet, on the-
what is
on the-
what
on
what
the
is the boosty box that we are going home with, though? And I think that's very
That's
important.
such a good point. I'll ask in a
Is it
chat.
winter spell, or do you get to pick? If it's Fabled, I'm actually kind of lit with it. Fabled is popping off right now.
It's Fabled. That's you're going super crazy for sure.
I'm fine. I'm fine with Fabled. If you give me a Fabled boosty box, I think I'm taking it. I'm ripping it. I'm pulling and the enchanted Winnie the Pooh honey. I'm pulling iconic Mickey Minnie, and we out of there. It's not Inklands, Betchy. Cut it out. Fake report coming in from the chat. It is definitely not Inklands. It might be, though. Imagine Inklands.
It's not.
Who just joined the chat?
Huh?
Was it you? Oh, sorry. I
No,
thought I
I'm
heard
just
it.
sharing my screen.
Oh, I was like,
Oh.
someone joined. Like, we got Ed Chu. He's like, I'm in.
Let's see.
locked into the mainframe.
Am I
All
allowed to do a breaking news if somebody else from the top wins a boosty box? Am I allowed to do a boosty box breaking news?
Yes.
Okay. Because there's 4 very scary matches.
All right. So we
Of
have
course.
Garrick here. So Garrick,
Interrupt us
I'm
any
looking at your
time. We're just-
screen.
We're just filling time until we get.
I
Yeah.
fill my time with anxiety and
I'm gonna
chatter,
need-
but
I'm gonna need you to explain to me what's going down on this screen and what we
I
got
can.
going on here. If you could just kind of set the tone on what
course.
exactly is happening, as I do have that on the screen. You guys are not missing any action. We are on a tape delay, but what we have to do, what we failed to do last time, we gotta pay attention to the stream and realize when that's coming back, and we got to get up out of here when this thing is this
Yes,
thing
of
is time.
course. We
All
have we have about 8 minutes or so.
Kawa asked a question, and this is previous Mr. Podcana. This is the Willy Wonka that gave you the factory kind of situation.
Yeah.
Type beat.
Absolutely.
And he said, is Frank K playing? Yes, Frank K is playing currently against Clement Foussard in the top 16. And Sky and Zan are still playing. And someone said they better be on live stream. Spoiler alert, they are not. And
They're
there's nothing
not.
we can do
We
about
just
it. There's
saw the
truly
world
nothing.
champion. There is no there's no backup match or anything like that. And these matches have been going so quickly. So it's just we're
It's just us.
we're rocking and we're rolling. Yeah. So
But I'll
we're
answer
doing
more
it big.
questions as they come. But in the meantime, in between time, Garrick, tell them a little bit
Alright.
about this game. What's going on here?
Movie to movie challenge. We are trying to get from Lemony Snicket's A Series of Unfortunate Events to the film Payback, starring, I believe this is Mel Gibson. And the way you do this is we'll click try the daily challenge. You have all the actors and actresses that are in the first film, and you need to connect these films via the actor and actress that are in them. So we take a look at Payback here. We got Mel Gibson, Greg Henry, Maria Bello, David Paymer, Bill Duke, classic. So you usually try to like find an actor or an actress that you're familiar with, and you're like, okay, we can get there. So let's take, for example, Lucy Liu. All right.
Before you go on, just so I'm clear on the rules, can you go back and go different routes if you want, or is it just a one-off thing?
You can go back if you'd like. So I'm gonna probably aim to go and get to Lucy Liu. And how do I want to get to Lucy Liu? Usually you want to plan something out. And Lucy Liu, I know for a fact, is in the Jack Black film Kung Fu Panda.
Okay.
So that's a way to get to her, right? So we could like go Jim Carrey. He's in a bunch of comedies that maybe Jack Black has also been involved in. You see what I'm saying? And now
I gotcha. I
you
see.
get
I
all
see.
of Jim Carrey's films, and then you click on another Jim Carrey movie, Anchorman here, and then you get a bunch of different actors, and you try to do it as quickly as possible from one
Gotcha.
film to the next.
So
You
it's
see what I'm
like
saying?
a 6 degrees of separation, but minus the Kevin Bacon.
Yes, minus the Kevin Bacon, exactly. So we can go.
I think you might have to.
Paul
I think
Rudd
this might be a little too
into
simple. I
this,
think
into
you might have
Jack
to
Black.
kick it up a notch. I think in order to fulfill this obligation. So keeping the same Lemony Snickets by way of Mel Gibson, I say you have to work a
Already
Disney
solved it.
Lorcana game franchise into it as well on your route to victory.
Right, and I did just solve it. So we got to Payback because we got to Kung Fu Panda.
But you're just
Where was
privately
that?
playing it?
But
And
you're
that was
playing
it.
it, but
No,
that
I'm
doesn't
just-
count
I'm
because you didn't put a
showing-
Disney Lorcana franchise in there.
I know. I'm just
Okay.
showing people
Oh,
like how
okay.
you get to the end. That's it.
My bad.
So
Okay.
we did it. We did it in 4 actors, the shortest possible. You can see the answer here. You go Jim Carrey to Jack Conley to Payback. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see the vision.
So we click random challenge here. Oh no.
Who's
Oh
that?
no.
What
Okay,
what-
we have 55 days at peaking. I don't think I have no clue who any of these people are.
It's so crazy how little
Refresh.
I
Let's
know.
get another one. Let's get this one out here. Charlton
Heston
Health.
is.
Okay.
So he can get us up out of here, surely, if we take like, how can we get out of here? We're trapped. This
we
is
gotta
for
go deep.
severe.
Well, you can go. I
severe
think you can go
movie
to
mode.
Richard. You can go to Richard Pryor, which will get you to Eddie Murphy, which gets you into Common Time. But that's a long way around.
Wait,
mean, the
where's
good-
Richard Pryor?
I thought Richard. I just saw Richard Pryor pop up a minute ago. You go Charlton Heston.
Well, that was in.
Oh, that's going
that in front?
backwards.
Yeah, this is the reverse. We got to start here and go there.
Okay.
So Charleston Heston.
Let's go.
What is airports? Can we get somebody? Dean Martin? Can he get us out of this situation?
The good news is we've only lost like 70 viewers, and I think that's not so bad. Charles and Heston
Yeah,
fans,
right there. I
rise
am
up.
Richard Pryor right
Oh.
there. Yeah.
Okay. Tiffany Haddish can get us out of this
We're
situation.
we're so back, dude.
We're easily so back. Now, certainly she can find us into a Disney franchise here. SpongeBob could be the move. Clancy Brown surely has voiced somebody in Disney before. Or
Oh,
are we
we're-
trolling?
We're back. Gotta get out of here. I think we got to go back to Tiffany Haddish, dude, and then we go. Oh, that's Tangled Queen. Never mind.
Is
wanna go
still is
back to
Moxie still in
Tiffany Haddish?
Bogart?
Yes.
Okay.
Haunted Mansion. Hold up. Haunted Mansion. Open. Doesn't that give you somebody?
Gives us Owen Wilson.
There we go. Cars, baby. Give
Cars
us
is
Cars.
not in the game.
Cars is not a game,
in
though.
the
I'm so. Go
Not
back.
even hinted
But,
at the
but
game.
hold on. Cars, y'all might not know this, but I'm a certified ball knower. Tom Hanks is in Cars. You know where else Tom Hanks is? Toy Story. So we get to Toy Story. That's a certified ball knowledge. I bet you
It's
didn't know.
technically
Tom
not in the
Hanks.
game yet, but it will be. This counts. This counts.
Yeah, come on. Come on, give me this.
This counts.
Give me this. Well, I could take John Lasseter easily and get anywhere I want to go. Certainly, right? No,
Yeah.
I can't.
do have-
Okay, let's go back to Toy Story. Now we have to get to Predator, which means we need to get to like Arnold Schwarzenegger or something.
Wait, we got Jesse the Body Ventura as well. They got a pretty prolific cast in it. You also have what's his
Can
name?
Tim Allen get us there?
Tim Allen was Tim Allen ever with Arnold anywhere? No, Rocky.
No, but
Was
he opens up some doors, certainly. Ralph breaks the internet. Got to be 1 million people in this thing.
Oh, dude.
We're close.
God, we're right there, baby.
We're right at the precipice of this thing.
With peace
Okay.
and love, this is insane. I feel. Can I give an update? I'm so sorry.
Katie, yes, go ahead. We said
I
to
feel so
interrupt us
bad.
at
I
any
know, but it
moment.
feels so terrible. You guys are cooking so bad. It's like the chat is 2 people. They're like, it's like Charles and Heston. Do we have a result of top 3? There are a few people playing. We got to get to Tombstone. Kurt Russell. All right, finish this and then I'll give you guys an update.
No, you can give us an update right now. I'm just, Alfred Molina might be the move here.
Into who we got? Oh,
We have
Oh.
to somehow get to Arnie.
wait. We don't need. It doesn't have to be Arnie. It can be
It doesn't. It could be
What's his name?
Carl Weathers.
Carl Weathers is a good one. Can we go Adam Sandler, Carl Weathers? I think that's a good line. Sarah Silverman, Adam Sandler, Carl Weathers. That has to be something there. Come on.
What movie is Sarah Silverman and Adam Sandler in together?
I missed it, dude. Never mind. I guess they're not. Seth Rogen.
Oh, Seth Rogen can get us to Adam Sandler if that's where we need to go.
I think that's the route, man.
Because we
Unfortunate.
go Seth Rogen, we go.
Happy People. No, what's the one where he's the comedy writer?
This is the
Funny
end.
people.
Yeah, this is the
Funny
end. This is the
People.
end. Funny people. Funny people. Where's that one? Yeah, that one. Seth
Perfect.
Rogen's in this movie.
Sandler. Okay, and why did you want Sandler?
Because Sandler gets you. Wait, I lost a line. Hold on, I had a line. Give me a second. Sandler
Carl Weathers.
gets us Carl Weathers from Happy Gilmore, who gets us Predator.
Perfect. Oh, he's not in Happy Gilmore 2. He's in Happy Gilmore 1.
That's right.
And we finished the loop. We finished it. And this is all you. Boom. And give us the confetti. We did it.
By way of Disney, too, by the way. We took the alternate route just to work the Disney
We
in there.
started at this movie that no one's ever heard of. Okay? And we did go through Toy Story, and we got through Ralph Breaks the Internet. So we did 2 Lorcana franchises into Predator in 9. Shortest possible 2. Whatever. All right, Katie, update.
Watching the stream.
What stream?
So the mainstream, the Disney Lorcana Challenge. What happened to you guys? We were talking.
Why
about
didn't you?
Lorcana.
Why didn't you tell us it was bad?
Because you guys let me down. We were locked into Lorcana, and you guys were like, "What if we played the movie game?" It's
The
Disney
movie game was
Lorcana.
kind of lit, though. It was kind of lit. A little
That
bit
is not a
lit.
podcast behavior. That is not a podcast
you're
behavior. This is
hating
Disney
on
Lorcana.
You're hating on another level right now, Katie. I've never
I
seen you like
am, but
this.
I'm so locked in.
All right,
Please,
all right, all right, all right.
They're
all
not
right.
even playing the game, Katie. And you're like, yeah, I'm watching top 8.
I'm watching. I'm seeing what they're up to. Okay, fine. Go back to the.
No,
movie.
no, 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 no. We're here. I'm hearing you. We can hear you. What is up?
Alphos won his match, so Alphos is in the top 8.
Let's go. Alphonse is low key cooking, man. That's some good cooking right there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what they're up to. This girl is fun though.
She's crushing. This is pre-recorded, obviously. I would love to have this kind of energy. I guess you can't really account for the chaotic element of human nature and have like a live feed
this
just
prize ball is crazy.
running through with a live camera to the stream itself. But maybe having this pre-recorded, this looks really, really nice and cool. I like this. But if we can get it live, walking around the floor, I think that'll be a very interesting thing to have as she's cooking. Let's put the volume up in here and see what she's.
If she was
what
live,
she's
I'd say,
saying.
can you please go walk over to Zan and Sky and show what's going on over there?
Que são as famosas
Please.
singles. E
Singles.
nesse evento a gente não podia deixar de trazer para vocês.
She was handing out promos yesterday, so maybe we got a little bit more of that.
de licenciados da Disney para você
Whoa,
aumentar
that
a
was
sua
a
coleção,
pan.
porque
I like that.
Todo mundo que gosta da
It's
Disney
called Lore Guy.
tem
We're not
um
judges
item
anymore.
também
Lock
a
in.
ser colecionado.
Oh
É
my
isso,
goodness.
Disney Lorcana.
JD is just projecting
Aí,
for the
preenche
pain.
for my
o
own self,
coração
too.
de todo mundo, seja
You
com
know who's
Right.
a
caixinha,
certified
seja
ball knower?
Who's that?
Lauren Barlow in the Podcana chat. He said Charleston Heston is the narrator of the Disney film Hercules.
That is
You go,
crazy.
Kidding.
You go Heston, Hercules, Danny DeVito, twins, Arnold, Predator.
That is ball.
King, that is ball knowledge. Shout out to you
W's
in the
chat.
YouTube chat. Yeah.
So I did
Twitch?
get some intel. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Okay.
I'm asking. Wait, before we all go ahead, I'm asking
No.
Twitch to defend ourselves. Like that is crazy how we're getting cooked by Podcana like that. That is ridiculous. Quest World, wake the heck up, dude. Wake Charleston Heston to Hercules to Danny DeVito to Arnold is like an insane line. You're in the line using pure Disney.
Yeah.
Crazy
Facts.
work.
Cooking.
Wow. Podcana, they do movies different. The Podcana movie night goes crazy.
All right. Sorry. We're back. Lock in. We're back.
I'm back. I'm here. Now, so a little update also. I was talking to some people in the event, and one of the things they mentioned is that they're not like waiting for everything to be done. Like that's why DKP was in the Podcana chat, shout out Podcana chat, being like, I'm the featured match, just because I think they're like, hey, you're done. So if you're still playing right now, chances are you won't be featured, which means Sky, Zan, Frank, Clement, Lamb Chops, and Dangster are still playing, which means they might already be seating down the featured match. It might be starting it, even though the top 8 is not done. Just because if they're like, if we can play it, let's go.
And honestly, I do love that. I think that is a good idea. Instead of just having everyone wait around, let's just start this thing up and let's just finish it, huh? Let's just finish the drill and not just be waiting, because you're just burning the players out. If you know that I'm playing you, let's just play instead of waiting on everyone else to finish their round. Just have it going concurrently. It does kind of screw us over here on the side, because some matches are going to take longer than others. It's going to be bigger lull times. But I think to help the players, just play it out.
Yeah, I think because, for example, I mean, these matches can go forever because I don't think they're timed at all. in the top, right? Or Garrick, you know, or
They should be on
IDing?
time.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, definitely the finals on time. We know that, but I'm assuming it. Yeah, once the tops and the rounds they've been showing doesn't have a timer because I remember looking at that last match. I'm like, how much time has passed? And they didn't have one at all. So I wish we had a deck breakdown. I think that's one thing that we have not seen is the data of who brought what to day one, and then also who is represented in the top 32, top 16. I mean, at this point, as far as people we know in the top 8, we have Federico, Ace 103, DKP, which we know 100% is on Blurple, and then Bacon Strip CL. So I don't know any of their decks except for DKP.
Yeah, and I think that it's probably gonna be a significant amount of dogs. We know that Frank Carson is also playing a dogs strategy, so we have that going. We have Lamb Chops, I believe, is also playing dogs. I want to say, or potentially Blurple. I'm fairly confident Lamb Chops is also playing dogs. We have Federico, I think, is a Sapphire Amethyst, so it's Blurple there, and I believe that might be all the information that I have as well. So
It's tough.
yeah,
It's like Fort Knox. But shout out to everybody for hanging out. I was being a hater because I'm like, I want to talk about Lorcana, but that you guys kill it. I can see why you like that game because you guys are on a different dimension. It's like watching. It's like when Sasuke. It's like the Sasuke seeing Zabuza. I'm like, I don't know what you guys are up to. You guys are twin speaking, and you do it like no other in the movie game.
Zabuza. Zabuza's a G. I mean, I like Zabuza.
He's
I like
dead.
that first arc when he was out there, when they were on the bridge, and you had Zabuza and the other. I keep saying it's a young lady. I don't know.
Well, I mean, Naruto thought so too.
I did too. I really did. And the fact that what was that? What was that Illuminator's name? I can't remember them off the top of my head. What's their
The young
street
Illuminator
name?
that Zabuza's apprentice?
Yeah, Haku. Yeah, Haku. I
Haku,
thought
that
Haku
young
was a girl there, and come to find out, it was a guy. And that's still chill. It's still a vibe though. Shout out to Haku, was getting active in the mirrors and throwing the needles and everything. It was a pretty lit little story arc there.
He got
as Naruto
active
was
and
finding his
then
way.
he got deactivated.
Factual.
Yeah. But someone just what roles did he have in Cars? That's you. Oh, this someone said by someone I mean I like that YouTube is the movie side of things.
Yeah,
That like
don't worry
the
about
podcast.
what we got going on over here on YouTube. We're still talking about the movie game, okay?
But that,
do our
honestly,
thing.
this is majority rules. So honestly, if the stream says
You Twitch can talk about Naruto. We're talking about Arnold's role in Cars that he was on.
you want to talk about Naruto too. Like,
Wait, hold on.
don't act
Arnold
like you're not
Schwarzenegger was
credible.
not in Cars. Let's stop that, please.
I'm hearing that there's elite ball knowledge in the Podcana chat, and they're saying it's true, and I
Okay.
want to find out more.
There is elite ball knowledge in chat, I will say. It looks like he's uncredited in Cars. That's a crazy thing. He says he was in it, but they just didn't say anything about it, which is kind of like a crazy flex to be like, yeah. Oh, yeah, didn't they have a governor? Or no? Yeah. Oh, wait, no, I'm thinking about a different movie where it ends and they're like, oh, welcome to the blah, blah, blah. But I don't know what movie that was. I watched Cars for the first time.
I am a Toyota. My name is maybe something like that. I don't know. Maybe like a quick
Toyota
little-
Corolla.
I am trying to raise Lightning McQueen is so fat. Something like that. I don't know. Maybe we can have that be a part of it. But I now have to
I think
rewatch
so.
Cars.
I am refreshing the results page every 3 seconds. I'm checking every chat that a person who I possibly could know in this country of Brazil. Unfortunately, everyone's playing side events, so people aren't just standing around and watching the players play, which I guess valid. You should be playing side events. Get those tickies, get those boosty packs. Because I mean, imagine you could watch someone win a booster box, or you could go win some packs. You're obviously gonna go win some packs.
Very true.
Did your Lightning McQueen must be found at all costs. Oh yeah, Lightning McQueen must be found at all costs. I
That
think
was
they like
Arnold?
switched to the new. Yeah, I think so. He's like Lightning McQueen must be found at all costs.
I think that could have. I can't.
It could be a parody.
There's
right?
there's no way Arnold got up, went to the studio, plugged in, did some vocal work, and then dropped that one on us and got up
Cars.
out of there. There's no chance that the Arnold Schwarzenegger was going to be doing that. So I'm calling
It might be
Cap.
what's called an homage. It could be called an homage.
Yeah,
at
a
that
little
point.
bit of respect there played to the.
Lord Martotosh. Okay, the timestamp, Garrick, is 28:05. So you go pull up your Disney Plus and get back on that. And then Lord Martosh said Zan versus Sky is crazy. Why don't they show that? When
Yeah.
do they play?
Tell
Valid
Lord,
questions all
where's
around.
Lord Martosh at? Tell them to hop into the Discord, fire up the thing on your cell phone and scan it to us so we can show it on the stream right now. If they're really about that action, you put some of your 3G to the work and improve it. If you're not, pack watch, okay? Back up. Pull your cell phone out, get that 4G LTE rolling, hop into the Discord and share the stream. Get active right now if you're really about that motion.
I love seeing your face as you listen to the clip and cast doubt on it. So, breaking news. What did you find out from your watch of timestamp 2805?
That ain't Arnold.
Oh,
Facts. I could have told you that. I'm not even going to listen to it.
It's parody. It's just parody. And this is heartbreak. This is what you get in the top 16. Some people get booster box and some people get boosted out of here. Man.
Come on.
Listen, Podcana chat. We trusted you. We trusted you. We still do. Shout out to Podcana chat for hanging out. We are waiting on 3 results. There is Lamb Chops versus Dankster. We have Clement Foussard versus Frank Carson and Zan Syed versus Sky. I could not. If you said, hey, what 3 matches do you want the results the slowest? I wouldn't say these 3. I want to know really bad. There's stories across the board. Lamb Chops there and Dankster are 2 United States players. Clement Foussard is representing France and Frank Carson is Netherlands. I got there. And then we have Zan Syed from the USA and Sky at the USA. So a lot of people that people know in the chat. So if you're in the chat, who are you rooting for? Come on.
I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people. For me, I'm a front runner kind of guy. I'm a top down kind of guy. Obviously, I like a lot of the world class cards players. I like multiple. It just shows it's an easier story to tell when you see someone who is constantly winning and constantly having success. You got the world champion, DLC champion. If DKP can go out there and also become a 2-time DLC champion in the second year, that's just going to really set that Eliminator apart. So at this point, I would like to see him continue to have some great success in this event and maybe push it on through and secure another trip to the World Championship. Also, I think it's a travesty that DLC is not already, or DKP is not already invited to the Disney Lorcana Challenge World Championship right away based on winning the previous one in order to defend that title. Having your World Championship, World Champion, not at the World Championship to just defend, I think is a bit of a throw there. So if he can make that right in the world and just get out there and win this thing on his own, I think that will be an incredible story and great for the game. And anyone else doing well. If DKP can't get it, or if any of the Americans can't get it, I'm rooting for anyone from Brazil. I think a Brazilian,
DKP, all of America, and then Brazil.
That's right. Or if a Brazilian takes it, I'm fine with that too. If a Brazilian can lock in and take this thing down, I think that would also be a great benefit to their community and their game and their region, because it is. At least a part of me does feel I can't explain my complete emotions behind it, but I do feel some kind of way that you go to Australia, you go to Taipei, you go to Taiwan, you go to Hong Kong, you go to all these other places that are trying to really establish themselves and get themselves into the game of Lorcana, and all these prolific players are invading their region and taking these illustrious invitations to these tournaments just due to the lack of DLCs that we've had this season. So I don't fraud them for doing, I don't fault them from doing that, but it does kind of feel bad when that keeps happening. And you have the World Championship, you're supposed to be representing the entire world, so having players from these specific regions not being able to play, it does feel bad. My heart does go out to those Luminaires. However, you got to get out there and defend it. And if you can't do that, then you're going to lose in the World Championship anyway. So might as well lose now and save yourself the time, I would say.
Speaking of lose now, we have one more result in. So somebody said, I just lost now too soon. And that is the match against Lamb Chops and Dankster, 2 American players. Dankster faced it against his local in the top 32, and then someone not local but kind of local, and he did win in a 2-1 victory against Lamb Chops. And Lamb Chops is somebody who has his own, like we talk about people with like multiple Mickeys, no big deal. Because even you kind of opened my mind, JD. I was like, oh, the golden Mickey. But great point. A lot of people are like, put it in my pile of golden Mickeys, pal.
Yeah. Dankster also has a golden Mickey as well.
He
Lamb
does?
Chop He got
Oh
one
gosh,
in
okay.
DLC in Milwaukee, I believe. He received the Golden Mickey
Oh
there.
yeah, you're
So,
right.
yeah,
Okay.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. The Golden Mickey thing is cool, but most of these guys already have that. And they're like, I'm trying to get to the World Championship. I need to prove that I am the best, and I need to stand on the biggest mountain. You're climbing a mountain. And I've talked to a lot of these players, and it's very funny how they all feel the same way. I'm like, bro, you got to go to Mickey. And they're like, yeah, this tournament sucks. I'm so sad. I can't stand it. It is so bad. I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? You just... I don't care, man. That's about I got to be number one. I mean, it's very competitive, and I think at this point, that's where they are. They're switched on. They're locked in. They're getting active. They're moving around. They're moving and grooving, and they're trying to punch their ticket to the big dance, and that's where it needs to. I think that's where they set. That's where they're settling at, top or bust.
All right, Garrick, checking in on you. How are you feeling waiting for these results to come in? What was the vibe at the function over there?
I am waiting patiently.
I am not waiting patiently.
Matches here, yeah.
It's hard because, I mean, we can't do anything other than just hope that somebody's like, hey, guys, I'm on the ground and also in this Twitch chat for some reason.
Those are the realest of the real ones. Okay, people are out here rocking and rolling. We did have a mobile interview yesterday. I die for one of those right now. If anyone is at the venue, but also in this Twitch chat and or Podcana YouTube chat, please let yourself be known, and we can get a nice little field report. But if you're trolling, you're banned. Okay, absolutely banned from everything.
You're banned.
Get them banned. Get them out of here.
Banned.
All right, so. We are not missing anything as we see that we have BB. BB is back on the screen, and we got that Ruby back on one more time. Love to see that with the tie next to the Donald Duck. I like that fit. We see that we have some deck profiles on the table. It appears to be a little bit of Blurple. I don't know if that's going to be the next matchup coming our way, but that's kind of where we're ending up. It seems like Blurple has had a dramatic resurgence in this tournament. The Dogs have had a dramatic resurgence in this tournament. We've seen a lot of Amethyst Steel. So the big three of the entire world since rotation, Amethyst Steel, Sapphire Amethyst, and Amber and Emerald showed out, and had a ton of conversions. There is zero, count them, zero spice in the top, unless you count that Amber and Steel, which is still doing quite well as we get into the top 8.
Feels spicy comparatively. It's kind of like when you haven't had spicy food in a while and you get a little Tabasco and you're like, oh,
you've just been
burns
eating
the lips.
You've been eating gruel for the past 6 months, and then you're like, oh, salt, yum. Like that.
Now we have a question in the chat. Does the winner get to Worlds? Yes. Is there a South American championship like NA, Asia, or EO? Kind of. It's Brazil, and then it's in Brazil again, and then there's a Brazil championship. But it is technically the South America, but it does appear to be Brazil all the way on that front, as far as I can tell from the data. Any other information on that is wrong?
What? No, there is. There will also be, from what I understand, there will be another, I believe there's a Brazilian CCQ that is going to be happening. I think there are some other Brazilian tournaments that are going to happen that are going to feed into that Brazilian national event. So I believe there is a top 16 that will qualify to that event. Also, that CCQ will qualify heavily to this event, and I think there's another smaller event that's going to be taking place that will feed into that national tournament. And that national tournament will also have another invitation to the World Championship. So 2 tickets from the World Championship. Brazil has a rich history of competitive trading card games. And now I don't know how long they have been. They are on the same set as us, but I know they're really just picking up some steam in the realm of Lorcana. And I think if they continue to play, continue to show up, they will have a nice, vibrant community there of Illuminaires who are really pushing this thing and getting on the world stage. So I'm excited to see and learn more about the Brazilian community. We have seen a ton of Brazilian players perform quite well on this stream throughout this weekend, which has been incredible. Okay, it is 10:30 in the a.m. I've been up since 2 in the a.m. rocking and rolling doing this, and I can't think of a better crew I'd rather have to be here doing this than with you all. So thank you both for being here and rocking with us, or me, as maybe.
Welcome. Garrick, I have a question from chat. They say, I've come back from the stream like 5 times over the past hour and a half, and I haven't seen any gameplay. Are the matches just going that quick?
They are going that quick. Unfortunately, they are going very quick, and there is no backup match for us to take a look at. So we're kind of just, burning daylight as we wait for these final results to come in. That way we can get into the next round. But yeah,
Something's happening.
Transition.
Screenshot. Guns up for the screenshot.
Yeah. You could screenshot accidentally Brazilian Baker again. The BB. All right, so there's 4 brackets usually. So this is a Pegasus bracket with Federico versus Manuel Alacano. We have to defer to Garrick is killing it with the pronunciation compared to me and JD. So Garrick, flowers to you.
Alacano.
So this is our Pegasus okay, I give up. Pegasus bracket. I can't. This is the bracket that has this little horse on it. And someone, Snakeship says, "Oh, wow, I see it's Sky versus Zan this round. Who are you guys rooting for?" I
think for all, I think across the board, I huge Zan fan. Okay, big fan of Zan, and I never want to wish anyone fail, but obviously I think we're all kind of biased rooting for Sky a little bit. I mean, Zan has enough, and I'm sure he doesn't care that we are. I'm not rooting against anyone. I'm rooting for Sky because he is a great player, and I think he is one of those people that I think deserves to have that Disney Lorcana Challenge Championship as close as he got back in DLC in Milwaukee. I'd like to see him push that thing over the finish line. But taking nothing away, I think it's going to be a great match. I wish we were watching it right now, but apparently we got
It's the last match outstanding. There's one match that just came into us right now. It is the match between Frank Carson and Clement Foussard. Clement Foussard took that game down. So Clement Foussard will be proceeding to the top 8. It was a 2-1 victory over DLC 2-time champion Frank Carson. So that is my update for you guys. All right. So I will say JD is going to take a little break. And it's crazy because we've been having these issues where like sometimes we hear sounds. We don't know where they're coming from. But I mean, for people at home, we talk about stories, right? The story of this, Frozone's here. This isn't JDZ. This is where is my super suit?
Oh my
God. But that is hard. I mean, you have to bring this back. I'm done. I try.
I'm sorry.
You steer this ship because I'm trying to write it, and I'm losing it. I'm like Prince Eric. I'm like, I'm just gonna steer and then banish both of us.
Yeah. That's no comment, man.
Who
I'm trying to.
Again?
That's no comment.
Question.
No comment. I don't. I'm not even gonna say anything, man. We're just gonna keep it. We're gonna keep it. Try to keep it as positive as we can.
We will.
But
the reason that I mean, I think people in the chat can fill in the blank on what the feelings are because there's history, right? I mean, Frank Carson is beloved. I mean, because he came from other game, and then he came in here, and he's good here, and he's kind, and he shares his knowledge. Now, I will say that, so someone said, move on, JDZ.
Okay,
we all
right
understand.
Right on.
Now, the Zan versus Skylar match is so interesting to me because both these players won the same weekend. One of them won a 25K. One of them won the largest CCQ. Both of them with the deck they are playing today. So that is it's interesting for me because I care about the outcome. But it's dogs versus Amber Steel. It's can Amber Steel beat? Zan said Amber Steel's not a big deal. He said people shouldn't play it. It wouldn't have won. I mean, he said if Sky was at the DLC, he wouldn't have won with it, basically. So this is a deck that matters in a big way. And also it says what's better, Podcana or Club Lorcana? And the answer is Podcana no matter what. That was a test. So everybody answer what you thought when I said that. And that was a Podcana check.
Listen,
Garrick, what did you feel when I said it?
I think that, we're both great. And why compete against one another?
All right, never mind. All right.
Put our powers together to become one.
That's so valid.
Zan is a friend and fan of the Podcana podcast. As am I a fan of the Club Lorcana podcast. We've had Zan on multiple times. He's invited Sky and I on there. This is teamwork makes the dream work. Nice. Rising tide lifts all boats. And it is a battle between the two podcasts. But they're both great.
Win,
they both just win.
And we both get content out of it, right? No matter what, we're going to hear about this match. And that's what I'm most excited about. There will be no secrets about the DKP against Clement. Now, that is a story right there because those two players have already been, I mean, did they face each other down in Australia? Probably not because, I mean, DKP won. Was Clement second place?
No, it was that was Frank or not Frank. No, was it? Who was it? Who got second place there? Was it? It was Clement. It was
Yeah,
Clement.
it
Yeah, it
was
was
Clement.
Clement. It was
That's because
Clement.
people
Yeah.
were saying it should pass down and things like that. So this is an incredible matchup that I mean, it's gonna be hard. I want to see. It's 4 different matches that I equally want to see. My goodness. But I will say, okay, obviously Podcana, Club Lorcana, both great. You don't have to pick. But I will say, if you're making me pick between Amber Steel and Dogs, that's an easy one, Garrick. I'm going to pick Amber Steel every day. I want that deck to win.
And
Let
like
me have it.
like the last time I even tried to mention anything that was slightly controversial involving Zan and a Podcana member, Moyen. I remember that happened. And Garrick, you were there as well. It was one of the
And that might explain why Garrick said that response.
painful, cringy moments of my Digital Lorcana broadcasting career. So I will not even go down that road. I do think that even in jest or joking, because I just don't even want to. I don't even want to even have anybody who might think that's taken out of context or serious. Because yeah, I think that's just how.
Oh,
I
Zan.
refreshed the page. I'm sorry.
No, okay. Well, Dogs 2-1 to Sky. So we got
Am I
Zan
behind again?
Syed. No, I mean no. They just it's on there. So unfortunately, Sky made it to top 16. He did not get that booster box, but Zan Syed has shown, hey, if you were there that weekend, Dogs still would have won. And Dogs. Now I see why people are like, Dogs, I'm so tired of you, because they're good. But man, I'd want to know the breakdown so bad. There's only 8 players left. We could probably do this, right?
I think so. I mean, I think that's very possible. You got Josh Wong, who I believe is playing the Dogs, because we also have this list as well, so we can kind of use some information, extrapolate from this one here. As Josh Wong is on Amber and Emerald, we have. I guess that's the only one we can glean anything from is this Josh Wong. So maybe that kind of. I didn't take a picture of all the brackets, so if anyone has all, I gotta take the glass off. I can't see anything. What am I freaking doing? Blind out here. I'm like, why can't I see? Oh, because I got the Frozone specials on, looking like
His glasses. He can't see without his glasses.
No, this thing was like super pitch black dark. But maybe there is more information that we can find out to see what the rest of that top 8 is going to be, as it all comes down to this. The top 8 has been settled. Zan Syed, DKP are on a collision course for greatness. I think they're on opposite sides of this bracket as well. And if they continue to play well, we could potentially have another knockdown, drag out, instant classic DKP versus Zan Syed in the finals of the Digital Lorcana Challenge in Brazil. Also, Josh Wong is looking to make a name for themselves and maybe push their way on forward. So a lot of great Luminaires still alive and well in this thing. It's going to be a great finish as we are getting ready to go into that top 8 match here very soon.
Well, man, I mean, the bad news, and this is something that happens to all of us when we cast, is you get to a point where you're like, can nobody lose from this point forward? Because, I mean, when you say who wants them in between, all these players, there's a very cool story when they win, and it tells a different story, right? Because I mean, like I said, Zan and Sky won the same weekend, and Zan was confident that Dogs was better, and he showed that he stood by it. Both those players, a lot of these players in the top 8 picked their pet deck and said, I'm taking it. DKP and his Blurple, Zan and the Dogs. And so this is going to be very fascinating to see these players that said, I believe in my deck, and they put their money where their mouth is, and they're seeing it through to the top 8. So I think that story in itself is very, very, very interesting. And I cannot wait to see. It's going to be, another Club Lorcana showdown. It's Zan versus Dankster. So they said, can you come on my show? And he said, how about I meet you in Brazil?
That is hilarious. And what is Danksor playing in this tournament? Does anyone have I think he might be on.
Someone must.
I think he might be. We got Earlmeister is in the chat. W's up for Earlmeister. He might have some information. What is Danksor playing? Are you there, Earl? Are you in the vicinity down there? Are you in DLC in Brazil? We need some information if you are there.
Yeah, and anybody, if you have any information on what Clement is playing, Alphos, I don't think we have what Alphos is playing. I'll send out some feelers. But this is, Dankster's probably on. Okay, so Dankster's probably, it is a Dog's world. And this is probably, to everyone at home, it can feel weird, right? Because this dogs was not the most popular deck in the room. It's not the most popular deck we've ever seen. It has never topped, I think it was 23% at Ghent or something like that. It is just not ever the most dominating deck. But when you see it played by some of these top players, it feels like it's unbeatable. And I think it's just because it's the combos that it's able to pull off, no other deck can touch. Especially when it's firing on all cylinders. I mean, what are your guys' theory of why this entire tournament run, we've always seen a disparity between dogs that enter and dogs in the top cut. And then the fact that the people in the top cut with dogs, it's always like the people who are like, holy cow, Frank Carson's on dogs. I mean, do you guys have any thoughts on that before we head into this next match?
I mean, it is a really difficult deck to play. All of the best players that are on the list are just really consistent with it. And it is still just one of the highest powered decks in the format. We were calling for tramp bans early on in this format, and they never came. We kind of sort of figured out what the meta was going to shape out like. And I think people kind of just forgot that dogs was a thing.
Yeah.
It's crazy, right? Because every tournament we get to the top and we're like, holy baloney, that's a lot of dogs. And then something happens and we go, eh. And I think it also is a little bit of like, is it fun to play? Because I mean, it is a very, the people who play it must think it's fun but they also win. So it's a very fascinating thing to me as a caster of why dogs just feels unbeatable. But it's not everybody sleeves it up. It would be like 100% if it was that unbeatable. You'd see a room, it would be like the Ruby Amethyst Wars of set 2, where it was Ruby Amethyst in the top 8, no exceptions, maybe one Amber Steel song. So I think it's interesting and scary. Will dogs still be good?
There was a time where a lot of the Amber and Emerald dogs decks were because they exist in this ecosystem where they are being uncontested. A lot of people have removed some of the characters and cards that can cost them, and I had like a free run, and they were very powerful. And then people started to tech their decks to go against the dogs, and Sapphire Amethyst took a couple steps back, and dogs kind of got, for lack of better words, kind of crushed a little bit, neutered, if you will. So now that Sapphire Amethyst had this resurgency, and we talked about this very early on, if Sapphire Amethyst, if people would just stop playing Blurple as much and start to play decks that could have a better matchup into the dog strategies, then maybe that deck wouldn't be as powerful and the metagame would be healthier for it. And there was a time throughout this Winter Spell meta where that was proven to have happened, and it did exist. But now it seems like the dogs have also went back to the lab. They've no pun intended again, with Labrador Retriever being a type of dog, if I could be so bold. They have now changed their decks. We saw the Tramp Dapper Rascals coming back in. We saw some maybe people are bringing Chromacons back in. People are adding different ways to tech this deck to help them combat what you're trying to combat on them, and that has just been the ebbs and flow of the metagame, which is something that you sign up for when you play these TCGs.
I'll buy Sky a booster box.
Okay, that's fair. I think he would like that. But coming in from the chat, can we see some games? Master Rider Spitting. Yes, it's been a long time since we had a match, and we have been rocking and rolling and keeping this thing live for you guys. We don't really like to take a lot of breaks. We like to keep it pushing, but we need to get some activity onto the screen. Time now, sooner than later. The top 8 needs to happen. I need these Luminaires to slow down the pace a little bit and see if we can get some extension on this timeline. If we can find that, if we can do it that way, to just slow it down a teeny bit, just to ensure that we can have game into game, which would be really nice.
So as far as who is going to be facing off, we did get that it'll be Zan versus Dankster, apparently this is my first time. It's a dogs mirror. So they will be having dogs versus dogs, and that's good. They deserve each other, but that also means it could be over in like 10 seconds. So I will say chat is not going to be in a good mood if it's a dogs mirror on. I've seen that story.
Can we not pick that? Who's picking these matches? We need to not have that be.
It's going to be hard though, because we have Alphos who's on dogs.
Okay.
So that's 3 of the top 8. We know there's Blurple, and then there's 4 that I'm missing. So at least, I don't know. I mean, I think all the Amber Steels are gone. Now that being said, we don't know if it's gone. We just don't know. Here we go. Okay, so this is the makeup. Okay, there's one. No, that's not right. All right, Zan, get it up. Get him banned. Zan is not playing Amber Steel. But this is otherwise correct. I'll take a photo.
Is Manuel Alcaino, is that confirmed Amber Steel?
I don't know. Now I don't trust anything. But
Yeah.
I mean, we can say what we know is true is DKP is not probably DKP is on Amethyst Sapphire.
And-
we do know that the two on the right are correct. But we know that Josh Wong, I think we saw on stream yesterday. I believe you guys were casting that one. So that one should be right.
And Federico Mikochi is playing Sapphire and Amethyst. So 3 Blurples, 4 dogs, 1 Amber Steel. I think we were all wrong in our predictions there. I was the most wrong. And that's just how it is. That's the bottom line. But what a wild and wacky tournament, man. This is a crazy top 8 to end this meta. Certainly someone have been able to crack the code, but I guess there was no code to be cracked, and it's going to be what it is as we are on our way. Top 8 happening very soon at the Digital Lorcana Challenge in Brazil. Let's see if we can get some action happening sooner than later.
Yeah, I hope so, man. I want to get into some more Disney Lorcana, get into these matches. Really excited for this top 8 matchup. But yeah, it's a lot of dogs and it's a lot of Blurple. It started that way. It's going to finish that way, it would seem, as the Amethyst Steel deck has not been consistent enough against the Blurple. We've seen it on stream multiple times. The deck is just not able to deal with that curve, and getting that Tigger out, I think, is one of the reasons why.
Yeah, that Tigger is a huge disruption. I mean, we talk about Grandmother Willow being a huge asset to any Amber deck, but especially dogs. And so Tigger can just go ahead and be a huge break on that, and then also stay around and cause some chaos later. And I think Blurple is fascinating because it did evolve. I mean, we talked about how DKP started the set playing Blurple and he stayed with it, but they have evolved the technology. I mean, the fact that Wasabi and Tigger are there is something that I don't think would be true if dogs somehow didn't exist.
That's a very fair point. But I also remember seeing something on Twitter about Clement's deck. I think there is a report that there might be a Blurple with no evasive with an item stuff in there as a way to help combat certain things. There's a lot of big static characters in the deck. You have Scrooge McDucks and things of that sort. So maybe that could be a way that you can build that strategy to help kind of hedge against some of the other matchups that come and find you. Maybe leaning on the keyword of ward a little bit could be a way that you can. I'm trying to think of how you can hedge and how you can gain your advantage or gain some edge. I think would be because if you show, it seems like everyone showed up playing these standard decks. I guess you can run through the field, but now we get to this top 8. How do you stand out above the crowd without shouting out loud is the question I would ask myself.
A classic question. I would sing about it. I mean, at this point, they have their booster box, so we might just see agree to split from here. They're always going to say, you want to split, have an early Sunday. I mean, Sunday tournaments, it's hard to get people to play it out. Just kidding. They're going to play it out because we said the last one was most important because that one is the one where you get the booster box. But this one, they are playing for a Golden Mickey. So of all the matches, okay, let's look through our top right now. Alphos has Golden Mickeys. DKP has Golden Mickeys with an S. And Syed does. Clement does. Dangster has at least one. So, I mean, as far as first time, Fredemico, I'm pretty sure does.
Fredemico has one, yeah. I think Fredemico might have 2, actually.
Ace 103 is Josh Wong. So question mark on Josh Wong. And then Bacon Strip CL. I'm not entirely sure who Bacon Strips is and if he has. So that's crazy though. Of this top 8, it is like this feels like a tournament where it's like a nationals, right? Like it feels like people they've won and now they're meeting here, but no, they all clawed their way through 400 people to get to this end of the day, to get a Golden Mickey and ultimately become the first champion of Brazil.
That's a vibe, man, and that goes down in history. I mean, we have DKP, who was the first Australian DLC champion, and maybe you can be the first Australian DLC champion and the first Brazilian DLC champion in 2 consecutive years. That could be also a feat, and the first world champion. We're talking history here, history in the making. Living history is also a part of it. Being able to write your name in eternity forever. People will say your name long after you're gone. That's a remarkable thing for a human being to do.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What happened?
Oh,
Garrick's
I'm
muted.
muted. Sorry. I was just going to say we see these consistent players consistently at the top as we're going to take a look at them again. These are a lot of familiar faces. We've talked about it. A lot of players that are making it into these tournaments and then also getting very deep into these tournaments, making a lot of really, really deep runs. We see Harvey here, also known as Alphos, collecting every single qualification that he can across the entire globe, and he might get qualified in every single region at this point because he is absolutely getting out there and making it happen and playing a bunch of different decks along the way. He hasn't been playing dogs the entire time, which is also really cool.
Or, oh, I thought we were switching. I was like, oh, no. And to let people know, if you are watching, thank you. You might be saying, can we watch Little Disney Lorcana? Well, it is up to a lot of different factors, but all those factors are out of our control. And what is in our control is how we feel about you. And it's good. We
very
feel
true.
good. We feel good about you for hanging out. But we were just killing some time. DKB versus Clement on stream. I don't know. I also, well, no, a dog mirror could actually send the stream into a deep depression. So
Yeah,
I think things would
listen.
be, it's a mirror that way too, though.
We can't, is it all dark? Whatever is not the dog's mirror has to be the next game on stream. We cannot go on an hour break and vibe for an hour to throw a dog's mirror on here to have the match be over in 20 minutes and vibe for another hour. It simply cannot happen. Literally any
Blurple
other
mirror.
match.
Yeah, Blurple mirror.
We need
please.
a Blurple mirror for the bingo card. And while we're talking about that, let's pull up the bingo card really quickly.
Have you ever thought you'd be begging for a Blurple mirror? Did you ever think you'd be
Never.
like, please, can I get a Blurple mirror? Just a set of blurps, please.
If I don't see Amber Steel or 2 Blurple decks, please, that's what we need in this next match. Just set it up. Just set it up. It's our last chance before it's a top 4 dogs. Please.
Yeah, but here we are, because I mean, we have not seen a Go-Go for the win, which makes sense because not a lot of players like to rely. I mean, we've seen dogs without Go-Go, and they've done great. They've won. So Go-Go is fine. But I mean, I even asked, I said, why would you not include Go-Go? Because for me, Go-Go feels like a no-brainer. I'm like, Go-Go, instant. But the thing is that it's not. Cards that are great in dogs are great all the time, and Go-Go is not great all the time. In fact, sometimes she's just fine. I mean, she's the only evasive in the deck. But other than that, it's kind of a dead card when you could have all bangers, and all bangers is kind of the playlist for dogs at this time. So we might not see that, but we can't go to time anymore either. And we're not seeing Mickey, guys. We might, but probably not.
It's over, dude. It's over. I think we're cooked, man. I think they're about to show this dogs what's about to happen. And I don't want to manifest this from the universe because my spirits are high, and whatever happens, we're going to make the best out of it, and it's going to be a good time. But they're about to show this dog's mirror. It's going to be over in 15 seconds, and then we're going to be back here locked in, waiting for another 45 minutes as the Blurple mirror transpires. So find the longest match. And as someone who is on the stream team, I do a lot of streams. I go to a lot of tournaments. There is a scientific way to pick the feature matches, okay? You gotta play, you gotta understand, especially if you got multiple backup cameras and stuff, yeah, you can do stuff a little bit different. But if you have that one feature game, and you get to this moment, you gotta pick the longest game. And you know what the longest game is going to be. It usually has a lot to do with Sapphire at this point.
I love that the casters are just sitting they threw it to the booth, and currently they're not looking at memes on their phone, but like honestly, shout out to them, because if I had to fill this much time sitting and waiting for a match to start, I'd be playing bingo. I'd be making people guess Disney cards. But I will say that the team in Brazil, they have done very minimum downtime. They went down for 20 minutes and then they said, break's over, get up. And so, I mean, they are, while they're not showing Disney Lorcana, they are showing themselves on screen, which takes some energy. We haven't seen that in all DLCs, so props.
I mean, we can do that. We can play some mini games if you guys want to game up really quickly.
We have to finish bingo. No.
Bingo's done. I mean, there's nothing else we can do. I think that's it.
Oh, well, okay, but the things we can get is we can get Spot 19, we can get, or the 19 lore, we can get Hades. We could get Mickey. We don't know. One of these dogs players could be Amber Champion Mickey. We don't know. And we could get Go-Go, but we cannot get Ruby. We're not seeing 4 strings, guys. Trust me. Even if that Amber Steel player, they won't. They're going to ink it. It's just, I've never seen as many Strength Raging Fires inked as I have in the past 48 hours.
It's been quite impressive. It's been they're just not being sang in this tournament. As I have this here, so what I can do, if you guys want, or maybe we can get the chat involved, both chats, we can monitor the Podcana chat. I'll be monitoring the Twitch version, but we could play some Guess That Card if you have a little bit of time. If you guys have the bandwidth for this, I know we're waiting and we are watching the stream with bated breath. I promise you that you are all not missing any action, but I can pull this up. And how this is going to work, flavor of the week. I'll read off a flavor text and you guys tell me what card it is. Fun game. That classic patent pending
Fun game.
Fun.
Very fun. We're having fun. Aren't you having fun? And I am. Go. I will not lose.
Oh, let's see. Let me lock it in. Let me lock it in real quick. If I can be so bold. Just give me
Living Lorcana let us know. They said, I wrapped up my last set Champs of Winter spell season yesterday. There was a lot of Ruby. So they were all at freaking Living Lorcana set champs, dudes.
Is that what it was?
You guys, yeah, they were all stuck in Living Lorcana set champs.
Oh, that's not the. Oh, sorry. This is. I'll put them off to the side here. Okay.
Hey, Matt.
This is not supposed to be here. This is just a.
There's no flavor there.
There's no flavor here. This is just a test run. All right. This is just a test run. We're going to do the first one. Let's do something a little bit chill. As let's see if I can get this here. All right. We'll go. All right, and I'll try to do some voice work here. I just realized I can't. There's no way I can.
Straight.
Oh, I know what I can do.
I realized I was just like hunched over like the bells of Notre Dame, but I am up again. I'll get better.
The bells of Notre Dame.
Here is a song, the bells of Notre Dame. Good for staying hydrated. I've drank everything within my reach. Well, no, I have one more sip of water. So, but after this, guys, I'm cooked.
You got to stay hydrated. That's the only way to get through the day. And this wait has been a lot.
I will say me and JDZ have probably spent the most time in a video just killing time than I think any other duo in the game, because we have done a lot of online tournaments and a lot of like 2 people tournaments. So I think we could probably fill time for the rest of the day.
Professional. Yeah. Easily.
Yeah.
Easily.
And I will crash probably, but not yet, because I'm going to get this one right.
Round number 1. We're going to go easy mode.
I'm ready.
This is a character.
I'm closing my eyes.
This is a character. Excitement, adventure, danger lurking around every cook. Ah!
Go Flounder.
Katie says Flounder, and that is correct.
Adventure. And then there's a shark. I guess I am tired because there's a shark. What was that? What are you supposed to do with that? Like, what's the response to me saying there's a shark there? Yes, there
may
is.
or may not be a shark for real. Okay, I'm gonna stop. I gotta grow up. Okay, here we go. Moving on.
I got that reference.
Okay. Moving on. We're growing up.
Someone in the chat, can one of you paint a wall so you can watch it dry also? Hey, yeah, I will.
Hey, we got burned there. Okay, here we go.
Listen.
All right, let's see if I can find this one. If I can. Oh God. Oh wait. Never mind. Forget everything. Okay, forget everything. The game is up. Okay, we're going into the top 4. So who's on this next call? Game's over.
So who's on the call? So this is Frederico, who I took a picture. He is playing
Blurple.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's cool. So Frederico versus my good friend and neighbor. Oh, I don't know.
That's okay. But is it you and me, or is it? I think because I came in.
Oh yeah. So the next person is gonna be me and Jade. Yeah. So the round top 8 is JD and Katie. Then it's Garrick, Katie, and then it's Garrick, JD. So Garrick, go lay down, but please come back. Set an alarm for sure, because if you don't come back,
he's gone.
We're cooked.
We'll never see him again. We love you, Garrick.
All right. Power nap. So we got Frederico versus, I believe, I'm following my little printed out picture of a piece of paper, printed out on a piece of paper. This would probably be Danielle, maybe? It's tough to say.
Let's see.
It's probably dogs, statistically speaking.
Oh, actually, this is Manuel Alcaino. Okay, Manuel is going to be playing the Amber and Steel strategy. So Blurple versus Amber Steel, the matchup that we have not seen all day long. Federico Meccochi is coming in from Italy, representing world-class cards, all the way to Brazil, trying to punch his ticket back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge World Championship. Notice the drip. We got the. Oh, never mind. I thought that was a. Forget I said anything. I thought that.
I noticed the drip.
I thought the chain around the neck was one from a different DLC that he just brought. That's going to be the new flex, is when you bring your own neck lanyard to the tournament.
Valid, because I mean, to be fair, there was a DLC where like I think last year they had like a little bit of a better clip. I think it was like this one, because they don't have that clip all the time. So it is nice to kind of be like, well, yeah, were you at the one where they had this one?
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of flex opportunity there on the neck lanyard, because everyone has a neck lanyard, but mine is different than yours.
I think everybody in this top 8 has been to every DLC. So is it that impressive if all these people clock in every 3 months to head to a DLC? Tough to say, but it looks like okay, it's a little bit backwards here, because Federico is on the left-hand side.
Correct.
So Federico is from Italia. And then Manuel might be from Chile. It's tough to say, because I learned that somebody said UAE or EAU might have been United States, but that's the acronym from the point of view from a Brazilian.
Okay.
So these were acronyms of a Portuguese situation.
Okay.
So your cursor might be on the screen. I don't know how to tell you.
It is. My bad.
Okay.
I will
There we
move
go.
that. My bad. I just resting it there. I do appreciate you letting me know that. Usually OBS will block my cursor, as Federico, a very talented player in the first season of Disney Lorcana, won significant amount of tournaments, had a lot of top performances. Also, like I stated, made it to the Disney Lorcana Challenge World Championship, playing a lot of Ruby and Sapphire, and now has gravitated towards the Sapphire and Amethyst strategy. Blurple is back. So again, as Katie did mention, if you look at the names and information on the screen, they are inverted. I'm certain that the production team will fix that here in a moment's notice. Whereas Manuel Vergara, I believe, is a commentator, I want to say, coming in from France. Is that crazy? Am I way off? Like, somebody help me out in the chat on either Podcana or in JDZ Quest World on Twitch. I think there is some information about this Luminaire being some form of broadcaster or content creator in France.
I am searching a Manuel Vergara, and I will say, I don't like to say who I'm rooting for, but what I will say, if you're trying to decide, if you're on the fence, if Manuel Vergara goes down in this match, that is the end of the possibility of no mirrors, because he is the lone, not Blurple and not Dog's deck. He stands alone in a lineup of just Dogs and Blurple all the way. So I don't want to say I'm rooting for him, but it would be interesting to have him come through.
And honestly, this matchup is a matchup that we have not had the opportunity to see very much this stream. Amber Steel versus Sapphire and Amethyst. I really enjoy watching this matchup, as both of these decks can really trade back and forth quite nicely. We can have a way to generate resource from both. It is going to be like this mid-range knockdown, drag out assault there. So that's how this matchup usually goes, and there will be a lot of opportunity to display some skill expression. Yes, there can just be opportunities to just roll over your opponent, get an early Akud, maybe establish an Angel very early and break up some of those early game plays, maybe play around the Demonas and things of that sort. But there are going to be maybe some opportunities to, maybe you inked what you played, how you challenge it, how you sequence your turn, and that is kind of what you want out of your time when you spend playing these trading card games, the opportunity to execute your skill or demonstrate your skill.
Now, I have seen at least 4 people say, hey, this is wrong. Unfortunately, we are so removed. We are a restream. The official stream is in Portuguese on the Copag official, and they are in Brazil, so we cannot do anything to change it, but we will keep reminding you. Federico is the world-class card Blurple player, and Manuel is the man on the other side who is playing Amber Steel. We are doing our altar, and hopefully they'll get them updated. But otherwise, luckily, once the cards are on the board, it'll probably all make sense and they'll fix it.
For sure. It is something you have to deal with. Again, huge shout out to the Copag production and all of the fixes that they made from the previous day of yesterday. They were having some internet issues, and it seems like we haven't really had any of those, as it looks like we are going to go and get that overlay supported for you guys right now. Quick hand shuffle coming in from the Golden Mickey world qualified player. I like that hand shuffle, and a nice little shuffle here. I do think you got to keep those cards down a little bit lower, as you're able to get some information when you flip those things up. But still, you'll be able to get a nice little cut from the opposition side. I like to check the cuts and shuffles from these Luminaires. My personal little fan service to myself.
No, I think the story of this match will be who did Federico fear when he built his deck? And the
Mm.
reason I say that is because I know that one of the issues that Amber Steel faces is anything with Ward. And I have seen players say, get Scuttle on in here, which is kind of an interesting include because we haven't seen Scuttle a lot, but he is a big 5/5 and he has Ward and he can come down with 5 ink and just kind of menace for a while until a Demona turn where he can clean up quite nicely. So I think Scuttle will be something that Federico would benefit greatly from having. However, Manuel has the ability to keep pressure early and often, starting with that Rhino, passing over, inking the Wasabi. We don't need that here, and playing a Royal Guard.
Very interesting seeing that Wasabi. I know Federico and DKP obviously being on the same squad, so maybe they can share some information with each other in terms of deck building and what cards are going to be good and diagnosing that metagame. So it does appear as if Federico is going to be hedging for those dogs, man, with that Wasabi being in the deck, just like you alluded to, as Troubadour down on 2, ready to seeing that he hurled his Thunderbolt or potentially that Akud et Emuti to play some high cost characters. Hand shuffle looking tight from Manuel, as well as both of these Lumineers are taking it a bit slow, which I truly can appreciate as we're trying to extend the range on this game just a little bit.
And I will say one of our concerns on our bingo card, which is something I think the viewers at home are most concerned about, was seeing Strength of Raging Fire sung. We haven't seen it sung very much at all, but Troubadour is a little bit of a red or canary in the coal mine, if you will, because he loves to sing. That's his whole purpose of being in this deck. And he is somebody that we need to spend enough time with because he's going to rotate out soon. So if you
Yeah.
have a Troubadour, tell him you love him. He might not be here for long, but he's very powerful. He puts pressure on. He says, I might sing a song. It could be a Akud. It could be Strength of Raging Fire. You don't want to hear about it. It could be really bad.
And also, what a nice thing about this Troubadour is even if he does sing a song, becomes exerted, his resist kind of plays nicely with this Royal Guard, I think, or Royal Guard, that's correct. And you'll be able to at least tank that blow and not have to worry about your character being banished in the process. Never mind, the Basil, the detective, will be able to boost this octopus and be able to take down this Troubadour now, as now Manuel might have to think about singing. Or if you do, Strength of Raging Fire will be able to remove one of these characters off the board and you're still on your way on your sacred timeline. Ramp, play a 1-cost character. Ramp, play another 1-cost character. Feels like a pretty nice curve against this deck, but I could be wrong. We'll see.
And one of the things I talked about so many times is the ability of Amethyst to force interaction. And Basil is such a good friend for that interaction because once we get to that turn, we're able to play Elspeth Spirit Demona. If Basil is still around, he can help really bring the pain on those challenges. But you will need it because the powerhouse of the Amber Steel cell just dropped. That is Chief Powhatan, and he is a 5/5. He won't be challenging, but he can do a lot.
And that is a really solid card. And it took a while for these Amber Steel players to locate this guy, but this 5/5 bodyguard, he can't challenge. He is a man of peace. However, when you need peace, there are also problems sometimes associated with that. 5/5 is an incredible stat line, especially when you can cheat him in quite early. You did use the effect of the Akud Edamudi, so paid a little discount to get this character down a little bit cheaper. And now your Troubadour seems like he's going to be a bit more comfortable. But now you have this Royal Guard who is going to be boosted and supported, and you can trade with the Chief. That's a nice little 1-for-1. Genie was going to give you another challenging power with that drawing a card.
We got to see that because several times I've said, and Royal Guard is so good because if you have him, you can, more cards you draw, the better. And this is exactly why, because you're drawing cards almost every turn you can with this deck. Between the Genie Wish Fulfilled, you have your Demona where he can get 3, even sometimes a Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, which boosts him up by 2. It's just, you usually get your money's worth with that card. And in this case, that was definitely getting your money's worth because we only have a Rhino and a Troubadour here, and they need some allies to back them up ASAP. Ink going ahead and exerting, playing the Nani. We're calling in backup.
Yeah, trying to see if you can Nani into a dock. The patent pending Nani draw dock. According to Luke Wonderland, they are canonically dating each other in Luke's fanfic that he
does,
has.
yes.
They
Canon. It's a reoccurring theme in his streams.
But more importantly, we are going to find little sister Lilo, who is a quality ink in this situation, as we have he hurled his Thunderbolt and the board is cleared. We could have shifted that Rhino Power Hamster if we wanted to, but electing to go for the Nani line instead to continue to accelerate our resource game as you're trying to match wits with what Federico is trying to do. Going to this 5 ink turn with no board seems like a comfortable position for Manuel, who is hand on head, kind of relaxed a little bit. The stare down commences. We have that Hades in hand. Maybe we'll take that approach.
I do think that the pressure is, you want to be the person that's applying pressure and keeping advantage. And I think that Manuel is doing that role right now, because as we've said, this Blurple deck, it's not known for doing a lot of things for turn. At best, it can play something and maybe sing a song, but you can't sing a song if you don't have a character. So now all we can do is try to rebuild. You're basically getting rid of the lower cost stuff if you curve up to these big paymaker punches, and he's got to make a choice, inking that into the unknown. He can just play this, say, I'm looking for a deal, please take it. But you never want to make a deal with a desperate person, especially a desperate person playing this Blurple deck.
And I do like this play a lot from Federico here, using the Hades to target the Troubadour. I think the Troubadour, because you probably wanted that character to be gone. I mean, you probably would have liked to have the 2 cards, but there's a chance had you targeted Nani, it'd have been a little bit more incentive for Emmanuel to potentially give you the 2 cards instead of allowing that Troubadour to get sent to the bottom of the deck. So Federico electing to target the Troubadour just to hope that it get put under the deck, and it did right away. So now you're able to get a character off there.
Now comes a part where we just need to keep that value going. Rhino is a pretty good card here. The only thing that I say pretty good is Sapphire has the ability to vaporize cards into ink, and Federico has a few things in hand to build back. He has, I think, a Let It Go and 2 Junior Woodchuck guidebooks, which is what I would call the highway back in this game. Hades can go ahead and sing, then we can play 2 Junior or Woodchuck guidebook, open it. Now it's slow, but Manuel only has 1 card in hand. So assuming that's not a dock, which is a big assumption in this matchup, Federico this could be the turn that keeps him back in this game.
Yeah, it's never not a dock in this scenario, as Hades looking for a deal is going to be looking to sing Let It Go, and the big power hamster is now down into the inkwell, and we set up the Dumbino. Actually, we're going to call him Jumbo Jr. hits the board, and it's signed Jumbo Jr. as well, as Manuel now takes a nice gut punch. Mikochi is now top decking, but you do have that Dream Woodchuck guidebook, which is firmly nestled in place, and it was not a dock, Katie.
Oh. And that is not good. If you're looking for some pro analysis, dock is important. And that is because you need to keep the engine of this deck going. I mean, we look at Federico's deck. He's much happier right now because that Junior Woodchuck guidebook represents 2 cards. That Dumbo represents a card and a lower. He's redeeming that card right now. So if you have gas in your tank and your opponent doesn't, it's going to be a pretty boring race. And Manuel is praying that some gas, he's calling AAA right now and saying, I need some roadside assistance.
And we have another Let It Go as well, because like we said, low resource, it doesn't matter as much how much ink is in your inkwell if you don't have the resources to be able to use that ink that you have available to you. And Manuel has not had the opportunity to really establish any of their plus engines. There's no Ariel, there's no Goliath, there is no docks. We did have the Nani. The Nani was able to provide you 1 card, but that was quickly inked and used almost immediately. So you have not found a way to establish any value. You don't have any challenging capability either, so you're not able to generate any pluses through your combat. It's a dock off the top. Get active, Dock Bold Knight.
Yeah, that Dock Bull Knight, he said, my girl's here. And so he is showing up and saying, I got you. Let's get 2 more cards in hand. But I mean, he has a lot of work to do. He needs to call some pretty good friends here. Federico has a very formidable board. I mean, you need removal for all 3 of these things. And Nani and Doc are not the 3 people you want online to do it. But you can pay 4 costs for ink right off the bat to just have an action of he hurled his thunderbolts, dealing 4 damage to Dunbo, getting rid of 1 way back into the game. but still not able to do. I mean, that's one of his 2 cards he got off a dock.
And you did have to, unfortunately, ink another Strength of Raging Fire, which is some of that removal that you would be leaning on in these mid-game type situations. You need to find a way to establish a board. A Stitch, a Surfer, or excuse me, the Snowboarder Stitch, Carefree Snowboarder would be a nice card that you can probably set up, but now it's getting to that area where Federico is going to start to have answer after answer. We have not seen any Hades the Infernal Schemer just yet. We don't know what tricks and surprises Federico could potentially still have in the deck. Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan, is a card that is really going to be poised to put Federico in a good position as double Angel. Hold up. This could be good enough to kind of slow Federico down a little bit.
Yeah, we talk so much about who can do wide board removal and who can't. And Federico is somebody that has to work pretty hard for that wide board removal. And the reasoning is because he has to basically have a Demona come in and then challenge everything. But this Angel is interesting because Federico, I believe, just emptied his entire hand. And the crazy thing is Angel has 2 things on her, but we rarely ever talk about the top thing. She has Untouchable. So when you have no cards in your hand, she gains resist +2. But that might come into play. It might not. It just depends on what kind of resources Federico has. I'm very interested to see how this next turn goes. He has some challengers on the board. He has something with support. What is in his hand?
I mean, it might dissuade Federico from exerting this Hades looking for a deal on the next turn, because Angels could get some plus value through challenging. I mean, that is another form of card advantage when you're able to remove and banish your opponent's characters without them without losing some of yours, as another Hades comes in and sends that Angel down to the Inkwell. So talking about card advantage, that is kind of a plus value there, but pseudo in a way, as you do get some value from it in form of ink. But I don't think that matters nearly as much at this point of the game.
No, because I mean, he's going to have a hard time filling up his hand more than just a couple cards. And that was brutal. He just did let it go onto that Angel, turning that second Angel into more ink. So now, no matter what card Emmanuel plays, he can play it, or draws, he can play it. But man, we talk about the power level of the cards. The upper ceiling of Federico is far higher than Amber Steel's is in most builds. So no matter what this card is, it needs to do a lot. And it looks like it only costs 2.
It's an Angel. Yeah, I believe that's that Angel. The Underdog Angel is just not the card you want off the top. It looks like we are gearing up for some challenges to try to slow down some of the challenging power, but maybe we're going to quest and maybe we can try to drag. I don't know if dragging from this position is going to be a viable strategy, but I guess you do what must be done. And if your opponent is wasting a little bit of time challenging and engaging with this Dock Bowl Knight, that's at least less lore that they're adding to their own total. As Federico now, it's going to look for another deal, and you're going to give up that 90 almost instantly this time.
That it's questing and challenging here for Manuel just becomes a thing of like, listen, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be in this game. There could be a Demona around any corner. The answer is it's just a Tipo. And he says, all right, I'll see what we can do. I got a Nani. I'll look at my top 3. He's looking for a dot, or top 4, looking for a dock. He does not find it. He can get a Rhino, but that is not enough. We have to go to game 2. What a showing by Federico. Able to take down game 1 in this top 8 finals.
And it was very smooth, man. And I like the way that they played that out. I think that there were some sticky plays that you had to kind of make. I know on this level, everything seems like it's frontal cortex, frontal lobe, like super point and click kind of, but there were some decisions that you had to make, especially that Dumbo Junior Woodchuck guidebook turn. I think some players could have done that a little bit differently and maybe slowed themselves down a little bit. Manuel also didn't quite get that optimal play patterns that you want to see. You love to see some Grandmother Willows come on in there a little bit early. We did see you were able to cheat in that Chief Powhatan, but unfortunately he comes in exerted and he was sent down into the discard, to the Inkwell relatively. I'm sure he was traded in so effectively with that Royal Guard. So the deck just kind of lined up nice with what you're trying to do. But however, you're on the play this time, and you have an opportunity to really try to establish yourself and maybe get some of that mid-range control aspects going earlier than later.
I mean, one of the things that we talk about a lot is what are the things that you can do that your opponent can't? And Amber Steel has the ability to go a little bit faster. We didn't see Grandmother Willow in that game, and she is somebody that can accelerate. Angel's another one where Angel can be played on turn. Well, in this case, he'll be going first, so we won't see it this game. But I mean, you have the ability with the Troubadour and things like that to cheat out things early. In this game, he chose to do Chief Powhatan. It didn't work out like you said, so he might choose to have a different middle game. And if he would have had like perhaps an ethereal singer, we don't know what his exact build is. We don't have the deck list. Things could go differently. So I'm excited to see game 2 because I don't think we got to see a lot of Manuel's deck, and I want to see what his game plan in his build of Amber Steel is.
But I got a question for you, Kay. The rare and indigenous, whose watch is better? Is that a Rolex and is that a Movado? What do we got going on here on the risk game from both of these Illuminaires? I'm leaning Frederico there, but Manuel I can easily be convinced as we got the gold versus the platinum, I think, is on that Rolex. I believe that's a Submariner. I'm not sure. I can't quite call it, but you guys, any watch heads enthusiasts out in the building, let us know who's winning the watch war as Manuel is looking for probably a faster start. Like you said, Katie, think we're keeping 2, sending 5, so we're digging deep with a big altar here.
Yeah, a big shout out. I'm looking at the chat here. We've got some people, some fans. Somebody said, "Go baby, go," and you go whoop. But no, it is Frederico's girlfriend in the Podcana chat cheering on her dear player here. It is stressful watching somebody that you love playing, but we do have other supporters in the chat hoping for Amber Steel to win, because Amber Steel, like we said, it's a deck that has been in the top 8. It's a deck we've seen do well, but it is not. It's kind of the underdog, I would say. I mean, it is the underdog in this top 8. There's only one of them, so I've never seen this on an altar before. Was that the altar post? Did you see his face there?
Yeah, I'm not. It seemed frustration is what I would assess that to be on the feature match table. I think that is just looking at the hand. The curve seems okay adjacent. I'm not certain, but that hand, he is not happy with what he sees there, as Frederico has also elected to ship 4, and that is a good sign for you as a Sapphire Amethyst player, indicating that you have your quality ramp on your opening hand and you're able to better sculpt your hand for a better outcome there. So I think that is what is the fresh rate? I think he did alter.
If someone said he missed altar, like, can you miss an altar? Can you be like, I'm very, or maybe he did a full aggressive send back of 7.
Yeah.
But either way, we can say he doesn't look happy, and he's able to play a 1-drop. So, I mean, when we're thinking about like what's most important, having inkable things, keeping pressure on the board. I mean, Frederico's most important thing is hitting ramp on 2, and he does have a Tipo in hand. So now it's just, is he playing a 1 cost or not? And then finding out what is upsetting Manuel. We might not know. That's the thing. Is sometimes things happen on camera and we truly don't know.
For sure. Maybe we can scrub it back, but maybe there's a world where he sent and didn't draw or something, and I'm not sure, but I think he sent heavy and then he got back a lot of the cards that he did not want. That could be the vibe. Maybe you're looking for some of those Akud Moody's, looking for the Grandmother Willow, and it's just experiencing some frustration there, which is very possible as well. So Demona, Scourge of the Women Clan, is down again, and that very ever loyal Royal Guard has returned yet again. We saw how effective this character was in that previous round, and now we're trying to lean on this Octopus one more time to help stabilize your early game 2 cost. There she is, the Siren Singer Angel is hit the board one more time, ready to fire up some Akud Moody, I can imagine.
She likes to sing her own song, and I will sing it on the stream. If she sings Akud Moody, I will sing it. Okay. So prepare yourself.
I'll hold you to that.
We see possibly a Tipo going down the Inquisitor, which says he might be going that Sail the Azurite Sea route, and he is. And that is good because it keeps his hand size nice and ample. And he could technically delay or play a Basil here if he wants to, which kind of then negates that whole card draw thing. But either way, he's either putting on pressure or getting more assets. He does have to ink something. Inkables and Sailor Azurite Sea, you do have to show your opponent, but it will get him that beautiful ramp on 2 that people want so badly.
Yeah, and that is is Tipo the right play? But you are on the draw. I don't know the better situation, but I think maybe Tipo is probably better served than Inkwell. There are a lot of steel removal that you can get that Growing Sun off, and it is that negative card advantage, like you said. So possibly it's better to do that. But we are gonna head it, Katie. Oh, you might have to run it back. You got nerfed by Discord. I think your sound nerfed it. I couldn't hear. I think it blocked you. Discord nerfed you.
Okay. All right. I'm going back out. Go back in.
Okay, but we have Angel Akud into Angel. Super powerful, very flavorful play. As you can see in the Akud Edamudi, bring forth the Angel Experiment 626, and now it is out early and you're able to wreak havoc on these Royal Guards. They look so good from you in the previous game, like I said, but now it is a time where this angel is going to be able to fire these snowballs and go 1 for 1 into all of these 1-cost characters and clear them time and time again. So inking the Let It Go now, and Genie is going to fulfill his wish, giving another card to Federico now, who has a decision to make. I think it might be time to send in this Royal Guard into this Angel, because if you don't, you're going to lose it for free. You might as well get some value out of him now, and Federico agrees.
Yeah, I will say I got a call from Disney's lawyers. They said, you sang it too good. You gotta go.
Is that what it was?
And so, speaking of too good, it was too good not to sing. He hurled his thunderbolts onto that Genie wish fulfilled, which makes sense because that is evasive. So here is, so Manuel looked really sad. And I'm even kind of like watching the replay right now. They're cutting. Maybe he was like, it's so good. Maybe he was doing like the like, oh, right. That's so good.
That is a powerful curve that you have hit. If that is a poker face, you've got the worst poker face in history, because I was reading something that or maybe the best, I don't know. Maybe your acting chops are so 10 out of 10, because I thought you were fried, but that was a very, very good start. As you have now removed the entire board, you have a shifted character set up. You are sailing the Azurite Sea, holding. Okay, so they're trying to check it out as boom. Okay, no issue there. But yeah, that was a dynamic turn from Manuel, who has this Angel set up, the Rhino set up, and you have a bold Dock Bowl Knight, and the board is completely clean with 0 tempo established for Federico.
Yeah, I am trying to see, because like as we say, the momentum is firmly in Manuel's realm. The big issue then becomes is, do you want to try to do a couple things here? Because like we said, what would you the big things are these like big powerhouse characters like Elfith Spirit, Hades looking for a deal, Hades Infernal Schemer, Demona. But if you do that one thing at a time against a deck like Manuel, will just keep getting things like strength, thunderbolts, snowballs. It is in an absolute all-out assault. So he has to be very careful.
Yeah, but looking at this board, though, you see that we have this Power Hamster, who is a powerful character. We have this Angel. We have this Dock, but we barely have any cards in hand. Only 1 card left in hand. Your board is not questing super hard. Akud Edamudi again to cycle another card, and you can play something cheap. You want something humongous here, or your biggest character that you can find, or maybe even a Grandmother Willow, as we ink the Rhino, play the Rhino, and quest. Again, super decent turn, but not as powerful. You like to have some Lilos or something there to really apply some question pressure here on this game state while you have the advantage.
It's just taking advantage of the breathing room, because the breathing room gets over very quickly. As we saw, Federico was able to have a Dumbo, 2 Junior Woodchuck guidebooks, and claw his way into the game in a way that seemed like it was easy. So we will see. We have a Hades Infernal Schemer, which is famously uninkable and powerful, but only good at getting one thing. This inking choice doesn't seem easy. Inking the Tigger. And I think...
It might be Hades time. Yeah, Hades onto the Angel. Doesn't hate that. Maybe you could have hit this Power Hamster, but at the same time, that would have been a ramp of 2 instead of 1. We are still top decking, and there is the Stitch Carefree Snowboarder. That is the promo version as well that you can get from that collector's starter kit. Really cool looking promo. And he's out here getting active, doing his best. Front side Stalefish, I believe, is the maneuver that Stitch is executing on that card art there. Thoughts?
I have purchased 5 starter sets, so I think I'm ready to play Disney Lorcana, but I did because I wanted a play set of this Stitch, oh my gosh, Stitch is cooking us. Stitch Carefree Snowboarder Glimmer Foil. Now, Federico is an issue here. He needs to draw cards. That is one of the things that's super, super important about Blurple. We even saw people running things like Second Star to the Right, extremely expensive card just to draw 5 cards. It was a big deal. But I mean, that is the whole thing, is you need to get to this part of the game and then keep going. Let It Go is good for removal, not good for card draw. So I'm interested to see, is there anything in his hand at all for card draw? Otherwise, he might be in a pretty sticky situation.
Yeah, running out of cards. We need to find some of them Junior Woodchuck guidebooks, or maybe I'll even take a Genie Wish for Field if that's all you can get. Hades looking for a deal would be nice in this scenario, so you can at least make an attempt to get some of these characters off the board. I think if you go Hades and target the Stitch in this point, you will probably get it, but we'll just let it go onto the Stitch, and we have an Into the Unknown. We're going to send the Into the Unknown into the Rhino Power Hamster as well. So just like that, Katie, this board looks much more manageable for the world's qualified Illuminator from season number 1. Manuel here back against the wall. Do you have a rebuttal? That's a decent rebuttal, as Goliath, the clan leader, is going to hit the board and reveal Mowgli. I saw a little glimmer of that glimmer from the top left corner.
A glimmer of a glimmer, a shimmer of a glimmer. And now it is a thing where Goliath kind of helps both of them. I mean, I think Federico wants far more, and this is a very funny interaction. JD, how do these two stone people interact?
Wow, so very flavorful, and I'm telling you, I don't see this play nearly enough, as Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern clan, is going to exert the Goliath clan leader and freeze him in time. Both of them have this very problematic, some would say, off and on again relationship in the TV show, as Demona is going to get the better of Goliath in this scenario, as he will not be able to ready on the following turn due to the Stone by Day ability. So flavor and coolness, turn after turn, you actually love to see it.
I do. I mean, there's a few interactions in Lorcana where I'm like, I want to see it, and it's like you said, not super common. Amazing turn to Federico for 2 reasons, right? That Goliath was kind of his showstopper, and Demona said, well, remember in the show, I'm the showstopper, making him not be able to ready for 1 turn. But the good news is he still has a few things here. This Akud Edamudi coming in. Who can we play? I think I saw another Glimmer Foil in hand. It'll be discounted by 2. He has the ink to truly do anything at this point, thanks to Let It Go, Hades, and Into the Unknown.
Yeah. But honestly, on that previous turn, did he have to discard that Iago? I believe he inked already for that turn, and he was not able to get the hand size small enough after playing that Demona. So you were going to... Yo! We just got... He hurled his Thunderbolt Tactics as the... No, never mind. It didn't work. I'm sorry. I thought that was... I thought we popped off there.
I mean, we hurled a dock, too.
Oh, yeah,
it's a 100 volt into a dock, throw the dwarf, but don't tell the elf.
Sorry, I was about to get lit because I thought we had the deity tactics happening, but it was the other way around. Never mind. Hades is a deity, and there are some deity synergies on the He Hurled His Thunderbolt. And I always get lit when the never played text is able to happen. I always enjoy that myself personally.
I mean, yes. I mean, we talked about the Goliath Demona. We might get to see more Goliath and Demona combat, because one has 5 willpower and 6 strength. The other one has 6 strength and 5 willpower. They're perfectly matched as ill-fated foes. But Federico has some cards in hand. I mean, he's been able to keep a nice healthy hand size due to the gargoyles on board and this genie. Unfortunately, one is a Wasabi, which is cool, but unfortunately not cool enough in this matchup. It's generally teched for the Chromacons of the world. A Tigger, which can't do anything here, and then a Cheshire Cat, which also is not the greatest because we need damage for him to be able to do a lot.
Yeah, how did he get his hand size to 2 again after the Goliath? I thought for sure, because he played 1, and I don't know this. We have to go back and check the tape, and there's nothing we can do about it. We have no judge access here. We are a restream, and we're just watching this live. But was there a chance that Manuel potentially did a double inking there, inadvertently or advertently? Potentially inadvertently.
I mean, Manuel had Into the Unknown, a Let It Go, and a Hades cast on him throughout the game.
No, like because from the hand size, because you should have drawn up to 3 with the Demona. And then you drew some more cards with the Hades. You only played 1 card. How did you get to that point to be able to draw 2 unless you ink twice, is what I'm saying. Because I think because you automatically always going to have 3. You get to 3. I guess, you draw for turn. Yeah, so you have 4 cards and you end it with, I don't know. Whatever. I think I might have missed it. Anyway, there's nothing we can do about it. The judge is standing right there, so we have to just trust the process. I could be very well wrong on this, as it is quite late and I am slightly fatigued. But thank you guys all for watching, all the sharp, eagle-eyed, especially out there on the YouTube side. Maybe you can scrub it back and see if that's something that I am correct on or not. But the board is wide either way, and the Chief has landed. Mr. Powhatan looks strong here in this position.
Hail to the Chief, the President of the United States here, Chief Powhatan, guarding the board and saying no one's going to get through. Now, that being said, he's only guarding a Rhino in this exact situation. So it's tricky to say. The Junior Workshop Guidebook will come down. Going ahead and draw 2 cards. I will note, people I think are going back in YouTube, and I did go back at the beginning of the match. You might have noticed Manuel looked really upset. People said he forgot to mull, and I was like, what does that mean? How do you forget to mull? He did forget to mull. He put 2 cards in one hand, 4 in the other, put it back together, thought for a bit, and then started playing. And they said, so are you good? And then they just had to keep playing. So he meant to send 2 back, but then kind of forgot.
I mean,
So
that's
we're
kind
tired.
of that's the coolest thing I think I've ever seen. He's like, I'm
Is
never
forget to
gonna.
mull.
Like maybe that's a tactic. I don't think you forget to mull, Katie. You don't forget. We alter, by the way. We're not forgetting to
Yeah, sorry.
alter our.
Well, he forgot to mull because he was going to alter, and then he forgot to alter. He's like, oh, well, we don't do that here. I guess I should alter. He didn't do that. So it's just, I would say every tired feeling we're feeling, they're probably feeling the same. They're on a
Correct.
different time zone, but they have been playing. I mean, this is the top 8. There was 12 rounds of Swiss, which is
Yeah.
a lot of rounds of Swiss. So I will say that anything can happen, but thank you everyone in the chat for watching, and I can't wait to talk about it after.
But if you're gonna forget to alter and open like that, I think your curve was pretty tight.
You're
and
fine.
everything-
Yeah, you learned a
everything
lesson that maybe
worked.
you're
You
altering.
should not alter more if that's the vibe that we have at the function. As we're starting to try to hit the quest here, Basil, the practice detective, is down now. Hades looking for a deal, I think, is on the board as well. Board is massive. Chief Powhatan, as the river takes its course, steady as the beating drum. These tight beats is going to be holding it down, anchored right in the middle position. Angel, the siren singer, is there as well, followed up with he hurled his thunderbolt one more time, being played onto the Basil. Get him out of here.
Interesting. Yeah, now that Basil in Brazil can go ahead and increase the size. We do have Detective Garrick on the case saying he did ink Angel and Mowgli in the same turn. So this is something that we'll have to keep an eye on. There's nothing we can do. I cannot express how far away we are from the action. We're in Nebraska and Seattle, Washington, or wherever you are, somewhere up there.
Yeah, close enough.
I mean, yeah, far from Brazil. We were not in the same hemisphere. But we're going to go to game 2. If I was Puerto Rico, I'd be a little bit like, how did that happen? And the answer is that was weird. From the altar to the turn, that it was like, okay, what happened here? It's hard, but both these players have been playing a long time. So it's hard to say what the atmosphere on the ground is, but I know fatigue plays into it. No matter what, on both sides, both these players are tired, and that's all I can truly say with honesty.
For sure. And that's just one of those things that does happen. I mean, a lot of people have done this. You're correct, Katie. I'm not trying to say that there's anything malicious involved. I do feel that at this point in the game, I would love to see a rule addendum or a rules guide update. Shout out to the rules guide committee. We got Ghostface out there, Ghostbeard, Ghost Stash, as it may be, Kyle. Maybe we could talk to the lore guide committee, and maybe they could just rectify to say, when it's your turn, whenever you ink, your ink stays face up until your turn is over. And then once your turn is over, maybe even add another phase to the game, flip your ink over. And have that just put that into the rule book and just let that be how we play the game, because I think that is just so clear and so transparent. If it's face up and you ink well, yes, because I do it all the time. Did I ink this turn? Oh, no, what did I do? Oh, what did I play? And you kind of, how many ink you have? It's just silliness. Let's just put the thing face up and just leave it there until it's time to flip it over.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see in game 2, because one of the things that some players do is they do ink face up, and some people are saying that he was inking face up until he stopped inking face up. So we can see in game 2, because I mean, a lot of these are habits. A very good player told me once, so much of playing cards is habits. For example, drawing before you ink anything is a habit, and all of it becomes muscle memory, and muscle memory can bite you in the butt, right? Because I mean, sometimes you're tired and you just start, I mean, people are saying, why didn't the judges catch it? Because I think they are watching a lot of stuff too, and especially if things are going pretty confidently, it's difficult. So all that to be said, it'd be different if this was the first game they played. They've been playing all day, but it does look like there was a judge call. It looks like somebody, maybe the Brazilian team who was much closer, they might have said, we have a judge call. And this is interesting. I wonder how this is going to go. And the thing is it's not a judge call. JD, what is it?
It's a lore guide call. And
Lore guide!
Lore guide! Get the lore guides in there as I'm trying to learn. As shout out to Species in the chat, says, no matter what, I will never ink twice on stream. And I believe him. Okay. I don't think there's
I think of all the people in the world, Spessy, 10 toes down, is not going to do it on twice on stream. And if he would, he'd have to make a video about himself, and that'd be so awkward. He wouldn't do it. And Spessy, shout out to him. He is one of the best in the business to do it. We were talking today about how, there's casters. I was trying to pop off because you are a great pop offer. I cannot pop off. I tried and I just yelled Garrick's name, which unfortunately is not a good pop off. Garrick, you did it! But anyway, shout out to Spessy. Shout out to everyone in the chat and in the stream. We've got 731 people hanging out with us in Twitch, and we have more other people in YouTube. JD, what's going on right now? What catch people up, orientate them in the world?
All right, so what's happening right now? We are currently in the top 8 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge Brazilian Championship, as these Illuminaires have coalesced from all over the world. And now here we are finding ourselves at the feature match table. It appears as if there is some type of judge call that is taking place, as they're going to kick it back to the booth. So they kick it back to the booth. Katie, guess where we're coming? Right back to our own makeshift booth that we have here. Sans Garrick,
Right,
who's probably
Guardrail
out
laid
here
over.
doing his thing. My bad, Katie. I didn't mean I should.
No,
You should
and
have
it's
asked.
so fair. But that's the thing is, like, people don't realize, like, because in the ICL, we're on camera the whole time. But when I'm casting, it's so funny because, like, sometimes at events, people will come in with, like, a camera to take a picture, and me and Liam are like, and, like, sometimes we're, like, really close to the camera. Like, we're just trying to get around. Yeah, doing one of those, like, I don't know what he has in his hand.
Yeah, when you see Liam in one of these modes, you know he's cooking, dude. When Liam's here, when Liam's here with it, you know he's locked in, bro. That's how you know you guys are getting some.
And then he just goes on an absolute cinema. But Garrick is not missing. He is on his break, and at last break, he literally changed his outfit, laid down in his bed for 3 minutes, changed back into his professional outfit, came back, and he is off for this round. And this is the last round. He's off for the rest of the day. So don't get up here, Garrick. Stay where you are. Everybody, there was an interesting judge call. The game one. The first question was the Luminaire on Amber Steel. They went to go alter their hand. They put a pile of one cards. They put a pile of other. He kind of went back. He put his hand together. Then he was like, I'm going to play Rhino. And then they said, sir, you're good. And then he was like, and then they started playing. And somebody in the chat said, I think he missed alter. Who knows what happened there? But then the second thing that came into question was a turn where he was able to pull off a lot of things. And people said, wait a minute, how did he pull that off? And the answer is some people went back. There's a replay. So the good news is, like, according to Garrick, who is a esteemed colleague of this cast, he said there was double linking per turn, and that's something that has to be looked into. You have the right to call a judge. Judges have a right to question. That's how games work, is if something's out of question or something seems out of the ordinary.
And that's one of those things, and that's also another skill. And it takes me a long time to do it. I still mess this up myself, but our game does not have that interaction or where you can play on your opponent's turn. So I got to get out of the habit of just disassociating during my opponent's turn. You have to kind of pay attention to literally what they're doing and the cards that you've played and how they interact with the cards that they have played. It's very clear when you have Demona and cards like Goliath, because they keep that mathematics. You don't even really have to ask cards in hand, because you play Demona, they're going to have 3. They draw for 4, and now if they have drawn, two cards, if they end their turn with Goliath drawing cards, you have to ask yourself, how is that even possible if you only played, 1 card this turn? Where did that other card go? Did it just I don't know, but they said there was a discard of Nani in there, so they probably would have thrown it off a little bit. But paying attention, it's tough, especially if you come in, start your turn very early, you play an ink, you flip it over, you do your entire turn cycle, you're singing songs, you're drawing cards, you're playing characters, you're doing all these types of things, and then you're like, okay, for turn, I'll go ahead and ink this. You might forget that has happened. And with our note-taking rules that we have, I would love to have like a little counter or something that you can play. Hey, you put one in inkwell, you put a little counter on the board so people can keep notes of what has happened in the game, just to make it a little clearer and easier for everybody involved. So one of those things, it does happen. It's tough, but they are resolving it, and hopefully we'll get some information to you guys here very soon. In the meantime, in between time, Hype Train is going. Thank you so much, Mr. Kenobi.
Join hands, start a hype train. It's a hype train.
Thank you for the prime subs and the gifted subs and all of the subs, and being here for us as we have a hype train established. If you have a prime sub sitting around and you want to throw it into the bucket, I'll be more than willing to accept that. So on the Twitch side, of course, and also on the YouTube side, please hit the like button and subscribe to Podcana and tune in to every episode, because they're always going to be the best.
Oogie Boogie. Oogie Boogie, you said, I'm going to give you a pack of sleeves. He's like, I'm going to give you a pack of subbies.
Yo, Oogie Boogie, much love to you.
Wait, all right, Zelda, you're on the clock now.
Yo, there we go. Clip that. Oh, Zelda, getting active.
Yeah.
My daughter's name is Zelda too. You know this, Katie.
Yes, I know. Zelda, you're like, don't think that's Zelda active. This one.
Should I get my Zelda down here? Zelda! No, we're not going to get that Zelda.
Make her hold up like this.
Zelda, get over here and dance for the hype train. No, Katie. No.
Now, for people at home, you might say, oh, every mistake is never. So here's the thing. When there is a mistake on stream, when there is something that happens on stream that's out unsanctioned, the question becomes, what's the motivation? And I will say, as a caster, like I said, the only thing I can say 100% certainty is both these players probably are tired. And I will say that the player on Amber Steel, I mean, he seemed like he was having a rough time with keeping track of things, even at the beginning with that altar. Are we hype train leveling?
We're
What's
leveling.
happening?
No, Color coming in
We're
with the hype
hyping.
train. We saw
Come
Color
on,
getting her hype
ride the
train on.
it's a
She's
choo ride it, whoop whoop. Come on, ride the train, it's a choo ride it, whoop whoop. All right, Zelda, you have to dance. I'm so sorry. I'll pay her. I'll give her. I give her a lot of my tortilla.
Yo, we
People
got one of
like it.
these. We got one of
I
these.
like how people are discussing like cheating, and then also like we got puppies. She's not a puppy. She's 9 years old. More. Dude,
Yo.
I gotta get Zelda dancing more. Zelda, you have to keep dancing. You have to keep dancing.
The hype train has left the station as we are kind of kicking it here, waiting on that judge ruling.
Yeah.
As I got to play we got the hype train. We got the song. I don't have the song. I can't play. I'm not going to play any music.
Call hype party. Everybody, every time there's a lore guy call, we have the hype train.
There it is.
I like that.
One of those? You like that?
Yeah, she is 9 years old, but she is a puppy. Now, people are saying, what can a judge do here? So the answer is, judges can issue game losses.
Yo.
And judges we just went higher. Can you take me higher to the place where subs are flowing?
Let's
Ooh,
go.
she honestly smelled. Oh, it smelled so bad. Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you.
We out here. Thank you so much, my fellow Illumineers. That is too kind. You guys are too terribly kind, and I truly do appreciate it here on the Twitch side. And I gotta say,
that was crazy.
We do recycle all this, guys. If you guys watch this program, you know I do giveaways very frequently, and we got a new set coming out, so a lot of this will be funding that and funding the program. So thank you so much for that. And it has been.
You owe Zelda like $1.
Zelda gets $1. Too easy.
Yeah, you got to give her like a pup cup or something. Send her like a little pup cup, because I think one of those subbies was for Zelda, right? Maybe she's
Yeah, I think
tired.
so. Too easy.
She fallen asleep. She said, "I'm old, dude." Nope, she's already gone.
Hit me with the ooh. How about this one?
The look I'm best known for is blue steel.
There we go.
I like the careful SpongeBob. Careful SpongeBob. We are so close to. I don't know what happens when the level goes up. Like, does it explode? Do we get to go to Brazil?
Maybe.
I don't know. With double inking, we're in a game loss. So here's the thing. I don't know. So judges can issue a lot of things. They can do warnings. They can do game losses. They can do match losses. Game loss or match loss is the same thing for this Illumineer, because they were at one game down. Well, did we do it? What's that fist
we
pump?
didn't. We're still rocking and rolling.
You got a subby.
We got another
subby.
sub. Thank you guys for doing this, man. You guys are too kind.
This
You guys
is
are
so nice.
too terribly kind here on the Twitch side. I truly do appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. And we out here. We're active. You guys wanna?
Zelda's getting a little less active. She might be falling asleep. This
Wake
might
up,
be the end
Zelda.
of-
Wake up.
Zelda only wakes up for hype travel. Let's see if this works. I will only wake up for hype train level 7. It's like those TikTok videos where you send a sticker and then they wake up, or they play an alarm sound.
I'll do it, man. If that's what it takes. I mean, if
You wake up your daughter or my dog?
I'll wake up
Or
my
both?
daughter, right? Zelda. Oh no.
All right. We didn't get hype. It's
Whatever.
fine. We don't have to wake her up. She's
Okay.
what? This pup is literally smiling. Yeah, she got the hug. She was snoring during all the match. We did it.
Yo, we
Zelda,
got
you
there.
have to dance. I'm so sorry.
Zelda, get your butt moving. I'll be moving and grooving as well. I can't play any music because I don't want to cook the YouTube side.
I'm
So we got to
singing it.
beatbox.
I'm doing the. Garrick is probably glad he took this round off, because I'm like, Garrick, we're dancing, and it is. Listen, I'm kind of piloting her because she's got these little paw booger, or those little things, and if you can trigger them like a gun. It's pretty fun. Oh, she's done. Well,
Hype.
Zelda's done. So I don't force dancing.
Oh,
You can check this.
We got a Zelda dance off, and you request it. Okay.
I like you're like, hey, this is a family business. We got
I'm
all
kidding.
clock in. You're on the Quest World payroll. You've been promoted. You are an elite employee. Why is there not enough hype? Willowbees, thank you. He is beatboxing with the best of them. We got Garrick from the couch with the music notes. Shout out to Garrick for being part of this. When he comes back, Lore guide dance party. Lore guide dance party. Is that fun? Am I helping?
No.
And people tune in and they're like, "Oh wow, two DLC casters. I want to see what they're up to." And like you're beatboxing. I'm whatever that was. That's a soundboard. No way that's JD. There is a judge call right now. There was a pretty interesting play, and me and JD are having a hype train because what do we get hyped for? Our lore guides and people like you. And that, I appreciate every single one of you. The hype is here. I wonder if Podcana, they're not on a hype train, but I wonder if it's like a contact hype. Are they hyping on
you know what? I love the fact that we're on Podcana, but Podcana is it's
a serious business.
It's a serious institution, okay?
They're not dancing
Garrick's the
on
homie, but Garrick has many bags that he can go into. Garrick is a loose and active guy, but Podcana is an institution of Disney and Lorcana, okay? It's a very serious thing, okay?
Moyen was not dancing, all right? I've never seen that man bust a move. Oh, they're back.
All
right.
Something happened. We got a little hands flailing here. It seems like we have a resolution. So let's get back to the action. And again,
it looks like Federico said it's all good.
Richard Kenobi coming in. The hype train is continuing on, but the game has to start.
We have to keep dancing while casting. All right, we're dancing, but unfortunately we have to cast because this is game 3 of round whatever it is, top 8. In the top 8, this is for the golden Mickey. This is all for all the Mickey marbles.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kenobi, and thank you everybody for being here and everybody that participated in that. I truly, truly, truly do appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. But we got to get back to the action, as it seems like we have a resolution to the issue that has transpired. I'm not sure what that conversation was all about, but I'd probably like to hear about it. I'm sure we'll hear about it here in post, as both of these Luminaires are now geared up. So on the play is going to be Federico, and I think your lines are pretty consistent, or they get a little bit more transparent, or not the opposite of transparent, more clear on on the play versus on the draw. So ramping on 2, you know what to do. Maybe playing out a 4-cost Genie, or maybe even one of those Tigers to help slow your opponent's tempo down. Get to deep water and then start slamming Hades. But Katie, on the play. On the draw, what does Manuel need to do in order to keep this thing stabilized a bit?
And that is Angel Spectacular Singer, who I talked about between game 1 and 2, but this is the time that she shines when you are going second. She is able to do a couple things there. She's in the hand, and she is good at singing that Akud Edamudi, which can get in some more powerful cards later. For people at home who are saying, well, what kind of Amber Steel is he on? It appears he's on the Goliath build. I have not seen an ethereal voice Ariel this entire time, which leads you to believe that the most powerful thing he's trying to get to is Chief, and maybe like a carefree snowboarder. Either way, we see a Basil as starting that pressure on Federico's side, passing to Manuel. How will he start this party in game 3?
Yeah, starting in, you are on the draw. So you send the Angel, maybe play an Angel. I don't hate that play at all, as we are going to pass and flip the ink here. So maybe that is a part of the warning criteria. Like, you're going to show me the ink, you're going to flip the ink after it's over. And again, I don't ever want to try to get in anyone's head and try to say what I think they're thinking or what they're doing, or try to judge anyone's intent, because that's not my job. That's literally the lore guide's job. But I'll always try to give people the benefit of doubt and just always lean on it being a genuine mistake. And everyone can make mistakes, and we can grow from that and learn from it. So moving on, as Tipo now into the inkwell for the Sail of the Azurite Sea on the play. Sail is the way, I feel. If you have the option between both, you'll take any. If you have the option between both, you'll roll with it.
Yeah, and as somebody pointed out, TSD Moonman, the Goliath is in Manuel's deck, and there is some fun interaction between the two gargoyles of Goliath and Demona. In this case, Federico's just starting the party. He just has a slow kind of, as long as he hits his ramp on 2, has a little bit of pressure on board. He has 2 Basils, which are very great with that support, and they're on time as a Kercha Micha. And who are we Akud Edamuding in?
Akud Edamudi on 2 as a triple Angel. That's a quadruple Angel play. It seems like he had nothing but Angels, as the Chief Pau Hatan is going to be the guy that comes on through. A Elsa here will be super hilarious, although it wouldn't be that good. You can't even play it. Never mind. What am I talking about? You're going on to your 4 ink turn. Maybe something with Rush on 4 would be quite hilarious with a buff from one of these Basils, as Federico is thinking how we're going to cost this Chief Powhatan.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Chief Fountain get absolutely negated by the Royal Guard in game one, but in this case, we just have Basil. So he's doing the math here, and this is what you want to see. This matters very much. Top 8, yes, he got the booster box, but I think he's hoping for that golden Mickey. So he needs to think here because every card matters. Manuel has a nice, healthy hand of 5 cards. So there's 2 things that Federico wants to do: control the board and draw cards. And he doesn't look happy here with the choices in front of him. We have a Dumbo, but I think that Chief Powhatan, he just doesn't want it around.
He's trying to stay steady as the beating drum. I feel as trying to dissuade these Basils from double support, increasing the strength to a total of 4 is a very powerful play that can happen. You can take down some high impact characters, but Chief Powhatan being played so early, but you go right into the unknown as we do send the Chief there, and we'll clear the Siren Singer as well. So I don't hate that turn. It is inherently down tempo a little bit, but we were able to rid the world of that Chief Powhatan early and establish your and maybe continue to ink and maybe play another. You can't play another 1-cost character here, surely, right?
I mean, anything is possible in Brazil. And this, whoa, okay. So we will go ahead, ready the ink at the end of the turn, which is a controversial thing, but you can do it. He does look like he has 2 cards in hand, but he was able to do some powerful maneuvers. So he just decided, is that enough to keep me in the game? Manny will keep filling up that hand. Nani will allow him to go ahead and keep a 2-cost character. He's looking at his own hands, shopping around, seeing what's going to be the most valuable. I did see a Mowgli. Not sure what else is in there, but he does have to send it to the bottom. And Mowgli can be good. We saw those Into the Unknowns and Let It Go were absolutely devastating. I mean, already in this game, it's been devastating. So I'm sure, well, it's ink. So actually, he does nothing. He goes ahead and passes.
And you are at a point, though, in this game. Again, you have to always figure out how you're going to continue to propel yourself into the later games. You have to figure out a way to, I call it like a little gas station. How are you going to get some draw? How are you going to fill up? How are you going to extend a little bit, because you can slowly and surely run out of gas. We have that Hades looking for a deal is in hand. Maybe we will accept and let you draw some 2 cards, but if you don't, then you're going to be sitting here stuck, and maybe that Hades could be better served in an Inkwell, and that's probably what Federico is thinking about here, because you have that 7-cost uninkable Hades in your hand, and he's going to be there forever. He's never going to leave until you can figure out a way to actually play him to the field.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, the best place to put it is, I mean, Federico is having a pretty slow start. Both of them are having what I would consider a very slow start. Now, both of them can get back into this game very explosively. At the end of the day, a Demona on the next turn, or a Doc with a chain into a lot of other eventful things is going to be very powerful. In this case, he says, you're getting Hades next turn, guy. Now, but not, I mean, man, those are 2 diametrically opposed Hades, because he can't do both, basically. I mean, he can, that's I think why he's so frustrated, is he can look for a deal, and now Manuel knows he's desperate.
For sure.
Or he can just keep inking. So this is going to be the prayer for an inkable card or a better option here on this next turn.
Yeah, and that's a very solid point. You can make a deal when you are up, and that will kind of give you, you never negotiate from a place of desperation. And it seems like that's what Federico might be forced to do. Or you might just be forced to put this looking for a deal into the Inkwell, because at this point, that 3-4 body might not even be that good, because you're going to give up the Nani, you're going to give up the Mowgli, you're going to probably even give up the Lilo, without even thinking twice about it. But you need to find the ink to get to this Hades, as the Cheshire Cat is another character that you are considering playing right now. But if you brick on your next turn, it's going to completely thwart your tempo. So being able to play a character here, there's a very high chance that if you do play a character, Strength of Rage and Fire is just going to remove that character from the board right away as well. So a lot of decisions coming in from this Sapphire and Amethyst player as we are contemplating on the next position here, the next play.
I would say that Cheshire Cat is so good unless you have nothing that can carry damage. These are a lot of little armed characters. Basil certainly is not carrying any damage, and so it's just going to be very frustrating for Federico, who wants to get max value off of it, and he just is going through the permutations of this deck and saying, what do I think Manuel would do? What do I think is the right plan for me? Emmanuel knows everything in his hand except for 1 card, but I mean, it's very easy to tell on Federico's face that he's not happy about his choices right now. So, I mean, at the very least, he just has to navigate this in a way where he doesn't regret his choices. It's not a runaway board on Manuel's side. I mean, we have that Lilo. Looking for a deal could be a pretty fun card on that Lilo, because Lilo has that recursion unless you cycle it back into your deck. So I'm interested to see if that's the direction he takes it. I don't know. I mean, what other considerations might he be looking for? Oh, okay. So he's going for Nani.
We're going for Nani on the looking for a deal, and we will quickly give up that Nani. I think that is a pretty decent target. It would be tempted to go for this Lilo, but that Nani has that 3 cost, and that will open up a lot of opportunities to be able to sing some different songs, maybe another Coot or maybe Strength of Raging Fire or something like that. So Federico was hoping that you just try to keep the Nani, allow him to get some cards here, but now you are out of gas, as if you ink this Cheshire Cat, you are praying for something off the top of the deck. Hades the Infernal Schemer is the last card in hand. You need to get to a Junior Woodchuck guidebook immediately if you are Federico. Huge deep sigh, hand on head, indicating that he feels the same way as us. Manuel now has to be feeling a little bit confident, understanding that Hades the Infernal Schemer is the card coming your way, but you're also stressed here, Katie, as both of these limiters are low resource. I like a knockdown, drag out, slug battle is what we have geared up here.
Yeah, they are both waiting on a miracle. Miracle. I was trying to say miracle. Whatever. I missed it. So now we are going to go ahead and ink that Troubadour and get the Lilo parted started. As we know, Lilo is one of the more devastating cards in this deck because she just keeps coming back and back. And speaking of not coming back, is that Hades looking for a deal because a Thunderbolt was hurled for full retail value onto him. And now, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Katie, but I'm hoping that Frederick, you got to have some ink here. If you draw another Hades the Infernal Schemer, you are shambled beyond repair, as it seems like we did not get it. It's the Junior Woodchuck guidebook, which is not bad. That is going to be those card draws you needed, and hopefully that fuels you another ink. It seems like I got another Junior Woodchuck guidebook. I think you play it again and take a turn off, and hopefully that's good enough.
I thought we transported ourselves inside of Federico's mind when I heard we need ink. And so I was like, whoa, how do we get inside the mind of Federico Macosi? But to your point, yes, I mean, this turn is kind of it's a turn off, but I mean, it's a turn on for if you want a future in this game, because Manuel doesn't have access to draw 4 cards in a turn in the same way that Federico does. He is going to be drawing a couple cards at a time off of Doc or Goliath. So Federico knows he's only at 4 lore. He can draw into things that get rid of Lilo forever and turn her into ink. So I think for him, it is not that punishing to take 1 turn off, especially at this point in the game with this board state.
Oh, for sure. And we know for sure that there's a Hades the Infernal Schemer. And I think on one of those Junior Woodchuck guidebooks, I believe there was a Let It Go that was drawn as well. So Hades blasts, or Hades sends a Lilo, Let It Go sends a Lilo, and you are super duper back, 1 card in hand. Manuel is having a conversation with the table judge or table lore guy that is there. Draw for turn, hoping for I guess you could just fire off a full-on quest here, because you understand Hades the Infernal Schemer is for sure going to be sending one of these Lilos down to the inkwell unless you present another more enticing threat, or you hold the threat and maybe let the Lilos succumb to the inkwell.
She has succumbed to ink sickness, and there we go. Doc off the top rope, drawing 2 more cards. He's only paid 3 ink so far, so whatever he plays, he'll probably have a pretty good shot at playing it if he chooses, and he doesn't want to overextend. Questing out here for 5, and it looks like retaining those 2 cards. Now, a shout out to the lore guys. You can tell they're very active in this match. I know people are like, the lore guys should be there. The lore guys should be there. They're very, obviously very involved in this match because they keep referring to them. Passing over here. So now we're at an interesting point where we know Federico has a very healthy hand size. We also know he is at 7 ink now, or did he have ink last? Yeah, so he's at 7 ink. So he can do pretty much everything his deck is designed to do, except sing. Unfortunately, Basil is a little bit of a womp-womp kind of moment. So it really is just, how is he going to manage this? Because the red light sirens are going off a little bit now. Yeah. Manuel's board is getting a little untenable. We have a shift target. We have 2 Lilos that will keep coming back, and we have 2 cards in hands. He needs to be on top of his toes.
And we're questing very aggressively. Now, Hades does hit the board, and the Infernal Schemer doing exactly what you pay him to. Basil now is going to be reminded that he has that -1 due to that coin that is there. Federico says, I'm a professional player. I know what my cards do. Please remove this from my board immediately. Is the translation, I'm assuming, is what was said there. But looking if it's even worth putting a hit on someone, I don't think it is. We might be contemplating on a quest here, and I don't know if that's optimal either. Maybe it's just a straight pass and hope for the best.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, come on, Basil, what are you gonna do? Because I mean, there are things like, for example, if there is an angel in hand, this could be the last time we get to spend a little turn with our dear friend Basil. So I think he just has to decide how much is that one lore worth. He really can't do much else with him rather than quest or wait.
It looks like we're gearing up for a challenge to just put a
A
damage
damage.
on something. I don't
Oh,
know if that's worth it because your Basil will be banished for a -1 card value. I think it might be better served just to hold the Basil back and just hope your opponent doesn't have that angel or a song or something that can engage with this Basil right now. I believe the card off the top was that Akud et Amuti. It's now going to be a card in hand that we can play to cycle a card, maybe play something for cheap. 4 ink is a lot to work with, especially with a steep discount of 2 from that Akud et Amuti ability. Federico Mikochi is looking like you're still in a pretty cumbersome spot. Let it go is a viable turn. You might have to hit this stitch with it though, unfortunately for you, as Hades might have to sing. Maybe you got Hades and Let It Go here. That's a pretty strong turn from the Sapphire Amethyst player.
yeah, it's very important that this Hades sticks because anything he does, we talked about what are you doing? 1 or 2 things per turn. He hasn't been able to do 2 things per turn. He's been doing 1. So now we finally got to the point where he can do 2 things per turn. We see a Hades in hand. That Hades is able to sing any song in his songbook. So he's able to put some pretty big work in here. It just the question is, does he have the cards to do it? That's Carefree Snowboarder. He is going to be questing next turn to take advantage of that card draw ability. That Lilo will keep coming back. So those are 2 big problems. The Rhino's a maybe problem, but I think the 2 most pressing ones is that recurring Lilo and that Stitch, who will be snowboarding into 2 cards next turn, or 1 card. Ooh, my brain.
There's the first Hades. So you have a Hades. You are completing the prophecy slowly but surely as the Infernal Schemer now is gearing up for a challenge, it seems. Or we have the Basil, who also can challenge. Maybe we're trying to hold this Let It Go until absolute necessity. Hades now probably could hit this Lilo for a Let It Go, but we will elect to get rid of this Rhino 1/16 Wolf, probably to prevent the shift line and a response. If that is a play that you are worried about, Basil now free and clear to engage in fisticuffs as well. I think he's done his duty. I think it's time to get that Basil active and maybe go into this Mowgli or this Lilo as well.
Yeah, time to turn that violin into a combat violin. Because while we say that Lilo keeps coming back, it comes back exerted. And so that's the thing is like bouncing it back to the hand with the Tigger that I believe he has in hand. Anything that he gets to play Lilo ready kind of protects it in a way. Oh, he's a 14 lore. It happened so fast. So he needs to, I think that Lilo, yeah, has got to get out of here. A Doc and a Mowgli are not too scary on their own. Those 2 cards in hand scare me because it's always feels like it's a Doc. But I do think that Basil needs to get engaged in some movement here because he's not out of the game, but the window is closing quickly.
Yeah, it is. You're running out of opportunities. You have that Let It Go in hand. You have that Tigger in hand. So maybe that's a part. Maybe you're trying to convince your opponent to continue to bring this Lilo back, and then you can just tempo the Lilo out and then keep that Let It Go as a nice little rainy day ticket to maybe prevent a game shot out of nowhere. And you're also just trying to run your opponent out of cards. So he's still hanging on to those 2 cards in hand, 3 now. I believe I saw the shimmer of a glimmer of a Nani in hand, which is the last thing. If I'm Federico, I want to see that Nani being deployed to be able to find. If you find Doc Bold Knight here, that is a violent punish, or another Lilo also seems quite strong.
You can see they're in the southern hemisphere. You can tell because that's why the cards are upside down because everything is upside down in the southern hemisphere.
Very true.
But he does get another Lilo, the Dilo. And that is a problem because as we've seen, these Lilos, they just keep coming back and coming back. And Federico can deal with problems, but he can deal with a problem or 2 at a time unless he can find something like a Demona. Mowgli going ahead and taking the Let It Go, which feels devastating for Federico because that is his path back in. Now he has to find a new path. Oh,
Yeah.
pressing for 2 to go up to 16. Federico, it is now or never for you to get back in this game.
Yeah, I don't hate the line that Federico elected to go with, but that was the swift punish as that Mowgli man cub is going to take that Let It Go. We had the opportunity to sing that Let It Go on the previous turn onto that Lilo and to just rid the world of that escape artist right away, but now you get this vigorous punish there as Mowgli's going to be able to snipe that Let It Go from hand, and now your timeline looks a bit daunting daunting now, as I believe we have that Tigger in hand. We can probably start to bounce back this Lilo, but still that feels quite miserable.
It has to feel pretty bad because there's been choices in this game. Where you go back and you said, did it matter? For example, he played the Hades and he had a choice between a Lilo and a Nani. And you said, well, Nani can sing. And so he let that Lilo stay. And as the chat has pointed out, Lilo kept recurring and questing and recurring and questing. And over a course of a game, it really adds up. So it just kind of becomes a thing where, did that decide the game? Probably not. There's so many things that happen in a game, but all these choices, you can see how these players get tired. And I empathize with them completely because this is such a long process to go through. 3 lore is all that's needed. Is there any path forward for Federico on this?
Yeah, I don't think that there is. We still have 4 lore in play. Maybe there is an answer that we're missing out, as it looks like we still have that Lilo. We have the ready Lilo, the ready Mowgli. Maybe the Tigger is going to be inbound as we're going to ink this Hades looking for a deal. We're going to send probably that 2 quest and Lilo back to the hand to just at least, at a minimum, buy ourselves another turn. But this is a series of unfortunate events coming in from the Italian there, as Manuel has to be feeling a bit more confident. You're going to continue to try to apply the pressure every single turn. It is going to come off the top of the deck. We have that Lilo Escape Artist for sure as a character that you can play. And it looks like we might be gearing up for a Chief Powhatan as well. No, that's the Stitch. So a lot of big bodies, a lot of lore. And this one could be GG. We get up to 18 now.
Now we do know about Demona. So Demona could be okay, we didn't see her, and that is, it's not over. But I mean, at this point, I think he was hoping for something like that, because we need something where he can interact with the whole board. He needs access to everything, because everything that quests for 2, you got to get out of here, and then everything else except for 1 thing can stay, and even that feels miserable. In this case, he's gonna dig a little deeper in the deck. Did he find
Demona off the Genie stings, man. That hurts. As the hand
what were you doing down there? You need to get up.
And we just don't have it. We did use all of our ink, as we have the Tipo Growing Sun with a Demona in hand. We're looking and surveying the field and just going to have to throw the hand out, as Federico will fall to Manuel in this match, and that one is going to hurt. But shout out to Manuel for coming through and staying the course and finding a path to victory. Federico is going to have to fall there in a top 8. You have to feel good about that at least. But you come all the way from Italia, you want to go back home with the trophy there. And I know a lot of Illumineers are rooting for Federico, and he's going to be out of this thing in the top 8. Still, keep your head held high there.
Yeah, I mean, Garrick, you probably, I mean, you were in the chat. So actually, I was going to say, were you watching? So either you were watching or your bot was. I mean, congrats, first off. I mean, one of those players is going home. Daniel is going home with a gold Mickey. So, I mean, first off, congrats, but also congrats to Federico, because that was a crazy stressful game, and he handled it like a pro. I mean, he is a pro. Watching him handle that very high stress situation, having a lore guide call that lasted several minutes, that is a huge, even if that guide was to just say like, oh, we're actually fixing a light and you just have to stop playing, that is a huge tempo sink that can really be devastating when you're playing. So he is an absolute pro. All that to be said, thoughts?
That was an intense match. I could feel it through the screen, everything that was going on turn by turn. Yeah, I mean, that is some of the best Disney Lorcana play that you're going to see. And Federico, we know, is one of the best players in the world and just was not able to get over the finish line. And it's really unfortunate what happened in that game number 2, because I feel like this win in this round is always going to sort of have that asterisk sitting right next to it. You know what I mean? And that's just super unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that coming in second place. It can be devastating because it's like, oh, you came second place. I was like, well, second place. And then also getting eliminated right before the Mickey. Yeah, you got the booster box, but that golden Mickey probably was what you came for. So that was, I mean, like you said, that you could feel the intensity. Like I felt that we danced, quite frankly, Garrick, because that's what we comedians do, is we're like, I gotta dance because the tension is thick. Because I haven't seen a more tense match than that in quite a while.
Yeah, dance the awkwardness away, because what do you do in this situation, especially us not being there, and you don't want to ever dogpile on someone and try to get into their mind state of what they're trying to do. But it just feels bad. It does feel bad for everyone involved. I'm sure Federico has to also feel bad. I'm sure the Italian community has to feel bad. I'm sure everyone in Brazil has to feel bad. The World Class Cards team has to feel bad, because you want it to be, if I lose, beat me between the lines, okay? But anything outside of the lines, I'm always going to have a little bad taste in my mouth, because I feel like I want a fair thing, and no matter if I was going to lose anyway, I at least want a chance to demonstrate my ability to play this game at that level. So stings a little bit, but we go next, we shake it off, and we hope for the best, and we all learn something from that. But does anyone have any information, any updates on what is happening in this event?
Hey, is anybody ready to stare in the mirror? Because we got 2 mirrors. We have Danielle versus DKP. So we just watched Danielle on stream. Or no, did we? That was, wait, who did we watch there? Oh yeah, that was Danielle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, no,
Daniele
that's not a mirror. He was Amber
Blanc.
Steele. Amber Steele won. Wait, right?
Yeah.
No? Oh yeah, so Amber Steele won. Okay, so it's not a mirror. So it's going to be Amber Steele versus Blurple. So DKP will be facing off against the Amber Steele player. Am I crazy? Is that his name? Oh, it's Manuel. It's Manuel.
So DKP got it done against
Manuel. Or DKP
Clement?
got it against, yes, Clement. That was the win. And so DKP is on the Amethyst Sapphire, and then he will be facing off the winner of this match, which we know was the individual Manuel.
Right on.
So that's not a mirror. I'm crazy.
Coming in from the chat, we have Boba Fett is in the building, my French counterpart. He's rocking and rolling. I think they had a CCQ in France. Hopefully he was there and did well. Shout out to you for being here, and shout out to the French community who is rocking and rolling. I don't know if they have any French players there, because like I said, all the French Illuminators were at that event, but maybe there is a French broadcast going on too. Fire that thing up and get the French Illuminators rocking and rolling. Boba Fett, we'll be watching what you guys have to say. But more information. Oh, sorry, go ahead. This is top 4 now?
I mean, yeah, we're about to go to top 4. So the other side of the bracket, this one I'm more sure of. That one, listen, I fumbled a little bit, but we're learning. But this one is going to be Ace 103 versus Zan. So there is a chance that there's a Zan versus DKP final. So that's a chance. There's a chance. And DKP, if everybody is playing along at home, the top 4 is DKP on Sapphire Amethyst. We have Manuel, who is on Amber Seal. We have Ace 103, I believe, who is on the Dogs deck, and Zan on the Dogs deck as well. So I'm going to say let's not get the Dogs mirror, but also we can have a Dogs mirror as a treat. I mean, it will be over in 10 seconds. It's me and Garrick's round, and I'd like to hang out with him a little bit longer. But these are Dog Mirror or Amber Steel. But that Amber Steel deck was fascinating. There is no Ariel as far as I could see in there.
We also did not see a Grandmother Willow either. I don't know if he's playing Grandmother. Yeah, what's happening?
No, that'd be crazy if he doesn't have Grandmother Willow. I mean, that technology would be unheard of, probably.
Well, of course, if you're not playing Grandmother Willow, you have to ink an extra time per turn. You're missing out on the discount.
Very true. Let's see if they're speaking English. Hold on. So they're speaking English here. Let's see what you got to say.
They are? Okay.
In a competitive way, but this is the first time I attend to ELC, which is an honor for me to be here. Brazil is one of the countries I always go to compete, because it's really close to our country. But yeah, this is a dream came true.
Bom, perguntei aqui para ele me disse assim, né, que basicamente é um sonho tornado realidade. Ele já jogou outros TCGs de forma competitiva, vem muito ao Brasil, mas it's the first time you have like a semifinals, or
I wonder they're going to talk about the situation there.
Oh, he says he has 2 more questions.
This is the first time in like big event like this.
Okay. Então ele está dizendo que é a primeira vez em um grande evento que ele está tendo um resultado tão expressivo assim. Before you go, I have 2 more questions for you. Sure. One, which card do you deem to be the most important card in your deck right now?
Take it?
Yeah, you can show us. Eu perguntei para ele qual é a carta mais importante do deck dele nesse momento. Porque eu sou entusiasta do Steel Song, então eu quero saber de quem tá jogando Steel Song qual é a carta mais importante.
These are
I like chat,
cards.
do not refresh.
Então são 2 cartas.
I won't refresh.
It's Chief Powhatan, because it protects me from big characters, Elsa's, and things like that. This is the first one. Okay. And because it got bodyguard, right? So you can protect your characters, you can start questing, and you can start being the person that take the advantage on the score. And the most important card on the deck is this one, Nanny. Okay. I have no doubt about it. So this is the most important card. Why? Because you can making it's a pretty good body. It's a 3/3, so you can trade. You can sing some things, and of course you can find the docks, which is the most important thing in this deck.
Ok. Então eu perguntei pra ele quais são as cartas mais importantes, ele disse duas. A primeira, o chefe Paulo, né, com seu corpo gigante, 5/5 bodyguard, protege os glimmers dele na mesa de uma possível Elsa ou outras ameaças, e também a Nani, Stage Manager, porque ela é 3/3, pode cantar ali Strength of a Raging Fire, pode ajudar a encontrar outros personagens, em especial o Doc, which is very important to do to find your Doc. Now, final message here. So this is your first big tournament, and it seems like you had a similar situation in Chile with Brazil, like in terms of Lorcana, just being very recently officially released here in Brazil last September, I believe. So just a few months. So you have been playing for way longer. So which is, tell us an advice for the upcoming Lorcana players here in Brazil.
Oh, I think a really good advice is just to study about the game. I think the curve thing, like having cards, having in cards with cost 1, 2, 3, 4, and having like a kind of scale, it's pretty important in this game. And also try to study the matchups, because like if you are like thinking about the competitive game, of course, like if you want to have fun, you can have pack rushes, you can have like other versions of the game, right? So you can do a lot of things, but if you're thinking about competitive, I think the most important thing is like knowing the matchups, knowing the different lines you have to face the decks, and just have fun. That's the most important one.
Ok. Então eu perguntei pra ele qual é o aspecto mais importante para os novos jogadores de Lorcana, porque ele já tá jogando há bastante tempo, mas aqui no Brasil o Lorcana ainda é relativamente novo, né? O TCG relativamente novo aqui no nosso mercado, lançado oficialmente há pouco tempo. Esse é o nosso primeiro grande evento, e ele disse que o mais importante
I
é
will say
estudar
that
as
my
matchups,
audio, so I
conhecer
was
os
listening
decks,
to it on the live stream and you're like kind of a little delayed a bit.
Why am I
And
delaying?
so it's fine. Don't worry. It's okay. That's why they said don't refresh. Don't worry about it. But at one point the person was speaking in Portuguese and you went, true. I was like, whoa, he did it. JD finally absorbed. It took 2 days and 3 interviews, but he did it. And people have thoughts on that interview. I mean, Podcana's chat is 4,000 times more litty than your Twitch chat is very like, yeah, life happens. But Podcana chat, I mean, Garrick, these are your children. Do you have any, you want to help them?
Oh, Garrick's muted up on a Tuesday over there.
Listen, that's
Hey,
actually, he lost his
Let
voice.
them speak their truth.
I know, let
speak
them
their truth
go.
over there.
This is
If
a
you-
safe space. You're allowed to,
Yeah.
as long as you're not being mean, you're allowed to talk.
Here is our top 4. So it is going to be DKP versus Manuel. I would love to see that on the stream.
I
Please
would like
don't
that.
put Zan versus Josh on the stream. No offense to Zan or Josh. I just don't want to watch a Dog's Mirror right now, and we can catch dogs in the finals because it is guaranteed at this point. So let's see the Blurple versus the Amethyst and Steel yet again and see if DKP is able to get the win.
Yeah.
And I would like to point out that, I mean, people are talking about like I mean, Federico is a player that it's hard not to feel a little bit of sympathy towards, because I mean, he didn't win the Golden Mickey, which is just flat out feels bad. But I feel like if you are a player, so this happened to me. I was in a tournament and I had a judge call where like we messed it up. We tried to rewound. I was playing against Habibi, who's in this tournament, as Flex. And basically we both got so flustered. We're both 2 people who play this game. We both know each other, but the act of calling a judge or a lore guide can be awkward, especially if it doesn't go the way you thought, especially because you feel weird and guilty sometimes. So I have to say, like, that is probably, if you say, how do I want to play my game 3 and my win and get a Golden Mickey in, I don't think you'd want what happened to happen. Like, even though, I mean, whether it's on accident or on perfect, that's flustering. We don't know the intention, but we know it had to have been a rough thing to play with that on your mind. Have you ever had to play after a judge call like that? Or, I mean, I'm sure you guys have sympathy for what he went through there.
Oh, for
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, I've had a really weird situations like that happen going up against a player in Indianapolis, and we were going into game number 1, shuffling our decks, and then they go to cut my deck, they hand it back to me, flip over a card, and it was a card that just gave away the entire strategy that I'm playing, right? And now they have information that they shouldn't have going into this game, they know what I'm playing. I have no clue what they're playing, so they get to alter from the beginning and play their game differently than they would before. And those are really high stress situations to be in when somebody makes a dexterity error or somebody makes a mistake or, God forbid, they do something on purpose. Those are really high stress situations. The only thing you can do is lean on your lore guides, give them a call, and have them help you out and try to resolve the situation to the best of their ability, which is, I'm sure, what happened there. But yeah, it's a tough situation to be in. You just got to be mentally tough and continue on and keep playing your game like you would and try not to be affected by it. And I'm sure Federico is one of those high-level players that was able to do that. The cards just didn't come the way he needed them to. I'm sure it wasn't affecting his mental too much.
Yeah. I think that's a very, very good piece of advice. Another advice, just a caveat and piggyback on what you said, is that when you are calling these lore guides, it's very important, and I've seen this happen a few times myself, is that when these things do occur, the people sometimes can get a bit, because you're upset, you might get animated, or you start to, get like aggressive or something like that. It's very important just to stay very calm in those situations and not try to target your opponent or maybe make these big blown out kind of things. Just keep it super under control. Stay calm. Talk it out.
Don't let
try to
them
explain.
see you sweat
There you
type
go.
beats. You know
Facts.
what I mean?
He's spitting.
Don't let them see you sweat. Get locked in and play your game to the best of your ability.
Facts. He's spitting. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. But I think we would. We would start getting to a point in this finals where I don't want to say I'm rooting for anything, but I would like to see a Zan DKP. I think that would just be an absolute one for the history books right away. And it could happen. It could be neither of them. One, both, or neither. I definitely vote for both if that's the case. As two of these DLC champions, Zan going for the 3-time, DKP going for the 2-time, but adding to that Thanos-style gauntlet of World Championship, double DLC, first time in Brazil, first time in Australia, first time at Worlds type beats. I think that's just such rarefied air that no Illuminator would ever be able to match that. Also, now he's just acquired his 6th Golden Mickey, which seems unrealistic when you say it out loud.
Yeah, I mean, 6 golden Mickeys. People work so hard just to get one, and he out here has to go on a new hand, man, with 5 plus 1 into 6. We'll see if he's able to eventually get to double digits, but the way he's cooking, he might just get it done. Love to see the success. Love to see the consistency. One of, if not the greatest player that we have in Disney Lorcana right now. DKP is still in the running to win his 2nd Disney Lorcana challenge.
Yeah, but no slouch, no geek off the street, Zan Syed. He has won the biggest Disney Lorcana challenge that has ever happened, and also had a pretty decent run at the Disney Lorcana Challenge North American Championship as well. So again, 2 very prolific, prominent players, Mount Rushmore type energy from both of those Illuminaires, and I would love to see them on a can't stop, unmovable object type final. But we have some other Illuminators that are going to try to stop them from making that happen. But shout out to R&B, who is in the official chat on Copag official, saying, please, for the love of everything, do not put the dogs mirror match on stream. They can't speak English, or they probably can, but no one's probably monitoring the chat in English. That is a you got to translate that to Portuguese.
Yeah,
and send that,
you got to Google Translate. Type in Google Translate, then copy paste, put that back in,
and run it back, and you might get some answers done there if you can make that happen. But shout out to Copag official for doing all the work and running the stream. This is a restream. That is the official stream, and they're holding it down, getting active and rocking and rolling all day long. They've been keeping the energy up, and they've been telling this story and bringing this thing to life. So we are getting to the thick of it as the top 4 is coming up next very soon. Should be going by quick. All those matches are ready to go, right? Is Zan still playing?
Nope.
No, I believe they are ready to go. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think for Zan, he has had quite the set. I mean, Zan Syed is one of those players that you could talk to for a while, because if you say, what deck is DKP famous for, it'd be like, oh, there's 2. He played Ruby, Sapphire, then Sapphire, Amethyst. But Zan is a man of many decks. I mean, the first time I was on the scene of Zan Syed, he was playing Amber Steele's song Pride Land. So that kind of dates myself. If you know, you know. But I mean, he's played many decks since then. I mean, he was known, he won his first DLC with Emerald Steel discard. He has won with a Sapphire Steel deck. He has also had Monstro combo. He has had Jafar Wheel. And then most recently, Dog. So, I mean, he is a man of many ink colors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did that Pride Land joke a funny one?
No. I was looking at the chat again, and
okay, good. I was like, it wasn't that good.
No. I was reading the chat again, and R&B.
Oh, he did translate it.
He did translate the question or the request into Portuguese. Now, por favor, pelo amor de tudo, não coloquium o mirror match dogs na transmiss. I don't know what that transmits.
Yeah, I think he's saying like don't transmit the match of please don't do it. Like I would love to not. Oh yeah, for the love of God. Yeah, pelo amor de tudo for the match. We're learning, guys. I think it's making sense to me. I think I've absorbed Portuguese. It was first JD and now I mean at some point Garrick, you're gonna look up and be like, I did it. Bom dia.
All right. What were you saying, Garrick, before I really cut you off, man? What were you saying there?
No, I was just going to say that I think that Zan has proven himself to be one of the most flexible players that we have here in Disney Lorcana, performing at a top level with so many different things. Just agreeing with Katie there. I think there are a bunch of other players that have been able to shift their color combination, but usually stick with the same deck for a long, long time. I think Sky is a player that comes to mind that has done a really good job of changing up the decks that he has played. Being a Sapphire Steel player for a long time, then switching to an aggro deck, an Amber Steel, then the ultimate control deck, Emerald Sapphire, and now on a mid-range Amber Steel song type list. There are so many great players out there that are always switching things up and making those changes. Frank Carson also comes to mind. We saw what he was able to do. Playing Amber Steel Song to win his first DLC, and then a mid-range Amethyst Steel to win his second. So I love to see the flexibility from these players, but Zan is on another level in terms of that, in my opinion. He is willing to change decks every single event, it seems, but has been on the dogs for quite a bit now.
Yeah.
And to that point, I mean, he's been very, very, very extremely vocal on certain aspects of this game when a mechanic that he feels is broken or a card he feels needs to be removed from the game or banned. And he's been an advocate saying like, hey, this dog's deck is messed up. It can do some messed up things. And if you guys don't stop me from doing this, then I'm going to continue to do those things. And I'm going to bring myself great success. So you have the opportunity. I have showed you the information. I've went and run the largest DLC. And now I'm in the final 4 of another DLC. Very consistent player. So, and he said it publicly, hey, Tramp 7 should be removed from this game. If you guys don't do it, I'm going to continue to use this card to its utmost. So a little bit of integrity there coming in from the DLC champion, the 2-time DLC champion, who's trying to go for the 3-time as the race to the top of the mountain is getting very narrow as these eliminators are constantly pushing each other. You know, they're very competitive, so they are competing to see who's going to be alone at the top of that mountain as Zan Syed is trying to get to rarefied air first.
I will note that somebody in the Podcana chat said, or Podcana said, did Sky lose? And I was trying to respond, but then it like almost reported it. So I literally almost did that. Get him banned. Get him banned. We don't ask that here. But no, Sky did unfortunately lose his hand. But I mean, if you're going to lose to somebody, definitely lose to somebody who is doing it the best you can do with that deck, because at least you can feel pretty good. And doing it good is quite what he's been doing. He's in the top 4. So I think that shout out to Podcana fans for rooting for your man Sky, but he's out for this tournament, and now we have Zan facing off against another dog's deck, and so we are rooting for seeing the other match, which will be Blurple versus Amber Seal, which, I mean, we did see that already, but no matter what, you're seeing dogs in the next 2 rounds, so
right.
why not hold off the dogs, and then you can have it for dessert. Have a dog for dessert.
Correct.
Everything you said, spitting facts. And I don't know. I mean, I think I'm happy Amber Seal made it. I wish it was under different circumstances because it is hard when there's like a little asterisk hanging over, because like we said, whether it's a mistake or intentional, I will say with confidence, we'll never know, because I mean, that's just how it works. We've watched so many tournaments where we say, oh, what's the meaning behind this? And it's difficult to say. It just feels bad. I mean, I think Frederico will think it feels bad. People who watch it will feel bad. And but at the end of the day, I like Amber Steel. I'm excited to see how it performs. I know that we can say DKP faced off against Sky right before it was in round 12, and Sky did go down to DKP's deck. So I don't think DKP's afraid of Amber Steel.
Oh, I gotta agree with you there, and that's why I would really love to see the matchup on stream. And if we do, everybody thank your local R&B for making that happen. I guess you could also voice your opinions very nicely and cordially in the chat if you would like to see the DKP versus the Amber Steel deck. You can definitely vote with your voice. They might be looking at chat and listening to you all if you want to see that matchup. And if you also want to see the dogs, you can let them know in the chat as well. This is just our personal opinion. Anyone can have their own. If you want to see the dogs matchup, go for it.
I want to see the person voting for the dogs mirror, because there's got to be someone out there, right? There's no way that there's got to be dog fans. The thing is that I do have a theory that even some of the pro players aren't dogs fans. I do have a theory, because I don't think Zan talks about dogs in a way where it's like, oh, you gotta play dogs. He talks about it very Machiavellian, the ends justify the means. I don't want to do it. I think some people were even hypothesizing during Ghent that Zan was playing it to prove it needs a ban. Which is kind of a crazy thing, right? That it was an altruistic thing. And he's like, I wouldn't do it, but I need to prove the power. And I'm like, we've proven it, Zan. They know. They don't care. And it's just, I don't know. I don't think it's obviously it's not unbeatable. It's been beat. It can be beat. We just saw, we've seen it be beat on this tournament. But man, when it wins, it feels like no one else. They're playing chess and everybody else is playing checkers.
Yeah, and that's just I believe that, and to that point, you say like a altruistic, or like you said, a Machiavellian approach. That is the energy that he has. Sad, he had that very same energy with the Fortisphere, Hiram, Sapphire Steel in that timeline. You guys got to stop me, protect me from myself, please. It's kind of
it's
thing.
Like movie 7 where he walks into the precinct. He's like, you have to arrest me. And he's like, he won't stop otherwise. And we won't stop him. And then, man, if you can keep winning Golden Mickeys, I'd probably do it. I'd probably just keep winning them.
I don't think I personally couldn't do it. I just don't think I have it in me to sit here and load up dogs and play that deck all day long. I would just rip the last few remaining follicles I have out of my head, and it would just the first dogs mirror I have. I think I'd probably just quit the game. Personally, I don't know. No disrespect to all the dogs players out there. I know you guys exist. I know you love your dogs deck. I get it. Me personally, I tried to play the dogs deck because the hype is real, and I play all the decks. And the time where I load up against the dogs mirror, it is the least fun experience I've ever had. Not only playing this game, but doing anything. I did not enjoy my time at all. I was miserable, and for those reasons, I'll never play that deck again. I don't care if I lose every tournament for the rest of my life. It just won't happen.
I think that's a reoccurring sentiment. It's just a deck where you got it or you don't. I do want to call it one more thing, because a game could come on at any moment. There's an interesting thing about the records in the Play Hub. So I'm able to look at the top 4 and where they're at. So Zan is technically undefeated, but also Zan was the master of the mid-game tournament ID. So I am very interested to hear his thoughts on that, because there is value, right? While other people are stressing, Zan had he ID'd a round and then took 2 rounds off. He played out one of them, ID'd on game 3, right before game 3. Then he had 2 rounds off in the middle, and then I think ID'd right before top cut and then played again. So he was playing a brave new meta, no losses. The other players, they're at 11 as well, but they one of them only had 3 IDs. Another one had 2, and another one had 1. DKP has played the most Lorcana out of everybody with only one. We don't know if it was intentional or not, but only one going tie during the entire tournament.
Yeah, no disrespect to
it's just observation.
Yeah, honestly, to that point, Katie, I will say that no offense to Garrick or anybody who's in YouTube content creation, but to include myself, I think that this next episode of Club Lorcana podcast might be the most viewed episode probably in the history of that channel, because I need to know what the vibe was at that event and what the thought process was of being able to draw so haphazardly and basically kind of curtail your matchups essentially and just kind of drive your own lane to the top 32 essentially of this tournament. It was a very interesting format, and how that thing got kind of circumnavigated, what were the decisions that went there, I need to know, and he was there from that position, so he could be able to explain that to us.
I think maybe Google Translate's not working, because you guys see what's on that desk. One of them was a dog and the other one was a dog. So I think they said, JD, take this round off and let these two people have a really short. You're not going to have a long break. You're going to have to come back here
That's
and
fine.
talk because
I'll probably sit here and just close my eyes and just say expletives the entire time. Thoughts?
yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, you can come hang out in the
And
chat and just
prayers.
kind of say, okay. So the reason for people at home, you're probably like, well, why don't you like the dogs mirrors? I thought everyone loves dogs. I mean, I am a dog person. Zelda danced on stream. However, it can be very fast, and it does feel most of the time like who finds Tramp and who finds Under the Sea fastest. We'll see if the hypothesis stands, but it does feel very much like it's one of those matches where it's not really a game of Lorcana. In fact, sometimes people scoop on like turn 4 or 5 just because they know the writing is on the wall so powerfully. That's why.
Yeah.
Is there anything I missed of why people can? Because it feels like we're haters, right? Like we're like,
We
I don't
are.
wanna
We
be
are.
highest
I
level of
mean,
Disney Lorcana.
we are haters, and I think it's very clear. I'm probably the biggest hater you're gonna find. I just think the mirror match is just obnoxious, man. The under the sea stuff. Granted, there are sometimes where you can see some. There's going to be some skill expression. Yes, there's going to be some cool things you can do. There's going to be some ways you can tech your deck to kind of help combat the mirror a little bit. But usually, 85 to 90% of the time, it's a Tramp. It's a under the sea simulator, and that is not this game. Okay, this game requires a little bit more than that, and we're not. It's almost like an alternate win condition, and I just absolutely loathe it. So you got Mowgli, you got Ursula. Maybe you can snipe their opponent stuff. There is counterplay. Yes, I get it. There are things you could do. Yes, but I'm hating from outside the club, of which I don't even want to go to. Thoughts?
Yeah, I can't hate outside of the club because I can't get in, and I don't know how I got outside of the club. Let me out, Garrick. Do you have? I mean, we're defending our. This is a academic approach to hating. We're academically saying why this might be an unfavorable matchup, or emotionally. Get emotional.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel very swingy, like JD had mentioned. It comes down to the Tramp. It comes down to the Under the Sea, as you had said, Katie, and it just doesn't feel that fun or fulfilling ultimately to watch the mirror play out. Like, I'd much rather watch two different decks play each other over a mirror, especially when we just saw Amber Steel beat Blurple in a close 3-game match. Now, we did see a quote-unquote mirror of dogs yesterday. However, that was Robert from World Class Cards on a Circle of Life build that was really unique and not the same at all of what we saw previously. But it looks like we are locked in here with an interview before the game starts. This is Josh, I believe, also one of the Dogs players that will be going up against Sam.
Maybe he's saying how he won. He said Zhang and Sayed said, I got dinner dates at Fogo de Chão. I am headed out. I've never seen a pre-game. I guess he won, so I guess maybe this might be actually his winning. Never mind. This is probably his winning interview. It'd be crazy if it's a pre-game interview. What are you gonna do to beat Zhang Sayed? Well, I'm gonna try to play some ladies and then get Tramp and then find Under the Sea. And is it in English?
Josh.
I'm going to refresh really quick. They are speaking English, so I think I might be back in time again. I'll fire this up and see if we can hear what they got going on there.
Which matchup do you feel it's the hardest for your deck?
I can't hear through yours.
The hardest? So far, my only loss has been to Amber Steel, and so I feel like that was quite difficult. I feel like I didn't have much I could do in that one, and that was my loss.
Okay. Eu perguntei pra ele qual é a matchup mais difícil pra ele. Ele tá jogando de dogs.
Does somebody know Josh? Is he Australian? He sounds like he has a bit of an Australian accent there.
Pudesse fazer naquela matchup pra virar ela.
Josh's friends, rise up in the chat.
Tell me,
oh, there's someone, Megan Thunderbase. Do you know them?
Away from becoming a
Thunderbase?
DLC champion.
Super based. Nicki Minaj.
Feels
Shout out
amazing.
Nicki.
Really just happy to be here and kind of showing the world that what New Zealand Lorcana can do. It's a smaller community.
Okay. Eu perguntei pra ele como ele se sente sendo semifinalista estando apenas
Oh, they're from New Zealand, and they are definitely Australian.
Ele disse que ele tá muito
oh, no, he's definitely from Wellington, New Zealand. Okay,
yeah, he said New Zealand. He said we got a small community in New Zealand.
Embora seja uma comunidade
I love that.
muito pequena.
Good year. Good year, JDZ.
I wish you the best of luck and congratulations on your run. I mean, you are one in a way, right?
Absolutely, thank you, and just thank you to all my friends that helped me prepare, the ones that are here and the ones that aren't.
Do you want to shout out someone?
Yeah,
At all.
Justin, Dylan, Darian, James, Ty, I'm gonna miss some, so sorry. And everyone else, I don't want to take too long, but yeah. Thanks everyone to all the help.
Thank you and good luck.
Shout out.
Bom,
Oh,
pessoal,
that sounds so sweet.
perguntei se ele, pra
New
ele se ele
Zealand.
queria dar um
We love
salve
New Zealand
pra
here.
alguém aí. Ele
Kiwis,
disse alguns
Kiwi
amigos
birds,
dele
Kiwi
que estão lá
people.
na Nova Zelândia,
We
alguns
love
que
them.
estão aqui também. E vamos voltar rapidinho com os nossos
Shout-
casters.
Oh, they're still interviewing
A
on
gente
your side. I'm
volta
so sorry,
já já.
JD. I'm like in the future. You're 2 minutes behind.
Am I really? What's going on?
I don't know. The interview, I feel so bad because like I'll be like, all right, the interview's over. You guys are still watching, and I feel like kind of a jerk. But I don't know, how Garrick do you hear? Do you go to watch his stream? Is that how you hear when JD hears? Oh, you're muted again.
Yes,
like a
I'm
Zoom meeting.
watching this. I'm watching the stream, and then you guys start talking, and then I just hear it infinitely echo, which is no
That's
bueno on
fair.
my side. But
My bad.
Oh, you watch our stream or you watch the original stream?
I'm watching JDZ streaming on Twitch to listen to the interview, and then you guys say something, and then I hear it twice.
Oh, my bad. My bad, big dog. I try to.
No, you're
I'm in the
good.
future.
No.
Garrick is 2 minutes delayed. JD's in the middle time.
Yeah,
So
he's
we're
no
all in
problem.
3 timelines. But interesting. I mean, that seems like a sweet Illumineer. And I'm kind of, he's the underdog here. I would say Josh from New Zealand is definitely an underdog compared to Zan Syed. But either way, there is a story here because it's just a dog's. Hey guys, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good deck in the hands of a person with a golden Mickey. It's a pretty good deck in the hands of a person who might have. I wonder if he was at the Australian DLC.
The Australian DLC, I don't recall. He might.
Do you
have
remember
been.
every person there?
Quick, name every person at the Australian DLC. Fake
You were
fan.
there.
Fake fan.
I said you were there, and I don't. You said you didn't know, and he said he was there. But I am excited for this. Oh, okay, we're getting a little interview here. We can hear this. We know this man.
All right.
We're gonna listen to JD's stream.
Único
You know this man.
Said. Zen, yesterday you told me that on a mirror match you don't have a lot of control in this matchup. So what's your game plan without spoiling of anything, of course?
Pray.
Bom, pessoal, perguntei pra ele aqui, porque ontem ele me disse na entrevista que na linha de dogs ele não tem muito controle. Eu perguntei pra ele qual que é o esquema, qual é a estratégia pra esse jogo sem dar spoilers. Ele simplesmente disse...
I didn't hear it, so I'm excited.
Okay, with that in mind, you are no strangers to finals, semifinals, DLCs, worlds, and any kind of major event. Do you still feel like excitement or a little bit of tension before playing a match at this high level?
No tension, just butterflies.
Ok. Então eu perguntei pra ele assim, por que ele não é estranho a esse cenário de semifinal, final, campeonato mundial? Perguntei pra ele se ele ainda fica nervoso, se ele ainda sente uma tensão. Ele disse que ele não sente tensão, mas ele sente um friozinho na barriga, ainda por assim dizer. Well, so, final question. If you go into the finals, what do you deem would be your worst matchup?
Let's just get to the finals first.
Okay, that's how you speak. Bom, eu perguntei pra ele se ele for pra final, qual é o deck que ele não gostaria de ver? Qual seria a pior matchup? Ele disse, vamos chegar na final primeiro. E com esse pensamento, eu volto pra minha mesa de casters, porque é hora de descobrir se ele vai chegar na final.
Final.
Yeah, he said, how about you watch the podcast and I'll tell you what I'm trying not to play against. But somebody made an interesting point in chat. There's nobody in the world that wants Zan to win more than DKP right now, because DKP, if he faces Zan in the final, gets to go to Worlds no matter what. Because either
is true.
So DKP says, "Go Zan, go Zan, go." He's probably like,
yeah. Everybody wants Zan to win except for Josh.
yeah, and Josh and some family.
That's crazy.
Yeah, well, I meant at the tournament.
Wait. DKP would also need to win as well, though, right?
No,
Yeah.
because Zans already has his win.
No, but he has to play a match.
Sorry.
Manuel, yeah.
Sorry, but in that matchup. So DKP
Manuel
wants DKP to win.
and DKP both want Zan to win for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I mean, I like Zan's answer. Let's not overlook this matchup, okay? I'm not going to worry about the finals until I get to the finals. I got the dogs matchup to get taken care of. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Work's not done. Job's
Yeah,
done.
exactly. He's staying locked in to this round and this round only right now, and he'll worry about what he's going to see next.
Valid.
And huge shout out to Majo Basil.
Yeah,
in
Majo
the
Basil. That was crazy.
Podcana chat. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Shout out JDZ, Katie, Garrick, and Podcana. You guys are killing it, and we all appreciate it. appreciate you. Thank you so much for the kind words and the $10 super chat. You are an absolute legend. You've been in here all day, and you're also in all the comments of the Podcana episodes. Really do appreciate all your support. Thank you.
Majo Basil's a super
Blue
real one.
Steel player, right?
Yeah,
He's a Blue
Sapphire
Steel
Steel,
real
stand
player?
up.
I keep track on all Sapphire Steel players just because you never know what they're up to, but it's always interesting. It's always interesting, and they're good people. They're throwing out $10, $9.99, to us. Huzzah! So thank you for everyone. It's important to note there's a lot of choices on a Sunday that what you could be doing, and you, like 1,000 people, said, "I want to hang out with Katie and Garrick and JDZ," and you did, and I appreciate it. I will say it. I won't speak for you guys, but I appreciate it.
For sure. And it's been really nice, man. This has been a good time. We are 8 hours plus into this stream, and it doesn't even feel as if a moment has passed. We've been rocking and rolling this thing all day long. I've been up since 2:30 a.m. That is in the morning. Fired this stream up. We went live at 3:30 in the morning a.m. Pacific Northwest time, and I gotta say I couldn't imagine being anywhere else but right here right now with you guys, unless I'm actually on over there in Brazil myself to see this event transpire, because when Lorcana is moving, I'm going to be there moving right along with it, because I absolutely love and adore this game. So thank you guys for sharing this obsession with me and being the lunatics to do this thing as well and wake up early and get active with the program.
Yeah, I mean, there's no people. I think there's a very small list of, it's Dogs Mirror. There's a small list of people in the world I'd want to spend 12 hours with 2 days in a row sitting, and it's you guys and you guys at home. But guys, buckle up. Go ahead and get your flea and tick medication, because there are dogs ahead. JD, it looks like you have this round off, but you'll be in the background.
I'll be back. It's going to be quick. I can only imagine. So
I know. Yeah,
we
just
need to
run
add
this
a
map and come
new
back.
bingo
It's
card.
over.
We're going to say Under the Sea and Big Tramp Turbo Simulator Run. Let's get it.
All right, Garrick. So we have talked. I mean, it's interesting, right? Because there's a lot to say about this matchup, and not that much at the same time that we haven't already said. Where it really is a story of, can you get to the showstoppers, which is Singing Under the Sea. We have seen there's a couple ways to do it. People have put in shift targets for Lady and Tramp alike in their decks. I think I saw one in Zan when he played, but it is notable. You mentioned Zan has faced off not only in this tournament but on stream against dogs, and technically he lost. It was a draw, but they played it out and he lost that game. So this is something where he needs to win this game. He cannot let happen last time. I mean, it's notable. I mean, I think that has to be on the back of his mind as he starts this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And Zan is going to go into this game with a fresh mindset. He knows exactly what his opponent is playing. He's seen the deck list, but before he didn't exactly know what he was getting into. And that was a bit of a different list, like we mentioned. Rob was able to get over the top of the mighty Under the Sea that Zan was able to deploy in that game, thanks to the power of the Circle of Life build that he had. But taking a look at the hands right now, it's going to be a very similar sort of matchup in this game. This is not Amber and Emerald versus Amber and Steel. This is a mirror match. It is Amber Emerald versus Amber and Emerald. So there they just updated it. Josh Wong from New Zealand versus Zan Syed from the United States of America. We are going into a top 4 mirror match to decide who is going to make it into the finals of the DLC in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Now, you know, I love a good story, and the story here is exciting no matter what, because either Zan Syed walks away showing that he is one of the best players in the world. I mean, he's already proven that, but showing that he is the best player of dogs, period, winning that DLC Ghent and then coming over to South America and Brazil and winning again. But then we have Josh Wong, and that is its own story, because he is somebody that people are going, who is this Josh Wong? And the answer is he is your final 4 opponent against Zan. So either way, it's an exciting game and an exciting outcome. And I can definitely relate with anyone cheering for either player. They can't both win, though.
Yeah, Zan taking as much time as he needs right now during the alter phase. This can make or break the game. The game can be won or lost here. And I know that sounds hyperbolic, but it is the truth, especially in this mirror match. You are going to need the most powerful cards in the right order to come out. That way, you can get to your Under the Sea and sweep your opponent's board before they have the opportunity to do the same to you. Zan has finally decided that he is going to go for 3 cards back into the deck and take 3 back for himself. Josh says, you know what? I'm going to go for 1 more there. I will go for 4.
Yeah, I mean, imitation is the most sincere form of flattery. But if you are playing at home, it is true that whoever is going first, generally they are allowed, they announce their alter, and then you can respond after. In this case, Zan did have a higher record heading into this game. Another thing that is kind of interesting is, I mean, you have a lot of cards to kind of fix your hand, alter your hand here, and that is, oh, Zan looked away. He's like, I don't even want to see what that card was, even though it's open deck list. You can tell he's like, listen, we've had judge calls all day. Let's get through this. But he will continue shuffling, and then yeah, it's just an answer of, do you have? And I think they're looking for a few key pieces of the puzzle. Bobby Zimmerowski is a fascinating VIP on turn 1, either putting a Lilo in the discard or getting something out of your hand that you didn't like. But then after there, it's just the question of, do you want to Ursula and win? That's a second VIP in this matchup. You don't want to do it too early. They might have Mowgli's. We don't know 100%, but I think Ursula is going to be the second MVP. I see a Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman. That's not a traditional. I mean, it can be, but that is an interesting include on Josh's list. That was one card I just saw.
Yeah, we did see that when Josh was on stream yesterday rocking that Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman. It does allow you to get more cards into your hand, and it also can be a great singer for that Under the Sea, as we mentioned. Looking at Zan coming here on the approach, does find the 1-drop, the Lady Decisive Dog.
Yeah, and we will see a lot of ladies and a lot of tramps. And people at home might say, oh, is there a synergy here? It is. They mention each other. Dogs is not a subtype, but they definitely like to see each other. Tramp can help lady by boosting up her strength, and her strength, if it is up to 3, she can quest for 2. But right now, she's probably just going to hang tight. I think it's going to be a stalemate kind of situation because neither player is in a hurry. It's not about getting to 20 lore faster. It's about making sure your opponent never gets to 20 lore.
Yeah, Josh going with the Bobby Zimmerowski here on turn 1 and pitching the Emerald Chromacon. This is not a card that you necessarily need in this mirror match. You're not going to be challenging each other. You're going to be setting up very wide boards that you can eventually use to sing Under the Sea, as Zan wants to go with the Lady and the Tramp. Very appropriate, boosting up the strength of his Lady Decisive Dog, who can now quest for 3 on this turn if he would like to engage in that, but he has to think on the opposite side, there could be a Tramp Enterprising Dog coming down over there as well.
Yeah, and the reason that he's thinking about this so hard is you don't want to turn anything sideways, because every character, especially a shiftable character, could be vital later if you start to engage in the Under the Sea plan. However, this is a chance to quest for 2 that it's not rare, but it is something you have to work on because we have the boost here. But he said, no, I want to keep my lady up. Like, even though it'd be so hard for Bobby Zimmerowski to get rid of my lady, I'm not chancing it. You could have Finnick or something. He does know what he has, but he doesn't know what's in hand. So now passing over to Josh, where Josh has a couple of interesting options. We saw that Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman. We see a Rhino. I don't know. I think that's another lady on the far right side, Mowgli. Interesting path forward here.
That's to ink the Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman. We get the Grandmother Willow out. We do get a Lady Elegant Spaniel onto the board right now. This character is a 1/2 that quests for 1, but if there's a Tramp on the board, you can quest with it for 2. But like we mentioned previously, we're going to see a lot of characters hitting the board and not a lot of them doing a whole lot. But Zan says, I have the Under the Sea already. The shift line is there, and now Zan has taken control of this game. We'll see if Josh can fight back, but right now it's going to be really difficult for him to do that. Zan said, I cannot wait any longer. If this Mowgli comes down or an Ursula comes down and this Under the Sea gets taken from me, I could lose the game on the spot. I have the shift line. I can sing it. Let's get it done.
And that is such a devastating thing for Josh, but it could be worse. His board wasn't the widest it can be. So he has to decide how to build back. Resources is going to be at an absolute premium. That's why you see Grandmother Willow often in these deck lists, is because they want to try to do as much as they can with as little as possible. But unfortunately in his hand, he has 2 of these Lady Miss Park Avenue, which you would love to shift onto, and you cannot ink. It feels miserable because I think all his inkables he likes. And his uninkables, they kind of stink. So he has to make a difficult choice here. Inking that Mowgli, which would have been great a while ago. Playing Grandmother Willow is a very down-tempo turn if you were Josh.
Yeah, now Zan can start questing more freely here. He does have to think about the characters in hand, like that Tramp, Enterprising Dogger, like you mentioned, Finnick, that can boost the strength of his characters and challenge in. But right now, Zan is ahead as we're going to ink a Tramp and then shift the Dapper Rascal onto the board and get to questing. So now, if Josh even has the ability to challenge into Zan's characters, Zan will be drawing cards, but no cards in hand right now. So getting rid of the Street Smart Dog to go for the Dapper Rascal instead, as we put down a Miss Park Avenue, but do not have any cards in our discard that we can grab with that ability.
One of my favorite words in all of trading card games is suboptimal, which is like a really nice way of saying this is not good. Because there's plan A is how you play these cards, like the thing you want to do with them. And Miss Park Avenue is something where you want to shift, you want to be able to get cards back. And so playing it at full retail value, I mean, you got the 1 discount, but you didn't get anything back with it because Under the Sea sends it to the bottom of your pile of cards. So in this case, that Dapper Rascal said, even if you decide to come over here, I'm feeling pretty good. I'll play 1 more lady just for fun. What will you do in response? And he still has a second one of those ladies, Miss Park Avenue, with no little ladies to come with her. I'm feeling bad if I'm Josh, because it's so not fun when your deck is doing this, when it feels like I could be in this game, but I just can't see a path forward that's as explosive as it needs to be with the cards in hand.
Yeah, but I mean, if we think about the board state that we are in right now, we do challenge into the Elegant Spaniel with our Miss Park Avenue. Zan able to draw a card there. We're going to quest with our Grandmother Willow. If we find an Under the Sea off the top, we can get rid of 2 of the characters that are on the board right now and then challenge in with our own Miss Park Avenue into Zan. So the game is not over by any circumstances. This Dapper Rascal can be double challenged into by these 2 Miss Park Avenues. I think Josh is still in an okay spot. He's down by a significant amount of lore, but he has a ton of cards in hand, whereas Zan does not. So Josh is not out of this by any stretch of the imagination, despite the early Under the Sea, as we are going to put the Rhino down, reduce Miss Park Avenue's strength by 1, and challenge in, putting 3 damage on our own lady.
Yeah, and I think one of the things we mentioned so early, it's about preserving your resources, because if he wants to do that Under the Sea, engaging in anything that turns your card sideways is a little bit delicate, because yes, Grandmother Willow only is a 2 cost, but I mean, she can help to this thing together. So now we just have this lady all by herself. It makes me feel like well, Josh is kind of like, listen, I don't know if this game is going my way. For people at home, if you see 3 dots, you might think, are we in a best of 5? We are not. The first square is for game 1, then game 2, and then game 3. The finals will be best of 5, but we're currently in best of 3. So if Josh loses this, it is on to game number 2. But he has a little bit left. He still has 1 dog, a singular dog in this fight. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Chromacon is not what you needed to see there. And Josh says, let's wrap it up and go to game number 2. So Zan did have that shift Under the Sea. It wasn't over for Josh. He did have the opportunity to come back and sing his own Under the Sea, but unfortunately not able to get there. We're going to go into game number 2. Zan Syed, 1 game away from going to his 2nd DLC finals of this season, which is just an incredible feat if he is able to pull it off. But he's got to beat Josh 1 more time, and Josh is going to be on the play in game number 2.
I mean, so many people are kind of talking about like, oh, well, I mean, why people can say, and we've talked about it, so I don't want to belabor the point too much, but it's just, we saw in that match, we talked about, it's about getting to that Under the Sea. I mean, the speed in which Zan played that Under the Sea speaks to it, right? Because if it wasn't, it's kind of like when people do Visions of the Future and they instantly grab one, you're like, uh-oh, that was a little fast, but it's because that's what you're looking for. That is your absolute, not guaranteed to win, but certainly turns the tide in your favor. And then Josh, his deck said, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you all your uninkables one after another. So it was a combination of Zan got what he needed and Josh got absolutely the opposite of what he needed, which had to feel miserable in his shoes. But I'm hoping he can have a comeback here, because man, no one likes to lose to their own deck.
Yeah, that is true. And I would like to highlight the alter phase at the beginning of that game. Zan knew he was on the play and took a really long time to figure out what cards he wanted exactly in his hand. Sent back 3, got 3 back, and found that perfect shift line to Sing Under the Sea early in the game and break the parity, break serve, if you will, of what we were seeing there. The fist bump goes out. We are going to draw our cards for game number 2 of the top 4 between Zan Syed and Josh Wong.
And this could not be more intense because, I mean, both these players, the good news is they do have their golden Mickey sitting somewhere in this room with their name on it. But the bad news is at this point forward, every win is going to matter. Zan Syed is the only player in the top 4 who has his ticket to Worlds stamped. But the other 3 players desperately want to get to Worlds. Unfortunately, Josh must win this match. This is the last. I mean, if he goes against this, he's going to be on the other side of the bracket against either DKP or his opponent. But first, he has to get through his own deck, which is very poetic, I think, when you have to beat your own deck before you can get to the finals. In this case, like you said, the alter, or let's see here, he's trying to decide on his side, sending back 4. I think this is always my favorite part is when I try to decide which hand was the
when
good
they
side and which
separate
it
it,
isn't. Yeah.
he goes for 3 here,
Okay.
sending them back. Zan now is going to do his alter, because when you are the player that is on the play, you alter first. If you are the player on the draw, you alter second. That is some little bit of information that you can get. If you know that your opponent full sent 7, for example, then you can take the time to potentially be a little bit more risky, you know? And if your opponent sends 1 or 2, you got to think, hey, I really need to take a big swing here because they have exactly what they need and I don't have what I need. Or you can be like, all right, my hand's pretty good here. I can be a little bit more conservative. And those decisions need to be made based on the opponent that you're playing and the deck that they're on, of course. But that is something that you need to think about when you're at these tournaments. The player going first should be altering first, and the player going second should be altering second. It does make a difference, especially at the highest level.
It does. And I think that's something so hard is that it's so easy to say, oh, at the highest level, I'm not at the highest level. Well, that's how you don't get to the highest level is you don't kind of start playing like them. It's something I have
Exactly.
learned at my own peril because you just start to be like, oh, it's just something little. It's just something little. But all of it adds up. And all these players, like if you look, there's a shift in these players' face when they start playing because they are locked in and laser focused from the minute the game starts. And this is a long tournament. So all that to say, all these things add up. Every moment counts. And now I'm hoping Josh has a little bit of a better hand. I see the Bobby Zimmerowski. I see it Under the Sea. That's already 2 things that I'm sure he's much happier to see in this starting. Inking the Rhino, playing that Bobby Zimmerowski, getting another card, saying, okay, Chromacon, absolutely get out of here. Because as we mentioned, not a lot of challenging going on and certainly not a lot of banishing with Under the Sea and passing.
Yeah, I believe both players do have Under the Sea in their hands, so that is going to be available early. Who can get it done the quickest, as we do see Lady Inked and a Lady Played, of course, the Decisive Dog into the Elegant Spaniel. Zan making sure that his uninkable situation doesn't become a problem. And now Josh in the tank. What are we going for on turn number 2? Does he want to repeat what Zan was able to do, shift in a Lady and sing Under the Sea really early, shaking his head? We're going to put the Nani into the Inkwell, go for 1 and go for 2. There is Lady in the Tramp.
Yeah, that is beautiful. One of the more thematic decks, and it's also very fun that the thematic deck is doing well because Lady does allow Tramp to come in for 1 ink less. And then, I mean, he has that other effect where he's able to add a strength, but that might not matter. And oh my goodness, that Mowgli is insane because that is that Under the Sea that he was desperately hoping to be able to sing with that Lady, and that must feel terrible. He's looking away like, you see it, don't look.
Yeah, and that is exactly what Josh was trying to do. He was trying to set up the same play that Zan did last game. The difference between the 2 games, though, Josh had the option to play Mowgli on his turn number 2, but went with the Grandmother Willow. If he put the Mowgli down, it would have taken the Under the Sea out of Zan's hand, and he would not have been able to do that. So Zan recognizing, I need to get this Mowgli down because you're trying to set up the same shift line that I did against you. So super heads up play play by Zen Syed, the two-time DLC champion, locked in, laser focused, as JDZ would say. We'll see what he has here for these questing glimmers on the opposite side of the board.
Yeah, we are all just imitating our heroes. And so I will say that the problem, though, is that the turn 2 Mowgli and Ursula, while it is when it hits, you're like, I done it. He can't shift. He can't do much. He can help sing together, but it definitely slows down the momentum a little bit so that if Josh next turn can find something that get him under the sea, let's say he is able to just get it off the top, then he suddenly is feeling a lot better, and Zan has used the Mowgli and gets no value off of it. And so now it does appear to be buffering. We've noticed this with the stream. It hasn't happened yet today, but it does come back, and it is back. There we go. Maybe it's back. Okay, no, they're just not moving, and that's... Yeah, they're not moving. They're just moving
Stoic players.
extremely slow.
Yesterday, when I was watching Ed's match, I was just looking at Ed. I was like, is the stream frozen? But no, it was just Ed locked in and completely stoic, as it does look like the stream has crashed here during Zan's turn. But we can talk about what was going on there. We did have another option if we were Josh to play around the Mowgli potentially. If we kept the Emerald Chromacon in our hand, we could have pitched that to the Mowgli instead of the Under the Sea, so that could have been some insulation to prevent yourself from getting hit by that Mowgli, but opted to get rid of it. Maybe had some uninkables becoming an issue in the hand, but there was a way to get around it. But Zan able to pull it off there. What a great play. But he is, like I said, not out of the woods, because Josh still has a pretty impressive board and has ladies in hand, that being the Miss Park Avenue that he can shift out here pretty soon.
And I hate to interrupt, but JD, you might want to throw it back to us just so people that tune in don't think that they're in an infinite dead stream Jinjutsu. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and throw it back to the booth, because my biggest fear is you just hear you come in and you're like, I don't see anything. And you scroll away. We're here, we promise. But to your point, yeah, I mean, this is a very delicate time, is making sure you get to that Under the Sea. It's so powerful that in Brazil there was a power surge that caused the entire stream. And I will say this happened to me in JDZ at the Glimmer Games, where certain internet, they shut you off. It has like a kill switch in it. So JD, you are on camera with your bag of chips, if that's important. If that's not... Shout out to our sponsor, Sun Chips. He ducked as if that would help, but he said, I'm coming back, but I won't be on camera. And I'm like, I gotta tell you,
yeah,
you
you
are
are on camera. While we do have a second, I would like to give a huge shout out to the Podcana chat yet again. Bamboo Fireworks with the $10 Euro super chat said, you do a great job. It is fun to watch. Greetings from Hakuna Matata from Germany. We really appreciate you. Acro Knights 85 with a $1.99 super chat says, thank you guys for streaming. And Bamboo Fireworks again with a second $10, 20 total, says, until it's a dog mirror, then it's just who let the dogs out. Thank you all so much for the support. Really do appreciate it, as we are out here trying to get it done, streaming 24 hours in 2 days. I am having a ton of fun, and I hope you guys are too. Hopefully the stream will come back. It looks like it is back now, and things have changed really quickly, as it looks like what I mentioned is happening here, as a Lady Miss Park Avenue has been shifted out for Josh, and Zan Syed with a Grandmother Willow, Elegant Spaniel, and an Enterprising Dog on his side of the board.
Is it back?
It came back, and now it's loading.
Okay, we're so medium back, and as you see in the board, things have changed since the last time you saw me, but not much. Oh, it's gone. Okay, so we have him thinking. We have 1 damage on this Bobby Zimaruski. We were able to go ahead and shift that lady now. I'm not sure. I don't think he had anything in the discard, unless he just went ahead and challenged. I'm trying to think if there's any benefit into challenging into the Mowgli to get it back, but Mowgli wouldn't be able to banish anything. So all that to be said, I'm trying to hypothesize everything that could be done, but it does appear that the internet is down again. So let's just talk about everything that could happen in a dogs match, starting from what you can do on turn 1, then turn 2. We'll go from there.
Yeah, starting from the beginning, starting from the top. A long time ago, there was I don't know where I'm going with
Throw it back to the booth,
that.
JD. We don't. We got. You gotta get. I know. I'm so sorry. I feel bad because I'm like. I feel. Listen. This is. We
I
are
would like to
building
say
a
we are very close to 1,000 concurrent viewers between both the
crazy.
YouTube and the Twitch side. So really appreciate everybody being here. I know when the stream goes down, you're like, I got to get out of here. This is too much stress. I got to go take a lap outside my house. But appreciate you all stopping by, even if it is just for a quick second to see what's going on or just letting a chat go. I do see a ton of first-time chatters in JDZ Quest, and if you have a moment, hit him with a follow while you're in here if you enjoy what you're seeing. I've said it multiple times, but I'll say it again for all the new viewers. We have a ton of huge tournaments coming in May, back-to-back-to-back weeks, actually, on JDZ Quest channel, CCQs, and other huge tournaments. If you want to watch some of the best Disney Lorcana in the world, then you should be following the JDZ Quest Twitch channel. Will also be simul streaming those to Podcana. So if you prefer to watch on YouTube, give us a like and subscribe over there. We really do appreciate you. And of course, check out Katie on the Lore Keepers Inn. She's on Twitch and YouTube these days. Thank you everybody for your support. It means a lot. And if you want to see more great Disney Lorcana, hit us with a like, hit us with a follow, hit us with a subscribe, as it looks like we are getting back into this match, Katie.
But I gotta say, for everyone involved, you're a true real one. You'll have everything open and supporting both as much as you can, because like you said, it is what we get from doing this, just to share more and to get the word out about this great game that we all love. So it is all about love. It's all about community. So if you guys are interested, make sure you do that. And there are a ton of events. I think we're still trying to get the COPAC going right now. If you want, we can kind of talk about some of those events. We have the box, the pre-release. It's coming out on May the 8th for the Wilds Unknown, so pre-release boxes are going to be available for that. You could do that, but there is going to be the Enchanted Citrus Clash. There's going to be the Enter the Battlefield event. There's going to be Sharp Gaming. There's going to be the Ink Open. It's going to be a big one where you're going to see this same power trio going to be rocking and rolling with that program. Hopefully you guys enjoy that. There is going to be, I know I'm missing, there's a multitude of events taking place in a few short weeks.
It's Enchanted Citrus Clash, or no, so it's Ink, Enchanted Citrus Clash, ETB. Is that the order?
Yes.
Yeah, so May is it's gonna be May for the hottest Lorcana in town, followed by June, which is it's gonna be a DLC, and then we also have nationals. So there's a lot going on, and then there's going to be another Disney Lorcana Challenge in Brazil, I believe, in July, followed by their nationals, or rather continentals, in September. And so it's pretty much Lorcana all the way for the rest of the year. I will note, I'm getting early rumblings from somebody on the floor at the DLC.
Yes.
That DKP was taken down. Now, it's not confirmed, but if that's the case, this matters because it is against that Amber Steel opponent, which means whoever won that match, if Zan wins,
they're going to
They're
Worlds.
playing for Worlds. Yeah. So basically they are playing, they're kind of now, they're both cheering for Zan. But if it's true that DKP did not win, then this Bacon Strip CL, whose name is actually Manuel. Sorry, they're the two names they get me sometimes. But Bacon Strip CL Manuel is feeling like he's the biggest Zan fan in the entire world right now, if that is true. But more to come. I'm checking. We're refreshing. Basically, all we're doing is hitting refresh. I'm refreshing the event details. You're refreshing COPAG. I'm refreshing the chat because now we're in manual. I'm just asking people at the event.
And I'm refreshing myself with some nice water. Everybody stand up, do some squats, walk around, get some water, stay hydrated. We're going to bring this to you as soon as the official stream is back up, as this is just a restream. We are not on site. We are not in charge of the production over there. So we're going to bring it to you as soon as it's back.
Hopefully.
Yeah, we're doing our best. I mean, if there's any on the ground reporters, you could tell us information. I mean, to be fair, DKP could have won, and honestly, this intel could be faulty, and then you could go, Katie, you said I'm doing the best I can. This is manual reporting. They used to give us facts on the internet, and now we just have to ask for little birds and whispers in the well.
I'm not seeing the COPAG anymore. So hopefully
And to be fair, they could give up, but why they wouldn't? That team I've seen them. They're wearing denim, fun shirts, fun hats. Somebody said, where did he get that fox hat? That is from Tokyo Disney Sea in the Neverland area. So you got to go to Japan, which is not in Brazil. But somebody asked about 2 hours ago and I didn't answer. I mean, honestly, you guys can ask any questions in the chat and we'll probably answer them because we got time. I'm looking, I'm seeing if anyone asked. Did the dog chew the internet cable? Very funny, Focus Scrub. I like you. You've been promoted. Get on the team. Get in here. You're an elite employee and I like the cut of your jib. Oh, somebody said Zan lost game 2. Stop playing. We can't see.
Oh, where is the string? How are they getting this information? Or are they just reporting from what's happening on
Yeah.
the ground? Oh, did it? What do we got here? This is this a clip? What do we got going on here? Is this a game? 7 minutes ago? Is this a clip? What are we looking at here? Oh, that's a clip. Never mind. All right. I'm
What's
trying
that?
to find it.
It does appear. Let me see here.
All right. So I'll hold tight. We'll keep rocking. I don't know what what I got going on here, but we're gonna
check Discord because I think there might be some things going where we might be able. Because I think it depends on a couple.
Here we go.
Oh, here we go. It's back.
Here we go. Okay, it looks like they are shuffling up for a game number 3. So Zan Syed taken down there. And like I mentioned, Josh did have the Miss Park Avenues to come down onto the board. It looks like he was able to tempo out a victory. Maybe we'll be able to find out what happened there. But we are going into game number 3. So if Josh is able to take this down on the draw, then the winner of the DKP versus Manuel match will have to play it out for that World's Invitation, and they will not get the Zan Syed passed down.
I mean, no matter what, I'm sure they will play it out because Zan, I think, will probably say, listen, I want to be a champion on every continent. I want to be Mr. Worldwide, Mr. 303. But this game 3, I imagine, I don't know, Zan had a pretty good Mowgli where he was able to get the under the sea, but it sounds like Josh found an answer. He had a pretty healthy board. That shift with that lady helps, right? Because anything that is 3 strength or less is very, very grabbable by under the sea. So maybe his more healthy board helped him there. Either way, it is now the most important altar of the entire tournament, and we have to decide who is going to be able to pull home this victory. I will shout out these players. They move so little that I thought we froze again, but they are just really low movement. And it's kind of like that Guardians of the Galaxy character. I've learned to move so slow where nobody can notice I'm here. It's
Shout out
impressive.
Dave Bautista. Shout out Drax the Destroyer.
Thank you. Yes. You caught it, and I appreciate it. But yeah, this altar, I think we've talked about it a couple of times. I mean, that Bobby Zimmerowski has proven his weight in gold because, as we know, uninkables can absolutely fry your plan. Another thing is that Chromacon, if he's in your hand, is not good. Now, we do know going wide, having shift, that Grandmother Willow, very good. Joshua Wongs looks at the camera every once in a while. I'm like, did he hear me? But no, he can't. But anything else? I mean, it's hard. I feel like we've talked about the mole a few times, so I don't want to belabor it too much. But I mean, it's important. It's an important move here.
Yeah, that's for sure, as this is a very volatile matchup. I'm really excited to see what happens here in game number 3. If both players keep their Mowglis intact and are able to grab those under the seas, we could see a completely different matchup. And I'm wondering if Josh is running that Dapper Rascal. We did see he's running the Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman. That might be an avenue or an angle that Zan has to take advantage of what is going on the board. It is a hard character to challenge into for sure, but is one of those characters that is very vulnerable to the under the sea.
That is going to be the name of the game. I mean, Under the Sea, I think, is just the card of the game, right? Because, I mean, I don't think challenging is something that either of them are interested in. It's very funny watching the Chromacon. They're like, there's the Chromacon all day. They cast it away like it's nothing. Because in this matchup, it just truly is of how to get a meaty board, sing Under the Sea, and then watch your opponent drown in Davy Jones' locker. But we're off to the races. Nani, stage manager, being down in the inkwell to play Lady, which is a nice start. She's uninkable, gets her on the board, and as we know, she can shift, she can help tramps. She does it all.
Yeah, I love the ladies in this deck just being a threatening presence at any time. That big Miss Park Avenue can be shifted down and really change the texture of these games. And Zan, checking out his hand right now, he's got 2 Tramp Street Smart Dogs. He does have the Grandmother Willow. Let's see if he's able to do the powerful turn 2 of Grandmother Willow into an additional 1-drop, which can ready you up to get that Tramp Street Smart Dog down on the following turn.
Yeah, and I mean the Tramp Street Smart Dog is I would say at this point the most powerful game in Lorcana, which is funny because like he's so conditional, right? Like he has to live in this deck. He doesn't like he has to obviously since he's dual color, he has to live in the same combination. We see one go into the Inkwell, which just makes me believe he has another one, or he has that Lady Shift line. Do you see 2 in hand? Zan, throw us a bone. I just moved my head as if I could see it. But this Grandmother Willow lets him go a little bit wider. He's playing that Bobby Zimmerowski to allow him to get rid of 1 card here. Could be that Lilo, which as we saw is a very nice card to have, or could just be, in this case, a Tramp, which he can get back. If it is a Lady Shift line, this could be a little bit of a tell.
Yeah, not sure if he does have the Miss Park Avenue, but he definitely does have a Tramp Street Smart Dog. We see a Mowgli coming into the hand for Josh. He might be thinking, I have to get this Mowgli down onto the board, because if he has Under the Sea, then I could be in trouble here, and I kind of want to stop that from happening. So thinking over the permutations in his head right now, is it worth it for me to just slam this Mowgli? Zan did it last game, and I was still able to beat him. Is it even worth? As he looks right into the camera. He must have heard me.
Yeah, I know, right? That happened to me where I said something and he looked at me. I was like, I don't know. Don't look at me. But
It's
here, yeah.
Ursula this time over the Mowgli, and we do hit, and that was an amazing choice there, going with the Ursula over the Mowgli. Ursula allows you to choose a song, whereas Mowgli allows your opponent to choose any non-character card. So Ursula choosing the Under the Sea there. We'll see if the Tramp can come down and find another one for Zan to sing.
And that is why I say very, very powerful card in the sense that you were able. Oh, the discount of Grandmother. Sorry, yeah. So he's able to use a discount from Grandmother Willow, the 3 characters on board plus the 3 ink, and now it really is a dig for that Under the Sea. That is the one and only card he is looking for in this altar, except maybe another Tramp, which he can do next turn. But that is why it is powerful. So there is a world, I've seen it done before. I think it was Joshua Paltry against Tyler Sudakawa, where Joshua Paltry took 2 turns in a row to play an Ursula and then an Ursula again, because he was so like, if you play this one thing, I am devastated. However, I don't think he would do that in this case. I think he needs to start going wide now, because Zan has everything he needs to do to punish whatever Josh sets up.
Zan going for a quest here right now, and Josh does have, again, Mowgli in hand. If he puts that Mowgli down onto the board, we will be able to see what Zan grabbed with that Tramp Street Smart Dog, which is something that Zan definitely needs to think about. But if he was able to find the Under the Sea, it's just probably not worth it to put it into the discard pile. Like, you need it, and you need to force your opponent to have another Mowgli or have the Ursula. So Josh thinking if he needs to put this Mowgli down right now, or if his board feels a little bit safer, he does have the option to go Grandmother Willow, Ink, and Mowgli, but we're just going to go straight Mowgli, and it is not the Under the Sea. So we miss there, and now Zan going to be able to out-tempo just a little bit, because Mowgli and Ursula traditionally don't do a whole lot in terms of challenging on the board.
I'm so happy that turn happened, not for either of the outcome, but just because, I mean, people in the chat were saying, well, you got to. You obviously have to Mowgli. You don't want to get punished, but that is why he punishes himself when he does that, because like we said, it is very down-tempo. He knows the lady's in hand, so he very, very smartly goes after the lady here, saying that at least you can't shift next turn. But that has to, it was a risk, and it's not over. He has 2 ladies on board, so he too can do that lady magic there and shift onto Lady Miss Park Avenue. He doesn't have anything in the discard, but it's a risk.
Yeah, Zan considering a challenge here. This is something that we see from Zan Syed often, just placing the characters in front of the characters that he might want to challenge, and then rearranging them like a puzzle sometimes, as we're just going to go ahead and play Miss Park Avenue for 4 ink. We get to do that because the Grandmother Willow does give us that 1 ink discount. We go for a Tramp Enterprising Dog here, and we have a couple other options. It looks like we're favoring Rhino in this instance, but we won't be able to play either on this turn.
Yeah. So yeah, it is interesting. I love when they kind of telegraph. They're like, listen, you know what I'm up to, so I'm just gonna get the math up here. A nice easy trade into the Bobby. With the Bobby Zimmerowski into Lady and the Ursula taking the challenge from, or rather, sorry, both of them went into Lady, correct? Yes. Oh yeah, sorry. So she only has 2 on her. So now we have just a Mowgli and a Lady. But the good news is, if you're concerned with shifting Lady Miss Park Avenue and having nothing in your discard, congratulations, Zan Syed did give you 2 cards that you can get back from your discard. He has a tramp in hand. I don't see that Under the Sea, but at this point, he does have to decide whether he wants to build his board and what are the odds of Zan deploying his own Under the Sea, playing a Grandmother Willow, which allows him to get the discount, shifting the Lady, getting those 2 cards back. So now he has that Ursula back, and Zan knows it, showing him just to double check, that's what I got. And then doing the math as far as what the discount was. It was a pretty fast turn, so he's just saying, let's go through, audit that. And now deciding if he wants to do any challenging on his own. He does have that option with a Lady Miss Park Avenue and a Mowgli, but I highly doubt he wants to, knowing that if he ever gets Under the Sea, he needs every single on board. But he might not see him next turn.
He can go for the tramp right now and remove that character from play, but opts not to, leaving his characters unexerted. So now we do have the ability to sing Under the Sea if we are Josh, and we have it in hand, which I'm not sure he does at this point. Zan decides to bring back the Lilo for 1, thanks to the Grandmother Willow. Has 3 cards in hand. We know 2 of those already. 1 is Rhino, 1 is Tramp. As Bobby is going to come down, let's see if we can get a different look here. Is there something on the top of the deck that is a little bit more valuable than what we've got in hand?
He's good. He's good at keeping the tension here because he put his card, he put it exactly 90 degrees and said, Katie and Garrick, you won't know till later what this card here is off this Bobby Zimmerowski. But he's not doing that fast pick that you will see off of players when they see exactly that card they're looking for. So he is definitely making a decision here on which one to keep. Josh making brief eye contact with me while he waits for this decision to be made. He has 3 cards in hand. Like you said, it's probably not Under the Sea, but as we know, this deck is mightily good at digging for what it wants. Not that Rhino going ahead and discarding it. So Zan got something off of his Bobby Zimmerowski.
Yeah, and if he is not able to keep his opponent off Singer 8 here, he will be able to sing together Under the Sea if it is available. Zan considering questing here with all of his glimmers potentially.
Yeah, and I think he doesn't have anything other than that Lady that is completely sturdy against that Under the Sea. As we've already seen, that Della's Moon Lullaby is a tool that they will use to allow them to go ahead and get one character. So if Josh has a Della's and he's able to get Under the Sea, there's a lot of ifs. He is able to get rid of the whole board. But I think Adani could have been good. Unfortunately, he just doesn't have unlimited ink, and that is why you have these Grandmother Willows, because you have to do a lot with very little, and it doesn't look like either player has gotten to that golden Under the Sea that they're hoping to, and he knows he has an Ursula across the board, which has to be a little annoying as well.
Yeah, I was curious if Zan was actually questing there, or if he had exerted those characters to potentially sing Under the Sea, as that is 7 + 1 to make 8. If he would have found that off of his Bobby, that would have been absolutely incredible. But yeah, going out for an all-out quest here, knowing, hey, my characters can probably just get hit with an Under the Sea at this point, and I can't stop it from happening. Which is interesting that he brought the Lilo back under those conditions, but I don't believe Josh had it in hand, and Zan knows that there's an Ursula on the opposite side, so no Under the Sea right now. Josh is going to have to come up with a different strategy right now to try to battle against Zan, who is taking the lead in the race to 20 lore.
It's a lot. One thing to note is we listened to Zan after he won in Ghent, and one of the things he said is he switched up his play style on game 3 against his opponent, because he said he wanted his opponent to believe that there was a certain way he played the deck, and he was being bullish in game 1 and then a little more reserved on game 2. So all of this is a game of trying to make your opponent think things, and this is a great move here, making sure to dump your hand before you play that tramp to get the discount to only have to pay
He doesn't
2.
find the Under the Sea, though, or does he? No, he doesn't. That is a Donald Duck. Donald's a perfect gentleman all the way on the left doesn't find it. The frustration on his face is very apparent. And Zan Syed with a smile on his face. Josh must have said something
Yeah, that
over the
was two
table,
not
but
poker faces. Those were two
yeah.
very clear emotions, disappointment, and I've been there before. Because Zan has probably felt this exact emotion, but that was a deep dig. He dug for 5 cards and has to send 5 back, none of them under the sea. Josh is starting to wonder, I know I put them in my deck. I've been deck checked. By the time you get to this point, everybody's seeing my deck. Where are my under the seas?
Yeah, wondering right now if we need to get engaged in some challenging at this point. Zan right now feeling pretty confident, but at any moment an Under the Sea could come off the top of the deck for either player and completely blow this game out of the water or under the sea.
And it has to be, it's so crazy because I mean, everything we just have been saying has gone, you're going to quest, you're going to challenge, etc. under the sea. Everything just keeps ending to that under the sea. And we know why, because I mean, it is very not all these characters. I use the term I quite like. The board is wide, but it's not very tall. It's not. There we go. Getting rid of the only tall character, meaning a character that can survive it under the sea off the board, hedging for his future and say, okay, I got to make him have it. He doesn't seem to have it. So in this case, I'll just do what I can, getting rid of that Miss Park Avenue and electing to. Oh, I thought he passed. He hasn't quite yet. I think he's just deciding, and he did. He went ahead and passed. So Zan now has 1 turn to find the under the sea. It didn't work for him last turn. Didn't work for Josh. Someone's got to have it.
Yeah, we'll see who is able to get to that first. We keep bringing it up, but it's so important. It's so pivotal, and we see both players trying to play around it this whole time. We see that Ursula was able to grab it out of Zan's hand early. Josh has not seen one as of yet. 1 card in hand. We'll see what it is next turn. I keep leaning over to see if I can possibly take a peek at it, but that is not how physics work, Garrick. Let's see what Zan has in store, as he did hand fix last turn and pitch that Rhino. So there is something else in his hand that is not the enterprising dog that we know of, as we see the enterprising dog hit the Inkwell, and we play the Dapper Rascal onto the board with no under the sea. If my opponent's challenging into me, I'm going to start drawing cards, and this could be the difference maker in the mirror right now. Josh needs under the sea to seal this game and get himself back into it. Is he able to find it?
Yeah, and that thing, though, is the key word on Tramp Dapper Rascal is whenever your characters is banished. So under the sea, like you said, is more important than ever. Mowgli looks like he might sing Della's Moon Lullaby, which is a very desperate grab, because he doesn't need usually you need Della's Moon Lullaby to lower something that has strength to get it to be targeted by under the sea. He is truly playing Della's Moon Lullaby for the sole reason. Maybe he could do some challenging. It might come down to that, but I'm pretty sure he just needs to draw a card. And Lilo, what are you doing here, you Lolo? We need to find under the sea. He pays 1 ink, shifts the lady. He's going to keep digging. Zan, does he have any? I think he has 1 card in hand, so he just has to decide, how do I want to future-proof my deck? Because he didn't get there. Bobby is a good way to dig 1 more card deep. This is crazy. Yeah. It really is just digging for 1 card, the most important card in both their decks in this specific matchup.
Yeah, I think you have to get Bobby onto the board right now. See if you can find that under the sea before you continue with any other game plan. The other card he's considering here is the Elegant Spaniel. He could go for Ursula or Grandmother Willow, but the lady is the possible shift target there and can quest for 2 if you have a tramp on the board. So that's what Josh is considering right now. Changing his mind, wants to go for Ursula. If Zan is going to be drawing a lot of cards on this next turn, it could be worthwhile to get an Ursula into your hand to potentially grab an Under the Sea or a Della Moon's Lullaby. So we go for the Ursula over the Elegant Spaniel. Do we find it? No, but he does have Dapper Rascal in his deck.
Yeah. Now, but I mean, the Under the Sea, though, gets around the magic of the Dapper Rascal because they're not getting banished. Yeah. So it has to be, I mean, it's good because he is a singer, but the only thing is he's just so very, very under the seeable. Both Tramps, Dapper Rascal, Street Smart Dog, Enterprising Dog, all Tramps that are in these decks are very under the seeable. So Josh has been faced with decision after decision where it's just, if Zan has it, and every turn you get closer and closer. Both these Illumineers are not finding the 8 under the seas we know to be in both of their decks.
Yeah, we can start challenging here and do so pretty favorably. We do have to remember that the Della Moon's Lullaby was sung onto the Tramp Street Smart Dog, so we can go Lady and Willow into that, remove that character off the board, and then challenge into Lilo if we'd like with our own Street Smart Dog. We'll see what happens. Are we going on a quest? No, we are going to do the challenge that I mentioned there. We're going to take no damage back. We're going to draw a card off the Dapper Rascal. Are we going to remove the Lilo? We do.
This is so painful because Xana's saying, thank you. Thank you. Because every card, he's like, that's one I don't have to worry about drawing. And it's just basically saying it very, very well could be one of these cards. And very likely is Under the Sea. And he says, was it? Show it to me right now. And it wasn't, which makes me feel miserable because no, he doesn't have it. But in my mind, all that says to me is he got that much closer to it.
Yeah, so that is the a really good sequencing on the part of Josh there, doing all the challenging, bringing the Ursula back just in case Zan is able to find it. But we've been so wrapped up in the Under the Sea talk that we have to keep in mind, Zan Syed, everybody, is at 15 lore. If he quests out here, he goes to 19. And if Josh isn't able to answer something every single turn, including those Lilos that Zan can potentially bring back, then Zan will go on to the finals, considering whether or not to bring the Lilo back. He does not and finds a Grandmother Willow. We're just going to go all in here on another Dapper Rascal, it seems. Or maybe not. We're going to think about it
He said,
a little bit more.
Invalid, right? Because I mean, it is in the point where you want to absolutely think about how you sequence this. I mean, we saw in the last turn, Josh was very, very mindful of making sure that he didn't get too much advantage. And there comes double Dapper Rascal.
There you
And
go.
that double Dapper Rascal, I mean, it augments the card draw, but it doesn't make it, I mean, I cannot express how important it is for Josh to find it Under the Sea. Josh knows, Zan knows, we all at home know. You got to find it this turn.
Now or never. Are we bringing the Lilo Escape Artist back? We can do so for free thanks to our Grandmother Willows. We have 2 of them on the board. Zan opts to go tall with the Dapper Rascal, keeping a ton of cards in hand. So if an Under the Sea does happen, next turn he brings Lilo back. He plays everything from hand. And now you have to have another Under the Sea to stop me from winning this game. And Josh says, I'll take the free Lilo. Do we find it? Doesn't have it, and that is going to be game. Zan Syed is going to move on to the finals of the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
And that is why Zan is one of the greatest to do it, because he is somebody that can pick up a deck and make you feel like it's the obvious choice. There's no other deck but this deck. And he showed that, I mean, obviously Dogs is going to win, but he won with Dogs in a way. He's won with it already. He's already won a DLC. He's trying to get away with it. He's going not to Worlds because, well, no, he is going to Worlds no matter what. So now this finals is crazy, guys. This is a crazy finals we're about to see.
I'm excited for it, and I gotta say, I will have to admit, sometimes you can be right and sometimes you can be wrong, and I have to apologize to all the dog mirror enthusiasts out there because that game was intense. Granted, we didn't get a chance to see a lot of the action that happened in that game number 2, but that game number 3 had me on the edge of my seat as we were hoping, and you didn't find that big tramp, you did not find that Under the Sea, and you're gonna have to think about that on your long flight back to New Zealand. But you have to rest knowing that you are going to be making another trip back to Brazil to come to that national event, and you do have that golden Mickey to add to your arsenal of collection. So cool performance. Shout out to you. Unfortunately, that's where your run is going to end.
Now were you a person that said ban Under the Sea and not Tramp? Because if that's the case, I mean, that was kind of a match where Under the Sea was banned. They said, we're not Under the Sea gaming. We are just engaging in, a little dog show there where we're saying who has the better dogs. It was a little fascinating. I mean, to be fair, they both were fearing it. I mean, I don't think they would have played the way they playing Mowgli's Ursula's over and over again if they didn't fear Under the Sea. But it was fascinating seeing a game where it was not up to Under the Sea. It was up to who didn't have it and how they played in lieu of not having it.
Yeah. That is a very fair point, and I think the decks would be built a lot different if Under the Sea did not exist in this game. It would
Yes.
probably be way more slanted to aggression, or maybe you can add some more mid-range cards to the deck, or maybe some other type of removal. Maybe you'll play the oh my goodness, I am cooked. Malicious Mean and Scary Prince Philip combo, as well as that could slot nicely into that strategy. Who knows how this format will look without Under the Sea? But man, oh man, Zan Syed, I can't speak his praises enough, as he is going to the finals of yet another Disney Lorcana challenge. This is the second one in a calendar year, going for the rare 3 DLC win, and he's already secured his invitation, a double invite to the World Championship. Thoughts? Are we going to get a buy in Worlds or something? How does that work?
I mean, I think it's gonna be the first pass down. I mean, that'd be funny. We have it. I mean, we don't think we have it in writing because this is unprecedented events of a pass down to Worlds. But I mean, the way it's built is they have the system of how many people are gonna go to Worlds. So unless we're redoing the whole tournament, if I'm playing against Zan right now, I feel like I already won a little bit. I feel excited about that.
Shout out to Coop. He's probably frantically, what is happening? This is not. You guys are not doing this right. This is not how I wanted it
He's
to be.
opening his notebook. Page 47. That's the emergency protocol. Zan wins his second Worlds invite. It's in there though. They put it in there because that's how Zan is built. So the top two, if for you guys at home, Zan Syed just took down his mirror match dogs victory with Amber Emerald. And then on the other side, we have Amber of a different breed. It's Amber Steel. And that will be coming up. But first, an interview. We'll probably cut to that, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the finals matchup.
We're like a family at this point. It's your third interview in 2 days. But you told me just now, what do you do in this mirror match? You pray, right? Então, tô falando pra ele aqui que ele me disse que a estratégia era rezar. And it seems like the gods of Lorcana have heard your prayers. Yes. This third game in specific was a little different, was a little longer. Yeah. What was your main strategy once you felt the game was going to run a little longer?
Turn everything sideways and then pray.
Ok, eu falei pra ele assim, essa terceira partida foi um pouquinho mais longa do que o normal. Qual foi a estratégia dele? Questar com tudo e rezar mais um pouco. Okay, so another final. I bet it still feels special, right?
Super special. I mean, Brazil is an incredible country. I'm so happy to be here. I'm so happy that I've stamped my ticket to come back here for Continentals. And whether I win or lose, it's going to be an amazing game.
Okay. Bom, perguntei pra ele, mais uma final, ainda é especial? E ele disse que sim, ainda é muito especial e que ele tá muito feliz de estar aqui no Brasil, não importa se ele ganhar ou perder. Okay, now, you know your final matchup.
Yes.
Steel Song.
Yep.
2.0. I like to say that a lot. Okay, let's not talk about you playing against Steel Match specifically, but overall, how do you feel this matchup works for Willow Dogs?
It's complicated. It's a very complicated matchup. I was fortunate or unfortunate to play against two of who I believe are the strongest Amber Steel players, Sky and Habibi, and I was able to take them down. So I feel like I have good reps in the matchup. But overall, it can go either way.
Okay. Bom, perguntei pra ele, agora ele já sabe a última matchup dele, que é Steel Song na final. E sem falar especificamente dele jogando contra Steel Song, o que ele sente nessa matchup? E ele disse que ele já venceu 2 de alguns dos melhores jogadores de Steel Song do mundo. E que ele já fez bastante treino contra essa matchup, mas que pode ir para qualquer um deles a vitória. Okay, I'll give you a little rest so you can get ready. I wish you the best of luck. And I see you in the finals. I will be casting. Let's see what happens. Tudo pode acontecer. Vamos rumo à grande final do Disney Lorcana Challenge São Paulo.
Listen, I understood every word he said. It was
Me
crazy.
too. I am literally
I
fluent.
learned it. That all it takes, guys. You got to just hang out in a DLC in Portuguese, and you're gonna pick it up.
That was awesome, man, and huge shout out to Zan, man. For real, I can't be as I know this Illuminator is incredibly happy, and I know that he is going for the glory. Okay, he's not. I don't think he's in it for the prizing. I don't think he's in it for the definitely. Maybe the boosty box might be
The
converted.
booster box is actually in the last interview. He said, "I need a booster box. I cannot get my hands on any cards." But yes, to your point, the glory of it all.
Mm.
He's got some. He's certainly got a little bit of notoriety, I think, at this point, but this was certainly going to cement him on a different level of notoriety. If he is the first person to pass down a Worlds invite, that's notable. But he might not be. That's the thing, is no matter what. So the person he is playing against, Manuel, is on Amber Steel. No aerial ethereal voice. I mean, we didn't even see a Grandmother Willow, but I imagine she's there. But we saw Goliath, and I think this Lumineer, if they win, obviously they won and they get to go to Worlds. But if they don't win, they also get to go to Worlds. So I think they're feeling a little less stressed, but I think Zan wants to win this. I highly doubt there's any scenario where he's feeling magnanimous or altruistic. I think he's going to try his best to bring down and show he is the best, and Dogs is a deck he did it with.
Yeah, Zan wants to be one for the history books for sure, and this would put him in a rarefied air. If you're talking about the greatest Disney Lorcana player on the planet Earth, you gotta mention a 3-time DLC winner, and that's what Zan wants people to say when they mention his name. I've got 3 of those things. Nobody else does. I won 2 in the same season, one of them being the largest DLC of all time, 4,000 players deep. Zan Syed is going for history here. He is not going to hold anything back, and we'll see if he is able to make history here in the finals of Sao Paulo, Brazil. I am really excited to see what happens in this final.
Same goes. And I gotta say as well, it's also quite rare that you get a chance to say, hey, I am the best in the world at this thing. Okay, I have proven it. I got my merits. I have my accolades. I have these trophies. I am the greatest of all time at this specific thing. And I think if you can go triple DLC championship, I think you can kind of put yourself into that conversation. You've already won the largest DLC. Maybe you can say you're the best on the planet at a certain thing, and that's you don't have a lot of opportunities to do that.
I certainly don't. I think he's the only one that's had that opportunity, but he works for it in the sense, not in the sense. I mean, he works for it. He's out there. It's crazy because I think one thing that people don't realize that don't follow tournaments as heavily as we do, you might see like Zan win, but Zan is out there in other tournaments too. All these players that we see, like Tiago, Ed, they'll be in other tournaments. They are out there grinding. They don't always win. So it's easy to be like, they win everything, but no, they're out there grinding. They're trying things. And so Zan is one of those players that you look at a tournament and it doesn't matter where in the country is. He's probably somewhere on the roster, even outside the country. He'll just pop up and be like, oh, I was in this tournament in Germany, because he is worldwide. Rare Hunters is based out of Europe. He's based out of North America. He is in it to prove that he's doing it better. Shout out to his teammate who also made, I believe, at least the top 32. I don't know if they made it further than that, but like you said, I think the episode that they release next week will be one of the more watched, because there's so many questions I want to ask, right? I mean, he has a win that's very unique. There's a lot of things very interesting about his run. And then his opponent, he's played Amber Steel. He played Habibi twice on Amber Steel, beat Habibi twice. He played Sky, beat Sky. So I think at this point, Zan might be like, I don't fear Amber Steel. And maybe his opponent is going to say, you should fear the Amber Steel. It's a real deal, the Amber Steel appeal.
Okay, Dr. Seuss. Okay.
Thank you.
Bars,
I just kept going. It kept going. When you have it, when you got it, flaunt it. But yeah.
I would like to again give a huge shout out to everybody that was watching. We peaked at over 1,400 people watching during that last round. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Quest World and Podcana over there on YouTube. You guys are the best. We hope you are enjoying your time here watching DLC Sao Paulo with all of us.
Viewers like you. But you guys have made it a joy. The people in the chat that have been talking to us, hanging out. I mean, I would like to give a personal shout out to JD and Garrick, because like I said, spend this much time with anybody and you're probably going to be like, I actually hate JD, but I don't. JD and Garrick, I love them, and I would do this any weekend, probably not 2 weekends in a row, because I think my knees, I got to manually bend them back into the straight position after this. They are atrophied, but it has been a joy, and it's because of you two and because of the people at home and the players, all of it. It's been a joy.
Yeah, it's just being able to share. It's just being able to share in this obsession has just been something that's been really incredible to me. Like, I am absolutely, and I say that half jokingly, but it's actually quite serious. I am obsessed with this game. I love being in the realm of Lorcana. I love talking about this game. I love sharing with people who also enjoy this game. I love playing this game. It is just something that has just come into my life at a time where I just really needed something to latch onto, and this has just been an incredible thing to do that. Like, the community that it provides, the people that you meet, the opportunities that you get to go to travel, to see various places. Like there are Lumineers who are literally in Brazil right now who, aside from this game, would have never had the opportunity or a reason or probably a purpose to go to Brazil. And now they have this experience, and you get to travel with your friends, and you get to meet new people and experience new things. And it is really a great way to engage with the world and society. And these trying times that we're in, there's really not a lot of awesome things that you can do in this game. Is just one of those things. So Katie, to your point, I can do this every single day, every single weekend. I can travel all the time because it brings me an incredible amount of joy. And that's why I enjoy doing this with you. And that's why I enjoy doing this with Garrick. And that's why I enjoy doing this so much with all the commentators and community members that I do this with, is because they all have that same vibe and energy and passion that I feel. And when I share this time with you and with Garrick, it's like we're simpatico, and it feels quite nice. So thank you as well for being here, and thank you, Garrick, as well. And all shout out to the Podcana crew and also the Quest World for locking in. And huge shout out to Copag Official as well for keeping this party train on the wheels. Without them, there would be none of this as well.
Copag is doing it quite right. I mean, I will say we've watched lots of DLCs in other countries. They get to kind of, the producer of the game gets to put on the stream how they want, and Copag has shown this looks like a DLC. It looks like it's a DLC, guys. I mean, and I am very, very happy. And they kept rolling with the internet punches, which, as JD can attest to, is hard. But Garrick, do you have any shout outs before we head? I mean, I'm sure the final's going to pop at any moment. So you have to give a speech now. We both gave little speeches. If you don't, it'll be weird.
I want to give a huge shout out to all the people that supported during the last round. We got a bunch of super chats over on the Podcana side. I really do appreciate all of that. Everybody showing their excitement for the stream. And then, of course, the hype train that was going on in the round before that in the Quest world. You guys showed up. You not only engaged with us in the chat, you stayed here the whole time. Thousands of you, and a lot of you were supporting as well, which we really do appreciate. You know, we're not out here asking for that, but you were able to support the stream, and it helps us make these streams better. So we really do appreciate every single one of you. So shout out to you guys. For sure. And I'm so excited to see what happens in this final. No matter what, we're going to see history being made here in the annals of Disney Lorcana.
Yeah. You guys are using the good words. I mean, I heard this bodacious deck or bombastic. Bodacious deck is still bombastic dogs deck. I was like, bombastic dog decks. I mean, good, you guys. I mean, I love it.
Yeah, if you're a professional broadcaster, you're not cracking open that thesaurus and getting loose and finding some new vocabulary to open up. You're playing yourself. Okay, you gotta get into that thesaurus immediately. Okay, make it happen. Bombastic is a great word.
Somebody I am messaging said there was no, I was like, there's 2 dogs in the final 4, and they said there wasn't another dogs in the top 4, and I said, what did I just watch for the past hour? I'm 90% sure that was a dogs mirror match. And I do think of all the dogs mirror match, that was pretty interesting. I think the introduction of Tramp, Dapper, Rascal, very funny to see 2 Illumineers on the different side of the planet come to the same conclusions that we're Dapper, Rascal gaming. I'd love to know what's that about? Are they playing and they hear rumors? It is fascinating that it's like when both 2 sides of the world invented paper at the same time. They're like, oh, you did that too? That's crazy. There's rumors. I guess there's set champs, and I guess that's a little bit of rumblings. Is you can kind of read the tea leaves of set champs. Watch Podcana. I'm sure you guys were onto it.
And I'm certain all of these deck types, especially these high meta strategies, they have Discord servers and they have their own micro communities throughout. And there are a lot of Discord servers and a lot of people sharing information. And I know the dog players are doing that. So a lot of people are attacking their decks to counter what the dogs are doing. The dogs also are not just going to play dead. Again, pun fully intended. They're going to alter their decks as well to combat what you're combating them to do. Ruby did kind of make a resurgence. Steel has made a resurgence. The dogs now have been able to alter their decks. Dapper Rascal seemed, especially in that matchup for Zan Syed, he was just sitting back there. I'll take one, please, thank you. I'll take one, please, thank you, and just kind of keeping that party train rolling. So the card seems like it is a easy slam dunk pick to add to the strategy in this current metagame.
It's like a backup Chromacon on my mind, where basically you're trying to punish them for dealing with your board. And so Chromacon is obviously saying, I'll punish you by bouncing things back. But this is like, well, I get a reward. And so it basically makes this unfathomable repeat math equation of, all right, your turn, figure it out. Your turn, figure it out again. And I imagine the fatigue of playing against a dog deck. I don't imagine. I have played against dog. It's not fun. You just are constantly doing the math over and over again of, do they have this? Do they have that? How far can they dig? So I don't know. There's lots to discuss. You guys get to discuss it at length because it will be, people say you put in that Tramp Dapper Rasker for the Steel meta. Well, Zan, it's time to see if it worked because you were playing Amber Steel for not the first time or the last time, because you played it 3 other times against 2 of the top players in the tournament. You beat somebody in top 32. You beat Habibi twice with it. He has been playing against it. I wonder if that confidence will play into it. He might have a false confidence. I doubt it. Zan's played 1,000 tournaments, but this is me with the drama.
I wonder if he gets fatigued. I mean, I had the opportunity to hang out with Zan Syed at Disney Lorcana Challenge in Richmond, and we were talking, and he was just he's in. He's always on. He's always switched on, and he's always ready to play more. And he's always coming up with new strategy. Like you said, he did the Sapphire Steel thing. He did the Monstro Combo OTK thing. I was down at Sharp Gaming where he won with the Jafar Will strategy that was out of nowhere, and he showed up and won that tournament with that. We saw him do the odds wall thing, which was very different. So a lot of different unique play patterns, very consistent player, and he's always going to push the meta and try to dig the meta, and he's staying up late. I mean, he's constantly on the grind trying to develop the latest and greatest technology. So huge kudos to him. Hard work paying off is one of the greatest stories ever told in anything, and I think he's a great indicator of that. So huge shout out to Zan. But Daniel here, I believe it's Daniel, who's going to be playing against Amber Steel. He also he's not going to just roll over and play dead either. He's got to fight, and he's got cards in his deck as well, and he's here in the finals, and hopefully he can probably push Zan to the limits and see if he can go up with the Stallion and take him down.
Damn, Daniel, back at it again with the Amber Steel. Wait, is his name Daniel?
Is his name not Daniel?
Manuel. It's Manuel.
Daniel?
That my joke didn't work. Read the manual.
It's a manual. Oh, damn, manual. That feels
not a manual.
There was another Danielle. I'm sorry. It is very.
I know there
late.
was.
Okay,
trust me. No, I got that
right.
wrong. I think I accidentally did it to you. I think I
bad.
fed that to you 2 hours ago, and then you repeated it. Seeing creators crack while. When will we start seeing packs be open? Ready to see some juice boxes. That's so funny because the thing is like. I'll see people talk about juice boxes, and I'm like, oh, and then when packs are open, juice comes and goes. Sometimes fruit ain't got no juice. Manuel is going to be our Eli Manning. I don't know what that means. Is that like is he going to be wearing that like little balaclava and like you click a picture and it'll be a picture of Manuel wearing?
No, it's a sports reference. Eli Manning is the Hall of Fame level quarterback for the New York City Giants, and during that Super Bowl run, they had a pretty tumultuous season, but they were able to limp into the playoffs, and they had a nice historic run through the playoffs. On the other side of that, Tom Brady, Hall of Fame quarterback as well. I think he had an undefeated season during that run, and they made it all the way to the finals, which is the Super Bowl, in which the New York City Giants and the New England Patriots had to face off in a best of one, if we want to put that into Lorcana terms, in which there was the upset as Eli Manning was able to usurp Tom Brady and win that Super Bowl. That is the analogy Lorcana Spins is trying to put together there for us with the Eli Manning into Peyton Manning. I got it right away, but I had to explain it to you. Sorry for
you know.
There you go.
I mean, yeah, no, sorry to accidentally make you good at, because now that's going to come up on your crossword and you're going to fill in MANNING and feel like, thank you, JD.
There you go.
Lorcana Spins.
And we all got to learn something. Okay. You learned something today. We all learned something today.
Today I learned Manning top deck under the sea. He did. And he's famous for that. The Manning brothers. Yay, sports ball. Listen, we got to help. Garrick and JD, they will start talking about basketball. And I have only seen Space Jam and Air Bud. So my knowledge is limited, but I'm trying to know ball. And shout out to you guys for hanging out. How has the show been? Villain? Let me tell you. Baker, there's been a lot of things to catch up on. How much time do you have?
No, the Lorcana villain is in the building. We got a guns up to the real one who is holding it
Watch
down.
out, everybody. Cover your nose or cover
Ears
your
up.
nose.
Welcome to the program. We are going into the finals. We got Zan Syed going for the Rare and Indigenous 3-time Disney Lorcana Challenge championship, and he's playing against Manuel, who's trying to take down Thanos. And Zan has been kind of running through Amber Steel all day, as he alluded to. Beat Habibi 2-0 fashion, beat Sky 2-0 fashion. I think that is a pretty good indicator of how he feels about this matchup and what he's looking for with his deck.
JD, you know what was right there for you?
What's that?
Xanos.
Xanos!
Right there for you.
Well, we actually have to end the stream. I think
Can we run it back? Can I run that back?
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Can I run that back? Can I have Agamotto time stone that one
You
time?
already
And
did.
just run
Yeah,
it
it's
back?
already did.
Yeah. Open the
ran it
eye.
back?
Yes.
Run it back.
Okay, so Manuel was trying to do his best to take down Thanos, aka Xanos, and win his own Digital Lorcana Challenge champion. I missed it. There's no, I can't.
Yeah,
I can't put it back in.
will Xanos take it down and prove that he is inevitable, or Emmanuel put it in from automatic into manual mode and shift into high gear? Like I said it like a question. Is that good broadcasting, Garrick? Is it saying like a question? We put it in high gear. Is that something? What's the deal with getting into Top Cut? I cannot wait. We are waiting for everybody in the chat saying, what are these two guys, two guys and a gal doing waiting under these two guys? We are waiting for the final to start. They are reading each other's deck list. This is important because Zan has played against two Amber Steel decks at least, and they're all different. It's kind of like dogs, where his change throughout this winter spell meta. So I'm sure they're looking for a few cards. Somebody in the chat mentioned Pete. That would be interesting, but Pete unfortunately is a card that people said we're self-rotating, but it's option. You can still put in your deck. He is still legal. Any other thoughts about some things they might be looking out for in this matchup? What did someone being silly in the chat?
Yeah, Villain says 5 Infinity Inks, no Ruby. Needs to be inkable. That is the new Ruby, the new Ruby catchphrase. What's going on with the Ruby? And honestly, I would concur with that. Let's quickly bring up our bingo card one more time for the last time because this thing is definitely not getting resolved. And Ruby, we did not get a single Ruby on this whole stream both of these days, which I think is an absolute travesty. Not a single time we saw Ruby.
I mean, there's a lot of things to point out here. I mean, the fact that, we didn't see Strength sung pretty much at all. I mean, there were a few, I think we saw it. Did we even see Amber Steel do it? Is no one singing Strength down in Brazil? We don't know. We didn't see any Blurple or Sapphire Mirrors at all. Go said I'm a no-go.
I thought Hades on Hades violence was 100% gonna happen.
Me too. Yeah.
Yes, it was kind of an easy.
I thought that was a layup, and that's the only one for a literal double bingo here. We got Cobra for game off the tizzy, and we didn't get Hades inking a Hades.
The games on stream were the fastest games I've ever witnessed. Me and Garrick and JD, we would go, I'm gonna go get food, walk the dog, whatever, and then you'd look at your phone and be like, I gotta get back. This, we'll wrap it up. So this is fascinating. This is how did we get this many dots no bingo? That's actually more impressive.
It's almost impossible to say. I don't know how we cooked on this thing so hard, but it was still a good time. And this is the episode 1 of the bingo. We're gonna probably change the name to Quest upon popular demand, but we're gonna add more cards and take more cards out and put more things in. And if there's interesting things that you think should go onto the Quest card or the bingo card, please get into the Quest World server or hop into the comment section somewhere or reach out to me and let me know what you think would be a great idea, and we could potentially add that to the card. Boom. And we are here. So they are kind of setting the stage of what is about to happen here at the Digital Lorcana Challenge before we get on into the final. Zan Syed versus Manuel. Both of these Illumineers want it more than ever. Zan Syed probably wants it more just to put himself into a place that no other Illumineer can get to. It's going to be very difficult to do that. 2 World Championship qualifications in 1 season. I'm not sure what is going to happen. This is the first time I think this has ever happened in season number 2.
We said, somewhere Cooper is pulling out the binders from the wall and saying, which one says the Zan protocol? There's a whole binder. He found it. He's like, here's the Zan one, because Zan has been doing it different than others have. He is just, like we said, we talked about, what deck are you known for? And that would be a very hard, like I said, it's kind of like your first Doctor Who, the one that you started with. My Zan is Amber Steel Pride Lands. When did you first start following Zan Syed? Is kind of the question du jour. He does it all, and this time he is about to play some dogs in the final. Shout out to Mr. I'm watching an old video. I thought it was Mr. Spee on the board, but it's not. It is these 2 final Lumineers who are getting ready for this final game with the Donald Duck t-shirt and Peter Pan Neverland available at Tokyo Disney Sea.
Okay. Is that what that is? Is that what's happening there?
It is. It is.
Is there a Disney situation? I'm about to sound very ignorant in South America. I know they have a vibrant Disney community there. Is there a cruise, or is there a hotel, or something in South America that the Brazilian
No,
community?
but
could
there
ever
is a
visit?
cruise that'll go around South America. On the Disney Wonder, it used to go from the Florida side of the country to down and around South America up to Alaska. So you could take a South American cruise. But other than that, no, they don't have anything. However, Walt Disney was heavily inspired by his travels in Central and South America, which can be seen in the Three Caballeros movie, which I'm sure you guys are going to watch and review on This Is Not a Podcast.
We might have to skip it. I tried it. We might have to skip it. Not gonna hold you. That's how easy.
All right. Well, that's your choice. It's your show. But Zan is going to win his third DLC, says Jacob Frank Lorcana. Someone said the more you know. Thank you for appreciating my facts. I've got them.
Right on. And coming in from the chat one more time, we got Kimberly Ann, DLC broadcasters in the building as well. Tokyo Disney Sea is amazing. No parks in South America. Sadly, shout out to Kimberly Ann as well for rocking and rolling with us on the Twitch side. On the YouTube side, we got everybody over there. Kyle was rocking. We got Kyle. Just switch forces. Let's get Kim over to the YouTube side. Get Kyle over to the Twitch side. And let's do like a little back and forth support system there. Mox Jeremy in the building says, I started following Zan before most people. He's a day one OG, triple OG, Zan's best friend and Club Lorcana podcast member there, supporting for his teammate supporting his teammate as he's trying to make history. Not Jumbo Jr., just make regular,
not break
normal
records,
history.
just make history. Yeah.
In fact,
it's hard to do both. You can only do one per turn. Actually, you could do both per turn, actually. So never mind. But yeah, shout out to Mox Jeremy for supporting two of your teammates who went to South America to go ahead and secure their name in Disney history. And shout out, now you know what you guys are talking about on the next episode. Reveals, we don't have time. It's over. It is Zan season. No matter what, people will be talking about this weekend and all of it, right? So I hope, I don't know. I said Amber Steel I wanted to win, but now both plot lines are intriguing to me. I can honestly say I don't know who's going to win, and I don't know if I have a bias. I won't be biased. I'm not. I'm perfectly unbiased in this matchup.
that would be such an interesting troll if they were to come out for the next episode and just don't talk about Lorcana at all and just make it like a straight hour-long episode talking about Lost or talking about like a cookie run or something like that, and just never mention Lorcana, never mention DLC Brazil, and just end the show and literally just pass it off. That would be so hilarious. I don't think I'll ever be able to recover from that, but because everyone's gonna want to know what happened down here at this tournament.
We got a Specie in the chat. So we got all the goats in the chat. So everybody sit up straight.
Celebrity
all right.
row
Get
over
your
here.
blazers right. Make sure your button's not askew. We got the whole gang. All right. If you are anybody in the Disney Lorcana community, you are hanging out with us and we appreciate you. We got JDZ in the chat. Shout out to JDZ.
Whoa!
Yeah, that is very exciting. All we need, Rebecca, get in here. Liam, where are you? But yeah, I do think it's quite fun how we all support each other and inspire each other. Back to the speeches. That was fun. We were all doing speeches about like, you guys changed my life. I can't believe it. Then we used to go back to little silly time. It's kind of a circle when you're passing an hour or two between rounds.
For sure. And they should be ready. I mean, I'm ready. I know Zan's ready. Let's get it going. I think it's time to get these Illuminators seated and let's get those cameras turned on. Let's get these lights blasting and let's get the energy up because it is time to quest. Let's figure this thing out. I get it. Enough talk. Okay. Shout out to Badlands Chugs. Did you watch those videos, Badlands Chugs?
I've seen them, yeah.
I seen them. No, I need some snacks right now. Shout out to Kim for bringing snacks. Now, she can only bring so many, so nobody else ask for snacks. They're for me. That's how you do it. You got to find somebody. But yeah, type 6-7 in the chat when you're ready. 6-7. Thank you, Specie, for starting a trend and then also doing it. It's very rare. But now it's over. All right, everybody failed. All right, everybody out of the chat. We don't do that here. Get them banned. Get them banned. That's Katie's vocal thing, but it might be time. Is this Katie disappear time? Nope, it's an interview. It's an interview. So that's why. All right. So do we want to unmute it to hear this conversation,
Yes.
which I think will be in English based on these two Lumineers not speaking the same language? Possibly.
How are you feeling right now, Manuel?
I feel excited.
I bet.
feel like I never expect like what is happening right now. Like I came with the idea of like just like achieving day 2, because like we don't have the game in Chile yet. but this is a big surprise. Like, I love playing cards. I love playing Lorcana. It's a pretty fun game. So now I'm with one of the best players in the world, like playing the finals. So yeah, exciting.
That's fantastic.
Let's have some fun.
For sure. It's interesting, right? Because technically, you're coming with Steel Song, you're going against dogs, but also you're playing against Zansaid. It's going to be a little bit scary, but is that something that you actually envision that could happen? And do you feel ready for that?
We studied all the matchups. Like, we have a big community. Like, well, it's not big. Like, we are like 24 people, but it's a lot of people for being just a country without the game. And we studied all of the matchups. Like something happened today, and I lost against dogs. Since I thought it was a really good matchup, so I don't know what is happening. Like, what is going to happen actually. So let's see.
No, we wish you all the luck. I'm sure you're going to do great. Both of you are going to do great. I have one more question, though. Did you play during those 2 days any off-meta deck that surprised you, or any at all, just against Brazilians or other people all over the place?
No, I think all the decks I played during this tournament were like part of the metagame. Like, some of them were like tier 2 or like things like they are not like that well known.
Yeah.
But like most part of those are like the triangle or the square from like the big metagame thing. So it was a normal tournament.
That's cool. That's good to hear. Well, thank you so much. We wish you guys all the best. Enjoy this. As you said, this is about having fun.
And
You're
back
here.
to the
You should be very happy
Oh, we did
about
do
that
too early
and
again.
have
I
fun.
keep doing
Yeah,
that.
thank you.
I did. I'm in the future.
estamos
I
mandando
have
pra você de volta
the
aí, Taylor,
giga
e
internet
vamos
where
lá.
I get this interview a little bit faster than JD, unfortunately.
Bro, I'm down. I got a gig download speed. I'm crushing.
I don't know. I mean, I did call Brazil and said, can I get a little bit faster than JD? I want to sound like I really know what I'm talking about.
Let me hit him with a fresh one time. Make sure I'm all caught up. And make sure we're not lagging behind. Again, huge shout out to the Copag official who has been keeping this thing up. They have been experiencing some outages throughout the venue, and they have been quite diligent in getting this thing back online as fast as they possibly can. So they work incredibly hard, just trying to put on for their game and build their Disney Lorcana community. And it's been a really good time seeing them. And all, like you said, Kate, all the effort that they put in to make this stream look nice. I will say, these t-shirts, gotta cut them. Okay, we're not doing the t-shirts. Let's get them out of here.
Yeah, I did like the denim. The denim jacket was a fun little thing, I think. Because denim jacket, it's a little, but yeah, the t-shirts in the finals. I'll let them borrow my blazer because I'm gonna take this round off so they can borrow it. Get them banned. Okay, one more interview with Zan Sayed.
Uma vez, acho que tem 3, 4 vezes, vai continuar. Ele é dos finalistas também aqui, trouxe o potencial dos dogs para a grande final. E vou agora traduzir pouquinho em inglês com ele a conversa. So I think my first question to you really is, coming from Brazil, you probably had an idea that maybe you come across a lot of very different decks. Is your strategy during the process to have some tech cards or something that could act towards that, or you just embrace the full potential of dogs and hoping for the best?
Dogs itself is a very adaptable deck, and so once I figured out the right build, I felt like my build was equipped to deal with every problem. It's just about me identifying what the problem is and allowing my deck to find the answer for me.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. And the same question I asked actually to Manuel, did you come across during those 2 days any deck that was very different and off meta, just for the reality of the cards we have access to and so on?
Yes, I played against one of the most creative decks I've ever seen. It was a red-green Mulan deck, and it actually beat me in a game, and I was really scared that I was going to lose the game 3. It was actually the last round of yesterday, round 9. Yeah, I was blown away, and he was from Brazil. I was like, wow, Brazil has a lot of creativity.
I'm fairly sure they're going to be talking about that for ages now. It's like, I beat him in one game, but that's amazing. Thank you so much, honestly. We're very happy to see you two on the finals, and I'm sure you're going to do great as everyone else here, so have fun and enjoy the game. See you later.
So much.
Bye-bye.
Right.
Thank you.
What was your bra sound drop there?
He says, Zan Sayed says, I played against a very interesting Ruby and Emerald deck in round 9 featuring a Brazilian player. Why is that not on the feature match? What are we showing that we're not showing a successful Ruby Emerald player on this stream?
I will say, I heard people were saying there was a lot of Amethyst Steel in the room, which means Amethyst Steel might be popular in Brazil, which means who was picking the feature matches, which we saw a lot of Amethyst Steel, was like, I want to see Amethyst Steel. So that could have been don't know what was going on. There was some funky. The fact they picked DKP in one of the second round was kind of banana pants. Because guess what? We're gonna see DKP play, but they're like, we got to get him round 2, and could have seen Ruby.
We'll lock in. We got a little. We got some time. I think I do enjoy the pre-game interviews. I think that's a cool little feature. But I also like how it happened in DLC in the last European one. I think that was one of the best DLCs that we had in a while in Ghent. And we had the pre-game, but it was like an introduction kind of thing. We got this play on the left, we got this play on the right. It just felt super hype and lively to me. So maybe we can kind of keep working that into the DLC.
I like that very much.
Yeah,
Baker just the one to do it because I'm in, and I've been watching all day, but I'm excited. Oh, so yeah, I mean, right now they're still vamping. I like a pregame interview, but I will say I'm hungry, and that was a nice appetizer. But what I really would like, what I think sounds really good right now, is the final best of 5 match between these two Illumineers. So we're getting ready. We've heard from them. We've heard their winning interview, their pre-interview, and now I'm hoping Baker pops out of the background and does the introduction. He might not. Probably not. I think he's in Stockholm, so he definitely won't.
Would love to see some
Garrick, go ahead.
pro wrestling. If we're doing the pregame interview, cut a tape real quick.
Yeah, we gotta have some attitude around here. I don't want.
Make him go nose to nose.
I like that. Let me tell you something, brother. I made it here. I've won DLC in Ghent. I won the DLC in Las Vegas. And now here I am again going for another DLC, brother. And let me tell you what, come SummerSlam, I'm going to win another DLC for you. Woo, we're going right to the world. Something like that, Zan. Give me some of that. I think we need that energy here in the
That's
Disney
the kind of energy
realm.
Zan gives me. He seems like somebody that would absolutely act that way. But we are finally we haven't seen a Deckless all day, which has been fun for me because all day I've been like, what could happen?
Clip it.
Is there a Grandma Willow?
No
Grandma Willow. That is actually the story of the day for me right here, is that this guy said, I don't like it. Grandma Willow's clunky, slow, uninkable.
Meta broken meta. Did he just bust the meta? What's happening here?
I mean, what else is, I'm trying to see what he would have gotten rid of Grandmother Willow for. What uninkable?
Well, we're running 4 Goliaths, which is
True.
Unusual, right? That's not typical. It's literally 4 of everything here in the deck list. So we got 4 Lilo Escape Artists. Just going all 4 on everything. Didn't have the room for the Grandmother Willow, I suppose, and did not have the space for, what is the other card? Ariel, the ethereal voice in the deck.
Yeah, the Ariel ethereal voice. I quite like her as an include, but it does mean that you are going all in on the songs. Did we see 4 Akuda Moody's? I assume, right? There's 4
Yep.
Akuda. Okay, good. Yes. Okay. So yeah, another card that we didn't see is that Stitch Carefree Snowboarder. We did actually. Did we see it? My brain.
Yeah,
I got
Stitch was
Back
in the deck.
up. Bring the list back up. I'm just kidding. You just read
There it is. Right here.
Thank you. It turns out after looking at cards for 2 days straight, I cannot memorize them. And I think that the amber and the steel kind of alternating there made my brain.
A couple of the card. Lilo Escape Artist, famously
There
a
we
steel
go.
card. Could you imagine? Lilo Escape Artist in amethyst steel.
He hurled his Thunderbolt in amber is like making my brain spaz. I don't know if I can deal with that being an amber card. Can you imagine he hurled his Thunderbolt in amber and Lilo in steel? Stop, man. Rhino 116. Whoa, okay. We're chilling.
Yeah, so a lot of these are not surprising, but I think the configuration is what the spice is. A shout out to Spessy, who's still starting the 6-7 chant, and one Elbecci enjoying with him. That is quite fun. But I assume now, here comes Zan's list. Am I right? If it's an interview, it's a list.
I'll throw a little 6-7
All right,
as well.
just one Ursula Deceiver, 4 Mowgli's here. How many Chromacons? How many Under the Sea? 2 Chromacons. All right. Other than that, this is what I would call a pretty standard issue. I think the Tramp Dapper Rascal is an interesting thing to note, but otherwise,
we can
good.
see
Good list.
the Phoenix look kind of clean, and we saw that was some of the technology upgrades that Zan Syed had from the DLC in Ghent. We saw the removal of the Daisy Duck Donald's date, and that was a nice shock to the system. And I think after that, a lot of the Amber and Emerald Dog strategies have since then removed that Daisy Duck from the deck to take it away from this full-on aggressive slant to maybe more of a mid-range, mid-grow, aggressive tempo toolbox control tramp everything. Okay, well, the deck is literally everything, and
It is. To be everything is a lot. What a sentence. Quote it. To be everything is a lot. But I mean, that's why people don't love playing against this deck, is because normally you say, is your deck control? Is it mid-range? Or is it aggro? And it's like, yes. It's kind of
Yeah, I do it all, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. I love Zen's list here. I think it's really good. I love the Dapper Rascal. I think that is an evolution in the deck that was needed, especially if you're going into a meta where you're expecting to see a lot of Amethyst Steel and a lot of Amber Steel, and Zen has seen a lot of that throughout his tournament run, and the Dapper Rascal we saw in the last match was so good, really impactful, and made a huge difference in that mirror.
And it's got to be something where they have looked at the list. It is 5:30 in Brazil. They're about to do a best of 5. If I am Zan and
What's 6:30 over there?
6:30. It is. It's 5:30 where you are, Garrick. Everybody,
Yep.
put your time in the chat. We're all just gonna share our time. And there's no people I'd rather share my time with than you, the viewers, which is, more time with 4 rounds is more time with you guys. Shout out to Taco Bell. That was really cool. Shout out to Zelda, who's hung out with me. She danced. We had a hype train, and that was really fun. Shout out to Advil, because my sciatica is acting up. That's it. I don't know, guys. I vamped a lot. I mean, I think this is the limit of a human vamper. Is it happening? It's happening. She vamped the limit, and then it's over. It's time. All right, guys. Take it from here.
All right. Thank you, Katie. And we are going to take it from here, as it is time. Garrick, what is going on, man?
We are getting into the final round here of the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Sao Paulo, Brazil. On the left here, we have Manuel running with the very interesting Amber Steel list. No Grandmother Willow, no Aerial Ethereal Voice. Says, I don't need them. I've made it all the way to the finals, and I am trying to punch my ticket to the Disney Lorcana World Championship, and he is going up against Disney Lorcana royalty. On the right side, we have Zan Syed of the Rare Hunters, who is going for his 2nd DLC of the season and his 3rd overall. He is trying to add some more hardware to the trophy case, and both players look like they are ready to go, both rocking the black sleeves. It's all business. Here goes the fist bump. Let's take a look at these cards. What are we going to alter, and what are we going to send back? JDZ, are you hyped up?
I am absolutely super motivated. Over the top, we have a classic David and Goliath tale. We have the unmovable force of Zan Syed, who's been on a rampage this entire season, versus Manuel coming in from Chile. It is they don't even have the game of Disney Lorcana in Chile yet, but the community there loves it so much that they have imported it themselves, and now you have propelled yourself to the finals against an absolute insurmountable object in Zan Syed as you start with this 1/16th wolf onto this lady elegant spaniel.
Yeah, Zan right now looking to build his board nice and wide. That way he can start doing his combo shenanigans against an Amber Steel deck. Something that comes in real handy that didn't in the last round is that Emerald Chromacon. We'll see if he favors that as Ursula comes down. Is there a song in the hand? There is not. Manuel knows that the Ursula is in the deck, as well as the Mowgli most likely sent all of those songs back into the deck, but notably he does have the Power Hamster here as the shift target for turn number 2, or could opt to go with the Lilo Escape Artist.
Now, I'm liking the idea of going for this shift on 2. Maybe if you do find yourself in a position where you can top deck a He Heralded Thunderbolt, maybe you can get that going, as we are going to shift Hand Steel Shows. So you're trying to flex on the 2-time DLC champion, as you're showing no signs of nervousness. There was a little bit of nervousness I read from the previous round, and now it seems like if you take some time, you calm down a bit. Is Manuel now, as you know, you're faced off against another phenomenal player. Zan Syed looks like he's been here before 100 times. Going to that 3-8 turn, Ursula misses. You'd like to get a hit there from that Deceiver, but you still feel that you have that body that is capable to coincide with another early Tramp if you can find more characters that you flood this turn.
Yeah, Zan opting to go with the Ursula there instead of a potential Willow into one-drop play, which is typically what the Dogs deck likes to do on turn number 2. Go really wide, no songs in hand that Zan knows of right now, so let's put the Mowgli into the Inkwell and get that Emerald Chromacon down onto the board. Like I mentioned at the start of this game, this is going to be really useful in this match, and now Zan can start questing and force this Rhino to potentially challenge into these 2 Glimmers and get returned back to hand. But Manuel, like you said, he is not sweating right now, playing very quickly, looking really confident against the 2-time DLC champion.
But that hand shuffle rate did increase a bit as the lady will be banished. Rhino Power Hamster back to the hand. We will go ahead and bring him back down again. And you're just trying to keep your board the same size as Zan's board in this situation. Even if you lose that Power Hamster each turn, you can continue to redeploy it and have this tremendous threat with that resist. So now Zan understands what Manuel's all about. Maybe that was a little check to the process, a little bit of what you're going to do. And I think Manuel's going to say, I'm going to see if I can continue to challenge down and beat this Emerald Chromacon instead. Nani is the play, and it will find what for the 2-time?
Yeah, we're looking to see what we want to grab here. A great card could be a Tramp Enterprising Dog, as we're going to take the Lady Elegant Spaniel. The Enterprising Dog can be really, really sneaky here against the Power Hamster, especially when you have a ton of different cards on your board. You can use that to challenge in and get past that resist. So Manuel needs to be cognizant of that fact. That could come down at any moment as Zan decides, hey, I'm going to keep questing and keep bouncing that Rhino. If you're only playing that once per turn, I'm not really worried. My board's going to get too wide for you to handle.
Yeah, eventually in time, you're setting yourself back a negative tempo time after time as Emmanuel's favorite card, Nani, has been deployed. According to that interview, he said he loves Nani, but Nani is not going to do you any favors this time as you send the entire pile to the bottom of your deck. And you also lost some phenomenal units there as Double Angel now is at the bottom of the deck, and the race is on. Let's get questing with this Power Hamster.
Yeah, the Rhino is getting active here. We are not challenging right now. Manuel also does now have a song in hand. He heard his Thunderbolt is available to be sung by the Power Hamster at any moment, but with no item removal in Manuel's deck, he is going to struggle against this Emerald Chromacon if Zan is able to get his board really, really wide. But right now, nothing is under the threat of Under the Sea, which is very important. One of the key combos in this Emerald and Amber deck that Zan is playing here, and we already saw Adela Moon Lullaby hit the Inkwell as Grandmother Willow is going to come down and make cards a little bit easier to play out of Zan's hand.
Yeah, and Zan Syed has been on record multiple times stating that he does not believe in this Amber Steel deck. He doesn't think it's that good, and he has proven it. He has been going through some of the best Amber and Steel players in the game in rapid succession, highly contested, competitive matchups, playing this dog deck, which you would believe would be a pretty decent matchup, as the DOA will come, or excuse me, as the Ursula Deceiver will come through with the buff from Tramp and be able to take down his Power Hamster, which was your questing machine, leaving nothing but this Nani now available. Hypothetically, Garrick, what do you think if we challenge this Nani? Do you think Zan goes for the bounce?
I mean, I love that we went for the Enterprising Dog there. We are going to sing Akud et Amudi as we need to play down a character here for a little bit less, as we don't have access to the Grandmother Willow. There is this Stitch, Carefree Surfer, and a Troubadour down onto the board. As far as the challenge goes, I'm not sure if we're going into this Nani if we are Zan. I think we just got to keep it questing and use the power of that Emerald Chromacon. We're not challenging anymore. We took the +1 on the the Enterprising Dog there, and I think now if we're exerting, most of the time we're going to be questing, but Zan might disagree. We'll see what he goes for as we do shrink the Rhino. If you're going to see that come out, then yeah, a challenge makes a lot of sense, but you definitely don't want to trade the Nanis.
Yo, for sure. I like that play a lot coming in from the 2-time, as we do have that Stitch Carefree Snowboarder who's trying to probably gain a plus and also continue to quest as the Dapper Rascal makes his triumphant return again. But keeping that board a little bit narrow is going to force Manuel to play in a way to where you have to commit another character to the board before questing with this Stitch, and then you can get more effects with your Chromacon as Manuel will not be able to deploy another character. So this board is beginning to increase in bulk as Zan has now slammed his plussing Tramp onto the board.
Oh man, I love Zan's board state right now. So we're going to get the dock onto the board and get rid of this Thunderbolt. We have a Mowgli in hand, and it looks like we have an Angel as well, which can help sort of stave off the aggression from Zan's side of the board. But again, the Emerald Chromacon is going to start returning things to Manuel's hand, and the Dapper Rascal is going to ensure that we are going to draw cards, and we are just going to pass on over to Zan. We're not doing any challenging quite yet. We'll see if Zan has something good coming off the top of the deck right now. Manuel not really worried about challenging in when the Chromacon and the Dapper Rascal are on board, so he might try to race here a little bit.
Yeah, and Zan is totally fine with that, but under the sea says nay as we play it from an upside down reverse position. Under the sea, you never had your car, says Zan Syed, as we got a mighty quest in. Lady Elegant Spaniel is at full value, and I believe Manuel is just going to scoop it up and say, GG, let's go next. Wow, 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 fast and furious. Indeed, that thing is over, Garrick.
Yeah, Zan Syed showing that these things can change on a dime, and Zan finding the Under the Sea off the top of the deck after Manuel just played a Mowgli. Zan, no cards in hand. If Manuel decided to challenge in there and banish one of those opposing glimmers and then play the Mowgli, he would have hit the Under the Sea. That's crazy how things can change like that in an instant, as Zan is going to get a pile shuffle here. But what a top deck for the two-time DLC champion. It looked like Manuel was not sweating. He was getting his board nice and wide and was going to try and race this Dogs deck. But Zan said, I'm going to send all your characters under the sea.
And that is a very, very excellent point, Garrick. And Under the Sea, we've been talking about Under the Sea this entire tournament, and it has been one of the most prolific cards in this event. And we really didn't mention it because in the Dogs mirror it comes up, but this Amber and Steel deck is also quite susceptible to this strategy. Granted, they can kind of buff their character or play characters, Chief Powhatan, you have the Stitch Carefree Snowboarder, you have the Nani, you have the Power Hamster, you have characters that can be resistant to an Under the Sea, but in that situation, you just did not happen to have it that way. So Zan seems cool as a cucumber. This is a best of 5 in the finals here in DLC in Brazil, as Manuel now is going to be in a spot where you have to, now you're fighting an even more uphill battle. What do we got to do, Garrick? I know you play a lot of Amber and Steel. You talk about Amber Steel a lot. What do we got to do to kind of usurp this dog strategy?
Yeah, what you want to do to play against the Chromacon is get a really wide board and start taking things out one at a time. You also want to have characters on your side of the board that cost 2 or 3. That way, when they start getting bounced by the Chromacon, you can redeploy them over and over and over, and the Chromacon doesn't really hurt your tempo that much. A card that's really good into this strategy is Calhoun, but unfortunately, Manuel does not have that available to him, so he just needs to keep putting down multiple characters a turn to get around the powerful Chromacon there, leaving his Rhino exposed at that one point where the Enterprising Dog was able to come in, boost up the Ursula, and make that challenge is something that Manuel also needs to be cognizant of. That is a big swingy play that Zan Syed can make. But as long as Manuel can get that board nice and wide, focus on characters like Angel and Nani that aren't going to get hit by that Under the Sea, you can get over the top of the Chromacon and slowly whittle away Zan's cards. But on Zan's side of the board, the Dapper Rascal was the difference maker there. If you start challenging in, you're being punished because Zan is not only drawing cards, but he's returning cards to your hand as well.
Oh, very true. And also that Dapper Rascal, it just looks so nice versus these steel decks. That 8 willpower almost looks ridiculous the way it's printed on that card, but you don't have to just adjust your glasses and reread the card. That thing is a 2/8 for whatever reason. I just think that is an incredible stat line for that very unique Glimmer, and I'm excited to see. He's a Floodborn as well, so you can shift that character in on the multitude of tramps that you play in your deck and be able to get his unique ability earlier. And it is both players' turns, I believe. So when the character is banished on your turn and on your, no, it's only on your opponent's turn is how that tramp Dapper Rascal works. I have to check that to make sure that I'm correct. But the card is incredible, and I love that inclusion into this dog strategy, as it has evolved throughout this winter spell metagame from the beginning to now the end.
Yeah, might see a little emotion here on Manuel's face. Not as stoic as he was in game number 1. I took a look at his hand. He's got 2. He hurled his Thunderbolt right now. We see him ink the Strength of Raging Fire. I believe he has a Kud Edamudi as well. So if Zan ever rips one of these Ursulas again, it will hit, and Zan will have the opportunity to take one of those coveted songs out of Manuel's hand. We'll see if he's able to sculpt something that makes a little bit more sense in this game, but no one drop notably. Zan taking a lot of time thinking about this turn 1 ink.
And it is going to be that Bobby Zemaruski in favor of this lady. The decisive dog is going to be the turn 1 play. Probably thinking he might have needed that, Bobby, to maybe curtail your hand just a little bit more, but you feel confident with the cards that you have as the Troubadour is down. Zan checking that ink. Not this time, says the 2-time.
Yeah, we have a singer established. Be interesting to see if Zan has the Ursula available to him. I don't see it in the hand there, but we do have a Grandmother Willow, so we could go Willow into 1 drop, which is nice. We can always sing on Manuel's side one of those songs, get him out of the hand, and start removing these characters off the opposite side of the board. Grandmother Willow looks like a nice target, as does the lady. And we're going to get a quick quest in here for a mighty 3 on that decisive dog.
Yeah, decisive dog, lady going for 3, the rare and indigenous. It doesn't happen that often. A lot of people want to keep their ladies ready to set up those shift lines, but you get a tramp, you don't have a threat on it. Let's get that 3 lore. Let's put that glimmer to its full effect, and showing that that curve was probably a little bit better than that Bobby Zemaruski play earlier, as that 3 lore could come in huge. A Kud now is going to be the play for the Troubadour, and I don't think we have a character to play with that thing. Garrick, did you see anything?
Well, Mowgli is in the hand, so we can go for that for free. It looks like he might have something else. You could see the Stitch, the carefree snowboarder coming down onto the board. A very resilient character that's going to quest for 2 and draw a card as long as you have 2 other glimmers established onto the board. Right now, Manuel's hand, if I remember correctly, is triple Thunderbolt plus a Mowgli.
Yeah, Thunderbolt Mowgli, and this guy shows up. So a little bit of sign of stress, seeing that that Dapper Rascal one more time, who might be the card of the tournament. You can hurl some Thunderbolts at this Dapper Rascal on your following turn and get him off the board. I think that might be what you have to do, but it will cost you 2 cards from hand. This Surfer Stitch, or excuse me, the Snowboarder Stitch might be able to gain you another card if you can play another character. So Mowgli into double he hurled could be the play.
Absolutely, get this Dapper Rascal off of the boards, and we'll be able to draw a card if that is the play that Manuel wants to go for. But yeah, it looks like triple Thunderbolt and Mowgli is the hand at the moment. If he wants to draw a card, he's going to either have to put this Mowgli down or draw another character that he can afford to play this turn. And right now, Zan is saying, I need to get my glimmers exerted. Now I can start drawing cards off of this Dapper Rascal. What he doesn't know is Manuel is packing some Thunderbolts in the hand.
Doing his best Zeus impersonation, just absolutely chunking these things at this Dapper Rascal. That might be the line you have to take. Let's see what the Amber and Steel Illuminator will elect to do, as Stitch could be gearing up for a song situation here. Checking the willpower again, and yes, that is an 8. It blows my mind every time I see it too.
Yeah, it looks like Manuel just drew a Strength of a Raging Fire for turn, so if he wants to draw an additional card, it'll have to be the Mowgli coming down. But no, we're going to double Thunderbolt onto the Dapper Rascal. There it goes. Zan will draw a card, and we're not able to challenge into these other characters. Let's take a look at the hand. Is there something that we can grab? And it looks like Zan just drew that off the top of the deck. The Emerald Chromacon is taken by Mowgli.
I love that sequence coming in from Manuel, being able to get the Mowgli, being able to, the Mowgli being able to see as many cards as possible, triggering that Dapper Rascal, and then promptly discarding the Chromacon. And that could be a game-winning sequence there, as Zan could have easily saddled up behind that Chromacon and rode that thing to victory for this round. So heads-up maneuver paying off nicely for Manuel there.
Down comes another Grandmother Willow for the turn. We're going to put down the Stage Manager and see if we can find something here. That Enterprising Dog looks like a good choice. Now we have to think about, hey, can I quest with this Stitch Carefree Snowboarder? And that's what Manuel's thinking right now. Oh man, if I quest with the Stitch, it is gone. I'm just going to be able to draw a single card. But we have to remember, he still does have that Strength of Raging Fire plus another Thunderbolt in hand.
Yeah, so maybe there's a world where we can get a ton of. Oh, wait, we can get that stitch. We have a lady in play, so we have the ink,
Yeah,
and
we
we can
get
play
that
this
stitch
bad boy
up
right
right
now.
now.
Back him up. I think it's hit the road, Stitch. Or Zan might just say, let's go and grab this lore and put another 3-piece on to display right now. That could be potentially what 2Time's thinking about. Or maybe we can send one of these grandmother willows into this surfer, snowboarder.
Yeah, we did target the decisive dog here with the enterprising. And we do go for the challenge. The stitch is going to be removed as we do have 5 characters onto the board with the tramp.
Right, to increase that strength, and you want to keep that Nani around. Interesting decision of getting off the lady. Maybe you're setting yourself up for a Park Avenue off the top, or maybe you have that in hand. You can recur that lady later on. So heads up maneuver coming in from the 2Time. Manuel now has to probably understand that and probably try to get some more of these characters off the board before it's too late.
Yeah, and just for clarity, I believe that decisive dog had 7 strength on that turn because every single time you play a character, it gets additional strength, and then you can use the enterprising dog to give it some more, as we're going to remove one of these willows, and we are going to remove the tramp from the opposite side of the board. It looks like we are empty-handed now for Manuel with just a troubadour and just a Mowgli, but able to remove 2 characters there, and we're going to put down another dapper rascal and get to questing as Manuel shakes his head. He can't believe it. How do I get rid of another one of these? I've already used 3 Thunderbolts and 2 Strength of a Raging Fire, 1 in the Inkwell and 1 played on the last turn.
Yeah, that absolutely stings the nostrils, seeing that dapper rascal come down there. I think that's going to haunt Manuel's dreams probably for the rest of this weekend, as this thing is going to be tough. You use so many resources to remove this character from the board. You don't have a card like Under the Sea or a Horseman or a Headless Horseman in your strategy. It just doesn't. All your stuff's going to have to go after that willpower, and unfortunately, I don't think you even have the time to get that much card economy to deploy in enough time. Maybe you can slam a Goliath at a certain point, but you don't have the ink to get there either, Garrick. So you're in a rock and a hard place there if you're Manuel.
Yeah, and right now the Angel Siren Singer is just not going to get it done at this point. A 2-2 for 2. Obviously, she is a Singer 3, but not a ton of songs left in the deck to make use of that. And you already had the Troubadour established. Would have loved to get a bigger character down onto the board, something like an Angel potentially that could help you clear up some of these characters. But we're going to make sure that the opposite side of the board is cleared. Nani's going to challenge the Mowgli, and we're going to go on a quest with that Tramp and that Mother Willow. I think Zan is going to just be questing out every single turn for the rest of the game as Manuel draws. We'll see what it is. Looks like a Chief is going to come down on the board. That's going to protect his characters, but not going to help challenge because notoriously the Chief cannot challenge.
Yeah, he's still got stats. I mean, if you had more lore threats, you probably could go for this race strategy. But currently, right now, Zan's board is just more impressive, and he's going to be able to get there significantly faster than you, as the Della Moon's Lullaby is a card that can cycle you at least another card, as Zan is questing while also being able to clear your board in the process to make your questing a little bit less efficient. However, you have that Chief who is going to be able to be a bodyguard to protect this challenge. But the questing has commenced, and Zan is way out front, sitting up at 15 now.
Yeah, Zan questing everything like I mentioned. We're just going to keep questing the rest of the game. Manuel needs to find answers off the top of the deck. He's simply not able to do that. He finds the Nani stage manager, I believe, which will help him find another character. Could potentially find a Rhino, grab that, and play it for the turn. But yeah, he does find it, so that'll help a little bit. But I don't think there's any way to clear all of this lore off of the board. We might just have to go into game number 3, and Zan Syed might be eyeing up a 3-0 here in the finals. Zan Syed takes game number 2. JDZ, can you believe it, from that position? All the removal Manuel had, none of it gets taken by Mowgli, none of it gets taken by Ursula, and the Mowgli on his side was able to hit the Chromacon, but Zan still with the comfortable win there.
Yeah, that is a tough one. I mean, you kind of did it. Granted, that wasn't your optimal play or optimal curve. I honestly don't, based on the way that Manuel's deck is constructed, I don't know what those optimal curves could potentially be. I do think that without the Grandmother Willow stuff, you are kind of bringing your deck down in power just a little bit, in my humble opinion. But I will say that everything that could have gone right for you kind of happened for you. You were able to play an early Dapper Rascal, and you're able to remove him from the board, and then another one just appeared, and then you just were out of gas at that point. So it did kind of feel bad. It did kind of feel bad.
Yeah,
Sorry.
what do you think that Manuel needs to try and do to come back in this match? He will be on the play here yet again for the second game in a row. It'll help to not draw an opener with 4 songs in it, but Manuel trying to make the ultimate comeback here. He needs to go 3-0 against Zan Syed to take down this Disney Lorcana challenge.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. And even if a situation, we have that Nani, like I said earlier, you have your board is resistant to a potential Under the Sea. Zan does have multiple copies of the Della's Moon Lullaby in his strategy. So he will be able to reduce the strength of your Nanis, of your Stitches. If you play multiple, maybe you got the Della's Moon Lullaby and the Rhino 1/16th Wolf. You can reduce and continue to set up for the Under the Sea plays there. So Zan switched on. I think Manuel is beginning to almost looks like he's accepting his fate there, as it's hard because you did everything you wanted to do. Your deck was there, you had your cards, you removed your stuff, you had your singers, and it just didn't matter, man. And it literally just got completely, you actually had the Mowgli and it ripped the Chromacon, and it still just didn't matter. So it's hard mode, and you're playing against one of the greatest players to ever do it.
Yeah, but we do have the Rhino into the shift. Rhino in the opener here. Manuel looks like he wants to keep his hand, but Zan saying, hold on a second, I still need to alter here. Your hand might be pretty good, but I think I want to make some changes.
I like that. And Manuel did not alter the previous one of the previous rounds by accident or on purpose, and it actually worked out quite nicely for the Chilean is in the building, as Zan is now trying to sculpt the perfect hand, and the curve has been quite nice for the 2-time coming in from the city of Atlanta, trying to take this DLC back to North America for the 3rd time of his career.
I always love taking a look at Zan's alter phase. He's very purposeful. He's very meticulous when it comes to this, considering every single card, thinking so many turns ahead, all the permutations of what could happen in this match. What cards does he need to see? What cards will his opponent see that could potentially take him off of his play line? That's probably what he's thinking right now as we're getting a shuffle in. He's deep in thought, thinking one more game, and I am a 3-time DLC champion.
But it just looks like he is just so ready for this. He doesn't seem nervous at all. He seems like he's been here a million times before. He's absolutely composed, and I think he's just in a comfortable spot. And you gotta have to lose 3 in a row. And I don't know if I've ever seen Zan lose 3 in a row in this game just yet. I think he's always going to be able to take 1 off of somebody, but 3 in a row is a tall task to ask for in this best of 5.
We do see the Rhino come down for Manuel as one hits the Inkwell for Zan Syed. We could see a Lady come down or a Bobby. That seems to be what he's been favoring this entire tournament long. Thinking about it right now, doing some math in his head. Like I said, he likes to think forward. He likes to be like Doctor Strange, that Eye of Agamotto, and think of all those 13 million timelines that could possibly happen. And that's what makes him one of the greatest players in the game, as we do see the Elegant Spaniel hit the board.
And there she is. I think that is a nice indicator. You can set up those shifts. Maybe we got a Bobby Zimmerowski, kick some cards to the discard pile, get an early shift. Or maybe Zan, since you are on the play again, you could be trying to set up some of those outside Under the Sea lines. And you are very under the seeable right now with this 1/16th Wolf and this Troubadour. So early Under the Sea, pack it up. We'll be eating Fogo de Chao before 6 p.m., says the 2-time.
Getting the Troubadour down here instead of going for the shift line. Manuel deciding to take things a little bit more slowly this turn. Let's see if the Mowgli is able to hit. The Ursula was not in the previous game, and we do find a strength of a Raging Fire. So that hand gets taken down a little bit more. 3 cards left in there, running out of resources quickly for Manuel, but we do have the Doc Bold Knight ready to refill that hand if it is empty.
That is an excellent point. And now Zan knows that you have access to this power hamster, so you cannot afford to even exert your characters into it unless as a part of your ultimate strategy to get those things to the discard pile. The shift is imminent. Maybe you're just also trying to get a wide enough board to get this Strength of Raging Fire going for yourself. And it also might be some value to do that. Just get that strength out of the hand before Zan Sayed can nab it from you with a second Ursula or another Mowgli.
Manuel considering what he wants to do here. Interesting leaving the hand out for this long against the double DLC champion, as we are going to find ourselves an Angel onto the board. This is going to help a lot. We can discard a Strength of a Raging Fire and hit one of these 2 characters with a snowball and remove them. We are going to do that with the Doc on board, Doc in hand. That feels pretty good because you know that you're going to be able to refill next turn. And we're just keeping that Doc out there as a reminder.
I like it. Personally, I think that's kind of cool. As it's only 1 card in hand, and you know exactly what it is. It is Doc, the Bold Knight, and the Chromacon on curve one more time. It worked so effectively in that game number 1. Can you keep that same energy in this game number 3? As I don't believe Manuel has any answers to any items in the strategy. No Benja, no Donald, no Pluto, nothing of the sort. No Finding My Platinum, as Mowgli is just going to start the questing campaign. Zan, low resource, but Chromacon might be all you need.
Goliath hitting the Inkwell here. Doc coming down on the board. We do find Akud Edamudi, which means we can sing it draw card. If we like to, we can play our Chief Powhatan down for 2 and defend our Glimmers. And let's get to questing. Manuel in much better position than he was previously, ahead on the board. The Chromacon is down, but Zan needs to start getting wide here and make a threat that needs to be answered. A single Mowgli is not going to get it done right now.
Yeah, this looks like a wonderful spot for Manuel. I think you're going to be forcing a game number 4 in this scenario unless Zan can make magic happen. You have this Angel set up with the turret, with the snowballs at the ready to start slinging some characters. And even if she is to be bounced, I guess it won't matter as much because you can redeploy and maybe get another snowball and bounce her again. And that's just going to be how the cookie crumbled for you. So this one is looking much more promising for the Chilean.
Absolutely. The Nani does come down. We are taking a hard look at these 4 cards and the hand. Which card is going to help us here in this scenario? But we saw in game number 1, Manuel was ahead on the board and trying to race the dogs. But we got to that quick under the sea, and that changed everything in that first game. We'll see if Zan is able to find something that will help out. We're going to grab the Tramp Enterprising Dog, which can help us challenge into this Chief if we need to. We'll see if he's able to ink and play an additional character here for a potential shift Sing Under the Sea on the next turn. That would help him get rid of the majority of the characters on the board, but we're going to go for a Bobby here.
Yeah, just keep expanding as wide as you can. Maybe even getting to, we saw that Tramp Street Smart Dog going down to the Inkwell. So maybe that might tell a story of what's going on in Zan's hand. You might have some inkability issues. You might have some character issues. I'm not certain what you're looking for, but that Street Smart Dog might have been a great resource to be able to help you get to where you need to be. But apparently Zan disagrees, and he's just like, hey, I got to get this guy to the Inkwell so I can keep accelerating and finding a new way to play this game.
Zan recognizing that I need to quest every single turn with an Angel on the opposite side of the board. It doesn't matter if I get snowballed or I get challenged. This card is going to probably be removed. I need to get it exerted and start questing. Looks like we're thinking about singing a song with the Chief here, potentially singing it with Doc. That could tell a tale here. No, we're just going to get our quest on here for 4. First things first, and we do have a Thunderbolt, and Nani is going to be removed, which is why we quested before we did anything, get our lore. And what is Zan thinking about returning to hand here? Anything that goes back to hand can be redeployed by Manuel this turn with no issue.
I actually love that sequence. Questing first, putting that lower pressure up, and then now you want to bounce. All these seem like not their best options to bounce. Maybe you put the Chief down, but Chief just comes right back down to the exact same spot. So the board will look identical to what it is right now based on what has happened as we pay that 4, slam the Chief again, and promptly pass back on over to the 2-time, who is back firmly placed against the wall. Manuel says, I'm down, but I ain't out. I ain't heard no bell, says Manuel now, as Zan still showing no signs of stress at all. Maybe there's a way that he can Magic Man his way out of this scenario.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this before in a DLC. It was in Richmond where Sky went down 0-2 against Fungus, but was able to win the next 2 games, evening it up and taking it to a game number 5. It has been done before. Manuel not sweating it, very confident, wants to take this thing all the way and get over the finish line, and is doing a great job here in game number 3, as we do see a lady and a tramp come down for Zan Syed.
Is that enough? Maybe there's a world where we can get the Della's Moon Lullaby, potentially shift Della's Moon's Lullaby under the sea. That could be the play that Zan Syed is looking for to help swing the tide back in your favor. But the window of opportunity is slowly starting to close, as whenever I see the Amber Emerald Dog strategy gearing up for some challenges, I feel much more confident in my position. When they're sitting back questing or singing songs or doing their thing, that's when I start to panic. But Zan now being much more leaned over on the table, trying to gear up to take down this Chief. I think that's a good indicator for you if I'm Manuel. I'm feeling quite comfortable here.
Yeah, it looks like he is considering a double challenge with the Enterprising Dog, giving additional strength, but doesn't go for it. We're questing on the side of Zan Syed right now. Manuel has some more tricks up his sleeve. Let's see what he goes for. If he quests here, he'll go up to 13. Is there any way for him to put game on board after this turn? Let's see what he has in store. We are going to quest with everything.
Yeah, taking your 5 lore while you can. Imagine a 2 lore quester a part of this equation. You feel a lot more confident, but a snowball is going to come as the Angel is going to use that ability onto the Bobby Zimmerowski. Chromacon triggers again. You still have that same ink, and one more time, you'll be right back in the same spot that you're in right now.
Yeah, we discarded a Siren Singer to throw a snowball from the Angel Experiment 624. The ability reads every single time you discard a card, or once per turn, you can choose and deal 2 damage to chosen opposing character, as the Chief is bounced and returns yet again for the 2nd turn in a row.
That's a pretty funny interaction. As you see the Chief continuing to just bounce to the hand. He's like, what is going on here? I'm up, I'm down, I'm up. Can you relax, please? I'm just trying to keep the peace as Chief Hudson has been doing his thing.
Yeah. More bounce to the ounce here on this match for sure, as the Dapper Rascal could change the texture of this game, as the Under the Sea is going to come down, and now 2 characters left on the board for Manuel. This is exactly what Zan Syed wanted to see. This can change the game entirely in the favor of Zan Syed. The Dapper Rascal is going to help him draw cards. It's also going to make that Chromacon even more scary, as we have a Rhino and an Angel coming down. Manuel says, I gotta race, and I gotta race quickly and get over the finish line before something really bad happens. But the Chief, protecting all of the glimmers on the opposite side of the board, is going to help a lot. But we're at 15, which means we did not find game on board. If we draw a Rhino Power Hamster off the top, we can shift that and get to 15 lore. That's something that Zan needs to be aware of, as we're going to exert 3, pay for the Nani, and see if we can find another option.
Yeah, that is a phenomenal turn, but I still think that the energy and momentum is with Manuel. That Chief Powhatan is really, really carrying his weight along with that Angel. Imagine Adela's Moon Lullaby in that situation. You're able to clear another one of those characters off the board. That would have been even more problematic, but Chief Powhatan proven why it is an absolute mandatory staple in this strategy. Zan now you have to put yourself in a position where you might have to start to challenge, and I believe we gave the Rhino strength reduction to the Lady Decisive Dog, if I recall correctly. But either way, there's not going to be enough strength on the board to be able to engage with this Chief Powhatan, so challenging is completely out of the question.
Yeah, Zan really thinking this over right now. This is going to be a game of inches for sure. He needs to find a way to get out of this situation. And the Chief is the first step in that plan. You got to get that guy off the board. But remember, Manuel, no cards in hand. That Angel Experiment 624, guess what? She's got Resist 2. So she also needs 5 strength going into her to remove her off the board as well.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for the DLC Vegas DLC Ghent champion as the stare down commences, thinking hard, trying to solve this puzzle, trying to get this riddle underway. As I think that the lady's strength is now only a 0 still because it's at a 1 because of the Rhino Power Hamster. The Dapper Rascal holding a 2. Maybe you can sneak in some Wilds Unknown cards and bring that chip into the equation, or excuse me, bring that Dale into the format right now and get that 8 willpower moving and grooving onto this Chief.
He chooses the Decisive Dog. He reveals that to the opponent. We're exerting 1. I'm assuming that is for the Decisive Dog that we just revealed. So that is going to go on to the board here. Thinking about a challenge into the Chief Powhatan. You have to go a bunch of characters in here to prevent the game from being over if a Power Hamster were to be found off the top of the deck.
And I think we're contemplating on making that challenge, Garrick, just like and this is a great spot. I still think I like Manuel's position. You have the Dogs player challenging. You're gonna be losing a ton of characters. You don't have the ability to shift, and then you have this Angel still hanging out in reserve. Oh, and by the way, there's 2 more lore standing ready. So you're at the worst, you're gonna be at 17 next turn, and you continue to hopefully top deck more characters and keep adding more lore to the board.
Yeah, Zan right now in an unfortunate position, really thinking things through. Every single bit of damage matters at this point, and every single bit of lore does as well. While your opponent is playing off the top of their deck, it can be a door to get back into this game, but the first thing you need to do is clear these glimmers off the opposite side, as the race is going in Manuel's favor right now.
Yeah, we're doing some mathematics, so we can kind of play the math game as well. Although I don't think my math is going to be good so many hours in, but it looks like we got 2 from the Tramp. I think we got 3 from the Lady. We're doing it here, and we'll hit once and pass there and hit a quest. What do you think about that play, Garrett?
Didn't have enough strength to get that Chief off of the board, which was unfortunate for Zan there. He would have loved to do that, I think, but just went for the quest. We'll see what Manuel gets off the top of the deck. It is that Stage Manager. If you're able to find, again, a Rhino, you can put that down onto the board, considering maybe not playing it. We're going to go for a quest, first of all, and we could use that ability of the Angel to toss a snowball, but the Nani is going to take a look at the top 4 here. As long as we don't miss, we do have snowball ammo, and we do not. So the Troubadour is ready to be discarded by the Angel.
In the event that you need to. But right now, I think your only viable target is going to be that Mowgli, unless you throw some challenges in there as well. But you much rather have them characters move and exert it to increase your lore total. I think now you're sitting at 18, which is a nice, comfortable spot for Manuel. Now, if you want to throw a snowball, you're more than welcome to do that. Maybe you will get your Chief bounce back to the hand, but you probably want to keep that Chief up. Maybe he can serve as a nice blocker to the rest of your characters, as we will just take the Angel challenge into the Dapper Rascal.
Yeah, Angel will take damage back, as Manuel did have a card in hand, so the resist was not up and active there. Zan has the opportunity to return something to hand. I think without a doubt, you probably have to go for the Chief here. That way you can get engaged in some challenging. And if the Chief does go back, guess what? We can ink that Chief, put the Troubadour down, and show and present game on board yet again. And I think that's the play you got to go for if you're Manuel right now. And I think he agrees.
Oh, that's a nice play from Manuel. But I got to say, I would have liked to see that Angel snowball pitch the Troubadour and keep that Angel healthy, because now Angel is going to be vulnerable to a counter challenge. And these other characters, maybe you can get through those, but we do have that Nani Stage Man over there holding on to that 3 willpower, so maybe it's just going to be too much either way. So Manuel now has put himself in a position to go on into a game number 4 on the draw. This time we're gonna have to take down the 2-time 3 times in a row, and I think maybe it can happen. The reverse sweep, Garrick, maybe you put that out into the atmosphere. I want more Lorcana myself personally.
Yeah, I'd love to see more Lorcana as Grandmother Willow is going to come down. I feel like you have to shift and sing Under the Sea right now to stay in this game, but maybe Zan's seeing something that I don't, because right now we only have 7 that can be used to sing a potential Under the Sea, but we do go ahead and return the Troubadour to the hand.
Yeah, the Fennec showing why it's a great unit, as you are going to be able to put another card into Manuel's hand. So now the resist of the unstoppable ability of Angel now goes away. We are playing that patent pending matching game, seeing if you have the challenging power to clear the board. Mowgli into Angel, Nani into the other Angel, and also the Decisive Dog into the Rhino 1/16th Wolf, and I believe that's the line that the 2-time's going to make here.
Yeah, really efficient challenging. Did save himself there. It was not Under the Sea or bust thanks to the Finnick, and now we can quest here with the Decisive Dog. However, I don't believe we reached the 3 strength threshold required to quest for that 3. So Troubadour in hand. We'll see what Manuel was able to do to get off the top of his deck, as Zan has 1 card remaining in hand. What he is hand shuffling right now is his discard pile. Lilo's a pretty good find off the top of the deck, and Nani is going to get us on to 19. So now it really might be Under the Sea or nothing.
Yeah, and you have that Nani that is exerted, so you have a nice challenge you can have there. We haven't seen the 7-cost Tramp. We haven't seen the Tramp Street Smart Dog, so you are due for a nice rip here if you are the 2-time, but the deck seems like it's gone cold, and it is failing you in this situation, as Emerald Chromacon on curve was defeated by Amber Steel, and we're going to go to a game number 4.
Game number 4, Manuel able to take it on the play there. He took the first 2 games on the chin, not sweating it at all. Looks calm, cool, and collected going up against Zan Syed, who, like I mentioned, is one of the best players in Disney Lorcana history. 2 more games, and Manuel will win his first DLC. 1 more for Zan Syed to take down his 3rd. But right now, if you're Manuel, 1 game at a time. 1 game at a time. Force game number 5 and put the pressure onto the champion.
Yeah, just the 1 step not 1 ink at a time, 1 draw, 1 altar at a time, 1 play at a time, minute by minute. And honestly, I like the fact that these players are here, and in these very high intense stress situations, you always probably have to take some time to just really decompress for a moment and just soak it all in. Where you are, where you've been this entire weekend, this whole experience. You have people from all over the world literally watching you. Now the lights are at their absolute brightest, and I think it'd be important. I've never been there. I probably never will be there, but I would like to think, if I were in this position, to just really take some time before this altar and just reflect on everything that has happened and just calm down and just really don't put that pressure on yourself. And it looks like both of the players are laughing and having a great time, so you can hope that that's how they feel about this situation.
Yeah, gotta find the moments of brevity here at the top tables. Of course, there is a lot of pressure, but at the end of the day, you're playing a game you love, and you've already made it to the finals, and you've accomplished so much. Let's try to enjoy the moment, like you said. But these are 2 competitors. They both want to get out of here with a DLC win and a trophy to go home with them, not to mention that World Championship qualification.
Oh, for sure. Going to Worlds. Zan Syed already has qualified directly to the Disney Lorcana World Championship already, just based on his accomplishments in the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent. So now he is going for Rarefied Air. We have a significant amount of 2-time, well, not significant. We have several 2-time DLC champions. Zan's trying to go for the first 3-time DLC champion, first ever 2-time champion in 1 calendar season. That has not happened. It seems like almost an impossibility if you just think about how difficult this this game can be, how play draw the game can be, how consistent some of these strategies can be. But still, here he is yet again at another final table, and I just cannot state how impressed I am at that fact.
Yeah, absolutely. Always in awe of these top players that are so very consistent. And we saw so many of them here in the top cut today, from Frank Carson to DKP to Edmund Chu yesterday, getting active out there. Just some of the great players that travel all across the world to try and play and win in these DLCs. I respect the commitment so much and really enjoy watching these players play at the highest level.
It's just it's so stunning to me. But again, it's not over. It's never over. Manuel has now found a path to victory. We saw what is required. We saw what you need to do to win, as the Della's Moon Lullaby is going to hit the Inkwell first. Elegant Spaniel is going to be that turn 1 play again. We see that Zan is favoring this uninkable 1 cost to start these games off, as the underdog is going to get active here on turn number 2 for Manuel.
And we do have an Akud in hand. We could get that Chief Pal hot and down onto the board next turn. We saw how impressive that card was in the last game, just stonewalling Zan, preventing him from really challenging in when he needed to. But hey, Mowgli says no singing the Akud on the next turn. Get that into the discard pile and let me take a close examination of what we've got going on here. The Chief, Mowgli, Doc, Troubadour, and Lilo Escape Artist in the hand for Manuel.
Yeah, that turn completely stings for the Chilean. You know you'd like to get that Chief set up, and it just kind of knocked you off. We talked about it in one of the earlier rounds about having interaction or having disruption. That Mowgli Man Cub coming in from that Whispers in the Well set has been a nice, viable, disrupting measure in a lot of these Amber strategies, being able to completely throw your whole game plan off, your whole altar now. Your whole line is broken of what you wanted to do, and you have to now be light on your feet and make some quick tactical changes as you're still showing us all your hand. I for one appreciate the fact that we're playing open-handed.
Yeah. Showing us, showing the viewers, and letting Zan get an extra look there, as he is going to use his own Mowgli to see what Zan's got going on. We do have the Shift Miss Park Avenue in the hand right now. We have the Dapper Rascal, but nothing to shift that onto. We'll likely see this Nani Stage Manager come down on the next turn and add some more fuel to Zan's hand. But right now, nothing for the Mowgli to take. Let's just inspect the hand and try and memorize it the best we can.
And we have that Nani. Yeah, the Nani Stage Manager is a great card for the next turn. So probably just tossing that Mowgli right onto the Inkwell, playing this Nani, looking for a tramp to set up a shift for this Dapper Rascal feels like an absolute vibe. Or you can start to hedge your bets or set yourself up to get this Lady Miss Park Avenue into the field of play early and often, and just start trying to get taller or bigger than what Manuel can do, as they are now behind the 8-ball. Zan Syed, interesting. Got some plays lined up. Let's see what the 2 times going to do in this position.
Considering inking the Mowgli here, and he does. Gonna see the Nani Stage Manager hit the board here for 3. Take a look at the top 4. It's very unlikely that she is gonna miss, and that first card is Under the Sea. We do have an Ursula or I believe a Mowgli as the options here.
Maybe we can, I guess you got to nab something. You are still looking for some high quality ink, or maybe even some characters to get into the discard pile, as the Deceiver will be the choice. Manuel now has to shudder a little bit seeing that Deceiver set up. You don't really have any, you haven't indicated that you have drawn another song, but any event that you do, now you have to play in an awkward fashion to get those songs out of your hand before the Deceiver can deceive.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to keep those songs in hand for too long. You got to let them go as soon as you get them almost. That way they are not ripped from you, as we do find a Power Hamster but can't use it right now. Gonna throw it into the Inkwell. We have the option to play one of these 2-cost characters, Troubadour or the Lilo, and we opt to go for Troubadour here. Next turn, we can see the Chief come down, or we ink the Chief and go Lilo into Doc, or a different character we find off the top of the deck. Right now, Zan with a full grip and a ton of different options, feeling really laser focused right now.
Yeah, he is in interdimensional thinking right now as he's trying to ponder what are the best ways. How can I get this tramp active as soon as possible? How can I get the most value from this Lady Park Avenue? You've noticed a trend with a lot of these top players, especially high-level dog players. They tend to get as much I like toothpaste out of the tube, as I like to say. I try to squeeze as much value out of all their cards as possible, and that's something that myself and a lot of people who are new to this game should take away. You know, you don't just want to shift your lady just to be shifting the quest for 2. You want to see if you can set your discard up in a way where you can get those characters back and then just have the most value out of the cards in your hand. So Ursula is just going to take a sneak peek, but the subtext there is you don't care if this Ursula gets to the discard pile, so you can then get it back with this shift lady on the following turn. So heads up maneuver coming in front of the 2-time.
Zan still thinking about what we want to do with the rest of the ink and the cards in hand. We opt to ink a Decisive Dog, get the Lilo onto the board, and now we're looking pretty wide, and we're saying, hey, it's time to start questing. There is not a lot of ability to challenge on the opposite side of the board. There's not a Rhino that can shift in and make things awkward. No Chromacon. We don't need it. We need to get this lore onto the board, and I like the decision from the former DLC champion, and we sing the Akud here with the Angel.
Yeah, and even if you do want to, if you want to get it loose on this board, I'll just lady you and I'll get these things right back, no worry. So I can see Zan even potentially going in for a challenge next turn onto this Siren Singer and get this Mowgli Man Cub and that Elegant Spaniel back to the hand on the following turn. So he set this up in motion, and I saw it, but the Chief, Powhatan, is going to raise the stakes a little bit and stop these characters from fulfilling that destiny.
The Chief coming down onto the board and being one of the most impactful cards in this matchup thus far. And the race is on. Manuel and his Amber Steel going up against Zan Syed and his Amber and Emerald Dogs deck, who will get over the finish line first. Manuel really interested in questing over challenging most of the time, although does go for the lady there, getting that off of the board.
Yeah, and this is a very, very tough spot for Zan Syed. Now, that Chief Powhatan, just like you said, Garrick, he is strong in this scenario because if you want to get after this Chief right now, that is going to be 3 of your cards. Nani, Ursula, and Mowgli would be able to drag tackle this Chief, and you can play this lady and get 2 of those characters back. So that kind of feels okay to get this Powhatan off the board, but that is a lot of resource commitment to do so, and your board would be super narrow in that effect.
Most definitely, Zan right now needs to think his way out of this conundrum, considering doing something here with the Mowgli. Does go in for 1, putting a damage onto the Chief, as we're going to get the Miss Park Avenue onto the board and get ourselves a Mowgli and a Lady Elegant Spaniel back into hand, and we are going to continue our quest here as we are going to go up to 7 for Zan Syed. The Miss Park Avenue, such a good card, coming down and essentially drawing 2 cards there while putting a damage onto the Chief, which could definitely matter. Doc is going to hit the board for Manuel, refill that hand. He finds a Thunderbolt, which he's going to sing down onto the Lady Miss Park Avenue.
Wow, what a turn back and forth. We are in the thick of it here as Manuel is not going to be denied. Zan has to hate to see that Doc into the Hero's Thunderbolt with a Singer established. The lady, you needed a lot more range out of that Miss Park Avenue, but she fell without being able to do another thing. You needed her to come through and sing that Under the Sea on this following turn, but unfortunately that is not going to be the case for the 2-time. So now you are off your sacred timeline and you're going to have to rebuild. What is Zan going to be able to do to get through this Chief Powhatan now?
Yeah, finding that Thunderbolt on that turn was absolutely huge. We might see a Dapper Rascal hit the board right now, and this is a card that can help you sing Under the Sea, but Zan continuing to quest here. What do you think of the strategy here by Zan Syed? Questing into this very, very wide board, but not a board with a bunch of strength to challenge back, as Mowgli's going to come down and Chromacon is taken out of Zan's hand.
whenever I see Zan playing with that level of confidence and speed, I'm always fearful. Like, what does he know? He's got something. He knows something that I don't know. And I think he is just, maybe it's just a confidence. Maybe just trying to play with a little bit of speed to let your adversary feel some confidence here as you're at 12. Under the C or bust is what you're going to need off the tizzy, as Manuel has found the path to victory against this deck. It seems get on the Chief, hide behind his big peacemaking shadow, and quest vigorously is the way we're going to have to beat this dog strategy. Now it seems to be working against 2-time.
Yeah, Zan not able to find the under the seas that he needs. They need to come in and they need to be timely. And right now, they're anything but. We'll see if he has a way to battle back against this board. We're exerting 3. Here comes Tramp. And now we can start taking a look for that card that we need. Does Zan find it? If he does, almost everything on the opposite side of the board will be gone, and then we can start challenging into this Chief and getting things done. If Zan found the under the sea, that might be exactly what he needs to win the Disney Lorcana Championship here in Brazil, and he does find under the sea.
Wow, what a perfect time to get that Tramp Street Smart dog. And we haven't seen it this whole round. Some people say you always have it, but that time you had it when you needed it. And Street Smart dog Tramp is going to be able to find the under the sea required, as the Dapper Rascal is going to be able to get in harmony with his Ursula and put everybody away. Now you have this Chief Powhatan who is alone and unafraid by himself, cannot challenge, but is going to continue to try to drag this thing on to victory. And wow, what a turn for the 2-time.
Yeah, Zan can go up to 18 here. There's nothing that he can shift onto and give him any additional lore, but it is going to get him right on the precipice of history, as we are going to get up to that 18. And Manuel would need a miracle off the top of his deck, probably a card that doesn't exist in the game, to help him get over the hump here, as we are going to use the Delamoon's Lullaby, reduce the strength of the Chief. Boom, Rhino comes down.
Uh-oh. So he is at reduced by 3, so he is at a 2 strength now, if I recall correctly.
Zan says, I'm not challenging. I'm going up to 18. You need to do something here to stop me from getting over the finish line. And Zan is almost there. Angel comes down, and Manuel does not have it. Zan Syed gets it done in Brazil. He is breaking records and making history as the first ever 3-time Disney Lorcana Challenge champion. He's filling up the trophy case. Three DLC trophies to his name, and he's making a case to be the greatest Disney Lorcana player in the world. And now he has his sights set on a national championship, then that world championship. That's what he wants more than anything. JDZ, tell me about Zan Syed, the first ever triple crown DLC challenge champion.
Garrick, I could not have said it better myself. I am so proud and happy for this Illumineer. The work and dedication that he puts into this game is paying off, traveling all the way to South America, traveling all the way to China, traveling all the way to Europe, traveling all the way to Australia. We're traveling all over the globe in the pursuit, the relentless pursuit to the top. And here you are at the top alone, looking around saying, who will rise to oppose me? Is Zan Syed, the 3-time Disney Lorcana Challenge champion. Woo! What more could you ask for, as he came out and did it in decisive fashion, playing lights out, playing to your outs, building your deck in a complete way, in tune with the metagame. It was an absolute marvel to see. So huge shout out to Zan Syed and all your hard work and all of your team out there, the Rare Hunters, for coming through and supporting you and making this an absolute spectacle to see. So congratulations, Zan Syed, for getting it done. Woo!
Was incredible. I keep thinking about the time I had the joy of interviewing Zan Syed, and I asked him about, are you worried about other decks? And he responded to me, I think they all have to worry about adapting to me. And I think that's just how he sees the meta, is he's going to do what he's doing and everybody else can just figure it out. And he didn't have an easy, sometimes we talk about the run and we're like, oh, it was really easy though. He had all his good matchup. He played Amber Steel twice in the finals. He played a mirror. He had to play. I mean, it was quite the uphill run, and it was very exciting to see. Well earned, well deserved. And look, that's what you want. That's the ending. That's that you'd want in a tournament like this, is saying that was good, that was entertaining, and deserved.
Right on, right on.
Absolute scenes out there in Brazil. The American goes down and gets it done. That's the second time he's taken a flight many hours to go battle against everybody. A 4,000 player tournament down here. This one absolutely stacked with the world champion, multiple DLC champions in the field, and was able to get it done. Zan, so consistent in that dogs deck, showing the power of Under the Sea. That card can just come in and sweep away games when they have them in hand. Manuel had everything, but Zan found the Under the Sea at the exact right moment. What an incredible win for our 3-time DLC champion.
Yeah, and there's always a conversation to be had about these Disney Lorcana challenges, as some people say, oh, this one's bigger, this one's smaller, this one's harder, this one's more real, this one's less real. I think if you have the title of Disney Lorcana challenge, then it's important, it has value, and it matters. The size doesn't matter, because like you said, Garrett, people were there. All the top players were there, and everyone was battling it out. The top cut was absolutely stacked. It was basically a Nats of last season. All the names were that you come to know and love were in the vicinity. So this tournament was definitely not easy by any stretch of the imagination. Also playing 12 rounds of Swiss. Granted, there was a ton of draws in there, but 12 rounds of Swiss into a top cut, and just having that deck propel you all the way through here. So can't take it nothing away. 3-time is 3-time is 3-time, and you're going to have to have that with you always. So huge kudos to Sam.
I mean, I do see people mentioning about the size of the room and saying, oh, well, Ghent was more stacked. The thing is, in a room where there's 2,000 people DLCs, you probably can dodge some players for a while. It was very hard to dodge people you were avoiding in this room. It felt like every match I'd be like, well, that's great too. I mean, the top 16 always spent, or from top 32, it was just us going, I wish I could see that match, but also excited about the match we were seeing, because it was just kind of all-star matches. So again, it was also an all-star DLC, but it's just to say that this was not a place where it was like, and it was just like 10 kids and Zan Syed. It was a stacked lineup, and it was very fun to watch because it wasn't a normal. I mean, there were things that were different. Like you said, the structure of having 12 rounds in a smaller tournament made people behave differently than I think they have in any other DLCs, meaning what rounds they're willing to play, when they were going to ID, what risks they're willing to take. And the result was, hey, Dogs is still good. Emerald Dogs, pretty good deck. And I don't see any sign of the engine stopping. It still looks pretty good going in until post-rotation. So it's a dog world. We're just living in it.
Yeah, I think that is a very fair point. We are going into the Wilds Unknown. This is, for all intents and purposes, the very last instance of Disney Lorcana we're going to play in the Winter Spell meta. So I want to bid adieu to the ice and all the frozen things that have happened here in Winter Spell. We will be moving into Wilds Unknown. Again, I will be remiss in my responsibilities if I don't say that the pre-release is going to be happening on May the 8th, May the 15th at Big Box Stores. You can get out there and get that Wilds Unknown. I'm super excited to get into the next set. It was kind of nice to send this format off with a nice wave as a 3-time DLC champion. Zan Syed is going to take that trophy back to Atlanta, but I'm so ready to get on into the Wilds Unknown for sure.
Absolutely, and you can get into Wilds Unknown on May 8th at your local game store. Pick up one of these pre-release boxes and get to questing with Woody, Buzz, Mrs. Incredible, the whole Incredible family, Mr. Incredible, Frozone Syndrome. Plus, you have all of the Brave characters coming into the game. It's going to be super exciting. I'm really pumped to get into that set. I think it's going to be a ton of fun. But we have our sights set on Infinity, as we have a ton of Infinity CCQs coming up and beyond. Yeah, as well, and Indianapolis, not to mention that amazing DLC, which still is yet to come here in North America. So a lot of amazing Disney Lorcana on the way, and I think this game is just going to go up. I'm so excited for it. I'm so excited for the future of this game, and these tournaments remind me every single day why I do this. This is so exciting. I love watching these games, and thank you so much to everybody that was in the chat. I think we were pushing like 2,000 people at one point between the two streams, which is absolutely insane. Thank you for showing up, showing out. We really do appreciate everybody that showed up and hung out with us here today. This isn't even the official broadcast. It's just a restream, so it means so much that you guys all showed up and had an amazing time with us this weekend.
I like you guys, all of you, you. And I mean, I think we've been having a pop off, and I don't know. I think it's because we feel good. I love the end of a Disney Lorcana challenge. It always feels kind of like, and that's the end of it. It's like a happily ever after, and that's the end of this toy, but it's not the end of yours. It is the end of Winter Spell, unfortunately. But I mean, I think it's very funny. Someone said, Zan, ban Tramp. No, then I'll win 2 DLCs. Because that makes it seem like an altruistic journey of a man trying to prove a point, traveling to South America, traveling to Asia to say, do it, take it from me. And no one will take the dogs from his hand. He has 2 tramps now, a tramp in each hand. And they're both quite well statted.
That's a very fair point. He did say, do this or this is what's going to happen. And I really do enjoy a little bit of moxie. I do enjoy a little bit of tenacity. I do enjoy a little bit of showmanship. Hey, I'm a point to the fence, okay? I'm a point to the fence, and I'm a Babe Ruth come out there and hit a home run. He's done it twice, okay? 2 times in one season. So maybe there is some evidence that we might need to make some changes to this core constructor metagame. Granted, it is now going into rotation time. We've got a new set coming out. So probably not now anymore, but maybe there's a case. I mean, I'll listen now. Get Tramp out of here. I think the deck might be a bit too powerful.
I mean, it feels crazy. I mean, the amount of times, I mean, we'll wax a little poetic about it, but I mean, we have watched Dogs a few times on stream, and it's funny because a lot of decks, you're like, oh, it's over. But then Dogs is like, but wait, there's more. And I just feel like the 2 tramps, 1 tramp was a problem, right? The Tramp Spin Spark Dog, we all agreed was bad. But then this Dapper Rascal came in and said, did you guys forget about me? And he was a huge problem. The fact that we saw a man hurl like a thunderstorm, like a thunderhead amount of bolts at that tramp just to get him off the board. I think maybe like, I know we don't errata because honestly, that was a one-time thing for lots of reasons. We can get into it. But I just wish we could just strike one thing off Tramp Spin Spark Dog. One thing, make him a little, change the stats, make him not draw cards, make him not free. But they said, nah, let him do it all. What's the worst that can happen? And Zen said the best that can happen is I can just travel on the world collecting trophies and put them on my mantle.
Yeah, and have the freedom and the ability to say some words I really enjoy saying from time to time is, I told you so. Okay, when you can open your lungs and put the vocal cords together to say I told you so and mean it, that's a very valid validating feeling. So he can now do that.
And yeah, he does put his money where his mouth is. I mean, I think that's something that some people in the chat were saying, "What? I'm cheering for Zan. Is that bad?" Because there's lots of kind of people where you could feel like the energy. But I mean, I think when we talked about Tom Brady right before this, and I know enough about football to know that sometimes people just got it where you're just like, he can't keep getting away with this, but Zan can keep getting away with this because I mean, I don't think anyone's doing it like him. He pays attention to the meta in a very different way. He uses his platform, his teammates, all his resources. I mean, he has his like team of Club Podcana. Sorry, Club Lorcana. I'm sorry. It's so hard. In my defense, all right, it's a trophy ceremony. We'll just forget about what I did. And we'll look at
tune
this
in.
look at this jacket. Oh wow, chili flag.
Let's see the trophy ceremony before we start to wrap up our show here really quick.
Congratulations. How's the feeling to conquer?
I love it.
No, man. I mean, I'm sad about you, but I'm also happy because you conquered so far.
Well, the experience was really good. I expected to get top 8. Oh, sorry. Day 2 at least. So that was my goal, but this is kind of like quickly. So now I'm in the finals with one, as I told before, with one of the best players in the world. I'm so proud of all of you. The Brazilian community, Argentina, Peru, Chile, Latin America is present in DLC, so let's go.
Thank you so much. Congratulations again. You're amazing.
Thank you too, guys. Like for all the community that have been supporting this like whole day. I appreciate your words, your energy. I cannot say anything else. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Uma salva de palmas, gente. Thank you. Muito bem, e finalmente vamos ao momento mais aguardado desta noite, o momento de condecorar o primeiro campeão do Disney Lorcana Challenge Brasil. Para entregar o troféu, eu tenho a honra de chamar aqui do meu lado ela, a Tournament Organizer da Copag, Daniela Fricola. Vem, minha linda, pra cá! Muito obrigada, Dani. E agora sim, sem mais delongas, eu tenho a honra de apresentar para vocês o primeiro campeão do Disney Lorcana Challenge do Brasil, o Iluminir Zan Said.
Xanos enters the chat. Stare down the camera. Point to the camera.
Yeah. He says, don't GIF this, all right? Do GIF this one.
Oh, we're lit.
This camera's good.
Aplausos! Aplausos!
I love his winter promos. That's pretty good.
Congratulations for the first place.
Get that Mickey out the bag right now. Let me see it.
Incredible. Just unreal.
You want to shout out for someone?
Yes. I have to first of all shout out to my wife, Mahalia, my cat, Ronnie, my parents, and all my best friends, my team, Rare Hunters. I could not have afforded this flight without them. They're my family away from my real family. Yeah, I mean, Club Lorcana podcast, all my friends that are on there, Jeremy, Ryan, Nathan, everybody else that's supported me. I mean, there's so many people in my journey. I am at a loss for words.
Congratulations. Don't make me cry, please.
Oh, no.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Uma salva de palmas, gente.
Thank you.
Man. Dude, that was some sweet stuff. Zan, low key, high key, goated a little bit there.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I will say, the first time I saw Zan won, it was before I really followed Disney Lorcanas like I do now. And I remember him saying, like, he seemed like kind of like, yeah, I won. And I was like, oh, maybe this guy is cool as a cucumber. But it does feel like the more he gets in this community, I feel like he cares more every win, which is kind of interesting. The first win, he seemed like he cared a little less, but it makes sense, right? We've seen these like guys go from these Magic players to people wearing Mickey Mouse shirts. I mean, he's got all these people. I mean, I don't know if he'd give the same speech we give of like Disney Lorcana, man, but I do feel like that seemed like a man that is not fazed by winning, and you have to be a little bit like, you got it. All right, that was cool.
Yeah. So I mean, that's an incredible, touching thing. And again, he shouted. No one gets there alone, so I'm glad he was able to shout out all of his friends and all of his teammates and all of his associates and all the things of that sort. So huge shout out to Xanos. I think we're going to keep Xanos going as he has now gathered three Disney Lorcana Challenge trophies are on the trophy case, and it's starting to get weighed down. So, man, what a story. But I think with that, it might be time for us to start to wrap and get up out of here. Is that where you guys are? I don't know if they're going to have more going on. I think we're going to just close it down here.
We can have it up, and we can do last thoughts while we watch this little thing. Because I mean, Zan might do another speech. He might dance. He can. People are liking Xanos. He can put his trophies in his fingers like his Wolverine, but that doesn't work as well. But he can do like little like Wolverine claws. I will note
when you say Xanos, you owe me 5 cents every time
that was Garrick.
I came up with it, all right.
I mean, but can I at least get a partial credit because I put us there.
The alley-oop like Dwayne Wade.
Yeah,
and I will. My face is on the clip, so I would like. It was a pup cup for me. I said one for Zelda earlier for the hype train, and one for me. I'll take a little pup cup. But what 2 days? I mean, it was so interesting. There's so much to say about it, and I am excited for all the content that comes out after a DLC because I mean, there were so many Lumineers that traveled to South America for the first time. So many South Americans playing in this game. People said, I mean, it was introduced in September of 2025. So I mean, there is new Lumineers, seasons of Lumineers, travel Lumineers, local ones. So it's going to be a lot of stories. And I think Lorcana Villain came in and he said he made Xanos. He just said, I made that.
Everybody wants to grab at my nicknames. You know what? We all came up with it together. How about that?
I like how JD's like, what?
I didn't want the full credit. I just want like 25%. That's it. Garrick is 75%.
Wait, R&B is already kind of upset. So R&B is like, I think.
I don't even want the whole thing. I just want, because I was there and we had the whole thing where we said, hey, it's like Thanos. And then Garrick says, hey, it was right there. You had Xanos. So Garrick does get like at least 80% of this thing. Okay.
Thank you.
Can I get 15%? That's all I want. I don't want the full thing. Just give me 50%. Crying out loud. Okay, 10%. You guys are killing me. Come on.
All right, 5.
Talk him down to 1.
Please.
All right, it's the last offer. But yeah, Xanos is the friends we missed along the way. But no, I was just joking. Lorcana would never steal credit, but he did the meme. R&B says go back and check the tapes. I mean that's 24 hours of footage. I don't have the time. R&B. We streamed for a total
Go back
of
and check what tapes.
24
R&B, I don't remember you
hours.
being on the stream and saying it out loud.
Come on.
I also
Yeah.
didn't read it if
R&B
you
get
said it in chat. I
R&B
didn't see
gets
that.
gets
In the chat.
0.1% just for being everyone in the chat has to split 1%. Okay, that's
Yeah.
it. That's it. Okay, R&B, you can't get a percentage here. It's got to be
I
Garrick gets
was
80.
not-
I get at least 15, and that's it.
And the rest
You
of
guys
us
got
are
to split the
fighting
rest.
over. It's kind of like a structure or like one of those class action lawsuits. It's like $100,000 split amongst 4 million people.
That's so funny.
So Zan, I guess I typed it way before, but that means Garrick wasn't. I need you to know, Garrick is not reading that shit. He's in YouTube.
I am in Podcana's land, bro. Come on.
Yeah, this is Mr. Podcana of the famous Podcana podcast. I got it right. I would
I've
never
heard of
say it
you.
wrong.
I'm
That was a like and subscribe. And yeah, like and
I like how we
subscribe
just
right now.
started an argument here at the end of this DLC about
It's
a
good though. We
nickname.
need to get out the steam. I will say between my round, now that less people are here, I laid down and I almost passed out, threw up. It was a lot because we have been going nonstop. I cannot imagine what these
Yeah.
players are
How long
thinking.
have we been streaming?
I mean, 11 and a half hours today and then 12 hours yesterday. So listen, we're built for tough. But only because of viewers like you, but also because we're kind of silly with our bodies and we're going to regret this tomorrow. But no, we won't because it was so much fun.
Yeah,
It was a lot of fun.
There's no place I'd rather be here than with you all. But like you said, Katie, this was an incredible weekend. I really love this game. I enjoy Disney Lorcana and seeing it end the way that it did with Zanzayed climbing that mountain one more time for the 3-time is a great way to put a wrap on the winter spell meta and also the Disney Lorcana Challenge Championship in Brazil. But as we start to prepare to close the show, we'll kick it to you, Katie and Garrick. Anything you guys want to say or shout out as we are going to prepare the raid and leave for today?
I don't like to ask for things very much. I'm not good at it. I don't like doing it, but follow me. Please, I've been hanging out and listen, you can't click. You have to go and you have to type in the Lore Keepers in and then you can follow. But if you do that, I promise you will see a video at some point and some streaming at some point and you might like it. Try it. But thank you for having me on, JD. And Garrick, I think people know where to find you because some people already found you. But for anybody else on this Twitch nation, where can people find this man of many hats?
You can find me here on YouTube if you're watching on YouTube on the Podcana podcast. I do really appreciate all the support over there in the chat. You guys were amazing, as was the Twitch chat, I'm sure. And we had so many viewers today. That was so cool to see. Really appreciate the support of the restream, like I said earlier. Really humbled at all the support, and it was a great time here restreaming a DLC, and it was really cool to see all of these plays up close and personal and hang out with all of you in the chat for the past 2 days. Of course, Katie and JDZ, it was a pleasure being in the booth with both of you. You can find me, like I said, on Podcana. If you'd like to find solo stuff for me, you can check out me on the Lorcana layer. I've got some really cool stuff coming up soon with the Lorcana villain that you should definitely check out. Be on the lookout for that. You can find me on the Questcast when Brent Mukai is not traveling the world. I believe he's in New Zealand right now. And
He
then you
is.
can
He was in
find
a
me,
hobbit hole.
Yeah, you can find me on JDZ's stream every single Wednesday for This Is Not a Podcast. And sometimes Katie invites me onto her channel and we hang out there too.
I have once. I've had 2 episodes. You've been on 50% of them.
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Let's go. W's, man. So you guys make sure you find those links, follow those luminaries, and it will keep you up to date on the latest and greatest happenings around the content space of Disney Lorcana. As for me, I'm JDZ. I'm on a quest. I'm here on Twitch all the time. Every day will be a stream tomorrow as well. Very special stream. Something I can't announce yet, but we'll be announcing that tomorrow. So tune into the stream. There will be giveaways. There will be cool things happening on that stream tomorrow, as well as other things happening throughout the week. So we have a ton of tournaments tournaments coming up. May is going to be a very, very, very busy month of Disney Lorcana. If you like this, make sure you hit the follow button. If you have a Prime sub sitting around, toss it into the piggy bank, and it goes a long way, as I am going to be doing a lot of different tournaments in the future. Now, all that goes back into the program. But it has been a very, very magical weekend. Thank you all for being here and sacrificing your time to be here with us, Katie and Garrick. It's been a tremendous pleasure and honor to be a part of this experience, and I can't wait until the next time already. But my fellow Lumineers, it is time, as we're about to get out of here for the day. It's been a long day, and I'm sure we got some things that we got to get going on. So as sad as it makes me feel, I'm about to prepare the raid on Twitch, and then we will get that thing shut down on YouTube. So YouTube, thank you for being here. Twitch, thank you for being here. As always, final words one more time. Anybody?
Where's that
Yay!
card?
Congrats to Zan. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Were those the words?
That's
That's
it.
what I don't know. I guess, yeah.
All right.
Do you have
right
a thing
on.
to sign off that you were asking for us?
I don't know. We were put on the spot.
we need a patent pending Katie pop off before we go. Katie Redemption pop off. Here.
Oh.
Close enough.
You peaked, and the mic could not handle it.
It was too
Good.
strong. It was too strong. But
I must retire. I'm
we'll-
resting from my quest.
We'll send a raid back on over to our good friend Colors Law. Let's see what she's got going on at the after party of the DLC. Well, until then, my fellow Lumineers, as always, it's me, your boy JDZ. I'm on a quest. Shout out to the real one. Salute to the OGs. Until next time, peace. And we are still up on YouTube. YouTube, what it is, YouTube?
The after party starts
Now
now.
it's time for the real. Listen.
What up,
I'm gonna
YouTube?
tell you what I
We out here.
really think.
All right, YouTube. Y'all
Not
boys.